The delight is Christ, peace. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation.
It's cold, yes. Hope the words won't freeze before they get out of my mouth. We are going to address some issues this evening, probably about the historical significance of our journey. It seems as though everywhere we went as a people, Black people, we took information and we helped everybody with their civilization. East Indians, Chinese, Japanese, Europeans, unfortunately. We introduced civilizations in medicine, archaeology, physics, and astrology, and mathematics, and chemistry, and biology to everyone. And unfortunately, we have been mistaken as someone, a group of people who just love to give, love God so much that we just love to give. So people say, well, let's take advantage of that love they have and turn it against them. So the very thing that makes us powerful is the very thing that they use to destroy us. So they give us something else to love. Their money, their trinkets, their computers, their cell phones. They're always giving us something else to love other than ourselves, which gets us in a lot of trouble. Nonetheless, we are, of course, deteriorating at a fast rate, and that's because we have some emotional problems. It's not more or less a scientific reason for what's going on with us. It's an emotional problem. People eat for emotional reasons. They don't eat because scientifically they need some vitamin A or vitamin D or calcium. They eat for emotional reasons. If you damage a people enough, you can get them to eat anything. A pig's tail, a donkey's tail, an ox's tail, a foot. You can get them to eat anything. Because they're emotionally damaged, they can't see clearly what they're doing. And that's what our major problem is. It's not a matter of information, it's a matter of being emotionally connected to ourselves and know that our body is so precious that we have no right to destroy it. So we've been disconnected emotionally from our bodies, so therefore we don't care about our bodies. And all the science in all the world cannot do that. It can't repair that kind of damage. You can't solve an emotional problem with intellect. Emotional problems are solved by emotions. Japanese problems are solved by the Japanese. African problems are solved by Africans. It's kind of logical. So you cannot solve an emotional problem with intellect. It does not work. So learning about the pyramids and all those great things that we have done mean nothing because we're not emotionally attached to it. I don't want to hear about that slavery. That's what bad is. We want to talk about that stuff. We have no emotional connection to these ancestors who died so we can sit in these chairs. We need to care about that. Because when we came to Barbados, to Jamaica, to Trinidad, to South America, to North America, we brought Africa with us. We brought this information, we brought herbal information, medical information. People were buying doctors. This is historically correct. A lot of us were brought to certain parts of the world because we had scientific information. We weren't brought to the Caribbean, South America, North America because we had labor. We were brought because we had science. We brought the technology of irrigation. They can't run a plantation without irrigation systems and sluices. We brought that technology. The natives there did not have it. They came to Africa for science. They told you it was for labor. People always tell you, they tell you, look east, you turn around, look west. No, they needed the science. If you want to build a good culture, you get someone from a good culture to build it. So they said that we want to build a civilization, they get some people know how to build one. They got our teachers, they got our chemists, they got our doctors, our nurses, and they structured their civilization off of it. And they still use it out of science today. They still use it. Man invented the Windows program. The black man. The man invented this internet, black man. The laptop, the weed writer. They're still using our technology. The lady who designed the space program and the spaceship was black. The lady who tested it was black. Who designed the toilet. They're still using our technology, but then they turn out to be stupid. You're not educated. You're not smart. Science is what runs this world. And the science of eating, some kind of way we've lost that science. So we eat emotionally. Because we're angry. We eat salt, because salt is a form of anger. We are the largest consumers of salt in the world. Salt on potato chips, salt on grapefruit. We put salt on everything, and salt represents anger and frustration. See? We emotionally eat. Creamy foods associated with nurturing. We don't have the ability to nurture ourselves and love ourselves, so we like creamy stuff. Creamy candy bars, ice cream, something that resembles breast milk. We want to be nurtured, you see. We emotionally eat because we are starving emotionally. That's what we look for all the time. You call it love, but love is emotion too, you see. So we're still searching for emotions in the wrong places with the wrong people. We were so busy looking at the ice cream, we forgot about the cake. So we gotta go back and look at this cake. We gotta look at the science of it all. We are emotionally driven, we're emotionally handicapped, we're emotionally castrated. That's why we buy CDs, because they're emotional. That's why we go to the movies, because it's emotional. That's why we get TV, because it's emotional. That's why we buy cars, because it's emotional. They know what kind of car you want to buy. The engineers put it together, but the psychologists approve it. That if the car looks like a fetus, they'll buy it. Because our manhood has been taken away, you see. Oh yes, that's why we sag our pants. An experiment done in New Jersey in the prison system. That's where they invented sagging. Turn it around backwards, it spells niggers. You see, it's emotional. I had no manhood, so I'm gonna drop my drawers. Everybody else is sticking it to me, you might as well stick it to me too. It's emotional. And we're expressing that emotional damage and why we wear clothes. In the area where I was once a hostage, a psychotherapist, there's certain behaviors that you cannot change in an animal or in an insect or in a mineral. These things are fixed reactions, you see. Like you breathe out and you breathe in, that's fixed, you can't change that. Three things you can't change. So when you're growing and developing as a baby, you cling to your mother. It's called a clinging response. And from then on, whenever you like somebody, you cling to them. You give them a hug. Hey, it's nice meeting you. You give them a hug. That's the clinging response that started when you were a child. And the other thing is rooting the nipple. The baby sucks on the mother's breast. We call it rooting the nipple.
So get this.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs. So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, family. This is Mr. Riggs, Terry Riggs in the house, and this is the second day of the Black History Weekender. I hope you've got your tea, your breakfast, and I hope you've got your pens and papers. As you know, this is a fantastic weekend, and this is a fundraiser, so I'm asking people to donate, put their money in there, get their hands in their pocket, and start to donate, family, because this is about a foundation for the family, for our youth, into creating special people for the future. You know, you don't want to go and have nothing to give. So by us creating our foundation, by us cleaning our own house, is us doing something. But before I go into any more, I'm going to introduce my co-host.
What's going on, people? We're back again, as Mr. Rick said. Live, tired, but we're here, ready to impart some more information and do this thing big for Dr. Llaila Afrika. In his loving memory. Don't forget, that's what we're here for. The International Rites of Passage Youth Exchange Program. That's what this is all about. This is what we're pushing for. This is the institute we're looking to set up and have help our young people today to understand themselves and to know what's good as they move into adulthood. I'm excited this morning. Again, we've got somebody coming on to start the program. That's going to be nice kickstarter to the day with some real information. So yeah, without further ado, let's do this.
Who we got in the house? Oh yes, Natty. Greetings, good morning, Mr. Natty. How's everything? Hope you're well. I see free. I see you. You see me. Hey. Who else we got? We got D. Is it
D Newbie?
D Newbie. Yeah. Someone must be eating crisps in the background. Lord knows who's doing that one.
I remember, people, as you come in, hit the like button as you come in. Don't wait.
Yep.
As soon as you come in the building, hit that like button, share the video out.
Yep.
Look, our first guest looking bright and fresh.
And you know what, people, it's about donating for the foundation, and we're raising money as much as possible. So when you see the link, or you can see it on the stripper underneath us down below, as you can see down there, you can donate as much as, because it's for the International Rites of Passage, which is exchange program for all the kids to able to exchange globally, and as well as do a final rites of passage somewhere in Africa. So at least they say they have the taste of the Caribbean, America, and so on. So, in saying so, how was your reflection of yesterday, Richie?
Yeah, it was a good day. Started off nice, got nicer throughout. I'm glad that we was able to touch different parts of the globe. Yeah, have our brothers from Jamaica, looking for the Africa connection, some more. But yeah, I'm just really happy that we're managing to pull it together. So again, today should be even bigger now. I know the people's gonna love today. I know they're gonna love today. Trust me.
Okay, so you know what? Big up to Lady Divine as well. But now, can you introduce our special guest?
Without further ado, that's all. Our special guest, Mr. Robin Walker, joining us finally on Black Ice TV 7, because it's something that we wanted for a hot minute now. So I'm glad that we finally got it there. But without further ado, brother, introduce yourself to the people. Let them know who you are, what you do, and then we can begin this dialogue.
Okay, I'll be introducing myself in the presentation. Yeah, happy with that?
That's cool. That's cool. That is good.
All right.
You got the screen share and all the rest of it. Riggs, are you putting the link up in the chat for
One minute. Let me just sort out the presentation.
I can
Hold
see
on.
it.
Hold on.
It was.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yep,
I
I'll
can
put it in.
see it.
We've got the presentation in. Okay. So, Robin, when you're ready.
Okay, greetings everybody. Hope you enjoy the session. Hope you get value from the session. The session is called How Black History and Black Studies Decolonizes the Curriculum. All right, so why are we here? This is to support the Black Eyes TV and their program, and to kick some knowledge as well, and hopefully to spread some value into the community in terms of our history and heritage. I have to respect the fact that you have entrusted me with your education for the next hour. So hopefully I won't waste your time and I'll give you some valuable content. All right, I also have to give some thanks to the Black Eyes TV posse, the Black History Weekender. Hope everything else that happens over the weekend is equally constructive. All right, so what are we doing in my session? Well, what's in it for you? You're going to learn empowering information on Black or African heritage. You're going to learn some detailed content that you can pass on to your children, you can pass on to young people in your care. And also, I'm going to give some information about a course that me and some colleagues are planning. And that course will increase your personal effectiveness as you triumph through life. And so this is going to be some powerful information. All right, now some people are wondering who the heck is Robin Walker and why should I be listening to him? Well, I'm also known as the Black History Man, and what I do for a living is I teach Black history and Black studies up and down the country. I'm known for a book called When We Ruled, and that's the photographs of me passing a copy of the book When We Ruled to the then Jamaican Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Portia Simpson Miller, OM. So if she changes her name to Ra Hatshepsut Amen, I'm taking full credit for that. All right, so what does anybody else think?
I am a student of history, so I gotta recommend some history books, especially because it is Black History Month. When We Rule by Robin Walker. This is one of the dopest books. Like, I promise you, this book is so bomb. It has color pictures in it, but the thing I love most about it, let me find it. It has a chronological order of all of the pharaohs from ancient Kemet. Check this out. This is so dope. I said ancient Kemet. So it has this chronological order of all of the pharaohs, and it goes from the first intermediate period to the Middle Kingdom, second intermediate. It's just all of the dynasties in chronological order of all of the different pharaohs, and then it has color pictures in it. Like I said, really, really dope. So if you are a student of history, make sure you get this book.
All right, so I also write books for a living, and some of the books that I've written are here. So they cover different topic areas: Black people in the history of science, writing, business, and history. And finally, I'm a member of an African Union body called CEDO, which means Citizens and Diaspora Directorate. And we working on the 4th edition of Encyclopedia Africana. So that's who I am. All right, so what are we dealing with in the session? I'm going to be speaking on two topics. Why is there a need for a decolonized curriculum? And what is Black Studies? All right, why is there a need for a decolonized curriculum?
Saw it coming. They had no warning. Then, the day before the Super Bowl, black.
I don't know, I think Beyonce is black.
The day Beyonce turned black.
Guys, I don't understand this new song.
Hot sauce midnight bags is black? What's that mean? This song isn't for us.
But usually everything is.
But usually everything is. And that's the point. That is exactly the point. So, have we seen this? No doubt when you were at school, you had these hanging up on the walls. When you watch TV news, you have it shaded out in the background. So this is our view of the world, and it's the map. Now, does our view of the world reflect a particular worldview? Does it project a biased worldview? All right, just to get us warmed up.
Hi, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sorry, place.
no problem.
I'm CJ Craig.
Of course you are. I'm Dr. John Fallow, Dr. Cynthia Sales, and Professor Donald Huke. Huke.
Okay, and you are the Organization of Cartographers for Social Equality.
Well, we're from the OCSE. We have many members.
How many?
4,300 dues paid members.
What are the dues?
$20 a year for the newsletter.
Let's start.
Wait, I want to see this.
This is Josh Lyman.
You are.
Josh, this is Dr. Fallow, and I'm Ms. Marinette. Should we begin?
Yes. Plain and simple. We'd like President Bartlett to aggressively support legislation that would make it mandatory for every public school in America to teach geography using the Peters projection map instead of the traditional Mercator. Give me $200 and it's done. Really?
No. Why are we changing maps? Because CJ, the Mercator projection has fostered European imperialist attitudes for centuries and created an ethnic bias against the Third World. Really?
The German cartographer, Mercator, originally designed this map in 1569 as a navigational tool for European sailors. The map enlarges areas at the poles to create straight lines of constant bearing or geographic direction.
So it makes it easier to cross an ocean.
But
Yes.
it distorts the relative size of nations and continents.
Are you saying the map is wrong?
Oh dear, yes. Look at Greenland.
Okay.
Now look at Africa.
Okay.
The two land masses appear to be roughly the same size.
Yes.
Would it blow your mind if I told you that Africa is in reality 14 times larger?
Yes. Here we have Europe drawn considerably larger than South America. When it's 6.9 million square miles, South America is almost double the size of Europe's 3.8 million.
Alaska appears 3 times as large as Mexico, when Mexico is larger by 0.1 million square miles.
Germany appears in the middle of the map when it's in the northernmost quarter of the Earth.
Wait. Relative size is one thing, but you're telling me that Germany isn't where we think it is? Nothing's where you think it is.
Where is it?
I'm glad you asked. The Peters projection.
It has fidelity of axis.
Fidelity of position.
East-west lines are parallel and intersect north-south axes at right angles. What the hell is that?
It's where you've been living this whole time. Should we continue?
Interesting. All right, so some discussion points. Do these biases matter? What do you think? Isn't information just information? But the biggie is, could these biases affect the writing of history? What do you all think? Do you think it could? All right, so my first example that I'm going to give today is this poster I saw on a mathematics classroom wall. And the poster referenced Pythagoras in the invention of a particular theory to do with right-angled triangles. And that theory is called Pythagorean theorem. I went into a different mathematics classroom and it explained the Roman numerical system of I, V, VI, etc. And what these examples demonstrate is when you're studying mathematics, you're also being given a history lesson. you're being given a history of mathematics. And consequently, the teachers were indirectly teaching that the ancient Greeks, like Pythagoras, and the ancient Romans were very clever and very important people. And it's not just mathematics. The study of chemistry is really the history of chemistry. English literature is really the history of English writing, etc. If you study any of those subjects, you're taken on a tour of Europe, beginning with what the ancient Greeks and Romans came up with, then the European medieval and Renaissance periods, then the 18th century Enlightenment era up to the modern period. And that's the way all subjects are taught in education institutions. So, for example, even PE, you're taught athletics, you're taught track, you're taught discus, you're taught javelin, things all associated with the ancient Greeks, Mount Olympus. And there are probably no exceptions to this. Now, many of you will be thinking, but Robin, didn't Pythagoras invent that theory? Well, the answer is no. According to Plutarch, the great Greco-Roman scholar, he said, the Egyptians appeared to have figured out the world in the form of the most beautiful of triangles. This triangle, the most beautiful of triangles, has its vertical side composed of 3, its base of 4, and its hypotenuse of 5 parts, and the square of the latter is equal to the sum of the squares of the 2 sides. So Plutarch has made it clear. It was the Egyptians that came up with this. Now, if that's true, why do we call it Pythagorean theorem when Pythagoras learned that stuff thousands of years later when he was a student in ancient Egypt for 22 years? Our second example, who's this? Now you can see it's a very important gentleman wearing a white coat. So when you see a white coat, you know that you're dealing with a scholar, you know that you're dealing with somebody in the medical field, and he's holding up some bacteria. Who could this person be? It's Fleming, the person supposedly responsible for our antibiotics. Okay, what does the newsreel say about this gentleman?
Sir Alexander Fleming, the man who gave penicillin to the world, has passed away at the age of 73. During a lifetime devoted to medicine, he received great honors, including a knighthood and a Nobel Prize. But the only reward he ever sought was the knowledge that he had given good service to his fellow men. His great discovery will mourn his passing. The benefit he has conferred upon humanity is incalculable.
The man who gave penicillin to the world. How true is this? Now, what's the real history of penicillin? So I went on the website of the Microbiology Society, and there's a section called The History of Antibiotics. And then we read, antibiotics have been used for millennia to treat infections, although until the last century or so, people did not know the infections were caused by bacteria. Various molds and plant extracts were used to treat infections by some of the earliest civilizations. The ancient Egyptians used moldy bread to treat infected wounds. Moldy bread is in fact the source of penicillin. So was it just the ancient Egyptians? Our Science magazine, 9th of February 2010, ancient Nubians made antibiotic beer, we read. Chemical analysis of the bones of ancient Sudanese Nubians who lived nearly 2,000 years ago shows they were ingesting the antibiotic tetracycline on a regular basis, likely from a special brew of beer. The find is the strongest yet that antibiotics were previously discovered by humans before Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin in 1928. I'm going to ask Alexander Fleming to hand back his Nobel Prize, joked chemist Mark Nelson, who works on developing new tetracyclines. Now, is that the only example? What's going on in this image? Now you can see it's got Sol in the center. So Sol, that's the sun. And then you've got Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and so on. So you can see this is the solar system, the sun at the center of the system and the different planets. And then third from the sun is Terra, which of course is Earth. So this is the solar system. Now, if we were to trace this idea all the way back, who would it go back to? Well, mainstream scholarship teaches is that it was a Polish physicist called Nicholas Copernicus. That was the person that came up with this. And that particular image is from Copernicus's book. But the question is that the whole story? Does the story begin and end with Nicholas Copernicus?
It's Friday in Timbuktu, the holiest day of the week, and after prayers the Imam invites me back to his house. The Imam has a collection of scientific texts that clearly show the planets circling the sun. They date back hundreds of years, preserved, I assume, by the dry desert air. It's convincing evidence that the scholars of Timbuktu knew a lot more than their counterparts in Europe. In the 15th century, in Timbuktu, mathematicians knew about the location of the planets, knew about the details of the eclipse. They knew things which we had to wait for 150, almost 200 years to know in Europe, when Galileo and Copernicus came up with these same calculations. And we give it a very hard time for
So let's get this straight. In Timbuktu, in West Africa, 150 to 200 years before Galileo and Copernicus, African mathematicians had made the same calculations and have manuscripts with those calculations in them. So why do we teach these ideas then go exclusively back to Nicholas Copernicus? Things that make you go, Our fourth example, who is this person? Why is he important to history? Right, you can see a ship on the waters, Captain James Cook. Why is he important? The landing of Captain Cook at Botany Bay, 1770, Australia. Now, quite apart from the ridiculous idea that Captain Cook discovered Australia when there were already people who'd been living there for 70,000 years, quite apart from the ridiculous notion, that's what's in the history book. Captain Cook discovered Australia. Now, if the claim is Captain Cook was the first non-Australian Aborigine to set foot in Australia, then they may have a case. But do they even have that much of a case? Is that the whole story? Does the story begin and end with Captain Cook setting foot in Australia? The Daily Mail, that bastion of right-wing conservative journalism, writes how 900-year-old African coins found in Australia may finally solve the mystery of who arrived down under first. Coins date back to 6 centuries before Captain Cook claimed the island for the British throne in 1770, but where they came from remains a mystery. And then we go on to read the article, Solving the Mystery of How 900-Year-Old African Coins Ended Up in Remote Australia. The African coins, by the way, were minted in a Tanzanian city. The place wasn't called Tanzania then. It was called the Kingdom of Kilwa. And in the Kingdom of Kilwa, coins were minted in the 11th century. And those 11th century coins from Tanzania East Africa, were found in Australia relatively recently. The article is the 22nd of August 2013. And if African coins from the 11th century are in Australia and they've been found, then that means that African sailors, probably from where Tanzania is on a map, the Kingdom of Kilwa, landed on the coast of northern Australia 600 years before Captain Cook. Now, what's going on in this image? No doubt this is reminding people of the kind of thing they did in biology. And it's supposed to show human evolution, how humans started off ape-like and became more human-looking, and today ending with modern humans, Homo sapiens sapiens. Now, if we were to trace this idea, who would it go back to? Again, many of you will have been taught that it goes back to this Victorian gentleman, and this Victorian gentleman's name is Charles Darwin, M.A. The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, and that book came out 1859, Charles Darwin, M.A. But again, is that the whole story? Does it begin with Charles Darwin and that's the end of it? I came across a curious article in the Daily Telegraph. And the Telegraph, as you know, just like the Daily Mail, is another right-wing, conservative, anti-black newspaper. But again, they kick some knowledge. And the article was called Science, Islam's Forgotten Geniuses, and we read, for 700 years, the international language of science was Arabic. We read on, the untold story of Arabic brilliance should be a timely reminder of a proud heritage, says Jim L. Kahili. Next year, we will be celebrating the 200th anniversary of Charles Darwin's birth and the 150th of the publication of his On the Origin of Species, which revolutionized our understanding of biology. But what if Darwin was beaten to the punch? Approximately 1,000 years before the British naturalist published his theory of evolution, a scientist working in Baghdad was thinking along similar lines. In the Book of Animals, Abu Uthman el-Jahiz, 781 to 869 AD, an intellectual of East African descent. I know people miss that, so I'm going to drop that again. An intellectual of East African descent was the first to speculate on the influence of environment on species. He wrote, animals engage in a struggle for existence, for resources, to avoid being eaten and to breed. Environmental factors influence organisms to develop new characteristics to ensure survival, thus transforming into new species. There is no doubt that this qualifies as a theory of natural selection. And Abu Uthman el-Jahiz is writing in the 9th century. This is 1,000 years before Charles Darwin, M.A. Now, what's wrong with this imagery? We've all seen it. Many of us haven't questioned it, just like we look at the map and not realize that the map has distorted everything. According to this image, the first people to emerge as real people were Europeans. How true is that?
They say this is where it all began. That we are all children of Africa. But if so, why do we look so different? And how on earth could a handful of African families become a whole world full of people? I'm Alice Roberts, medical doctor and anthropologist. I'm fascinated by what bones, stones, and even our bodies reveal about the distant past. I'm going in search of where the first people were born and how they began their journey to populate the world. Leaving Africa was virtually impossible, but new evidence suggests just one tiny group might have done it.
I just think it's absolutely remarkable. Isn't that amazing? It's stunning.
Can I find their trail out of Africa and across the world and discover how those journeys changed them to become who we are today? Come with me in the footsteps of our ancestors on the most epic adventure ever undertaken.
So it's quite clear then, the human race was originally African and was originally black before people became transformed into other forms of appearances once they left Africa. And therefore, if we go back to this image, the person on the far right should have actually been black. And anything other than that is actually dishonest propaganda. All right, now, many people will be saying, but Robin, you have to admit it, Africa is just a cultural backwater that has contributed nothing to world culture. And a lot of people do have this opinion, but I would suggest the opinion is misplaced. I came across an article called The African Enlightenment. And the article is, the writing's small, so I'm going to blow it up so everyone can see it. And we read, the ideals of the Enlightenment are the basis of our democracies and universities in the 21st century. Belief in reason, science, skepticism, secularism, and equality. In fact, no other era compares with the age of enlightenment. Jumping to the next paragraph. As the story usually goes, the Enlightenment began with René Descartes' discourse on method, continuing on through John Locke, Isaac Newton, David Hume, Voltaire, and Kant, for around 1.5 centuries, and ending with the French Revolution of 1789, or perhaps the Reign of Terror in 1793. By the time that Thomas Paine published The Age of Reason in 1794, that era had reached its twilight. But what if this story is wrong? What if the Enlightenment can be found in places and thinkers that we often overlook? Such questions have haunted me since I stumbled upon the work of the 17th century Ethiopian philosopher Zera Yaqub, 1599 to 1692. We read on. For 2 years, until the death of the king in 1632, Yaqub remained in the cave as a hermit, visiting only the nearby market to get food. In the cave, he developed his new rationalist philosophy. He believed in the supremacy of reason and that all humans, male and female, are created equal. He argued against slavery, critiqued all established religions and doctrines, and combined these views with a personal belief in a theistic creator, reasoning that the world's order makes that the most rational option. In short, many of the highest ideals of the later European Enlightenment had been conceived and summarized by one man working in an Ethiopian cave from 1630 to 1632. Now let that sink in. Again, challenging this idea of Africa as a cultural backwater.
In the largest single man-made structure on the planet, Not falling for that one. Is it going to be a 50-mile long tunnel or a bridge or something like that? Well, what we've got out of the way, because it's hanging here like worrying, is it's not the Great Wall of China. Oh, okay. Try a continent where it might be. Yeah, okay. Europe is not where it's Asia, right? Or Asia, or Australia, North America, North America, South America, Antarctica, or Antarctica, Africa. Banky movies and watching this.
Is it an Egyptian? Is it North?
It's Nigeria, in fact.
Oh.
It's a bit earthworks have been. Great earthworks have been. Yeah. So that's what the walls have been. The walls, defensive earthworks. The walls have been done by the Edo people. 10,000 miles in length. 10,000 miles in length. How could I forget? 4 times longer than the Great Wall of China. Little walls used 100 times more material than the Great Pyramid of Kyoto. Took 700 years, estimated 150 million hours of digging. Severely damaged by British sacked and burnt Benin in 1897. Oh, the British.
Notice the way that they're all laughing and joking at the idea that Africa has the largest man-made monument in world history. And notice the way that they had to laugh and joke about the fact that it was the British that destroyed it in 1897. Now, why do people look down on African heritage? The great German scholar wrote the 1958 text Muntu. And even though the book is sympathetic to Africa and actually bigs us up a great deal, the German scholar Jan-Heinz Jahn wrote, 2 essential cultural achievements were missing in the old Africa, however, architecture and writing. Now, to his credit, Mr. Jahn partly atoned for this false statement when 3 years later, he wrote the brilliant Neo-African Literature, which is a monster piece of scholarship. But the idea that Africa has no early writings of its own and no early architecture of its own is still very, very widely believed. So I'm going to challenge some of that right here. Where's this from? You can see there's an African gentleman. I've met this gentleman, by the way. His name is Abdul Kader Haidara, and he is a Malian businessman who collects and catalogs our Timbuktu manuscripts. And the manuscripts he has are the biggest private collection in Mali. And these are books that were written by African scholars hundreds of years ago, written by non-African scholars as well, and collected by African intellectuals. And there are, according to some sources, 700,000 manuscripts in various Timbuktu collections. Okay, what is this? How old is it? This is a medieval Nubian book. Nubia is where Sudan is today. And the book is called A Miracle of Saint Menas. It's written in a script called Old Nubian, which is a medieval Sudanese script. And the manuscript is 1053 AD. In other words, the manuscript is 1,000 years old, written in a traditional African script, A Miracle of Saint Menas. Where's this? Now you can see that there's a black guy standing in front of a monument, but what is that monument? It's the palace of Johannes IV, a king of Ethiopia. Where's this? You can see a central building that looks like a castle and 2- and 3-story houses surrounding it. This is the West African city of Djenné. It's where Mali is today. The central building was originally an 11th century palace, and then the Malians themselves turned it into a mosque in the year 1204. where it is now known as the Grand Mosque of Djenné, and the houses surrounding it date back to the 15th century. And yes, these 15th century houses have indoor toilets on the second floor as a standard design feature. So why is there a need for a decolonized curriculum? We believe the following subjects deserve to be studied. We believe that we should study the African origin of humanity. We should study ancient African contributions to medicine. We should study the evolutionary research of the East African scholar El Jahis. We believe we should be studying the 11th century Tanzanian voyages to Northern Australia. We believe we should be studying the heliocentric calculations from the West African city of Timbuktu. We believe we should be studying the work of the Ethiopian Enlightenment philosopher who came to the Enlightenment before anybody in Europe was coming with any of that kind of knowledge. And we believe that we should be studying the military technology of the Great Walls of Benin. All right, what I want to do right now is take 60 seconds to change over my slide. Let's do that right now. All right, stop screen. Start screen. Okay, what I'm doing is changing over the screen for the second part of this presentation. And where is it? Hang on. Okay. All right, is this coming up? Can people see it?
No, yeah, I can see a screen. I think it's sharing your internal programs.
Okay. All right, let's right, let me correct that situation.
When it says share screen, it should give you some options like before of which screen you want to share. So you want to bring up your window, your presentation that you want to show, and then it should have it as an option to share on the share screen.
How's that? Can people see that?
Yeah, I can see that. How Black History studied. Yeah, I can see it.
It says part 2. Is that coming up right?
Yeah, that's right. It's there. It's ready.
Okay, so let me finish off the presentation. All right, so what is Black Studies? The word black comes from Bilad Sudan. The Arabic name for Africa was the land of the blacks. Ethiopia, the Greek name for Africa was land of the sunburnt faces. Mauritania, the Latin word for Africa was the land of the dark peoples. The word Moor means dark. Afa, which is the beginnings of the word Africa, is a Latin prefix meaning hot or boiling, and by extension, a land which is hot and boiling. Ham is the Hebrew word for hot or burn, and that seems to be taken from Kam, the ancient Egyptian word for black or charcoal. So the idea then that black people have only been called black since 1968, since Aretha Franklin and Dr. Nina Simone came up with the young, gifted, and black. Nonsense. We have always been known as black people, and the association of black people with being called black goes all the way back to the ancient Egyptian period. And then studies, black studies, covers all the areas that black people should be interested in and from a black perspective. So how did black studies evolve? It started in 1968, and it started with Dr. Nathan Hare, who is known for his work on the black family. That's Black Studies, 1968. Before that, there was African Studies, beginning with Professor William Leo Hansberry. Professor Hansberry was the teacher to the great Chancellor James Williams, and he was a relative of the playwright Lorraine Hansberry. And the leading authority on Black studies is Mr. Kwanzaa Dr. Maulana Karenga, who wrote Introduction to Black Studies. That book has gone through several editions. So when we teach Black Studies, I run a course at CSEP. And if you're interested in that course, write to me. I'm going to give you my email at the end, and I can give you some details. Our program is called Black History, Personal Empowerment, and African Cultural Studies, where we teach history, political studies, sociology, psychology, religion, science and technology, and business and economics. And there are three reasons why we study our heritage. We want to confront limiting beliefs, because what you believe and what you think shapes how you feel. How you feel shapes what actions you take. What actions you take shapes the results that you get. And the results that you get shapes what you believe or what you think. And it's very important that that's a positive feedback loop. And therefore, it's very important that Black people think positively about themselves, feel positive about themselves, are in a position to take positive actions, get positive results, and let that feed back into positive beliefs about ourselves. And so that's one of the reasons we study our heritage. The second reason we study our heritage is to build a team, so that you can see value in other people that look like you, so that you can work with them and you can bring your piece of the jigsaw to what they're doing, and they can bring their piece of the jigsaw to what you're doing. And the third reason why we study our heritage is so you have something to comfort this child. What Black children feel like after being taught their ancestors were just slaves, and everyone is pointing at that Black boy. And no doubt you were that Black boy when you were at school, when you were taught that your ancestors were just slaves, and everyone is pointing at you as the person descended from just slaves. All right, now there are two reasons why we study personal development. We want people to understand that passive income plus a vision equals time plus independence, and it's therefore important to have a powerful vision, and that's what personal development gives people. All right, now, what material do we teach from in history? Now, I believe if you look at the books that are used on a course, you can automatically tell whether the course is serious or whether it's a joke team. And so if you look at the books we're using to teach Black history, the likes of Diop, Jackson, de Graaf Johnson, Van Sertima, you realize that this is a serious team. When we're dealing with politics, we're dealing with books like The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual, Marcus Garvey, Pan-Africanism, Powernomics, The New Jim Crow. You realize that this is a serious thing. The books we use in sociology, developing positive self-images and discipline in Black children, Black bourgeoisie, the death of white sociology, hip-hop versus Ma'at, and so on and so forth. The books we use in psychology, books like Breaking the Chains of Psychological Slavery, Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, The Developmental Psychology of the Black Child. Again, you realize this is a serious thing. The books we use are in the teaching of science and technology, Blacks in Science, Egyptian Geometry, African Architecture, Black Pioneers of Science and Invention, The Science of the Dogon, African Mathematics, African Fractals. Again, this is a serious thing. And in the books that we teach from when we study religion, African Origins of the Major Western Religions, The Pale Fox, Christianity Before Christ, the myth of Genesis and Exodus and the exclusion of their African origins, etc., etc. And the books that we use to teach our business and economics are things like black economics, black labor, white wealth, powernomics, black enterprise in Britain, getting black folks to sell, and so on. Now, when you study black heritage, when you study a decolonized curriculum, you notice things that you would have glossed over. I'm going to show you a short film, and I'm going to ask you, did you spot what needed to be spotted?
1924, Chamonix. 1928, San Rites. 1932, Lake Placid. 1936, Garmisch Partenkirk. 1948, San Moritz. 1952, Oslo. 1956, Cortina d'Ampezzo. 1960, Squaw Valley. 1964, Innsbruck. 1968, Grenoble. 1972, Sapporo. 1976, Innsbruck. 1980, Lake Placid. 1984, Sarajevo. 1988, Calgary. 1992, Albertville. 1994, Lillehammer. 1998, Nagano. 2002, Salt Lake City. 2006, Torino. 2010, Welcome to the Vancouver 2010 Olympic Winter Games! Bienvenue!
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever et accueillir son Excellence, la très honorable Michael Jean, gouverneur général du Canada, accompagné du président du Comité international olympique, Jacques Rogge.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and welcome Her Excellency the Right Honorable Michael Jean, the Governor General of Canada, accompanied by the President of the International Olympic Committee, Jacques Rogge.
All right, so I take it we all knew then that the former head of state in Canada was a black woman, the Right Honorable Michael Jean, who was the acting head of state, the Governor General. So she occupies exactly the same role, or occupied at the time exactly the same role that the Queen occupies in Britain. Did we know this? And no doubt many of you saw that opening ceremony. A lot of us watched the Olympics, not realizing that, you know, if you don't know, you don't know, and you miss things.
What do you know about cookies?
Nothing, right?
She loves to talk about cookies.
Can you tell me?
I'm told you're an actress.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
She's really talented, Grant.
Are you involved with that program, The Crown?
No, ma'am.
Oh, good. Then I won't have to throw you in the tower. It's a joke. Not sure why they have to make it while one's still alive, though. Monty, down.
No, it's okay. I love dogs. I have 2 rescues myself.
That's really something. They don't take pictures anyone, you know.
So, Grant, we need to talk about the Royal Marriages Act.
You need my permission to get married.
Yes. So, do we?
I believe the real question is, do you want it?
Yeah, of course we do.
Yes, but does Megan want it? I'm asking her, dear.
I'm not sure I understand, ma'am.
As everyone in the family can tell you, for every privilege this life affords, there is an equal sacrifice. My grandson and I were born into it. We didn't have any choice in the matter, but you do. Now, once you go down this road, your life will never be your own. Do you think you're really ready?
I don't know. I know that if I do this, the entire world will scrutinize everything about me. Every choice I've made, good and bad. My family, my heritage. And I know that especially because of that, I will always have the responsibility of standing for something bigger than myself, and that's terrifying. But I also know that I love your grandson. So, with all due respect, ma'am, I really don't think I do have a choice.
I'd like to show you something. This is what I wanted to show you.
How beautiful.
I've always loved this portrait of our ancestor, Queen Charlotte, because the painter Ramsay didn't try to hide her African heritage. Oh yes, you're of mixed race, Harry. So am I. Many of her portraits try to hide that fact, but this one is most authentic, much like you.
Thank you.
So, we have your blessing.
Of course you do. Welcome to the family, my dear.
Did the Queen really say that? All right. So that concludes the session from me. Hope people got value from what we did. And if you want some more information about the Black Studies course that I should be running in a few weeks' time in Croydon, send me an email at historicalwalker@yahoo.com and say, yes, I'm interested in attending that course. And then when we have the details finalized, I can email those details to you. So I'm going to leave that page up there like that. And in the meantime, gentlemen, how long have we got? And do you want me to take questions? Entirely up to you.
You've got 6 minutes.
6 minutes. All right. So do you want me to take questions?
Yeah, why not? If there are any questions in the chat, write them up, put them forward.
Okay, you guys are going to have to read them to me because I can't see any of them, yeah?
Just 1 second.
We're looking at anyone in the house that feels that they need to ask any questions. Robbie Walker's got 5 minutes for you to answer your questions, beloved.
I got a question. In your opinion, how much African history, realistically, I saw you show a book that was 1,000 years old.
Yeah.
You know, we had Professor Bello on the other day, and we also had a discussion group. going where people was asserting that most Africans don't know their history past about 1,000 years. What estimate do you put on that if you hear someone say that?
It varies a great deal. With people that I've taught, in truth, most people's knowledge of history doesn't go back more than 100 years, in truth. Yeah. Now, different places in Africa have got different histories. Some places have got histories going back 8,000 years. Some places it's 2,000 years. It's not the same across Africa, just like it's not the same across every part of any continent. If you were to look at the history of Europe, the ancient Greeks and Romans go back between 2,000 and 3,000 years. But different parts of Europe don't go back that far, you see. So you're going to get different things in different places. Obviously, some parts of Africa, when you include the prehistory, goes back hundreds of thousands of years. So it's not the same everywhere, and the level of knowledge isn't the same, isn't uniform. Most people in Africa, just like most people in the diaspora, don't know anything when it comes to history.
You was talking earlier and you was emphasizing as well the point that it's African scholars that are providing most of the information, because again, in most of the time we tend to think that it's only white people that are, you know, creating Egyptology, so they're the ones that know most of the information. You kind of overlook that. What do you say to people that have that overwhelming mindset that most of our information is coming from white people who are deciphering our past history?
Unfortunately, it's true. Most of this stuff is coming from white people, but black scholars are upskilling, and we entering the field, and we producing information, and we producing interpretations. And for me, as a member of the African Union CEDAW, one of the reasons why we're trying to push forward on Encyclopedia Africana is so that there is an African, if you like, official version of how we want to present data.
When you wrote your main book, your most famous book that you're known for, did you get a lot of pushback? Did you get any pushback when trying to produce it?
Because I know what time it is, I made sure that it was a black publishing house that published the book. A lot of people in the community, a lot of black people in the community, probably even some of the people listening to this show right now, actually contributed money to enable me to afford, the photographs in there. So it was very, very much a community effort. And so getting the book out was actually quite easy once you decide that you're not going to go through Eurocentric channels. If I tried to get this through, say, a company like Routledge or HarperCollins or something like that, you know that they're not going to allow something like that. So the first publisher of the book was Every Generation Media, which was owned by a black gentleman from Birmingham called Patrick Vernon. The second edition is by the African American publisher Black Classic Press, and the following edition was published by my company, Record Education. So that way, it was possible to avoid the stifling effects of other people saying no.
Okay. Robin, can you say your email once again? Because people are asking the email because they're asking about your classes.
Can't they see this? Okay, historical walker at yahoo.com.
Can you hear that? Historical walker at yahoo.com. Okay, now we've come to an end.
Okay.
Thank you, Robin Walker. And we will probably have you in the future coming on. Now we've got hold of you. And we could do some more business online. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it,
No
my
problem.
brother.
Okay.
Ah, man, we've got two top ones in the house. We've got Michael and we've got Tony Walker in the house.
No. Tony, oh my God, look at this. Look at this. You got the Giants here today. You got Robin Walker, Tony Warner, and me.
Yeah, boy. This is the killer. We're coming with the teachers. The
Guys,
UK.
can I just see if I can experiment with my double screen? See if I can get my second screen to work. Is Tony talking?
Tony, can we hear you?
Can you hear me? Testing,
Oh
testing.
man, hey, I know that voice. I know that voice.
Morning, Tony. How are you this morning?
I'm fine, thank you. Very good.
Good. Much appreciated for supporting the cause. As always, before we begin, let me just remind the people, Dr. Llaila Afrika, Rites of Passage, Youth Exchange Program. It's not a one-time trip. This will be a continuous thing that we're pushing and that we want our young people to be going through. It'll be for 15 to 21-year-olds traveling to different parts of Africa, as well as exchanging across the diaspora. So that is what we're all here for. That is what we're giving out this information for to support.
And we're planning a youth and a man rites of passage next year, where we're asking for all adults to show in the youth how to go through this rites of passage, as well as the youth coming with us at the same time. And this is going to be planned in Congo. So if you are ready to register and ready to put your hands down, think you can do the rites of passage, you're much welcome to come along.
Yeah, most definitely, people. Sorry, was you going to say something?
So, is Michael going to go first, or is our brother Tony going to go first? Which one is it going to be?
Oh, I got that.
I'm gonna Queen.
Wait, did Tony volunteer? Tom,
Yeah,
what was you saying?
first.
All right, that's fine.
All right, can I share my screen?
Yeah, just hit the share screen button and we'll bring that up.
I've lost everybody.
People, listen, hit that like button, people in the chat. Please hit that like button. There's too many of you people watching that have not hit that like button. Show appreciation for this information and for the brother's time. When you're ready, brother, just hit that share button, share screen button. And as well, people, if you're a first timer to Black Eyes TV, go ahead and subscribe. This is going to be way more content. And everybody who you've seen during the day, today and yesterday, have done previous videos. Some are first timers, but a lot of them have content already. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button as well. You understand why you're over here.
All right, can you see my screen I'm sharing?
Yeah, okay.
What can you see? Please tell me.
Yeah,
we're seeing it now. Coming soon here, African history.
All right, and let me just check that you can hear the audio too. So.
Silent right now to me.
Silent.
It's very low. If it's playing, it's low. I can't hear it.
All right. So let me see if I can make it a bit louder. Hold on a second.
I use an internal speaker.
No, I'm using it via share screen. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
Let me
play
try.
it now.
Okay.
That's better. Yeah.
So you can hear the words.
Is it playing?
Yeah. But it's low, but I can hear it. No, it's gone again.
Right. So can you mark out of 10? How good can you hear the sound?
It's not really here. I can't really hear it.
All right, fine. Well, I'll have to skip all the videos then. If you can't hear the sound. All right.
Well,
We can
hold
do.
up. Listen, sometimes there's a difference. When there's music playing in the background, that can distort it as opposed to if somebody's just talking. So I don't know what your clips are involving, but if it's just a straight talking clip, we'll try it anyway and see how everybody hears it. But when it's usually music playing in the background, it can distort.
Okay. Well, let's just crack on then. So I shall begin now. All right. So this is a special one-off unique presentation for Terry Mr. Riggs and the Black History Weekender. My name is Tony Warner from a group called Black History Walks. We organize walks, talks, and films on the African history of London every single month of the year for the last 13 years. So it's 13 years of the walking, actually it's 14 years now, of the walking tours. And basically the walking tours take place in 12 different parts of London, north, east, south, and west. And we take people on roughly a 2-hour kind of journey around the local area. It could be Trafalgar Square, Notting Hill, Elephant Castle, Mayfair, Hackney, etc. And we show them all the Black history, which is right there in the streets, in the architecture, in the buildings. It's there, and we expose that history to people. And as I said before, we got walks in 12 different areas. Soho, Docklands, etc. And we just basically show people or give people back the history that's been there in the first place. And we've been going for, like I said, 13 years, 14 years now. And individuals come, groups come, sometimes even corporations come on their day, their staff day out, and we kind of give them this kind of Black history, which is literally all over the capital city. There's a big posh magazine called Condé Nast Traveler, and they've put us in the top or the best 15 walks in London. That was like a year and a half ago. And also the Guardian back in 2011 put us in the top 10 walks. We've been featured on CNN, BBC, ITV, Channel 4, German TV, and we're currently working on 2 documentaries now for broadcast in October. Apart from doing the walking tours, we have a river cruise. River cruise goes from Embankment area, not far from where that big London Wheel is, all the way down to Greenwich and back. So it's a 3-hour tour. And what we do on the river cruise is we go, along the River Thames, and we expose and explore and explain all the Black history that's on the riverside, because there's Black history on each side of the River Thames, and there's Black history within the river itself, and there's Black history, in the sky above the River Thames. It's just everywhere, right? And in addition to actually having this guided tour via boat on the river, 3 hours long, we have historical characters of African Caribbean descent connection who are actually portrayed on the boat by various actors and actresses. So, for example, if you come on a river cruise in the future, you will get to meet Nanny of the Bruins. She'll be on the boat with her swords and her weapons, and she'll speak about who she is, where she came from. If you come on a river cruise in the future, we'll have General Alexandre Dumas, who was the highest ranking Black general in Napoleon's army. And actually, he was a rival to Napoleon. Napoleon didn't like him because he's a big, strong, tough, good-looking Black guy. But that guy has an amazing story. And if you come on the boat, you get to meet him and hear his adventures. You'll also get to meet and hear from Queen Amaryllis, who was an African warrior queen who mashed up the Romans in what we call Sudan now, more than 2,000 years ago. So that's the sort of thing we do on the river cruise. But apart from doing the river cruise, we also have a bus tour. So we have a 3-hour bus tour, which kind of drives around northeast, south. We go from sort of Brixton to Clapham to Westbourne Park to Tower Hill. And again, we show the Black history from a double-decker bus. Actually, it's not a bus, it's a luxury coach. But the cruises and the bus tours are suspended at the moment due to the whole virus situation. But they'll be coming back shortly, so just check out our website. So it's walks, bus tours, river cruises, and then we have talks. And today you're gonna get a little sample of some of our talks. So we have, well, I can say 13 years worth of talks covering a variety of different subjects. And this is a typical audience for one of our events. This is how Jamaicans ended slavery, and it does what it says in the tin. And you can see there's about 400 people up in that place. That was at the University of Westminster, not far from Oxford Street, and it was a 400-seat lecture theatre, and it was packed out. And we went through how Jamaicans mashed up the slave master and that led to the actual English abolishing slavery. But that's just one of many topics we do, because we also have another topic looking at Black people in World War II. And as we know, Black people were involved in World War I and World War II. And this is another packed house at the Imperial War Museum. So this was actually delivered in the War Museum itself, in the heart of the organization. And we just told the truth about the Black contribution, because it was an enormous contribution from Africa and the Caribbean, without which Britain could not have won the war, which is why it's titled like that. So in this presentation, we go through, it's actually 3 hours long, and we go through individuals, we go through resources, we go through countries which helped Britain to win the war, but then Britain forgets to mention them when they're talking about World War II. So for example, just yesterday, they were going on about how it was Victory over Japan Day, but they forgot to mention that there's a whole bunch of like West Africans and East Africans from Africa who were out there fighting against the Japanese. There was regiments of African people, African men mostly, who are out there fighting the Japanese in Burma and Malaysia. We've got the documents, photographs, records, there's a couple of books about it. But when it comes to this VJ Day or VE Day or any kind of World War II remembrance, they almost always forget to leave out this kind of Black contribution. So we make a point to actually address that lack of coverage. So today we're going to look at a little bit of London history right here in the UK. And if you look at the list of laws there, each law had to be fought for, argued for, lobbied for by people in this country. So we tend to hear a lot about American civil rights, but right here, there was a massive struggle to get equality for Black people here. And if you look at the first law comes in 65. So before 1965, there are no laws to protect people from race discrimination. It doesn't exist at all. So you can be as racist as you want and it's legal. And you can also see that there's 65, 68, 76, and then 2000. So there's at least 4 laws specifically about race discrimination. Each of those laws had to be fought for, and we'll look at some of the people who fought for these laws, which we right now are benefiting from. Now, if this was, because normally we do things face-to-face in person, and our stuff is always interactive. So if this is a face-to-face thing, I'd be saying, all right, people in the room, where is this street? I'd ask people that question, and you can have a go yourself. I can't see what you're saying, but I can imagine you might be saying, this is obviously Tottenham Court Road, because it actually says that in the top left-hand corner. So sometimes you just test people to see what they can see. So this is Tottenham Court Road, and you can see on the right-hand side, there's a street there. Now that street is called Great Russell Street, and that street is vital or very important to Black British history and to Black British civil rights. I'll show you why in a moment. So if you turn into that street from Tottenham Court Road Tube Station, well, here's a map actually. So there's a tube station on the left-hand side bottom corner. You got Great Russell Street there, and actually the British Museum is on the same street. You can see it right there. So British Museum, of course, is literally full of African history. We call it the Museum of Stolen Goods because stuff in there is mostly stolen. But before you even get to British Museum, there's a whole bunch of Black history, because one of these men had his meetings in Great Russell Street in the 1930s. So on the left-hand side, everyone knows who this guy is. His name is Dr. Martin Luther King, and we know he was a doctor and a preacher and a civil rights activist in America. He came to prominence in America in 1955. 55, with the Montgomery bus boycott. So left-hand side, Luther King, right? Doctor, preacher, civil rights leader in America who came to prominence in 1955. On the right-hand side, you have Dr. Harold Moody, who was a Jamaican doctor who studied at King's College in the early 1900s and came top of his class. He experienced discrimination while studying, found it really hard to get a place to stay. And then once he qualified top of his class, he found it hard to get a job. So he's a qualified black doctor in 1920s, 1930s UK. Couldn't get a job in the mainstream organization, so actually sets up his own practice in Peckham. He becomes the first black doctor in Peckham. And apart from being a very successful, very brave doctor, because what he would do, he'd actually kind of go onto bomb sites, because he was active during World War II. He would actually go onto bomb sites just after bombs had dropped in World War II and rescue people and treat people who'd been injured by the bombs. So he's quite a brave man and quite a popular man, because he was also given free medical assistance. This is before the NHS, by the way. So this guy was very popular. But because of his experience of discrimination as a black man living in 1920s, 1930s England, he said, what can I do to help my people? So he says, I'm going to set up a group called the League of Colored People, which will fight for equality for black people in this country. So he sets up a civil rights group called the League of Colored People, which is fighting for equality when it comes to discrimination in housing, education, employment, and the military. Because at this time, 1930s, there's a color bar in the armed forces. If you're black, you can't become an officer. And Harold Moody says that's ridiculous. You can't have that. So he actually lobbies to have black people become officers in the armed forces, and it's successful. He also lobbies to have black nurses be given jobs, to be given accommodation. He sticks up for civil rights in America. So this man here, Harold Moody, is a civil rights leader right here in the UK. And guess what? He's a doctor. He leads a civil rights group here, and he's also a preacher. He had a church. This man had a church down in Camberwell. So left-hand side is an African-American who had a civil rights group in America in the 1950s. Luther King is taught in schools here. If your kid goes to school in this country, either primary school, secondary school, they'll be taught about Luther King in America. Harold Moody was doing exactly the same thing here in the 1930s. Doctor, preacher, civil rights leader, fought for equality in housing, education, etc. He is not on the curriculum, and most people have never heard about this guy. So how do you explain that situation? We have an American who was doing civil rights activism in America in the 50s, and he's actually on the curriculum in this country. But this brother, this Jamaican brother, or Jamaican British brother, who was doing the same thing here in London, in England, in the 1930s, he's not even mentioned in passing. So there is a plaque to Dr. Harold Moody down in Peckham in 164 Queens Road, Peckham. So if you're Peckham, you can look for itself. That's where he used to have his practice. And actually, he would host lots of famous African Americans and famous Africans too, like people like Jomo Kenyatta. But that's another story. Let me just get on with the point here. So there's a plaque for him there, but the venue that he would have his meetings at was the YMCA, which is located in Great Russell Street. So if you walk down this street and take a left, you get to Dr. Road Tube Station. In fact, look, on the left-hand side, what flag is that? It's the Barbados High Commission. So that's the Barbados High Commission right there, opposite the YMCA. And in the 1930s, that's where Harold Moody was having his meetings for equality for black people. And that included people like Jomo Kenyatta and Paul Robeson and C.L.R. James and all these kind of giants of, the African kind of struggle for equality. And they would meet in the YMCA, because at this time, the YMCA was still a youth hostel then, and it was a popular place for young black people to stay because it was less racist than the other places, yeah? So it was less racist than the other places. So if you went to the YMCA, you could at least get a cheap bed and some food and a place to stay. So it was a natural meeting point for Harold Moody and other activists. Now, there was no plaque there to tell you this story. You'd have no clue there's any black history if you walk down the street, unless you came on our walk, of course, because we have a walk which goes past and we tell you, well, this is history here. So what we did is we teamed with a guy called Nubian Jack. And between Black History Walks and Nubian Jack plaques, we raised funds and erected a plaque in honor of Dr. Harold Moody. So that if you walk down that street now, you can't miss a big blue plaque just over the entrance that says Harold Moody, Jamaican British doctor, set up a group called League of Colour Peoples back in 1931. So that is what we call Do for Self, Garvey Initiative. Because we didn't wait for English heritage, we didn't wait for anyone else. We just thought, let's just do it ourselves. And we did it within a year. Between the decision to actually put the plaque up and actually put it up was within a year. And what we did was we used the river cruises and the bus tours to raise the funds for the plaque. And the plaque is there now. And it'll be there for another, well, hopefully 50 or odd years, if not longer. And when we did the launch, we had, a couple of mayors came down. We had some World War II veterans come down. We had S. Dancing come down. We had some celebrities come down. And that is an example of Garvey's in action. It's an example of do for self, and it's a way of repairing the damage caused by a racist history curriculum. And this is one that's in Peckham, and it's a book. Actually, there's a few books in here, but once you know the name, you can actually research for yourself. Now, let's again make it interactive. So I don't know how many people on this Zoom call or chat or whatever it is you want to call it, but I wonder how many people can answer this question. Who can tell us rather, what was the name of the black classical musician who lived in Peckham and went to Cambridge? Who could answer that question? So the next bit is a video, so I'm hoping it's going to work. If not, if it doesn't work, I'll just tell you verbally, but let's see if we can make this video work. Let's find out and answer this question. Who could this black classical musician be that lived in Peckham and went to Cambridge? So there's a video. Let's see if it works.
You know what?
Parents of European aristocrats. Black
Was it not working?
It's not clear. Tony, come out, right? Come out and then come back in. In the when you're selecting it from the thing, press audio on your left. There's an audio button where it says you click on it.
All
So
right.
come back now.
Yeah.
Can you see audio when you're choosing application?
I can actually see audio. I can see share screen, leave studio, mute.
Okay, so press share screen.
Press share screen, yeah.
And then on the bottom, you see an audio click. It says to click on audio.
Oh, it says follow these steps to share video with audio. So let me do that now.
Yeah.
Screen sharing. Chrome tab. I've got to do something with Chrome. Okay.
You done it?
I'm still trying to follow the instructions. Do this extra tab you're talking about.
He said someone said it doesn't do it for PowerPoint, as far as I am aware.
Well, it's not a big deal. I can do it verbally. No big deal. I can just do it verbally. People
All right,
so I will just go back to the thing. Let me. Oh, hang on. I've got to find it now. Right. Can you see the screen now again?
Oh, it hasn't come up here.
Is it there now?
I can't see it.
What can you see?
I'm waiting for you to share the screen.
I am sharing my screen. You can't see anything?
Did you press the screen in the middle of the StreamYard?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just do it again. Share screen. Share screen. Oh, I see. Click on that again. Oh, hang on. That's the video. Yeah, I think I've done it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me bring it up.
All right. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
All right. Let me try the video, the audio now, because I think I pressed the right button this time.
I'm not sure too many musicians say that Beethoven composed
There we
a
go.
but George Augustus Polgreen Bridgetower can say just that. He was born in Poland to a German mother and West Indian father. Both his parents served European aristocrats, which meant that George grew up in a castle complete with a puppet theatre and opera house. Like Mozart, he was a child prodigy and toured with his violin to places such as Bath, Bristol, and London. One French journal said, "His talent is one of the best replies one can give to philosophers who wish to deprive people of his nation and his colour of the opportunity to distinguish themselves in the arts." George came to Trinity Hall in 1811 at the age of 30 to complete a bachelor's degree in music. To earn this, he had to do an exercise which involved writing a musical composition to poetry and performing it with a full orchestra at Great St. Mary's Church. Fluent in English, German, French, Italian, and Polish, he mixed with royalty and musicians across Europe. He was a great friend of Beethoven, who called him a virtuoso and composed for him a sonata for pianoforte and violin in A. George even made some alterations to the violin part, which Beethoven responded to by saying, "Noch einmal, mein lieber Bursch." Unfortunately, George and Beethoven fell out after George insulted a female friend of Beethoven's. Beethoven was so incensed that he actually scratched out the dedication to George and gave it to another violinist called Kreutzer, who didn't even attempt to play the piece, saying that it was too hard. Since his death at the age of 81 in Peckham in South London, there have been many more dedications to George that haven't been scratched out, dedications that appear in films, plays, and even in a jazz opera. As I reflect on the life of George Bridgetower, I am so amazed at how excellent this man was. I think it's interesting that throughout history, many Black people have been omitted, scratched out, or censored. But today we are curating and we're remembering someone who was an excellent violinist, an excellent person in the field of classical music. And it's just a representation of how Black excellence continues to thrive today.
There you go. So look, the information is out there. It's just where making people fully aware of it. So that was George Polgreen Bridgetower. Again, you have his name, you can Google him, it'll come up. And there's a whole bunch of Black classical musicians from the 1800s who were doing the thing. They were doing amazing work. They were actually, skilled sword writers. They were kind of famous. They're directing operas. And it's just the fact is that they've been kind of left out and suppressed from history. So our job is to actually give the history back. And as you heard, they lived in Peckham. So we don't exactly what the address was, but guess what? When we find out the street and the address, we'll put up a plaque to him too. All right. Now, I mentioned films in our kind of repertoire of events that we do. So we do walks, talks, films, put up plaques, and we've been showing films at the BFI for 14 years. Now, outside the BFI, we've been showing films for like 20 years. But we're doing stuff with the BFI. And that program is called the African Odysseys Program. And basically, we show an African diasporic film once a month, each month, all year long for the last 14 years now. Normally on a Saturday afternoon from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And in addition to showing the film, we always make sure to have a Q&A with the director, producer, or the actor, etc., to give more value and education to the actual event. And this is something that is unusual because, first of all, it's hard to, some of these films here have never been shown by any kind of mainstream cinema. So some of these films, in fact, you can ask yourself, how many of these films in this one slide have you seen? Because we've shown thousands of films by now. And what we know is that the films we show are never, ever shown by mainstream cinemas. It could be Odeon, Cineworld. They don't show these kind of films for reasons you can work up for yourself. So we make a habit of showing these films. And when we show them, we put on a Q&A to give people the best experience, because you might come and watch a film like Lumumba and think, right, is that really true? And the fact is, it is true, but until you see it and discuss it and debate it and do your research, it may not kind of make sense or penetrate. So for each of these films we show, we have a Q&A to make sure people really fully appreciate this history and indeed why this history is suppressed back in the 60s, but also now. So, for example, if you look at the Shirley Chisholm film, that says 1972, and that's because Shirley Chisholm, a woman of Barbadian and Guyanese heritage, who was an African American, ran for president of America in 1972, which many Americans don't even know. So there's a whole film on her, and the film is about 15 years old. We showed that film ages ago. Next to her, you got Lumumba, Patrice Lumumba, first black leader of the Congo, assassinated by the Belgians, although they said they never did at the time. Fantastic, amazing, award-winning film. That didn't get released here neither. Great Debaters was based on a true story, starring Denzel Washington and Forest Whitaker, who were both big stars. It came out in America, it made some money in America, but guess what? It was never released in cinemas here. It was never in the Odeon or Cineworld or wherever it is. It just wasn't there. For some reason, even though it's like a big movie with big stars in it on a true story of Black excellence, Black academic excellence. So we showed it at the, actually it was at the Trisol Theatre we showed it, and people came out. But for all the films you're going to see here that we show, you tend to find they've been ignored, suppressed, covered up, messed up by the mainstream. So you can work up yourselves what happened, but we make a habit of showing these films plus a Q&A. So if you hear the term African Odysseys, that's one of our films, and we tend to show them at the BFX South Bank, which is next to Waterloo. So if you hear about it in the future, come down. Now, at the moment, of course, everything's suspended because of the whole virus thing. But cinemas open some cinemas open at the end of August, so we'll see how things go from then on. And because the physical events have been suspended, we're doing we're doing a whole bunch of online events. So a lot of our talks are now online, and some of our films are going to be online, including this one. This is a brand new film. It's going to be released 20th of August here. We have a premiere. We're going to have a panel discussion with some of the stars, the people in the documentary, and you can see the names there. You got Dr. Leonard Jeffries, legend; Dr. Wade Nobles, legend; Boyce Watkins, kind of new guy on the block, so to speak; Professor James Small, legend; Dr. Say that again?
I said we've got him later on today.
Is it? Oh, well, there you go then, right? So this film is all about Black economic empowerment and Black economic history. So they're going back to the Nile Valley. So Happy is an old name for the Nile Valley civilization, and they're looking at how did the Nile Valley civilization become so powerful, so wealthy, so accomplished from an economic perspective. Then they're looking at modern day Black economic empowerment. How can we make money to fund our activities and to make us safe from oppression? So it's a new film. We're premiering the 28th of August. You can get your tickets online now. You can go to our website, which is blackhistorywalks.co.uk. So it's blackhistorywalks.co.uk and get a ticket for that. And that's all we're going to do. In fact, this is going to work now. Let me show you the trailer rather than waffling on. Let me show you the trailer.
Y'all don't be fooling around out there with truth. Nothing secret.
There is a connection between every institution grown out of this country and white supremacy, the nation as a whole, including its laws and its institutions.
What you have is a tension between nationalism and globalism.
They had to create something in the mind of the poor whites that distinguished them and separated them from the blacks. And that's where you develop what I call, and James Baldwin called, the religion of whiteness.
The police that answer to the politics of that community are going to be driven by the economics of that community because economics and politics overlap.
You know why I wanted to be a politician in a time when we disenfranchised? Because of power.
African Americans spent $1.3 trillion last year, making us the 16th wealthiest nation in the world. Why have we not turned those riches into wealth to develop our community?
Tamir Rice, Sean Bell, Sandra Bland, Eric Garner, and Michael Brown, just to name a few.
Some may incorrectly classify their death as police brutality. However, it is in fact murder and a form of terrorism that is ironically very similar to what took place during chattel enslavement. What steps can be taken to make it stop?
Ain't the devil happy?
All right, so that is on the 28th of August, 7:30. You can get tickets online now from blackhistorywalks.co.uk. It should be a very interesting event. And other than that, hold on a second. Yeah, back to these laws again, because we know a lot about what happened in America. Let's talk about what happened in the UK. So let's see who can get this question correct. So if you read information there, who can guess or who knows who this sister is? Because this sister is a legend, or I should say it was a legend, because she's just passed on this year, right? But this woman did so much for the community here. She fought against white supremacy in this country. She did amazing work. I can't do it justice in the 2 minutes I got here, but just to make a long story short, this woman is Dame Jocelyn Barrett. And I'm going to give you one example of the sort of struggles that she took on and actually overcame in London, in Oxford Street in the 1960s and 70s. So check this out. You can see her speaking for herself here now.
We were quite happy to employ coloured people, providing they weren't visible. In other words, if they worked in the kitchens, that was all right. But employers felt that shoppers wouldn't like to see coloured hands handling food over the counter.
Let me just rewind that, right? So there was a colour bar in Oxford Street. The employers, white employers, did not want to have black people working in the shops there because it was seen as somehow a bad thing, right? This is England. This is not Alabama, not Kentucky, not Tennessee. This is right in the UK. But see if you can find this history referred to in our curriculum, which is taught here about our history in the UK. You hear a lot about what happened in America. This is taking place in London, and Dame Jocelyn Barrett took it on.
We were quite happy to employ coloured people, providing they weren't visible. In other words, if they worked in the kitchens, that was all right. But employers felt that shoppers wouldn't like to see coloured hands handling food over the counter. They thought that ladies wouldn't be happy to buy their underwear from coloured girls.
To get black people in shops, we actually had to get the cooperation of one of the key persons in the Oxford and Regent Street Traders Association. And this person said to me, if you can find me, and I want you to listen carefully, for pretty black girls, pretty in quotation marks, I will employ them. And then my colleagues will follow.
All right, so Dame Jocelyn Barrett mashed up, brought down the colour bar on Oxford Street. Also in Brixton, she did the same thing because there was a Marks and Spencer in Brixton which would not employ black people until she went in there and cussed them off and made them employ black people. So, like I say, she deserves a whole hour-and-a-half long documentary. But basically, she died this year, just a couple months ago. And what we're gonna do, I say we're gonna do it. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Is that there's no plaque in her honor, there's no statue in her honor, and because she's done such an amazing amount of work, we're gonna work on some sort of physical recognition as to what she did. What you're looking at here is the fact that she was in a group called Campaign Against Racial Discrimination. So this is, again, it was a civil rights group based here in London, which she was a prominent member of, and that group helped to push change in Oxford Street, in education, in schools, etc. So she did a massive amount of work. She needs to have a lot more recognition than she's got so far, and we're going to work to make that happen. Another guy needs a lot more recognition is a guy called Baron Baker. So I don't know how many people in this room chat group have heard about Baron Baker, but I guarantee you're going to respect him when you hear about what he was doing, because Baron Baker was a man who was living in the Notting Hill area in the 1950s at a time when gangs of white men would drive up in there specifically to attack and beat up black people. And Baron Baker said, hell no, this ain't going to happen. And Baron Baker set up a black self-defense force, self-defense group in Notting Hill to mash up these racist people, and he did so. You're going to hear from himself in this little clip here.
He was deeply affected by what was happening.
Very fearful.
very insecure. Nobody wanted us. Still less, nobody liked us. What the hell were we doing here in this situation when we were given to believe that we were coming here, in fact, to a home away from home?
With the white mob out to menace them and the lack of protection from the police, the black community decided enough was enough. A meeting was convened in Toto Bag's Blues Club at number 9 Blenheim Crescent.
During the day, we made preparations for the attack. And I can quite clearly remember that I was standing on the second floor with the lights out in Blenheim Crescent. When I look out and see from Kensington Park Road to Portobello Road was a massive lot of people out there. And I distinctly hear when they say, let's burn the niggers, let's lynch the niggers. And from those spoken words, I said, start bomb them. And then we, you see the Molotov cocktail bombs coming out from number 9%. Then they say, oh, they are bombing us too. I said, open the gates and throw them back where they are coming from. And they will come from Latimore Road area and things. Then when the police saw the amount of people that was in number 9, they drove the Black Maria and rammed the gates and said, not another one of you black bastards coming out. And I was arrested immediately. But from then on, the rest of my colleagues took over.
I saw a large crowd of coloured men, about 30, walking along Blenheim Crescent towards Ladbroke Grove. They were completely blocking the footway, and I heard shouts of, what about it now?
I had a motorbike, and I was riding down Westbourne Park Road, and a friend of mine came flying up towards me and leapt on the back of the bike and said, turn around, I'm being chased. And I thought it was somebody who left my road mob chasing him, and there's a load of blacks in a van chased me around. Black people going around, black young kids were going around in vans with those shuttered doors, and they were throwing the doors open and jumping out and attacking white people, young people, incidentally. So he was caught up in one of those scrapes, came flying up the road, jumped on the back of my bike, and we shot away. That was when I realised it was real.
The police also witnessed this new black aggression.
I approached a coloured man who appeared to be holding a carving knife. He said, I'm only carrying this for protection. You want to get those white bastards.
The situation was so bad that we fell in for a penny, in for a pound. If we're going to be killed or we're going to be beaten up, well, let's bloody well have a go. Not me personally, but I remember seeing convoys of black men coming over from Brixton, night after night after night, not only to represent themselves, but to represent those of us who were too scared to go out. And if any black group took the brunt of the violence, Jamaicans from Brixton took it. They saved our skins from being mauled even more than we were.
All right, so that's just a bit about Baron Baker. Baron Baker was a bad man, as you could tell.
I know, this is the real first.
And the thing with Baron Baker is that, like I say, he set up this self-defense group and he went to work to protect the community from white racists. And again, I could talk about him for all by himself, but he was not by himself. He had people like him who were down with the serious business of fighting. and would come in from other areas, as you just heard there. You guys were coming from Brixton, but not just from Brixton. They came from Tower Hamlets, from Harrow. They were coming from Shepherd's Bush to back up their brethren. And as you know, I should tell you, we have a walk in Notting Hill. So the Notting Hill Walk talks about Baron Breaker in more detail. We show you where these things took place. And one of the powers of history is that when we've had young people, let's say teenagers, on this walk, and they've heard that man was leaving Brixton to come to Notting Hill to back up their brethren, they're like, rah, why then are we now fighting our own brethren from a different postcode? They said themselves, they just heard the history and it made them question their behavior. So this is one of the powers of history that, you know, when you have these young people involved in this kind of walking tours, they begin to kind of question and think about how they got to be where they are and why they do certain things. But this is why we do what we do, to actually make sure people actually have access to the history and make them think about how they behave in the future. And speaking of accessing your history, we have a talk, this is an online talk, looking at the riots of 1919. So long story short, before the riots of 1950 at Notting Hill, there were riots across the UK in 1919. They took place in Liverpool, Newcastle, Cardiff, London, and this talk is all about these riots, why they took place, where they took place, and how the Black community defended itself against racial attacks. So it's very interesting, because people were not kind of disorganized. People were actually raising funds to pay the bail of Black guys who've been imprisoned by the police. People were actually organizing armed. And when I say armed, I'm not talking about guns, I'm talking about guns were involved in this resistance. And that there's in Butte Town, there was a lot of ex-soldiers, Black soldiers, who actually began to defend themselves from these racist people with weapons. But if you're interested, that's the event to come to. It's an online event, 25th of August, 6 months to come in and check it out. Now, some of you are probably wondering, this guy, Tony from Blackish Shorts, I wonder what he looks like. You're probably thinking, I wonder what this guy looks like, because he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So I just thought I'd show you what I look like here. This is me this morning in the backyard. Yeah, so every morning when I wake up, I go in the backyard. So you probably want to see it again. Oh, let me make sure a little piece again. Look, watch it. Watch it. And now don't try that at home, yeah, because you have to be skilled. But that's what it looked like in the morning. So anyhow, the next thing that we got coming up is Hip Hop to Opera to Via Negro Spirituals. This is presented by Dr. Kimberly Hawkins. She's a trained classical opera singer. She's going to explain, and she's also going to sing the connection between your regular hip hop from LL Cool J, right back to what we call Negro spirituals and African singing systems, which were imported from, of course, Africa to the Americas, and opera. So that is on the 13th September. £6 ticket. Come in, check it out. This is a well-educated professor from the USA who's an expert in this area, and she'll be singing as well as giving us examples of this documented history between the connection between hip hop and opera Negro spirituals. Then we have this event, which is on Tuesday. This is Professor Sairisi Olatunji. She's an expert in trauma and intergenerational trauma, and she's going to speak about intergenerational trauma in Louisiana, New Orleans, and Haiti, and the African diaspora. And she's a full professor. She teaches for a living. But for those of you who don't know what intergenerational trauma is, it's like this. Let's say as a 10-year-old kid, you got bit by a dog. The dog mashed up your leg. The dog bit you up, yeah? So it will be kind of obvious maybe that you'd be a bit scared of dogs after that, especially if you had no kind of coping mechanism, no kind of counseling to deal with that trauma. So you have a child now. Now you don't actually tell your child to be scared of dogs, but your child sees you being scared of dogs, and he picks up on that behavior. That's an example, a very simple, basic example of what you could call intergenerational trauma. And it can happen for one single event, or it can happen for multiple events, and it can go on for a very long time. So when you think about, so basically, if you come to this event, she'll explain in detail what this is all about and how it links into Black people's situation in different parts of the world, and how people can heal and recover from the trauma that's been inflicted in the past and even now. So moving back to, this is titled African Animations, Ancient Modern. What we're doing here is we're looking at how Hollywood cartoons So not Hollywood movies, live action. We're talking about cartoons now. Hollywood cartoons have ripped off a lot of African myth. So a lot of African stories from Africa were transported from Africa to the Americas, to the Caribbean, and some of these stories have been ripped off and whitewashed and then sold back to us as Disney or Warner Brothers or Daffy Duck, whatever. And we'll explain that connection with evidence. We're not just saying it, we've got evidence, right? On top of that, we'll also be looking at African or Black-owned studios in Nigeria, in Kenya, in South Africa, and in the Caribbean, in Martinique and in Trinidad. We'll be giving examples of Black-owned studios that are making animated content that features Black superheroes, male and female, and some of the superheroes they're creating for themselves are based on Caribbean myths and African stories as well. So we're looking at the old way of Hollywood ripping off Black stories with, their whitewash characters, but also we're looking at Black-owned studios who are making their own fantastic, beautiful animations using African myth, but also sometimes real African history to inspire their characters. And that's on 11th September. And then you got, oh, this is a good one. Well, they're all good ones actually, but this is really interesting because everyone knows about Marvel. Everyone knows that Stan Lee was the big brains behind Marvel. Well, Stan Lee himself was a committed a communist. I didn't say that. I'll say that he was a committed campaigner for equality, and within some of his comic book heroes, he would tell the stories of the civil rights struggle in America. So basically, you see his stories are often a metaphor for the African American history in America, and it's not like I'm just saying that. I can give you quotations from him, which says that he's introducing politics into his comic book characters, and he's asking if it is okay to do so. We got him saying it. We got people who worked with him saying it, and that's part of the story. The other part of the story is that some of the stories that Stan Lee was telling were also based on African mythology, and we have the evidence. We got the documents, the receipts. So that's actually, this one here is a combined presentation between Black History Walks and a guy called Andrew Mohammed. So it's a double build. So that'll be interesting too. And then we have this one, which again we're kind of famous with our movie breakdowns, and that's again me and Andrew Mohammed. We're looking at the Planet Apes movies and how the Planet Apes movies were again metaphors for the civil rights struggle in America with evidence. So we got directors' comments, actors' comments, we got the original books, the original TV series, we got scenes in the movies which are actually either set in certain significant locations or replicate situations which took place in the civil rights struggle in America. And we have the evidence to prove it's actually a two-part thing. It's like 4.5 hours long altogether. But that's taking place 18th September, and the information is on our website, which is blackhistorywalks.co.uk. And don't forget, our book comes out in October. So we've written a book. The book is titled Black History Walks and Learning Volume 1. And basically, if we have 12 walks all together, I've put 2.5 of the walks into this one book. Yeah. So basically, some of the stuff I've been mentioning here in the last 45 minutes or so is going to be in the book, plus a whole bunch more, because the book is 90,000 words long. It's 90,000 words long, right? To do a PhD, it's only 70,000 words, I should say. So it's going to be quite an interesting, packed out book. And that is it.
We're running out of time.
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, just give your info of how to reach you.
Yeah, it's at the bottom there. It's blackhistorywalks.co.uk. Blackhistorywalks.co.uk, and also we're on Instagram, Twitter, etc.
Okay.
Thank
you, Michael. Tony.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Michael.
Really did it.
Michael. I think Michael's gone to sleep.
He's gonna gather up himself. Go put the headphones. There he is. That's all. What's happening, Mike?
Michael.
You challenged me now, guys. I was supposed to be on 11 o'clock. I've got it's going to be quick. Let's get going. I've got to be away by 1 o'clock.
Yeah, all right. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Kill it. Just give us something small. It's in your hands, Michael.
It's in my hands. Okay, just a second. Okay, I'm gonna find my shoe. Okay, I can't.
Big up people that's just joined us. Big up Courtney. Big up Melanin. Big up Linda. Big up Betty. Big up Spice. You know the routine. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. If you haven't donated to the cause, the Dr. Llaila Afrika Youth Exchange Program, please go ahead and do so. Yeah, if it's about sharing that video, do that. Let's go, people. Let's go. Support the cause today.
Okay. I got a problem, guys. I can't work. I did it yesterday. It doesn't seem to be working today. I can't find my
when you go to screen share.
Yeah, I go to the application window. I can only see one application.
Bring up the window. So maybe it's minimalized. So make sure the window.
The window is big. The webinar seminar. Okay, no, it's not shit. This is weird. This is on my. If I put that, okay, I have to put it on my desktop. Let me just see. Oh, no, this is embarrassing, man. This is
It happens. It happens.
No, this is worse than that. I'm not used to this. Don't get mad. Stay calm, Michael.
That's it.
Okay, I'm going to put it on my desktop. Yeah, it's on my desktop. I'm going to make it. I'm going to view the slideshow. Yeah. So let me go. Where's Chrome? Where's Chrome? Okay, yeah, that's on the. It must be on the. Oh, I'm going to say. The application window's not showing. It showed it briefly, then it disappeared. Oh, it's there. Let's go and have a look. Let me just have one last go. Share screen. Why? This is just bizarre. Well, look, I can do the show I did last night. Yeah, I can do that for you. What about that?
Yeah, do what you can do, Mike.
The one I prepared, it just doesn't want to come up.
Don't worry. You know what we're going to do, Michael? We're going to have a special class just for that.
Yeah, okay. Let me just have a. You know, I used to pride myself on being organized and professional. There you go. There you go. Let me. Okay.
Don't worry.
This is view presents. Okay. So. Shit. Yeah, I've lost control. Where's Chrome? SteamYard. Okay. There it is. Share. Okay. View. Present. Okay. Okay. You can see that?
Yeah. You can see that.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. Okay, let's get going. Look, this is just extraordinary. I'm following Robin Walker and Tony Warner, two giants of Black history. So I'm humbled and honored, and what a sad start here I've got. But let's get going. Let's get going. Well, the next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to give an introduction to my Black presence in the National Gallery. There's the Black presence in the three national galleries in London. There's a very strong Black presence. It's there. And I bring it to, I want to bring it to your attention this morning, to give you a feel for what we do. Because what I do, these tours, each gallery has a 2-hour tour. We look at about 15 to 30 paintings in each gallery. So what I'm trying to do now, I'm going to give you a taster of some 6 hours of talks and walks in the galleries, in these 3 galleries. But in order to get you in the right mindset, you're going to look at this painting, this drawing here, this sketch. You know what this is about, even though you don't speak German. You know, this is the true face of Donald Trump, because we've got a contemporary mindset. We're here today. We're living life now. But we're going to go back in time to see paintings 200, 300, 400, 500 years old. Different time, very different time. You know, the people who commissioned them, the patrons who made these paintings were different from us. The people who painted them, mainly men, different from us again. And most importantly, the people who viewed these paintings, very different. And keep in mind, paintings at the start of this journey we're going to go on were really special. This is in Europe, Western Europe, we're talking about here. Because the argument goes, we see more paintings in one day. We see more paintings, images, drawings, and the like in one day than these people would see in their entire life. These were important things. The paintings were important. These were really important to people. Paintings were, and there's something. Okay, we've got the thing that I want to make clear at the start of this talk is that we're looking at 3 galleries which have Western canonical art, some of the greatest art in Western Europe. But there's another couple of other adjectives I'm going to add there. This is white, male, successful, property-owning men and male. This is about men, white men, rich white men. It's their view of the world. These guys bought paintings, they commissioned paintings that reflected their view of the world as that they understood it, they saw it. So keeping that in mind, then at the start of this journey, we're talking about the stuff from the 18th century onwards, or even up to the 19th century, women were property. Women were property. So that when women were in the paintings and the drawings and so on, they were there because that's how men understood them to be in that picture. Should be presented. Women were not all in control of the image in the art on the walls and the galleries. And to put that in perspective, you look at the National Gallery, it's got about 2,300 paintings. Less than 20 are by women. Less than 20 are by women. Women were marginal. So they were there, their presence was mediated by men, both the man who commissioned the painting, the patron, and how artists interpret women should be in that painting. So when you look at it, you have to keep that in mind. And then when you think about the black presence is even more mediated because there were black people in there. There were black people. Famously, Peter Fryer says in the start of his seminal text, the Staying Power, the seminal text on the history of black people in England, he says there were black Africans in Britain before the English. So there's Africans have been here, they've been in England, they've been in Europe for a long time. So they're in their art, but to find them, you have to look carefully. They're there. But like women, their presence is marginalized. So you have to understand how it fits in and to tease it out. And we do that as we look at this, as we look at the works I'm going to show you over the next 30 minutes or so. Now, in order to understand the presence, the black presence, I take 2 views, 2 physical views. First, the explicit presence. You actually see it, it's on the canvas, it's there in your face. And then there's an implicit presence, a kind of a hidden presence that has to be teased out. I'll give you 2 examples here. This is Ira Aldrich. This is in Tate. Clearly, it's a black man. We know it's Ira Aldrich, the great actor. But this painting here. This is by Sebastian Piombo and Michelangelo Buonarroti, 2 of the great artists of the Renaissance. There's no black presence in that painting, but it clearly has an implicit black presence, which I'll share with you over the next 20 minutes or so. But there's also a time thing going on here in terms of the start of the journey, the early modern period, 14th, 15th century. The black presence is an objects of economic capital, economic capital, and over time we move through to be creators of cultural capital. And these 2 paintings give you an example of that here. We've got one by Titian of the 16th century. We have the black presence here, marginal, peripheral to the painting, not what the painting's about. And then we have a painting which is all about blackness today in Britain. And it's No Woman, No Cry by Chris Ofili, and commemorating the death of Stephen Lawrence at the hands of racists. But before I go, I just want to have a brief advert, just a brief advert to tell you the kind of the things that I do elsewhere. There's an exhibition right now at the National Gallery called Titian, Love, Desire, and Death. Titian, one of the great artists of the age, one of the great artists of all time. And there's another way into that work. And I talk about sex, race, and murder, because there's a strong sexual element to his work, a strong race element in terms of the black presence, particularly the female black presence, the male black presence, where it's been mediated. And there's also murder. And I'll be talking about that this afternoon, 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'll be doing that presentation if you want to have a listen to that. Know more about Titian and the black presence in his work. And also, later on this month, there's an exhibition in Amsterdam, which I'm not going to now because of the coronavirus and all the things associated with that. But I'll be doing a talk based on Rembrandt's blacks. There's an exhibition on Rembrandt's blacks, and we'll talk about Rembrandt, again, one of the great artists of all time. And he lived amongst blacks. There were blacks literally on his street, and he painted them, and he drew them. I'll be discussing Rembrandt, the black presence in the 17th century Amsterdam that Rembrandt lived in. That's on the 16th of September. Check out Eventbrite if you want to know more about them. Coming back to where we are today, but Titian here, he has the black presence here. What this is about here is the fact that this is Diana, the goddess of hunting. She's just being found. She's been exposed by this Action. He's half man, half god. He's been out hunting and he stumbles across her. And she's not happy with that. You don't stumble across goddesses. So she turns him into a stag and he gets hunted to death by his own hounds. Now, Diana as a goddess was a person of high status, and high status people in 16th century Venice would have naturally had black servants. And here he shows Diana with a black servant, a black maid servant assisting her. But what's really quite special about this, Titian was special in fact, he used his own models, which was very unusual at the time. They did painting from the nude model. That wasn't seemed quite appropriate. The church didn't like it. So she was probably a courtesan, or that's a posh way for a prostitute, a lady of the night, but she was a very upmarket one. So she may well have had a black servant, and that could be her servant, a black assistant. We don't know, but weekly he could have been Titian's black assistant, because Titian was an elite. He's very successful. He was also a bit of a player in terms of the women, as you can see from the way he's painted the women there. But we're not here to talk about that one. In fact, we do talk about that one on the in the presentation of this afternoon on sex, race, and murder. So this black presence here is about elites, about rich, successful, patrician, Venetian leaders. This painting here, as I say, is by Christopher Feely, No Woman, No Cry. And it was painted to commemorate the murder of Stephen Lawrence by the hands of those racists and the family's almost 30-year fight to get justice. You can see here that Chris has drawn another almost crying tears of Stephen Lawrence. You can see in those little icons in there. And this painting respects and reflects the fact that Britain was challenged by this death. By this death, it had to go the length of changing the law. The double jeopardy law was changed so these people could be brought to justice. They could be brought to court, and it's still not over, as we well know now. They want to close the case, but there's another 3 people out there who have not been brought to justice, who are still walking free, although they were there that night. They stabbed Stephen to death. So this commemorates that, because the family received apologies from the prime ministers. In the House of Commons, they apologized. They gave us the Ferguson report, which gave us something like 72 recommendations, and gave us that word institutional racism. This went to the heart of British society, British culture, and as such, we see an example of how Chris is painting a piece of cultural capital. He's giving us something that reflects who we are and how we relate to the world and how we fit into the world. And it's not just black people, but how Britain feels about itself. Britain understands itself. It talks to British culture, British society. And it's an iconic painting in Tate's collection. So there we see the kind of journey that the Black presence has been from marginal in the picture to peripheral in terms of 15th, 16th century to today, where we're actually front and center creating works that bring cultural capital to Britain. We're going to start off, Tate. Before I get into Tate, I have to talk about the fact that Black Lives Matter has affected Tate. Has affected Tate. Because a year ago, they put out a little statement about galleries and slavery. And I'm giving you a quote from it here. It says, "This is what this one. It's on the web. It's only about 300-400 words, but I extract this from it. You say here that they say facing these histories honestly may be difficult, but we are seeking ways to acknowledge their significance in more direct and explicit ways through research, interpretation, and debate. Seeking ways. No commitment. They're kind of looking, trying to see what's going on. Fast forward to today, well, June 2020, with Black Lives Matter. They've moved on a bit now. Here they're saying these are not new aims for the Tate. Again, it's a statement online, but we have a stated objective to become a more inclusive institution that reflects the world we live in now. But progress has not been fast or significant enough. So here's a big thing. So we are taking a number of actions in response. And those actions are they're really doing things. For instance, the 6 steps, and one of them is engage with the community. And they've already done that. An institution, a group I'm part of, they've actually reached out to us, Museum Detox, looking to engage with us. We're looking to decolonize their museums, to engage with us actively. And there's a number of other things they say. But for me, the biggest takeaway in this report is they say in 6 months' time, they're going to report back. So we can look around about December time. What differences will we see in the gallery? What's changed? Now, I was really excited about that. This is really positive, because they're doing something. But let me say the downside of this, but it's not as clear cut. This is the restaurant in Tate Britain, a real upmarket restaurant, very posh restaurant. I've eaten there myself. In fact, I had for a dinner with celebrate Frank Bowling's exhibition. We had some lovely meal, lovely food cooked by a Jamaican chef. It was really excellent. And I'd not noticed what was on the walls because I'm too much interested in the conversation we were having. You look around the wall, this is on the walls. This is on the wall. This is on the mural in Tate Britain today. This painting was by Rex Whistler. The exhibition in Expedition in Pursuit of Rare Meats. And there we have. Now, I've looked at a lot of black paintings which include black people. I've never seen anything like this. I've seen similar things in photographs, and I've seen paintings that have been done for abolitionists, specifically for abolitionist purposes. I've never seen a painting to have a bit of fun with, a naked black child is dragged along, with a dog yapping at his feet. This is not right. And then a little black boy here dragged along behind the couch. This is not good. I've never, as I say, this is exceptional. I've never seen it before. Now the argument goes that was that was then. This is now. This is now. It's not as simple as that. Not as simple as that. Look at this. This was brought to my White Pew. This is a group on Instagram, and it's gone viral in many ways. If you look here, this is a post, one of the posts, and I'll talk about this in a moment. Look, over 760 likes, 776 likes. So it really has gone viral on Instagram and elsewhere. And the White Pews were given this leaked report, which was a redacted report from the ethics committee, from Tate Britain, talking about this object here. And let me just show you on highlight. It says, in the light of the increasing prominence of issues around race and identity and Tate's renewed commitment to diversity and inclusion, reconsideration was necessary. It says, Tate's renewed commitment to diversity and inclusion. This was in 2018. So look, let me just rewind a bit here. In 2013, the murals restored. So they knew what was in it then. They'd seen these things. It comes up again in 2018, and they talk about it. And they said this renewed commitment. But they already said that in 20, they keep saying it every so often. Like they said in 2019, they said it, and now they're saying in 2020, the same vacuous statements. So I've had it now in terms of, I thought that, you know, I would give them some slack. They're going to, you know, leave you to do something. Now I'm really demanding it to do something, because you know about this. You know about, you can't just have these weasel words all the time. You need to do something. My proposal is this, is that they should not destroy it, because I don't think that helps anybody. Let's put this on the carpet. But there should be a work of equivalent status, equivalent permanence in the collection, done by those the youth that's on the street right now. There's under 25-year-old artists, creators are on the street now protesting a Black Lives Matter. They should be given the opportunity to create a work in response to that. Because for me, I'm sorry I'm getting a bit poetic and a bit polemic and emotional, but it does annoy me that they're being so duplicitous here. That they could do something that says that, so that Tate can say, yes, that was then. This murals that we're looking at now, but this is now. So what is this is now with them? And this is now seems to be some empty words. And I don't want words, like we want some action. So that's my takeaway on that. And I hope you'll support me. If you check out my blog, I've written about it on my blog, and you can post things there. You can respond on social media. There's a groundswell. There's also a couple of things. It's gone for me. There's actions online to vote for Tate to do things to actually make a difference. So I urge you to get involved in this, because I think Tate needs to be shown this is wrong. So back to my tour proper. Here we have I start my tour with Tate by looking at this character, Henry. So Henry Tate. People often think Tate, sugar, slavery. It's not as simple as that, because he was economically active in 1860, and by that time slavery had been abolished. But he clearly benefited from slavery, because there was indentured slaves who in the Caribbean, and often indentured slaves was little more than slavery itself. And you still had chattel slavery in America going on till the 1860s, and then in Brazil was in the 1880s. So he was around when slavery was when some states or some countries still had slaves, but he benefited from the tax advantages from importing cane sugar from the Caribbean. So although he was, as I say, he was a young man, he was a child when slavery was at the height in the British Empire, the British colonies, but his business benefited from it. And just as an aside, that business Tate today through Brexit are getting a tax advantage now, because of we put a premium on cane sugar. Now we can take that off now. Sorry, put that back on now, because of Brexit we had to take it off, so we can put it back on. So people are going to save money now through sugar and sugar cane from the colonies. So he himself, though, is seen as a benefactor. He gave things like he gave this building and his collection to form Tate Britain. And it's like many people in his and many successful Victorian men who made their money on some elements of slavery, they're often seen as benefactors. Benefactors like Colston, he's seen as a benevolent man, giving to Bristol and schools and other stuff. But where that money came from, in Coulston's case, it clearly came from slavery. Here in Tate's case, indirectly from slavery. It's all recognized, but we celebrate the benevolence here, but not where that money came from. But there are paintings or objects in this Tate that came directly from slavery. This is a charter piece given by Sir Charles Long's family. This is one of example of many paintings which are given by families who have their roots in slavery, or the origin of wealth in slavery. So Charles Long, he was a trustee of the British Library, and he was not the British Library, the British Museum. He was a trustee of the National Gallery. He was a man at the center of cultural life here in Britain, but abroad in the Caribbean, he owned a plantation. And he benefited from clearly directly benefited from slavery. That's where his wealth came from. The wealth that allowed him to donate this painting by one of Britain's great artists, great portrait artists, Sir Joshua Reynolds, to the National Collection. And there are many other paintings like this. And Tate recognizes that. It talks about that online, about the indirect benefit that Tate would have received, Henry Tate, but the clear direct benefit, those people who've donated artwork that came from slavery. So there we have, this is what I've referred to as an implicit presence. When you look at that, you would not see a present. But when you inquire where the money came from, how it came to be in the National Gallery, the National Collection, we can see it's clearly associated with slavery.
Michael,
this painting here, this is by John Simpson. It's a painting of Ira Aldridge, one of the great actors of the 19th century. He came to Britain in the 1820s to escape the racism and persecution of New York. And by all accounts, he really changed the acting in this country in the sense that he would mix banjo playing with spiritual Negroes singing with Shakespeare. So it was quite a presence on the stage, and at the end of each performance, he'd speak out about slavery. So he was quite a man, celebrated in Britain, loved across the continents, particularly in Poland and Russia. He was literally adored. And the connection I want to talk about here is more an implicit connection. It's this man, his connection with William Wells Brown. William Wells Brown was a freed, he brought his own freedom, and he traveled Europe to speak out against slavery. He was an abolitionist, an African-American abolitionist. And he wrote a book.
Michael.
Yeah?
Michael, we're reaching that time now where we're going to have to bring on the next person who's coming live from Jamaica. So we've got to kind of get them on. Much appreciated for the presentation that you've given. I know it was not the one that you intended. I know the people in the chat room was enjoying it and commenting on it. Hopefully we can maybe bring you back on later to answer some questions or to talk.
Okay, no, I can't come back later. But let me finish this. Give me I'll be finished in 6 minutes. The guy can give me 6 minutes and then we're finished. I'll do this piece and then we're done. All right?
Okay. Thank you.
William Wells Brown. He wrote a book. He wrote several books, but this book here, he's talking about the black man, his antecedents, his genius, and his achievements. And he's writing it at a time when the black man was denigrated, seen as ignorant and stupid and crass and incapable of any form of genius. But he knew he was an educated man, and he writes about meeting, seeing Aldridge, and he talks about. He says, Ira Aldridge sweeps the audience with him and brings down deserved applause, the fervent soul and restless imagination, which are ever staring at the bottom of the fountain and sending bright bubbles to the top, find a glowing reflection on the animated surface of Mr. Aldridge's colored face. I thought Hamlet one of his best characters, though I saw him afterwards in several others. And this is what he's saying there is just that last sentence. He says, I thought Hamlet one of his best characters, though I saw him afterwards in several others. So not only did he see him as Hamlet, and he could critique his performance in Hamlet, but he saw them in others. So here was a cultured man, a cultured African American commentating on a black actor, and two abolitionists who, because as I say, Ira Aldridge spoke about slavery, spoke out about against slavery at the end of each performance, and William Wells Brown toured the country. He made his living from selling books and speaking out about slavery. A man a real abolitionist, and one of many black abolitionists, along with Frederick Douglass and others. And there he is speaking out in favor of another black man, which I find quite exceptional, quite exceptional indeed. So there we have him. A direct presence, an explicit presence in the Ira Aldridge painting there, the great actor. But then there's an implicit, a hidden presence. In fact, there we go, William Wells Brown, an abolitionist who toured Europe and spoke out, toured Europe, Britain, and spoke out about slavery. Two great African Americans who are abolitionists. Okay, I'm sorry I've been cut short. If you want to know more, please check out, I do a free tour, a free webinar every Monday, 11 o'clock. Check it out on Eventbrite. If you Image of the Black, you can Google it, or go to Black History Walks, you can find me there. And hopefully I'll see you until when I've got more time. It's okay. I'll say bye now. Thank you. Bye.
Mike, much appreciated, much love as always for delivering information. You're a fan favorite. People love you. People enjoy the information. So much appreciated again for doing that on the fly, because I know that wasn't what you prepared. As we move and groove now, we've got the next sister on. That's all Black Rose. What's good, my sister? Yeah, me looking nice and fresh, ready to go. Hold on. Oh, wait. She's now dropped off. Wait, where's she at?
I'm here.
There she is.
I'm here. Good morning.
There she is. There you are. How you doing, my dear?
I'm very, very well, thank you.
Yeah, much appreciated for yesterday. We really enjoyed you yesterday. So again, we're going to be looking forward to what information you're bringing to us today. So without further ado, when you're ready, introduce yourself or reintroduce yourself to the people and tell us what you're going to be talking about today.
All right, my name's Selina Carty, from London, England. I am a cultural and ancestral consultant, Afrocentric genealogist, and founder of Black Poppy Rose. So I founded Black Poppy Rose 10 years ago because I felt that I didn't see why we're being lied to about our history. And when we look at symbols, when we look at history generally, we only know about things when projects come around. And if you don't live in Leicester, you're not going to get access to any of the exhibitions that are in Leicester. And the same with Glasgow, wherever we are on the road. So I thought, how can I do something that's going to be universal for us to be able to start having conversations about this history? Because when you look at the people on the image, how do you know that they're not your ancestors? They have to be somebody's ancestors. Some had children, some didn't, but they have to be somebody's ancestors and a part of somebody's family tree, which then allows us to talk about our own history and history that has been documented from other people. So the symbols were created. This was our first symbol. We formed it around the construct of Marcus Garvey giving us the Pan-African flag. So Black was for the people, because wherever he traveled all over the world, he saw that we were being treated disgracefully, no matter where we were coming from. We was always at the bottom, always being shafted or exploited. So he gave us the Pan-African flag, which celebrated 100 years a couple of days ago. So Black was for the people. Poppy was for remembrance, because when you think about poppy, you think about war, because in Britain, the red poppy is a symbol of remembrance of World War I and II, and it was established based on an American idea. But they allowed it to take place in this country because it meant the men coming back from war had something to do, so that they didn't feel that their lives were being wasted for the war. So they were able to remember their comrades and still remember the wars that had taken place. So that celebrates over 90 years. And so 10 years ago, when I started this, the idea was for our communities, what do we need to remember? What aren't we remembering? And do we know how to ask the questions? So as a result of that, we evolved into this one. We will remember, which we do in, I think it's 6 different languages, because when we talk about the African Holocaust, when we talk about the African displacement, it's not just the British that are a part of that conversation. So we have it in French, German, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, and Dutch, because as we know around the world, we speak all of those languages. We see our history. We are documented a part of all of those histories and our narratives. So just as Michael showed before, a lot of the images, a lot of the museums, a lot of the galleries that have this information, you can find this all over the world in every European culture. So as a result of that, it gave birth to the Black Poppy Rose pair. And what the community have said is that this has allowed them to have a wider conversation with one another about things that they don't know, things that they haven't heard of, things that they didn't understand was relevant to them. A lot of people get themselves caught up saying, it's a white man's war, World War I and II. However, the white man owned the world. The world looks the way that it is because of the ownership of the planet that we live on. And as a result of being a part of colonies, we were then property and I'm going to find the other word. However, When our country was fighting, we would be fighting too, because we classified England or France or Germany as our country. We had new ruling powers. So last year, we rebranded. So now we are Black Poppy Rose in white and in black. So this allows us to have different conversations, because a lot of the conversations we have are around remembering our servicemen and women, remembering, you know, the Berlin Conference of 1884-85, where Europeans got together in Germany at a meeting to divide up the continent of Africa with no Africans at the meeting. And then when they finished the meeting, they set about establishing police forces on the continent, dividing families, dividing cultures, nations, to protect their assets. But by doing that, there was a great level of destabilization, changes in food, changes in migration, religion, cultural practices that have impacted and still impact our communities today. But the white background allows us to talk about the 13 wars. So we discuss women in war, children in war, the Maroon Wars, Haitian Revolution, Napoleonic Wars, Black Wars, which took place in Australia, Tasmania, Crimean War, Italo-Ethiopian Wars, Anglo-Ashanti Wars, Anglo-Zulu Wars, Zozo Wars, which took place in Southern Africa over 100 years, Boer Wars, World War I, World War II, and the Korean War. So when we start talking about things like peace, I don't think this planet's ever seen peace. In history, there is no sign of peace anywhere, from my understanding, because everybody's in some sort of warfare, whether or not it's using guns or politics or sex or food or economics. There's always some level of war, because somebody wants more than others. But with that, we launched for the 70th in 2018 for the Windrush. So I'm a Windrush baby. So all my grandparents and my parents came over from Jamaica to England. I'm first generation born. So we made a pin to remember that warfare on top of the atrocities, you know, for the Windrush scandal. 100 years for World War I for our contributions to these war efforts. But the pins are for us to start having conversations, because as much as we're talking, we're not talking about what we need to be understanding for ourselves. From my perspective, I'm not saying we're not doing anything, but again, everything's very external. Let's learn about this, let's learn about this. But what about you? How has this impacted you? And then in 2019, we have the Pan-African Congress that took place in this country. So we made a pin to remember that. Because after the war, after World War I and II, we have Pan-African Congresses where we have men and women, and it's always been men and women coming together to talk about the political state of the African, the Black man and woman all over the world, and how they come together and draft up their information and their statuses to be able to talk to the white man about, you know, how we want to do things and how we want to be seen. And a lot has happened, because after the fifth Pan-African Congress that took place in Manchester, you know, we saw Kwame Nkrumah go on to support the Gold Coast becoming independent, being known as Ghana. But these are from meetings and movements of people who have been a part of political infrastructures, who were a part of these wars, who went to war. So we have these pins to be able to create a narrative and a conversation. So when we're coming to now September, October, November, where the world is getting ready to remember World War II, which ended on the 2nd of September, 1945, and begun, you know, the 1st of September, 1939. We've got a 2-day period where we remember World War II. We lead into Black History Month in October to be able to talk about the narrative. So when we come to November, we're understanding why we're remembering these wars, even though we feel, you know, a lot of people feel that we shouldn't. However, our ancestors were there. And whether or not we were there in physical body, like as you can see, I'm here in Jamaica, we were sending over, as Michael had said, you know, sugar. We was here working on plantations. We had cotton to make the uniforms. There in Trinidad, we've got the oil. All over the continent of Africa, you know, you've got the hides, you've got the cattle, you've got lime, salt, all the minerals, because Africa is the breadbasket and has always been the breadbasket of the world. And this was able to be developed on by Europeans as during that 400-500 period that we continuously talk about in regards to the subjugation of the continent of Africa and our communities, but have been able to benefit from that. So when we're looking at the wars, we're looking at the truth behind the history, because by overshadowing any parts of our history means that we're not going to get the full story. And that's why Black Poppy Rose was created, because we were being lied to, we keep being lied to, and what we're building our foundations on isn't true. And if you can't build a foundation based on truth, then you have nothing. You're building nothing. Yeah, so that's the pins. That's what we've got. But we do this all year round. Black Poppy Rose. I do this all year round. So we teach, we do workshops, we do cultural interventions. We do what's that new that unconscious bias. So we teach around unconscious bias using the wars as our feature point to show Europeans that, well, in actual fact, if you have gone into a continent and you have, you know, told people what color they need to decorate their walls, you've told them how they need to eat, you've told them where they need to sit, you've told them what religion they need to practice, you've told them how to change their names, how to interact, things like that. When you then leave, what does that do to the people? And then you don't consider them to be anything because you've been able to subjugate them in the first place. How do you then form respect for them? And from my teachings and, you know, from my studies, you don't. That's why we're still seeing the things that we're seeing today. That's why we're still saying and having the same argument that they were having in the 60s, that they were having in the 20s. It's like every 30 years, there's a new generation saying the same things. And I'm not saying things haven't changed, but we're still saying the same thing. You know, we're saying we need black schools. We're saying we need black this, we need black that. But we're still saying these things. And as much as we have them, it's almost as if what we have isn't enough. But when is it going to be enough? Who gets to decide that? And when we're looking, again, struggling with identity, what does that look like? Because our communities are very cosmopolitan. So there is no one black, as I said yesterday. And when we're looking at the fact that there is no one black, how do you then put together a community of people who see themselves and classify themselves as so many different things? Who gets to have the authority over how we decide who and what we are? So with Black Poppy Rose, it's to give us the opportunity to start listening to one another about how we actually perceive ourselves, how we actually understand ourselves. And by having that conversation, we create that respect amongst ourselves. And then once we've created it, we decide, well, if that's what we've got here, we're not going to allow anybody else to do anything else. And we're going to forfeit all the other things that, all the other areas that we feel that we have to be held hostage to. We're not going to take this, we're not going to take that, but there are impacts for doing that. Freedom costs more than people understand. To be able to do what you're doing takes a lot of understanding of yourself. It takes a lot of understanding of the fact that you may have to do without many things. You may have to suffer for many things, but at the end of the day, from my perspective, the truth is what matters, and how we express that truth and how we internalize that truth to be able to say, well, you know, there are some things in this life I just don't need. And educating myself and being able to empower my people is definitely something that I feel is a part of my purpose, a part of my understanding. And this is where Black Poppy Roses come from. Yeah. So when we were talking about the wars, we look at, like, for instance, like we have a campaign at the moment, Our Ancestors Served. So whereas Black Poppy Rose has been going for 10 years, we've now launched our first global project, cultural communities project called Our Ancestors Served. And we're starting off in Jamaica, because Jamaica had the first colonial regiment, the first West India regiment in 1795. So I've been curating an exhibition that I am working with different galleries and museums to tour, and working with different organizations to get that out and about for people to be able to see them. Because a lot of our artifacts are in the vaults in museums, and unless there's a project that they're working on, they don't come out. So the idea is that we have our own things, and we work with those who have the infrastructures, we work with those who have the space and the resources to be able to back what we've got. So we look at how we can work together to be able to push this forward, because again, we have to work with others to be able to get the work out there. So that's what we've been doing. So we started with Jamaica, so this is why I'm here at the moment. And I do the ancestry, as I said yesterday. So this is my paternal book and maternal book. We're going to go through the maternal. To look at your history, because when you're looking at everybody else's history, why don't you have one of your own? Why is it that we're not working on our own to then include other histories so we learn about it together? So I'm just going to briefly go through it. So these are certificates, marriage certificates. Yep, this is my great-grandfather, born in 1901, Hampton Road, Manchester in Porus. So my ancestors, I have white ancestors. My great-great-great-grandfather was a white man coming from England. So he came from England with his 2 brothers and a sister, and they owned Porus. So Porus used to be owned by the Nation family. So I'm Carty, but my mum is Nation, so that's our last name. But they were slave traders. So they traded slaves, and they had slaves and plantations in Porus. And they ended up in Porus, St. Elizabeth and Kingston. But by going through the records, my great-great-grandfather was able to vote in Jamaica in the 1800s, and this made a difference to that family. And then there was the Black nations and the Yellow nations, and the Yellow nations had more affluence, whereas the Black nations were a part of, the plantation, so they were named after their slave owners as opposed to having that blood. But that's history that I've been able to pull out of my ancestry and other people's ancestry. So here he is. This is his headstone in the Anglican church in Porus, which many people, when I show them, have memories with. So this is the church at the bottom. So this is a general design that you would see all over the world. So when we're looking at, war on religion and war on faith, this is what we look at. But his name is here. I don't know if you can see him. There he is, Charles S. Nation. So his middle name is Standerwick Nation. And then we have our ancestral burial grounds. So we look at that, and with the war, we look at the Commonwealth war graves that we have all over the world that have highlighted, the British West India Regiment. We toured, I think I toured 2016. I went around Europe looking for these graves, laying the wreaths, pouring libations to honor the memory of our ancestors that are, untalked about, under-narrated. To be able to showcase that. So as we're moving forward within our 10 years, it will be very much about me sharing that 10-year journey with you, about what we've been doing, how you can assist fundraising, how you can assist us doing the work, because if I'm not out doing the work just doesn't get done. So all the work that I go out and do all the talk, it funds the work, and then buying the pins funds the work. So everything that we're doing is trying to be self-sufficient. So there is no 100% reliance on funding, which we have yet to apply for, but we will next year. But there is no reliance on the funding because the work has to be done, and it has to be parameterless, so that how it expands allows us to have control of our own narratives, control of, if we say that, we're not happy with something, we can actually go about saying we're not happy about it, not having to spare somebody else's feelings and try and understand, where somebody else is coming from, because they're equally a part of that narrative. So it's about us being unapologetic about how we talk about and how we share our history and how we actually understand our history from inside. Because when we see the war, there are a lot of people who have said, they would never wear a red poppy. And I don't advocate anybody doing anything that I think they should be doing. I don't tell anybody to do anything. But there are many families that have two tiers. They have Black ancestors, they have white ancestors. So they wear them both because they understand that there's a narrative missing from their understanding. They can't find that wholeness with one and not the other. So it's about us being able to find, some tuning into ourselves about how we want to be represented, how we want to understand our history and where we want to take it. So when we keep talking about, we need to decolonialize the curriculum, we have to learn more because we are the educators. And if we're educating our teachers and we're using a model, then the idea is that model, we can include any kind of narrative that we want to. So right now, we see it being quite rigid, that we need to keep, lobbying the government about them changing the curriculum. And every time they come back and say, well, no, we're not going to do that. And I'm not saying people aren't out there fighting, because they are out there fighting and do their petitions. But let's educate the educators. Let's educate the teachers. Let's get them the information that they need. Let's educate parents and their children so that we are coming from a wider educational pool. So we're able to share information amongst ourselves. What do we need anybody else for? So when we're going to, onto college and university, that's when, things start to get more in depth. However, we're learning from a colonial mindset because those who are teaching it come from that British Empire status. Because most of us in Britain, whether we choose to acknowledge it or not, we have an empire mindset that, we have the right to do what we want to do, not saying we shouldn't. But when you look at being born in England and being born in other places and seeing how people respond and behave, the behaviors are very different, especially those of us being born in Britain. And we have more opportunities, they tell us, to be able to see the world in a way that the rest of the world can't see itself. Because a lot of the documents and a lot of the information come to England where we have it, whereas you wouldn't be able to find it in Jamaica. You wouldn't be able to find it in Ghana or South Africa or India or Australia. You wouldn't be able to find it there, but all of it is pooled here. And it's just about the time that we spend on how we nurture the areas that we find most passionate and that we can develop. Because through doing Black Poppy Rose and genealogy, I can now explore so many other different areas. Whereas if I wasn't doing anything, it would be a struggle because you're always trying to work out, oh, where does this fit? Where does this fit? But when you're doing something that you're passionate about, everything else that you may want to learn about or know about pulls into what you're doing so that the work is seamless. Because every day we've got new adventures, new goalposts moving, new laws. That's another thing in regards to war. There were so many laws and acts put in place to restrict the African and the Black communities that people haven't been able to weave together. So when we're going on the journey, 1914 and 1918, they had a Nationality and Aliens Act of 1914 and 1918 to limit the promotional positions of people they consider to be aliens in the armies. They also had after Jamaica and Trinidad got independence in 1962, that's when we have the Commonwealth Act, which then would restrict the West Indians from being able to do certain things. But people don't look at those things. We think just because we're free, that we have free reign and free access. That's never been the case. And anytime our communities have been trying to empower themselves, we see the laws and we see the infrastructure try and bury them, especially around when we deal with the Pan-African Congresses. A lot of people don't know that they were imprisoning many of our political men and women. They were creating fake police reports on them, so they were imprisoning them. Many of them became unwell. Some of them were kidnapped. Some of them were denied visas or their visas cancelled. Their bank accounts were wiped. There were so many things that have happened, and because people don't talk about a lot of these things, people think that everything is just seamless, that there are no hiccups along the way, where in actual fact, every part of all of our revolutions, all of our wars, all of our fights for independence, all of our fights for equality, there is somebody trying to sabotage that. And what do they say? Saying about them, meek and mild. If it's not for you, it's not for you. But if it's for you, you're going to take those hits. So you're going to take those hits. You're going to keep fighting through that. And then you're going to keep working on it, because that's all you understand and that's all you believe. And that's essentially the kind of ethos of where we're coming from with Black Pop Heroes in regards to what fighting looks like. It's that endurance of coming forward with that truth and how we unearth that and how we share that with ourselves, one another, and especially with our children. Because when we're growing up and we're shielding them from things that they're ill prepared for when they become adults, the levels of disrespect and things like that. And it's almost this Christian notion of, turn the other cheek. But if we're going to keep turning the other cheek, and our children are looking and they're saying to themselves, well, why are we accepting this level of abuse? Why is this is okay and normalized? We create a new and separate understanding of where respect lies. Because if you're going to take those hits and I don't want to take them, I can't then hang with you because I'm not going to take the hits you're taking. And then we look at how despondent our communities are based on that, just on trying to fit in and conform to other narratives, when we have our own narratives, we have our own concepts, we have our own place to be able to now take up our positions and places in the world of where we want to be respected and how we want to be viewed. How am I doing on time, please? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, my dear. We all went silent there for a second.
How are we doing on time?
No, we're doing fine.
We're good. We've got
10, 15 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got
until 1 o'clock?
1:30. We've got to 1:30.
Oh, 1:30.
Got to 1:30.
Yeah. When are you ready?
What's the time now?
The time is 12:48.
Oh, look at that. I've got 12 minutes. I'm good.
You've been keeping it moving, don't worry.
Well, because I'm very mindful of time. I'm not going to be feeding into anybody else's time, because I understand things happen, but I work on time. That's how I get a lot of things done. And was there any questions anybody had asked or have asked that they want me to answer?
Well, I know you're in Jamaica right now. So why you're there, what the work is that you're doing there, because obviously you go to the front line. It's not a case of you just looking online and collating your facts. So speak about why you're in Jamaica.
Okay, so being here allows me to deal with Jamaica's archives. So to go into their archives, and a lot of their archives, when we got into when we were getting independence, were destroyed by Britain. So what we have left is what we have left. And again, if you're not looking at, I'm not saying everybody can, if you're not looking at the raw materials, then you're getting somebody else's concept of those materials. And again, we're always dealing with somebody else's understanding of our history, and I don't learn that way. I don't learn from that. I want to see the same sources you've looked at to see how I interpret or how I internalize that, and then I create what I create as a result of that. So I'm here to look at the records and to see how Jamaica's functioning during this COVID-19, because as much as the world is trying to indicate that we should stop, laws are still being passed, business is still running, people are still buying land, people are still being trafficked. The world is still going on, and the understanding that we're now, another box is being put on us. We have to explore what that looks like for us. So to come is to see how the world is actually behaving and functioning. I also am here to document some World War II veterans, to get their narratives from their voices, because I started doing that last year. And although a lot of people don't like listening to old people, I thrive on it because I try and get an understanding of those times that I wasn't born in, and listening to them, and it gives me that understanding of a time period that I didn't exist in, and I may never have existed if my parents didn't meet. However, when I look at what I go through, I then find understanding in my own journey, in my own struggles that they would have had in their time, but from their perspectives of how they have perceived their lives, what they were doing for their families, how they felt they were protecting their children. So that's what I do. I also look at herbalism, so how we used to heal ourselves and treat ourselves, because I'm very aware that, we're in modernity and we do have a lot of modern medicine, which I don't advocate people not explore. However, I'm looking at what we used to do and how we used to look after ourselves. Why is, Cinco Bible, which is now commercially known as aloe vera, why was that significant? Why is that so good for our system? Because we know, well, when I was growing up, we were using that to eat, to clean our skins, to stop children from sucking their fingers because it was so bitter. But just looking at how these things were used, how how these things were used, looking at like Guinean weed and strongback, leaf of life, and looking at how they cross-relate. So from Jamaica to the West Africa, because when I went to Sierra Leone in 2016 as well, the similarities between how we practice in Jamaica and how we practice in West Africa, and even in East Africa, because I got a book on herbalism for that area, on how we used to teach these practices to one another and educate our children based on that. But now, our generations, all they know about is paracetamol and ibuprofen, and maybe we still pass on lemon and ginger, but we're missing historical legacies because of the adapting to British or world culture and taking the leaders at their word, saying that they know best, whereas our ancestors knew enough to be able to sustain us and keep us going. So even now, we look at our elders who are going back to those practices because they're not well. So we look at that war on health, war on health, and the rise of prostate cancer, fibroids, breast cancer, things like that, and looking at how whether or not that's hereditary, and following how they used to do things, because working is not something new for our communities, especially for people who are in agriculture, farming, going to plant their yam and their cassava and their cucumber, and making sure that the coconut trees that isn't riddled with disease, sugarcane, June plum, breadfruit, all of those things, all of those foods coming from the ground, as opposed to going to Tesco's and getting our packaged foods on every single aisle. So looking at the cross balance between living in today and understanding what was done yesteryear, and how we can start readapting some of those practices for ourselves to be able to understand more about our culture, to lose less of our identity on how we practice and do things. Because growing up, I thought everybody ate rice and peas, but I learned when I got older that was a Jamaican thing. So Bayesians don't do that. People from Grenada don't do that. People from St. Vincent don't do that. Not saying they don't, but it's a Jamaican thing. And why is it a Jamaican thing? Kind of thing. So just looking at culture and seeing how we can cross-reference it and understand and respect other people's way of doing things, and that's not the same as ours. I also look at language, so looking at patois, because there's new and upcoming languages on the continent of Africa, and during the 16 to 1800s we have the formation of patois which is found on the British islands. You have Creole, which is found on the French islands, and you have Papiamento, which is found on the Dutch islands. And this is an amalgamation of the European languages mixed with the indigenous languages that people found on the islands, as well as different African tongues and a few other bits in between. But this is an amalgamation, and you have to be a genius coming from different areas to create a language that all people now are part of this community can understand and can speak. And then a language that has gone on to now influence the whole world, because nobody really knew any other islands besides Jamaica. And when you look at music, when you look at reggae, where is that birthed from? When you look at, jerk chicken, now we can, go and eat it in IKEA and buy it in the freezer section and all the rest of these things, and, jerk rice and all the rest of these things that, culture, what's the word? Culture, stealing or misappropriation or whatever it is. But this is culture coming from Jamaica. Sorry?
Culture vulture.
That's the one.
Yeah,
but this is culture coming from Jamaica. When you listen to music, the influences of, the culture, the people, the language, and all the rest of these things, a lot of these things have never been documented. People haven't had the time to look at how our communities have impacted the world and made significant changes to people's understandings and narratives and the end products of things. Rastafarianism is a religion founded from this country, and it has links to Ethiopia. And we look at the African West Indian links through religion. And again, it's something that was founded very much here in Jamaica. So we're looking at the historical significance, the historical understandings of owning your understandings of the information given to you through colonialism, but through understanding that ancestral root and how you now how you're weaving all of these things together to create a new culture. Because that's what we're doing today. We're all creating new culture based on an ancestral culture, based on being interactive with European culture, Asian culture, North American culture, South American culture, Australian culture. All of these cultures are creating a new culture for the generations that we're seeing today. So when we talk about, trying to be selective, we can't be selective, because how we're influenced is personal and individual to each person as we're moving forward. And it's very much about how we're working together to create that space of respect and of growth.
No doubt.
But again, sorry?
Gone.
But
no,
again,
what would you...
So we take this up and down the country, all over the world. We take it to schools, we take it to prisons, we take it to corporate, we take it to a community. It's on all levels, because education doesn't have any boundaries. So we ask people to book our services, because I don't go around asking for donations. If you want to donate, that's fine, but I ask you to book us so you learn about the work and be a part of that. This Black Poppy Rose is not just for me. It's for our community and how we understand it from our perspectives and how we want to move this forward and put it out there. But one thing I can say is where did I go? I was booked in Dublin some years ago, and I delivered a presentation to a general adult audience. And there was one little girl, she was probably about 7 there. And when I see children, sometimes I have to change my narrative or the words that I use to be able to get them to be able to follow on, which is never a problem because everybody can follow on. But afterwards, I asked her, how did she feel about the presentation? What did she learn? And she said she felt equal to white people. And I'm a mum of 2. At the time, I was a mum of 1. And I was mortified because as a mum, I would never know to ask my child if they felt equal to anyone or if they didn't feel equal to anyone. But this is something our children are feeling and they're not able to verbalize it. And it's me with my one self going to Dublin to go and deliver to an audience and not even knowing what's going to happen. And for her to feel such an impact from seeing people that look like her, from seeing a Black woman who looks like her as a representation of her delivering, for her to understand that she can be more for herself. That's all I can ask for our communities. And that's probably one of the reasons why I don't stop. Because if that's an impact I can make on one person, then if I keep going, what other impacts can be made? What other impacts can be built upon for us to be able to have this sense of empowerment for ourselves and for our communities? And then when I go into schools and I do workshops, they say, you know, the children who are most despondent, the children who are most separated from understanding, according to them, or history, or being a part of the infrastructure, they're the most active in my workshops, because it's about free thinking. What do you actually think? This is a space where you can actually say what you want respectfully, and with the concepts that I'm giving you based around history, what's your understandings of yourself? What's your understandings of how, you know, you see the world that you live in now? And when you're looking at the world that you live in now, this is what was going on back then. So I can take them through a timeline of where things that they would never have impacted them from their understandings actually have impacted them. And as young people, we all struggle through identity and having other people tell us who we should and shouldn't be, where we should and shouldn't be going. And granted, a lot of that is for protection, but in a world where, you know, we're very much vulnerable, how are we looking at what that protection looks like if we're not empowering ourselves and our children with the truth? Because it's the truth that's going to provide the protection. Because we're not going to be able to stop, you know, the police killings. We're not going to be stop the you know, the post-Cold warfares and anytime soon. But what we can do is teach about the truth. Then we can start looking at how we uncover our abilities to be able to work with our communities, to start healing and seeing how we can actually eradicate these issues that we're faced with in our communities. The mosquitoes are playing with me, and I'm like, no.
No, that was beautiful. You bring it right up to time. What's that, Riggs?
I said I needed my pineapple and coconut water.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I had coconut water yesterday, actually.
She's rubbing it in.
Thank you for inviting me on the Weekender and allowing me to have 2 slots to be able to share my concepts and my thoughts and the work that I do with the platform. If anybody wants to work with me, please feel free to contact me, blackpoppyrose.org. We're on all social medias, Selina Carty, blackpoppyrose, yiway.com. Because not that I haven't been, I work with our community. I just work with our community. I work with anybody who wants to work with us in regards to how we put this out there. For me, there is no such thing as, you know, we can't get this done. I don't work from that premise. If you understand it and you want it, let's get it done. And when we, you know, talk about money, we can make money. We know that. So money being an obstacle isn't a reason why we can't do things. And, you know, just because you may not agree with me on certain points is not another reason why we can't do things, because the baseline is how we get this truth out there. But how you're comfortable with getting the truth out there allows you to work with other people and groups and things like that. I don't work for anybody, and I don't have anybody working for me. I work with people, and I have people working with me. So the volunteers that are a part of my team, the idea is that we nurture one another. They support the narrative because they believe in it, and I support their dreams because every mickle mecca muckle themselves. And one coca fill basket. If I can help you to develop yourself and do what you're doing, it allows us to have more people out there doing the work that they want to be doing, that we should be doing, to continue to educate and empower our communities. So that's the standpoint that where we come from. And there is no task too big, no task too small. It's about planning, it's about preparation, it's about networking, it's about getting people on board who can actually do what they say they're going to do. Because the one thing that I do encourage our communities to do is to understand what time you actually are prepared to make. We all want to do great things, but it's about what time are you prepared to invest in that, and not to beat yourself up that you just don't have the time. When you do have it, you will do it. And just take time with yourselves in regards to how you're doing that. Learning is something that is lifelong, so you're never going to know it all, but be comfortable with where you are, with what you're doing and how you're learning, to be able that when you do come out, you don't have to second guess yourself about why you're doing what you're doing or how you're going to get this done.
Yeah, so that's 100%. So you know what? How can I work with you, and how can you work with me?
You can email me. Well, the work that I do is around. Sorry.
So we would like to do a big show with all that information that you've got, so we can get it out there to the general public.
So let's look at dates. Let's look at what your theme is, because it's around the Black family. Everything I do is around the Black family.
Exactly.
So
that's what we're about.
I'm going to take up my book one more time. So this is the Carty book. So it's sealed because this is for my uncle. He bought this. He purchased this. But we look at the pictures and the memories, and then we have the other one. So there are 4 of these that I've made, and I make them for families. This is how thick it is. It's not a joke. But this is something that we're going to be able to pass on to the future generations. And it's got a lot of Jamaica's history and history that takes us back to what Robin Walker does and deals with in regards to when we ruled, so we can go back to the 1400s and beyond, looking at Benin and Songhai, Mali, Monomopata, all of those wonderful kingdoms that we have on the continent.
It's about making our future. I said it's about making our future history.
Yeah, exactly, and documenting. So as much as we keep going back, we're not documenting today enough, and that's where we start from. So and like with Paula Binner's timeline, that has been a great tool in my life, because I've had my timeline for I think about 12 years now, and then I got the new one a couple of years ago. Thank you, Mr. Paula Binner, Dr. Paula Binner. But that's something that I've been able to use in my workshops as tools. So a lot of families have them because I have one. So if you have it and you showcase it, you're helping other people to understand that. But what I do with that is I put everybody inside the timeline. So when you're going through the timeline in your mind, like I was born in 82, my mom was born in 61. So I look at the history between 61 and 82 and what things would have impacted my mum and her understandings. Then my grandparents were born in the 30s. What would have impacted my grandparents to 61 for them to deal with my mum in the way that they've dealt with her? And then my great grandparents were born in like 1901. And then looking at the timeline that, Paul Bin has done in the timeline of history and looking at what's happening in the world, how could Jamaica have been impacted by a lot of these things? Marcus Garvey was born in the latter part of the 1800s, and then he was able to travel the world. And we don't understand, travel at that time. Why? How was he able to get around, the Caribbean? How was he able to get to the Americas? How was he able to go around Europe? These are things that we don't understand, because a lot of people don't travel today in that way because they feel, there's a lot of restriction, whereas there was a great deal of mobility back then. And then when you're looking at the world and you're gathering your information, it helps you to understand yourself and what you want to do with it. So I travel a lot, and everywhere I do go, I try and find our communities to be able to understand how they function, what they're doing, some of their culture, to be able to just understand more, because it's very much about understanding and using history as a guide of what we're looking for, how we're looking at interpreting. So if you just email me about what you're wanting to do, how much time you want to do, and then we can work on the scheduling, we can work on content and get it done.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I hope you lot have enjoyed that, and send your contacts. Make sure, as I said before, don't buy one poppy rose, buy 20 and then share amongst your family, because this is what it's about, helping one to helping others.
And with that, because what we do is anybody who sells the pins, they earn a commission. So nothing we do for free. We don't want to keep exploiting our communities by saying, volunteer your time. No, you earn. Most people earn, I think it's about 10p, a minimum of 10p per pin or 25p per pin. And as well as for businesses and communities and schools to be able to help them to fundraise doing what they're doing. So nobody works for us for free. We're investing in everyone who invests in us. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Selena.
Thank you. Hi, Avril. Have a wonderful talk.
Hi, Selena. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay. Before we go in, let me play a little advert.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get that queued up.
If you like to feel Christ, peace. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, for my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
Yes, Auntie, Sister Avril. Queen Avril's in the house.
Oh, not about Queen, but thank you.
Greetings.
Greetings, everybody. Hi.
House once again.
Nice to see you again.
Yep. And I know you're going to give us something beautiful once again, as you gave us yesterday. And the public can't wait to see what kind of information you're going to give them, as this is Black History Weekender. And I'm asking people dig deep and start to donate, because this is for the DLA, the Dr. Llaila Afrika International Exchange Program for our youth from 15 to 21. And we will be doing a man's rites of passage next year to Congo. So we're asking for people to donate so that we can make this a big phenomenon for our children, because it's a long term, so that the children can able to have an exchange program amongst themselves from the Caribbean to the USA to the UK to through across Europe into Africa and South America, and then having a big rites of passage when they get a bit older in one of the African continents, as we are speaking to most of all the African kings, and they are willing to open up their doors for people to come in and doing their rites of passage. But right now, we have the one and only Avril Walks in the house.
One day, Terry, you'll get it right. Honestly, I have been trying to teach Terry for years. It's Avril Nanton, Avril's Walks and Talks.
Okay, Avril's Walks and Talks.
Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much, Selena. That was fantastic. And Michael and Tony and Robin and all the people that just been on this today. My name is Avril Nanton. I'm the director of Avril's Walks and Talks. I'm a professionally qualified tour guide around London. And what I do is I take people around London to show them the Black history of London, things that they never knew existed. And one of my favorite things to talk about are the statues that there are in London that represent us. Now, I also have a walk coming up, before I forget, that links in with this particular talk that we're going to see today. And that's on the 5th of September at 11 o'clock. You can go to my website, www.avrilswalksandtalks.co.uk, and I'll give the information at the end of this presentation. But you can get tickets, and you can come with me and I can show you where some of these statues are. Now today, I'd suggest that you get yourself a pen and paper to ensure that you can take down the details of the places where some of these statues are. And you can do your own tour if you can't do my tour. But over the years, I've found that there are something like 30 different statues, Black statues in London alone. They're not all nice. Some of them are quite awful. There's memorial buildings included in that. There's bust statues, etc., etc. So effectively, there are statues and memorials that represent us that people don't even know about. And all of the ones I'm going to show you are available to the general public, and they are free to see. So you can go and see them anytime you feel like. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with one of the newest statues, or some of the newest statues, so you can see what there is out there. These are some of the statues and monuments and plaques and all sorts of things that we found around. But this guy is a new guy on the block called Thomas J. Price. And this statue here of this young man with his mobile phone. And if you look, there are 3 pictures, and this is Thomas J. Price himself, these 2. This statue is called Network, and its current home is at the White Collar Factory in City Road by Old Street. Previously, it was based at the Olympic Park. When they unveiled it originally, it was at the Olympic Park. As I said, it's a statue of a young man on his mobile phone, which is very relevant today. And his latest creation is called Reaching Out, which is also known as Every Woman. And that can be found on 3 Mill Island in Stratford. Now, these statues, particularly those 2, were part of a project called The Line, which is a dedicated art walk, which follows from the Meridian Line right through from the O2 through to the Olympic Park. So it's quite a long distance, and all the way along you will see art of some sort. Not necessarily black art, just different types of art. All the artists have given their works and put them along this line. It's quite interesting what there is. Now, Thomas J. Price himself is of Jamaican heritage, and he was born in 1981. And as I said, the first male statue I showed you was unveiled in East London on the Olympic Park in 2014. And the White Collar Factory version, I suppose, was unveiled in 2015. And this young lady who's on her mobile phone was actually unveiled 2 weeks ago on the 5th of August in 2020. Both figures are made of bronze. Both are about 9 feet or 2.7 meters high. Now, if you look on the right-hand side, there's some heads that Thomas did a couple of years ago, which were placed in Regent's Park. Very popular, really lovely. They're no longer there, unfortunately, but it just gives you an example of his work. Now, when they were installing the statue in the White Collar Factory, they made a little video, and here's the video. I hope you can hear it. I hope you can hear it. Can you hear it, Terry?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Okay.
I can hear it.
Okay. It's just music. There's no talking. Okay, now I will say that I've been to see that statue, and the disappointing thing about it is there's absolutely no information as to what it is, why it's there, who made it when you go to see it. I searched high and low to see if I could find any information, because I knew what it was, but I would imagine most people who who see it, come across it, don't know what it is. So if you do go and see it, it is there, and that's exactly what it is. It's just a representation of young men on their mobile phones, and the female can be seen on 3 Mill Island in Stratford. Okay, so let's move on to another more well-known person. Okay, I'm sure many of you have heard of Mary Seacole, and she was born in 1805 and she died in 1881. Now, her father was a Scottish soldier and her mother was a free black Jamaican doctress. And she learned about herbal medicines from her mother, which a lot of people do. That's where they get their knowledge from. And in 1854, she applied to come to England as a nurse, but she was refused by Florence Nightingale. Now, Nightingale saw her as a crank nurse, not to be taken seriously, and she ignored her request to provide help for soldiers on the Crimean War front. She also didn't like the fact that this black nurse was trying to join her League of Nurses. She didn't see any benefit in having an untrained nurse, particularly a black one, in her group. She was trying to train all her nurses to a certain standard, and she didn't feel that Mary had reached that standard. Now, this made Mary make a momentous decision. She decided to travel to the Crimean War front herself. And now Crimea is on the border of what was then part of the Ottoman Empire, and which is today Russia and Turkey. And if you know any recent history, you may know that Russia recently invaded Crimea, once again trying to take it back to rule. Now, imagine going from the Caribbean or from London to those parts of the world where you don't speak any languages or any of those languages. Now, Mary became a freelance nurse and she set up what she called a hotel. And the top of the screen shows a drawing of the hotel or how it was laid out. She nursed the soldiers at the front until the war was over. But by the time she returned to England, because she'd spent so much money, building this hotel, getting all the goods into sell to the soldiers, and getting all the herbs and spices in, she was ill, but she was also penniless, and she owed a lot of money to various people. Now, when some of the soldiers she'd nursed heard about it, they had a fundraising festival for her, which attracted thousands of people, including many VIPs. They raised enough money to help her out, so that was really good. It helped her a lot. Over the years, she traveled back and forth to Jamaica, and she died in Paddington in 1881. She became famous for being at the front when Florence Nightingale had refused to go to the front. Nightingale remained far away from the fighting, so the soldiers usually saw Mary Seacole first. They called her Mama Seacole or Mother Seacole. Seacole and Nightingale had big rivalry, and even now there's anger over the fact that Seacole's statue is bigger than Florence Nightingale's and is in a more prominent position. Seacole was voted into first place in an online poll of 100 Great Black Britons in 2004, and her portrait was used in 2005 for first-class stamps showing important Britons. Now, just to show you, this is the camp here, so you can see, get an idea as to how it was laid out, and this is one of the internal scenes. Here you've got Mary Seacole herself. This is a map of the Crimea area. As you can see, it's in Russia, the Black Sea. This is the stamp which was printed of her. And this statue here is a statue we'll talk about later. But in the meantime, the most current statue of Mary Seacole, the most well-known statue of Mary Seacole, is this one, which is situated outside St. Thomas's Hospital. Hope you've got your notes. Hope you're making notes. You can go and visit this anytime outside St. Thomas's Hospital. The sculptor of the statue is a man called Martin Jennings, and it was unveiled on Thursday, the 30th of June, 2016. Now, the disc behind the statue and the figure itself is made from bronze. The plinth is made of Cumbrian black slate, concrete, and Portland stone. So it's a really well-made structure. It's 16 feet high, 4.9 meters if you prefer it that way, and it cost £1 million. Now, the money was raised by the Mary Seacole Memorial Statue Appeal, and many of you will know of a lady called Elizabeth Aninonwu, who was the focus, the driver of that fund. Before I forget, in 1857, Mary Seacole wrote a book called The Wonderful Adventures of Mrs. Seacole in Many Lands. So I have a short video that shows something about Mary Seacole's life.
But the top of the list was a woman who many people would never heard of. Who's the greatest black Briton of them all? And with us today is Mary Seacole.
Mary Seacole was a Jamaican woman who nursed injured and wounded soldiers during the Crimean War back in the middle of the 19th century. She's buried here in Kensal Green in London, and until she won that poll back in 2004, this was one of the only memorials to her. Since the poll brought her back into British consciousness, Mary Seacole has been added to the national curriculum, celebrated with a blue plaque on her former home in London, and now a statue is being erected in her honour. But the story of Mary Seacole has also unleashed conflict and controversy. Because Mary Seacole made her name in the Crimean War, she has, perhaps inevitably, been compared to Florence Nightingale. And there are those today who claim that her contribution wasn't significant enough to merit a place in our history books. So what is the truth about Mary Seacole? Historian Helen Rappaport has been researching Seacole's work in the Crimea at the Wellcome Library in London.
Well, she set up as a general store, but more importantly, she also ran a kind of informal clinic. So anyone who felt unwell could go and get a dose of medicine for their stomach upsets or have a wound stitched or even a bullet removed. She could certainly do those things.
Was she a qualified nurse?
No, of course not. because it was Florence Nightingale who instituted training for nurses after the Crimean War. She was a nurse in the kind of more broad sense of a caregiver, someone who mopped the fever dry.
We know about Mary Seacole's impact in the Crimea because British soldiers wrote about her in their journals and letters home.
This is from the journal of William Castle, a British medical officer, who says her fame as a doctress for cholera and diarrhea are spread all over the camp. And the extraordinary thing we find with Mary Seacole in the Crimea is if there's one person everyone knew was Mary Seacole.
Sorry.
Remedies from the Caribbean, learned at her mother's knee.
Great, thank you. Now this actually was a key ingredient that Mary used, cinnamon bark. She would grind it, pound it with a pestle and mortar, boil it up with water and sweeten it then with guava jelly or something like that. The other things she used were fruits like guava and pomegranates. So it really was these liquids that were her fundamental treatment for things like dysentery and enteric disease.
Seacole's remedies were famed for their effectiveness, but over the years she was gradually forgotten. When most people think of the Crimean War, they think of Florence Nightingale, a figure who's far more famous.
Well, no one can take away from the extraordinary reputation of Florence Nightingale. She was a true pioneer. They were two very different women. Mary was her own woman with her own unique Jamaican methods.
Mary was forgotten for almost a century. Now, there's many black figures in British history who were written out of our national story. Do you think race played a part in Mary's disappearance?
Well, it must have played some part, but I don't see it as a really active forgetting. I think the huge problem with Mary is we have no paper trail, so it was an oral history. And once Mary died, it was more a forgetting than, I think, an active, racist, deliberate desire to eradicate her from history.
Mary Seacole is the first named black woman to be honoured with a statue in Britain. She may still be compared to Florence Nightingale, but her place in British history now seems assured. I think we should remember Mary Seacole in her own right and for her own achievements. Both she and Florence Nightingale made unique contributions, but there's plenty of room in our historic memory of the Crimean War for both of them.
And the statue of Mary will be unveiled this Thursday.
Of course, that's an old video, so the statue has already been unveiled, so you can go and see it outside St Thomas's Hospital. So let's move on to my favourite statue, which is called the Bronze Woman. Now, those of you who live in Brixton may have seen this. This statue was unveiled in 2008. It was the brainchild of Guyanese poet Cecile Nobrega, who wrote a poem called Bronze Woman, and it marks the struggles faced by Caribbean women as well as their contribution to society. And it took 10 years of planning, fundraising and determination by Cecile and other groups and individuals to raise the funds to get the statue up. Now, Cecile came to London in 1969 and she was 89 when the statue was unveiled in 2008. Unfortunately, she died in 2013. As I say, the statue itself is in Stockwell Memorial Gardens in South London, near to Stockwell Tube Station. Now, a little bit of information about the artist. The artist is on the right-hand side. This is him here. His name is Ian Walters. Now, Ian Walters is going to pop up quite a lot today because Ian Walters is quite famous in the statue world for doing black statues. But he died before he could actually complete this particular statue. And it was one of his students, Alex Barbette, who was a final year student who actually finished the sculpture. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. It's made of bronze and it's 10 feet high, and I don't know what that is in meters. So those of you who do can convert. But effectively, Cecile, as you can see there, she looks very proud of the statue. And not many statues have a mother and baby. This is the only one that I know of with a Caribbean flavor. Now, there's a short video that shows the unveiling.
In the trust that it will inspire future generations, as I know it will inspire you today. So I call upon Anissa Jane,
You may know some of these people.
I call upon Sunita Allain. I call upon Brenda King. I call upon Doreen Lawrence. I call upon Jessica Huntley. I call upon Sybil Phoenix. I call upon Baroness Howells. I call upon Cecile. And finally, I call upon Tanisha Haynes. Cecile's contribution to her community will live on in the statue she has caused to happen, and I offer my heartfelt thanks to her for that. As the brown woman holds up her child to the future, I commend Cecile to the future, a light, an inspiration, and an every woman.
Okay, as I said, those of you who live in Stockwell or Brixton should be able to see that and probably gone past it thousands of times and never realised what it was. But it's a very important statue. So now we come to a man called Yinka Shonibare. I have met Yinka quite a few times, and his name is pronounced Yinka Shonibare. But I'm so used to saying Yinka Shonibare. Don't be surprised if I forget. Now, Yinka Shonibare, MBE, was born in London in 1962, and he moved to Lagos, Nigeria, at the age of 3 to continue his studies, and he went to school in Lagos. However, he returned to London to study fine art at university, and he currently lives in and works in the East End of London. He has exhibited at leading museums worldwide, and he is the first Black and disabled artist to be commissioned to make a work for the 4th plinth in Trafalgar Square. Now, the ship in a bottle, which is this here, represents Nelson's victory, which Shonibare says is a celebration of Britain's multicultural society. He says that after Nelson's victory at the Battle of Trafalgar, the seas were freed for the British to build their empire. Subsequently, individuals and families from countries within that empire came to live in Britain, which is true. In 1980, Shonibare contracted transverse myelitis, which is an inflammation across the spinal cord. He was just 18 at the time. This resulted in a long-term physical disability where one side of his body is paralyzed. Now, he was voted one of the 100 most powerful Black people in this country. And he also has works in other parts of London and the rest of the world. Now, this ship in a bottle here, you can see, and let me give you a little bit of information about it. Obviously, the sculpture is Yinka Shonibare. It was unveiled in May 2010 on the 4th plinth in Trafalgar Square. You can currently see it at the Greenwich National Maritime Museum, which is where I'm standing underneath the statue. The monument, whatever you want to call it. And as you can see here is a picture of people inside the bottle putting the ship together. This bottle is absolutely massive, and you could actually have several people standing in the cork. It's that big. Now, the ship itself is made of fiberglass, acrylic, wood, steel, brass, resin, linen, and rigging. And the most interesting thing is that the sails are made of African Dutch wax cloth. Now, the material used for the sails are things that are materials that Yinka himself goes to Brixton Market to buy, and he will actually design his own materials to fit in with the theme. So this particular one was a ship theme, so you will see that there's an anchor, say, on the material. Now, Yinka, as I said, has works all over London, and a few years ago when the Royal Academy wanted to hide the fact that they were having works done on their building, they used Yinka's work to surround the building, and this is what it looks like. This was in London, a few years ago at the Royal Academy in Piccadilly. If you missed it, missed an amazing feat. It was fantastic. Now, some of his other work include these two. In Covent Garden for 5 years, on the side of the English National Opera, this globe-head ballerina, as you can see, there's a street, so this is a side-on view. The globe-head ballerina was on the building, and she would tip and dance and go around and do all kinds of things, and she moved about. It was absolutely amazing, really fantastic. A lot of people missed it because of where it was placed. I could never understand why they placed it so high up, but there you go. And then here on the left, in Wilcox Place and Howick Place in Victoria, you find one of his famous flags. He has flags all over the world. He's got them in York, he's got them in Germany, he's got them in America, and they are absolutely brilliant. They look as though they're waving in the wind, but they're not. They're actually made of metal, but the way it's been designed, they look as though they're waving about in the wind. So that's you. Now we've got a short video again of Yinka. This one's a bit quiet, this video, so you may have to really listen.
Theatricality is central to my work. The piece is called Nelson's Ship in a Bottle. Nelson won the Battle of Trafalgar against Napoleon. And so I put the ship, HMS Victory, into a large bottle. And the sails on the ship are African textiles I usually work with in my work. The piece has been at Trafalgar Square for just over a year now. When I came to Britain, I learned that being black meant that you were supposed to be somewhat inferior. I didn't quite understand that concept at all. But of course, now I understand it better in the context of colonialism and slavery. My work is a way of somehow thinking about that and thinking why has Africa been so held back, and also why are the people of African origin, in Europe and America, why do they have such a raw deal? It's a way of actually doing something magical that's a work of art. But that's also talking about history as well. I want to represent what Britain is like today and the diversity within Britain, and then using, Nelson as a kind of a symbol, if you like. I was delighted, of course, when I was approached by the Maritime Museum. There couldn't be a better venue for that piece. At the end of the day, it's playful art that hopefully, will make people smile. Also, people tend to wonder about how the ship, got into the bottle, which is also another playful thing, because I won't tell anyone, how that was done.
So you'll just have to work it out for yourself, how he got that ship into the bottle. So let's move on. Come on. Right. Thank you. Now, we have a statue which most people don't know about, as in they don't even know it exists. And unfortunately, I have to give you the bad news, it's gone. But this is a bust statue of the Emperor Haile Selassie. And it was in Canizaro Park in Wimbledon. And I'll just give you a short history. Emperor Haile Selassie was born on the 23rd of July, 1892, and he died on the 27th of August, 1975. Now, in the 1930s, he fought against the Italian invasion of Ethiopia, but he lost, and the Italians took over control of Ethiopia. So he was exiled to England in 1936, but he returned to Ethiopia in 1941, and it's said that he was assassinated in 1975, though others say he died of natural causes. To this day, it's still unknown. As you can see, that's me with the statue. Now, the statue itself was put up in 1937, and the artist is a lady called Hilda Seligman. Here's Hilda here with Haile Selassie and her family. And Hilda and her husband Richard were very much active campaigners against the British invasion. They were against the British support of the Italian invasion of Ethiopia. And originally, the statue stood in the grounds of a place called Lincoln House in Wimbledon, but that building was demolished in 1957. So they moved it, and they moved it to a place called Old Tennis Court Garden, which was very difficult to find. And they decided to restore the bust before they put it back in place. And it was restored formally. It was restored and formally unveiled by the Mayor of Merton on the 22nd of October 2005. The ceremony was attended by a mix of Rastafarians, who we got here, members of the Seligman family, and relatives of the late Emperor himself, which was the Emperor's great-great-granddaughter and his great-great-grandson. The statue, as I said, did stand in Old Tennis Court Garden in Wimbledon. However, recently it was destroyed, not because of all the Black Lives Matter stuff, but because there was a singer in Ethiopia who was murdered, and the people who supported that singer, those of them who lived in England, went to the statue and threw it to the ground and just completely smashed it. Whether or not they'll be able to fix it, I doubt it, because I've seen the pictures and it's in bits. If they do put it back together, I'll be very surprised, unless, of course, they've got a copy. Now, when in 1924, Haile Selassie toured Europe and the Middle East, and among his entourage, he included a pride of lions, which he distributed as gifts to the President and Prime Minister of France, as well as to the Zoological Gardens of Paris and to King George V of England. And in return for the 2 lions that he gave to the United Kingdom, they gave him back a crown that had been stolen from Ethiopia in 1868. So basically, he gives them a gift and they give him back his own items. That's not how it works with gifts, as far as I'm aware. Although he could speak fluent French, he gave his speech to the Geneva Convention in Amharic, which is his native language, and that really taxed their interpreters because they had to quickly go and find an interpreter who spoke the language, which was difficult because they thought he was going to give the speech in French, so they didn't actually have one available. In his lifetime, he held over 100 honors and titles, and he got those from nearly every country in the world. So as well as the things that people talk about with Haile Selassie, that's just one of the few things that people know about him. But as you can see here, you've got the Rastafarian. This is him with the posh people of England being introduced. And as I said, this is his family. And this is the lady who did the statue, Hilda Seligman, with her family and grandson. So again, I would have said once upon a time to go and see that particular statue, but no, it's gone. I don't know what's going to happen, whether they're going to restore it or not, or if they have a copy of it. Let's hope they have a copy of it. Now, this is a very, very well-known gentleman. Whenever I say about black statues, the first person people mention is Nelson Mandela. So I thought I have to include him. He's got 2 statues. Very few people have 2 statues, but he's got 2 statues. He's got one in Parliament Square and he's got one at the Royal Festival Hall. Now, just a quickie, he was born in 1918. He died in 2013. He's a very famous activist and he led the ANC and he became the first black prime minister in South Africa. He became a freedom fighter in 1942 by joining the ANC, and he married his first wife, Evelyn, in 1944, but they were divorced in 1958. He then married Winnie Mandela in June 1958. He was sentenced to life imprisonment in June 1964. When he was released from prison in 1990, he became the first black prime minister of South Africa in 1994. He married his third wife in 1998. Her name was Graça Michel, and he died on the 5th of December 2013. So that's kind of like a big roundup of his life, because I'm sure most people know about Nelson Mandela. And I'm going to just put in the sculptor, and once again, we have Ian Walters. Now, unfortunately, Walters died in 2006 of cancer, aged 76, but he managed to finish, well, he did both busts, but he managed to finish the one on the left in Parliament Square before he passed away. Now, the one on the left, it was unveiled on the 29th of August 2007. It was unveiled by the then Prime Minister Gordon Brown, and Mandela and his wife were present at the time. The statue is made of bronze and it's 9 feet or 2.7 meters high. It costs £400,000, which for a statue is very cheap, because statues cost an awful lot of money. A lot of people ask me, why does he have his arms outwards? It's to symbolize an embracing and united South Africa, and he welcomes the rest of the world. He was that kind of guy. And when I take people around on the tours, whenever we get to Nelson Mandela, it's always the hardest one to get to, because the kids are climbing all over it. People are having their pictures taken with it because it's so popular. It's just very popular because his plinth is not as very high as the others, which is great because it means you can interact with the statue. Now, the statue on the right-hand side, this one here, which is a bust statue, it's situated outside the Royal Festival Hall. You have to go up the stairs and it's just outside the Festival Hall. Again, created by Ian Walters. However, it was the first Nelson Mandela statue that was created, and it was there since 1985, and it was unveiled by Oliver Tambo. However, the original was made from fiberglass, and fiberglass, as much as it's strong, it's not that strong. So what happened? The vandals, should we say, hooligans is another word, got to hear about it, and they basically mashed the thing down. They took it to pieces, they ripped it up, they did all kinds of things, and so they had to make another one. But when they realized that this was going to continuously happen, they eventually made one from bronze, and they set it on a much higher plinth. And it was originally commissioned by Ken Livingstone when he was in the GLA, Greater London, actually GLC, Greater London Council. And it was it infuriated a lot of conservative followers and believers because they saw Mandela as a terrorist, but it's remained. And just down the road from Parliament Square, there is South Africa House, and it was there that many people went to sign a book of condolences when Nelson Mandela passed away. Now, whilst I was doing research for Nelson Mandela, I came across this bust statue. I was very surprised because I didn't know that Oliver Tambo had a bust statue. And once again, it was carved by Ian Walters. Now, Tambo came to live in England in 1959 when he was banned for belonging to the African National Congress, the ANC. He bought a property in Muswell Hill, North London, and lived there until 1990 when he returned to South Africa. Now, this bust statue is in Albert Road Recreation Ground, and also there's a plaque on his house, which is on the corner of Windermere Road and Alexandra Park Road, both of which are in Muswell Hill in Haringey, and Tambo lived there for 30 years with his wife and family. His wife worked for the NHS as a nurse, and he died in 1993 from complications after a stroke. Whilst living there, the family called it Nomtandazo, which means caring together in the Tsonga language, and I do apologise for my pronunciations if they're not correct. The house is now owned by the South African government. We don't know what they're going to do with it, but people, when you go there, you'll find there's quite a few people there taking pictures, etc. Now, the statue itself was put up in 2007. As I said, the sculptor is Ian Walters, who did the Mandela and the Bronze Woman. It was unveiled by Jack Straw, and it's made of bronze. Now, what's interesting is I found myself working for the company who actually put the statue up. They put it up, and the company had a replica in their office, and I didn't know who it was because the replica is in white. And I asked them who it was, and they were surprised that I didn't know. And that's when they told me who it was. But when you see the replica in white, it looks completely different. Now, in November 2019, Haringey Council unveiled another statue of him in the same park as where the bust statue is. The two statues are very close to each other, so I haven't been to see the full statue yet, but I intend to. But definitely go and see if you can find them both. Amazing man. Look him up, check him out, his story, just as interesting as Nelson Mandela. So now, for those of you who live on the other side of London, Brixton Rail Station. Now, Brixton Rail Station has 3 statues of these 3 people. There's 1, these 2 are the same person, 2, and 3. And these people are waiting for trains that they will never get on. These pieces are called Platforms Piece and are by Kevin Atherton. This is Kevin here. They were installed in 1986. Now, they're real people cast in stone. The people they represent used to regularly use the station, and one even worked there. There's a black male, a white female, and a black female. They use local residents, Peter Lloyd, Joy Batik, and Karen Heisterman as models. And there you have Joy next to her model. They're a joint venture between British Rail and Lambeth Council, and they were unveiled by Sir Hugh Casson, who was a very big man in his time, as part of a £1 million renovation. Unfortunately, one of the statues, this one here, now stands on a disused platform. So it's very difficult to see. And also I read recently they're actually removing this statue simply because of where it's standing. The platform is disintegrating, and because it's not used, they may move the statue to another part of the station, but she has to be fixed up because she's crumbling. So in November 2016, these 3 statues were given listed status by Historic England, which is very, very unusual for any statues to get listed status. That's usually held for houses and buildings and things. And these were given listed status. And it's said that these are the first public sculptural representations of Black British people in the UK. Now, I don't know if that's true because I found a lot of statues, but to be specifically Black British, that may be where the difference is with these. I'm still investigating, but I will know soon. So now we move on to these, what are known as the Commonwealth Gates. These Commonwealth Gates are a memorial that was put up in memory of the 5 million volunteers who took part in the First and Second World Wars from various parts of the Commonwealth. And if you look at one of them, or both of them, in fact, you've got Nepal, Africa, and Caribbean, and each one has different markings, different countries. They're at the upper end of Constitution Hill, which is near to Hyde Park. So you've got the Hyde Park roundabout, which is just there. And as the cars come around the corner, there is the memorial. One of Africa's leading writers, Ben Okri, Ben Okri OBE, who is a poet, here he is there, and a Booker Prize winning author, was asked to provide the inscriptions on the memorial, and he chose to use the words, "Our future is greater than our past," which is the final line of one of his poems. On the 9th of March 2015, there was a Memorial Gates commemoration ceremony, which was attended by people from the various embassies, high commissions and associations and organizations, people representing the diverse communities who took part in the war. There isn't really much to tell you. You need to go and look at it. You've got this part of the building here, which is like a little house thing, and inside, in the ceiling, they've got written lots of names of different countries and people who took part in the war, who were significant. And then they have these little urns on top, which sometimes are lit with fire, and then they put out. But yeah, this is just a memorial that most people walk past, don't even know what it is. And I think that includes us as well, because most people don't know about it. Now we talk about Samuel Coleridge Taylor. Some of you have never heard of him. Some people mix him up with Taylor Coleridge, the poet, which is Samuel Taylor Coleridge, but this is Samuel Coleridge Taylor. Very confusing, but listen up. Now, he was born on the 15th of August, 1875, and he died on the 1st of September, 1912. He was born in Holborn to an English woman called Alice Martin and a man called Dr. Daniel Taylor from Sierra Leone, of mixed European and African descent. His relationship with Alice, though, broke down before she could tell him about the child, and he returned to Sierra Leone in 1875 and never knew that he had a son in London. In the late 1890s, he was appointed as a coroner for the British Empire in the Gambia, still not knowing that he had a son in England. Now, Alice, his mother, decided to name him Samuel Coleridge Taylor, and she named him after the poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Samuel Taylor Coleridge is the poet who wrote Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. Now, Samuel was brought up in Croydon by his mother and grandfather. His uncle was a professional musician, and Samuel studied the violin and piano at the Royal College of Music and studied music composition. He actually was a teacher, and he was appointed as a professor at the Crystal Palace School of Music. He also conducted the orchestra at the Croydon Conservatoire, and the Croydon Conservatoire is still there today. And I'm sure if we go there, you'll find there's some information about him. In 1899, Coleridge Taylor married Jessie Walmsley, whom he had met at the Royal College of Music. Now, she was white, and her parents objected to the marriage because Taylor was black. The couple had a son named Hiawatha and a daughter called Gwendolyn. Now, here you've got a picture of Gwendolyn, yeah, and this is Samuel Coleridge Taylor. And what I like about Gwendolyn is that she decided she didn't like the name Gwendolyn. She wanted to change her name. So she changed her name to Avril and became a conductor-composer in her own right. Now, his most famous composition was Hiawatha's Wedding Feast, which was written between 1898 and 1900. And I'm going to play just a small piece for you. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. It was just a short, so you could hear, what it sounded like. Now, unfortunately, he sold the rights to this music outright for 15 guineas, about £60 in today's money. So he didn't really benefit from writing such a fantastic piece of music. However, due to the popularity of the composition, it enabled him to travel to America and various other places where he met African Americans and other people who encouraged him to learn about his background. And at one point, he considered going to live in America. And however, he didn't. He lived in Selhurst. He lived at number 30 Dagnall Park, Selhurst, which has a blue plaque to him outside his house. Now, Coleridge Taylor was only 37 when he died in 1912 of pneumonia. He collapsed at West Croydon Station, and he died a few days later. He was buried in Bandon Hill Cemetery in Wallington in Surrey. Now, let's look at the statue. The statue itself is what's known as a portrait bench statue. Portrait bench statues are made of something called corten steel, where they literally cut out of steel, so you could actually put your hands through the characters' heads, bits, waistcoat, etc. And as you can see, there are 3 statues there. One is Ronnie Corbett here, one is Dame Peggy Ashcroft, and this one is Samuel Coleridge Taylor. Now, what's interesting about these statues, they're known as portrait bench statues because there's usually 3 of them, and there's usually a bench, so that they're actually aimed at cyclists. People who cycle, when they get tired, they can sit down at the bench and they can talk to these people if they want, or they're surrounded by people. Now, the way they get these statues is they will ask the community, who do you think best represents this area? And people can actually choose who they think best represents the area. So in this particular instance, people felt that Ronnie Corbett, who came from that area, and Dame Peggy Ashcroft, who also came from that area, as well as Samuel Coleridge Taylor, who also came from the area, all represented Croydon. So they were picked and they were set up. And this is in Charles Street, this particular statue. Now, the people who set up these statues, the company is called Sustrans. It's a charity, and they create these types of statues all over the UK on cycle routes, so the public can interact with the statues. This particular one was unveiled in 2013, as I said. Now, one more thing to tell you about Samuel Coleridge Taylor before I forget, or a couple more things. He was the youngest delegate at the 1900 First Pan-African Conference held in London. Excuse me. He was the Simon Cowell of his day because he was so successful. He was asked to judge other people's music and upcoming people. So again, a la Simon Cowell. Now, as I said, there are many other types of portrait benches that set out all over England, but I found a few for you. Excuse me. Jazzy B has a portrait bench statue in Finsbury Park. Ledley King, who's the ex-Tottenham Hotspur footballer, has a portrait bench statue in Mile End Park. Mary Seacole has a cutout statue, the one I showed you earlier when we were talking about Mary Seacole. That's down by Paddington Station. Walter Tull, who was the first Black Army captain, as far as we're aware, and Tottenham footballer, has a cutout statue at Downhills Park in Tottenham. And right next to him is Nicola Adams, the Olympic boxer, who also has a statue at Downshill Park in Tottenham. Now, moving on. We have this memorial. I do like this statue. I think she's absolutely beautiful. This memorial is around the back of the Albert Hall. There are 4 figures around the base of the main statue, which is of Albert, the Queen's consort. So there's Albert up here, and these are the 4 statues. You can see 2 here. Now, these statues represent Europe, America, Asia, and Africa. And these figures match the 4 groups on the Albert Memorial across the road from the Albert Hall. If you've ever been to the Albert Hall, you'll know directly opposite is the Albert Memorial. This one, I love her dreadlocks. I love her face. She's got pouty lips. She's really gorgeous. And this is how I look when no one's looking, you know, lovely and beautiful. The statue was actually made by a man called Joseph Durham. It was unveiled in 1851 for the Great Exhibition of Hyde Park. It's made of bronze. And the thing about the Great Exhibition of Hyde Park is that a lot of people went to it. Not many people have heard of it, but a lot of people went to it. They've heard of it in a different way, though, because, of course, it was the Great Exhibition. And that's what it was known as. Now, 6 million people attended the Great Exhibition of 1851. It went on for 6 months, from May to October 1851, and it was opened by Queen Victoria. It took over £522,000 at the time, which is roughly £30 million today, and 13,000 people exhibited there. Now, the people that exhibited there included countries as well as people, but countries such as Antigua, Bahamas, Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, Montserrat, St. Kitts, St. Vincent, Trinidad, West Africa, Egypt. So you could see that we were very much involved in this great exhibition. And I'd love to have known what kind of things they were showing. I'm assuming it would have been the produce, the goods that they made. And it was at this festival that Britain first showed the Koh-i-Noor diamond, the biggest diamond in the world at the time. The current biggest diamond in the world is called the Star of Africa, and it lives in one of the Queen's crowns. So if you want to see it, you have to go to the Tower of London. So there she is. And as I say, it's behind the Royal Albert Hall. The nearest tube is High Street, Ken. I've always got that information on there, so you can check it out. Now we come to almost our last statue, and this is called First Child, and it's a piece by Jamaican-born artist Raymond Watson. It's a memorial to the 116 children who were murdered by the South African police in Soweto in 1976. Now, within a week of it being unveiled, it was reported that it had been wrecked by vandals. However, luckily, because of the material it's made from, it's very tough and it remains on public view. The sculptor is a guy called Raymond Watson, as I said, who was born in 1945 in Jamaica. This statue was unveiled in June 1998, and it's in Max Roach Park. It's not actually in the park, it's on the corner of Brixton Road and St. John's Crescent. So when you come out of Brixton Station, turn right and just keep walking till you see the statue. Now, Raymond, I have a short video, and this is him here, and this is the dedication on the statue, and this is a short video of him at work.
Jamaica is it's a lot harder to sell out now than it was. During that period. Yeah, than it was. And I don't know. I disturb people. My work disturb people, evidently. And so I've run into so much kind of negative kind of thing. You know, it's really deep and heavy, you know, but I mean, the user, this is the user that, but people out there not going to understand that. So which people out there not going to understand? What you're trying to think is if you're assholes out there, I mean, all of these people out there are just idiots and can't understand. Well, maybe you should fill it in. I say, what? I said, no. And so this went on for a couple of days. And I said, I'm not filling it in. I'm not changing the whole situation. I've made the statement. And if you don't like the statement, well, that's it. What living in London really taught me, though, that my work is very heavily tied to Jamaica. Oh, yes. No matter where I go, how far away it is, how ridiculous it gets.
That's Raymond being Raymond. Okay, so now let's move on to a very well-known person within within Britain, I suppose. This man is known as Bernie Grant, and Bernie Grant was born on the 17th of February, 1990. I've written 1994 here. I don't think it was 1994. He died on the 8th of April, 2000. He was a Labour Party politician who was the Member of Parliament for Tottenham from 1987 to year 2000. Now, Bernie Grant was born in Georgetown, Guyana. He came to England in 1963 and went to Tottenham Technical College. He went on to take a degree course in mining engineering in Edinburgh, and he was a trade union official. Now, he moved into politics and became a Labour councillor in Haringey in 1978, and he became the leader of Haringey Council in 1985. Now, once in control of the borough's finances, he took control of the rebuilding of Alexandra Palace, which had been partially destroyed by fire. And in 1985, the Broadwater Farm riots, or uprisings, depending on which way you want to say it, took place. After various misquoted statements, Bernie got the nickname Balmy Bernie by the press. And in the 1987 election, he became MP for Tottenham, along with the only other black MPs of the time, Diane Abbott and Paul Boateng. Bernie made an attempt to become deputy leader of the Labour Party, but was unsuccessful. And in 1989, he established and chaired the Parliamentary Black Caucus, which was committed to advancing the opportunities of the UK's ethnic minority communities. He was married 3 times and lived in Muswell Hill. He died of a heart attack on 8th of April 2000, aged only 56. Now, his funeral procession, which passed through Tottenham, brought out an estimated 3,000 people to salute him. There were dancers, singers, a Highland piper, and African drums. Also present were the then Home Secretary Jack Straw, Culture Secretary Claire Short, as well as Paul Boateng and Keith Vaz, Britain's most senior black ministers at the time. Now, the statue information is difficult because it took me quite a long time to find out who made this statue. The lady's name is Christy Nicholas. She's the sculptor here on this side here. This is her. She now lives in Spain. But she started out as an osteopath and she became a sculptor. As I say, it was unveiled in 2007 and it's made of bronze. And this is the sculptor here. This is Bernie in Parliament in his African dress. And this is Bernie probably just about to argue with somebody like he normally did. Now, his widow, Sharon Grant, was on the shortlist to succeed him as Labour candidate for Tottenham, but was beaten by David Lammy in June 2000. And in September 2007, the Bernie Grant Art Centre was opened in his name. In October 2012, a blue plaque was unveiled at Tottenham Old Town Hall in tribute to Bernie, which is down here. And the Bernie Grant collection is held by the Bishopsgate Institute, which is based just by Liverpool Street Station. So if you want to go and find out any more about Bernie Grant, you can go down there and they hold a lot of information about him. So we move on to our next statue, monument, memorial. People call it different things. Now, this structure is called The Guilt of Cain, and it commemorates the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade in 1807, which began the process of the emancipation of slaves throughout the British Empire. It's situated in Fen Court, which is in the City of London, and is close to where Wilberforce gained the inspiration to debate the end to the slave trade. And this area has a strong historical connection with the abolitionist movement of the 18th and 19th century. Most people are not aware of that the city has quite a strong connection with the abolitionist movement as well as the slave trade. Now, the Reverend John Newton, who wrote Amazing Grace, he was also a slave trader, but he turned to abolitionists, and he was rector of St. Mary Woolnough, a church, from 1780 to 1807. And this statue is in the former churchyard of St. Mary Woolnough, which was used to stand here. So these buildings at the back here used to be a church, and this used to be the churchyard. Now, this project was initiated by Black British Heritage and the parish of St. Mary Woolnough, and was commissioned by the City of London Corporation in partnership with the British Land Company. So quite a few people got together to make this happen. Now, the basis of the statue is that this represents either a priest's pulpit or, if you look at it another way, a slave auctioneer's podium. Now, I'm standing here. In fact, I'm standing here. Yeah, that's just a close-up. So this is the pulpit here. The person in the pulpit is speaking to a crowd of people here. These sugar canes are a crowd. And they could represent either a priest or a slave trader. The columns represent stems of sugarcane and are positioned to suggest a crowd of people about to be sold or a congregation gathered to listen to a speaker. So you see how they've used it in two different ways. On the pulpit and each sugarcane, there is a line from a poem, which when put together makes up a whole poem. And you can just see little black marks on each of the sugarcanes, and you've got part of the poem on there. The poem uses the coded language of the City Stock Exchange intermingled with references used throughout the slave trade. So something like the word guilt, if you notice how guilt is spelt, when you spell guilt like that, you're talking about money. But if you spell guilt with a U, you're talking about feelings, people, the way people feel. Now, the actual statue, the sculptor is this man here called Michael Visocci, and it was unveiled on the 4th of September 2008 by Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who's here. The statue is, or the memorial, is made from granite, and the words of the poem are by this man here, Lem Sise. Now, Lem Sise is a poet, author, and broadcaster. He was brought up in a children's home and has many achievements to his name, including this piece. He was the official poet for the 2012 Olympic Games, and he was awarded an MBE for services to literature in 2010. He's currently the Chancellor of Manchester University and has been since 2015. And recently he was featured on the BBC programme Imagine, where he was interviewed by Alan Yentob, and that was only a few weeks ago. So if you missed it, you can watch it on iPlayer. But again, this is another hidden statue that many people, when I take the tours around to this, most people just walk past it. And even the people on the tour don't realize that this is where we're going to be stopping to talk about this. They walk past it too, because it's not obvious what it is. But when you go there, you will see the full poem, which is amazing and very heart-rending. So I recommend you go there. Now we talk about a very well-known person, which is Mr. Marcus Garvey. Or should I say the Honourable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. He was born on the 17th of August, 1887, and he died on the 10th of June, 1940. He was a political leader, as well as a publisher, an activist, a journalist, and an entrepreneur who believed in Black nationalism and Pan-Africanism. Basically, he promoted the return of Africans back to Africa. He founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association, which became known as UNIA, and the African Communities League, which became known as the ACL. He lived in Hammersmith in London from 1912 to 1914, where he attended Birkbeck College to study law and philosophy. As a director of the UNIA and the ACL, he set up various businesses to help the Black community, including publishing a weekly newspaper called Negro World and having a shipping line which owned 4 ships. Now, UNIA had over 2 million members, and unusually, what I found quite interesting was that both of his wives were called Amy. It's such an unusual name, and to have 2 wives called Amy, I just find that interesting. And both were influential and supportive of him in his aims. He died in London in 1940, aged 52, after he had read an article that said he had died. Now, it was shocking enough to read an article that said you've died when you haven't, but he said it said that he was totally shocked about the negativity of the article. Yes?
I'm running out of time.
Okay, this is the last one. This is the last one.
Okay.
I'll finish this in the next couple of minutes. Yeah, he was totally shocked about the negativity of the article, and this led to his suffering a stroke, which led to his death. Because of the war, he was interred in Kensal Green Cemetery, but was repatriated to Jamaica afterwards, and he was declared Jamaica's first national hero in 1964. And you can see him at Willesden Green Library and Marcus Garvey Library, one in Tottenham, one in Willesden Green. I'm going to leave it there because we're running short of time. So if you'd like to contact me, here's my contact info. I'm on all social media, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, Terry.
You're very welcome, and a very good display and very informative. And hopefully one day we can do it outdoors once again. With our people around us, following us to every spot that you've been speaking about. Okay. So it was great. Brother Rich, are you there? Okay. All right. So family, I hope you enjoyed it.
Much appreciated, Avro. Much appreciated for coming on. Big up. Sorry that time is pushing at you.
No, it happens. It happens. Okay. See you guys later. No time for questions today.
Today, no, we've got Paul Obenga on. Okay. He's been humbly waiting.
Paul Obina even.
Yeah.
No, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please let sister take some questions to, give it 10 minutes questions.
No
Please
problem.
let her do that.
You heard it, Avril.
Who wants to ask a question?
I don't know. Is there anyone want to ask any questions? Does anyone in the family house want to ask any questions? What you've learned today? They're just applauding you.
Thank you very much.
Loads of applause.
Could I, Sister Avril?
Yes.
Is there about Marcus Garvey? You didn't cut off what you were going to say about him.
Well, I had to because I was told I run out of time.
No, please. If there's no question, please conclude it. We can't cut across that, so please conclude it.
Okay, let me just share my screen again. Then hold on. I think I was so close to the end anyway. Where are we? Let's go to these and then go back. Oh no, that's where was I? What I was going to say about Marcus Garvey, just to finish off, was that the statue itself, no one knows who the sculptor is, and nobody seems to know when it was unveiled. I've tried to find out who the sculptor was. Either people are denying that they made it, because a lot of people say it's really horrible, they don't like it. And I've tried to find out who actually made the statue. I've got no unveil date, unfortunately. I know it's made of bronze. This is his death mask here on the right-hand side, which was taken supposedly after he died. Now, there are many commemoratives to Marcus Garvey in this country. There's, Marcus Garvey Way in Brixton, Marcus Garvey Library, as we know, blue plaque for him in Hammersmith. There's a Marcus Garvey Centre in Nottingham. He's mentioned in the Bob Marley song So Much Things to Say, and the Bob Marley song So Much Things to Say was on the Exodus album, which was then voted the best album of the 20th century, which is amazing. And there's a memorial to him in Hammersmith. So he's got a lot of attributes. No, what's the word? Not attributes. He's got a lot of commemorations to him. And then I did do some of these words here where effectively these are the things that he said. And I think the most famous one is a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin and culture is like a tree without roots. But my favorite is remove the kinks from your mind, not from your hair. So it was hard to put too much into this because I was rushing through it, but I try not to talk about too much what other people have said about them. I like to find out interesting other things and, you know, tell people things that they may not know. Paul, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
I had the honor back in 1987. I was one of the two artists with a brother called Shaka Dedi. We were the ones who were kind of commissioned with putting together some of the graphics for the Marcus Garvey Centenary Committee.
Brilliant.
And I'm just wondering whether something from one of the elders from there, like Brother Pepperkai, or I'm trying to remember the head of the Osera Set Society was also involved in that committee. So I was wondering whether they'd know who did that bust.
Yeah.
Because I remember there was
Sorry, I said I asked the libraries and they didn't know.
Yeah, it might be. There was a sister who did a portrait of Garvey, and she didn't get the depth of the image, and so he looked a bit like a bullfrog. It was just like a mass, and then so she was asked to sharpen it up, and then she made it lighter skinned, straighter features, thinner lips, etc. To which people were, nah, that's not we're not on that, and so we went back to using the standard, you know, graphic that we see of him on many images.
Yeah, and I'm aware that Raymond, was it Raymond? No, not Raymond. Farrakhan has made a statue of him, a bust statue. That's not seen very often, and I actually spoke to Farrakhan about it. I don't think he released it at the time when I was talking to him, but it's hard to get a decent statue of Marcus Garvey, a good one. There are lots of statues, but to get a really good one, it's very difficult.
I think it's fantastic that you've actually put this forward. Let's take the kink out of your hair rather than your mind. It's simply because you remember the old argument that was between W.E.B. Du Bois and Garvey. So the talented 10th versus the mass population, you know, the movement, mass movement. And Du Bois, I remember there was hearing it, he called up Garvey some serious negative names.
They didn't get on.
And they retorted, but Du Bois is buried. Eventually, he conceded the point to Garvey. And he's actually buried in cantonments in Ghana. The Du Bois Center there, his grave is there. So he retracted and regretted the interactions, but it was a sign of the time of the colorism, which seems to be back again in full force. So people seem to have the kind of the mentality, the thought process is being stimulated on the white supremacist way, but many people don't understand that they're playing the white supremacist game by falling into colorism. And Garvey, there's a sister called Dr. Chantella Sherman. I'd love to see you two interact because she talks about eugenics.
Okay. Yeah.
And she says that both Du Bois and Garvey were eugenicists in their own way.
Isn't that interesting? I didn't. I know. I'm aware that they didn't get on. Someone's asking the questions. Am I aware if anyone's working on another Selassie statue? I'm not, as I said, because that only happened. I don't know if everyone's aware of that business with the Haile Selassie statue. It got broken, smashed.
Yeah.
Anybody in this group even? Okay. Basically, as I say, it was taken down, smashed to pieces by a group of people from I think they're called the Amoro people, and they were upset because one of their singers was murdered in Ethiopia, and they felt that their way to get back at Ethiopia was to take down that statue. Whether or not they'll be putting it back together, because I saw the picture of it, it's smashed to pieces, so it'll be very difficult to put it back together. But I think hopefully they may have a copy.
Okay.
Yeah. Someone's asked how many black sculptors have been commissioned. There aren't many black sculptors. The only one I could think of when I was doing the presentation in particular was Yinka Shonibari. However, I am working on a book which hopefully will be out sometime next year, where we will have a full list of all the black statues and London landmarks.
I love the one in Stockwell. Did you show her?
Oh, she's gorgeous. The bronze woman.
Yeah, lifting the child. I used to work in Stockwell. I still have connections there. So every time, in actual fact, the statue's moved several feet. I think about 3 occasions they've moved it when they've done improvements.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I love that one. Love it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the fact that I went past it for many, many years and just kept seeing it in the corner of my eyes and didn't know what it was until one day I just thought, let me go and investigate this. And I went to see it and I was like, wow, this is amazing, you know. So yeah, brilliant statue. And I recommend everyone go look at it.
I was at a meeting where I swear the sculptor gave forward some of the ideas that they were having for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This is back very early 2000s. And then when I saw it, it puts me in mind of Kunta Kinte holding. Oh, sorry, Kunta Kinte's father holding him up. Yeah. But the fact it's the mother makes me, for my own personal reasons, I really do like that.
Yeah. Brilliant statue. This is only a short, small amount of statues. I've got a lot of statues that I can talk about, and I do have a 2-hour presentation where I do basically name them all. But as time goes on, people are always sending me statues that I've never heard of. But my main thing with statues is they have to be where people can see them for free. I don't want private statues where people have got it locked away somewhere, because if people have to go and pay for it, then doesn't make sense. We need to be able to go and see these things that are, for ourselves for free. So that's why I do the statues, and all my statues are, always free to see.
The one that you showed in by the Albert Hall?
Yes.
Again, a favorite, because I used to live in Sydenham, as in Sydenham Hill Crystal Palace. So I've got a link to that.
Yeah.
But have you seen the friezes on the front of the Foreign Office?
Yes, I have. Yes, the lady.
So we always use. It's a similar format.
Yeah. Well, I work with the MOD.
Okay.
And part of the statues that I do with them is I include that one, and they're always shocked because they never know that that's right there. It's right there. I've never even noticed it before.
I only saw it because I did some careless driving and hit my rear tire on I think it might have been no, it wasn't the cenotaph. It was further back up. And my tire burst, and I was changing my tire, and I looked up and saw them there. This was maybe about 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And so I became aware. That I came back years later. I came back with my camera and tripod, got some images.
Well,
it's like we say that all around London, if you walk with an like the information you're giving people is so vital to the psychology of it, because if you think about it, if you know of these things, you're walking around being nurtured all the time. You've been told about the power relationship between Europe, Africa, Europe and Asia, etc. But if you don't know and you're not informed, it means that you just be walking past a wall or whatever, or walking past a certain figure, don't understand its significance.
Yeah. Well, one of the statues, it's really interesting because I talk about the Buxton Memorial, which is another memorial that I talk about in the 2-hour version. But I saw a picture on the internet and I couldn't understand what this picture had to do with the memorial, because I kept thinking, why are they showing a phone box? And it's only when I went down there and I stood in exactly the same place as where you could, you know, where the picture was taken, that I realized there's actually a memorial to the Buxton Memorial in Parliament Square that you will never see, because it's so hidden.
Right.
You know, and I just couldn't figure out why the person had taken this picture. And when I went down there and I stood there and I saw it, and I went, oh my God, look at that. And it tells you that the Buxton Memorial had been based in Parliament Square and that they'd moved it and it was now somewhere else. And it tells you it's about the emancipation of slavery, blah, 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 all these things. And it's right there under our noses and we just don't see it.
Okay. Okay.
You know? So, yeah, it was a bit of a surprise, that one, because I couldn't, as I said, I couldn't figure out why a person was taking a picture of a phone box. I mean, I know tourists do. This wasn't about a phone box. It was a site about Buxton Memorial, but they didn't actually explain what that picture was.
What are your opinions about the pulling down of the Colston statue, etc.?
As I said, I'd never even heard of Colston. So when I saw it, I thought I just laughed at first because I just thought, who is this guy and why are they setting a statue? Then then you hear all the news, etc. But the thing that got me was that it wasn't really black people that did that. When you look at the people pulling it down, most of it was white people pulling it down. I'm not really a great one for pulling down statues. I understand if you have a debate and it's decided, but I'm a person, I think you need to put a little plaque next to it to say, this is what he did here, but this is also what he did. Because I feel that if we start taking down statues, someone like me who spends a lot of time looking at statues, it's part of my business that I tell people about statues. I want to know about statues. Why is that statue there? If it's not there, I'm not going to be asking the question.
Okay.
So I mean, it's disappeared and I know nothing about it. I'm not going to be able to say, well, this statue was here, because if I didn't know it was there in the first place.
I think it's a real insight into the culture, because it gives you the background information about what that person did.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I think. We ought to have almost like two plaques as such. One saying what he supposedly did, which was supposedly good, but the other saying, but he also did
the balance.
Yeah.
So the point of view where it's coming from. No, I agree with that. I totally agree with that.
There are some statues, though, which are so high up. I mean, really high up. There's some plaques that are high up. You can't read them. I don't see the point of putting them that high up if people can't read them. There's a statue that I talk about, and it's on the side of the building. It is so high up, you can barely work it out. And again, I don't understand why people put statues in those places, because why?
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. But Paul, I think I've taken up all your time.
No, it's not. It's our time. It's our time. I can adopt and whatever. What you're saying is so important because it's in the now. It's a lot of my thing is quite abstract and whatever. So
I was there when you gave a class with Michael Lou. I can't remember his last name. You talked about the timeline, and we have actually met before. So
Michael Manning. That's
yeah. I actually attended all the classes, and I thought your talk was just fantastic.
Oh, thank
this
you.
is me being sycophantic now, but basically, yeah, it was really interesting because I think I bought the timeline when you first put it out years ago.
Okay.
Then we
Okay.
moved house, and I've never seen it since. So
Okay.
I'm gonna have to get another one.
All right. All right. Yes, we can. Well, talk to Michael. He's got them for sale.
Yes,
Yeah.
I will.
Talk to him.
This has been a very insightful conversation listening to the two of you. So, sister, don't feel like you're taking up time. I feel the same as the brother, that what you're doing and hearing you bounce off of Paul, that's the beautiful thing, because even though he may be dealing with more ancient history, if you want to say it like that, again, it's relevant. And the adage of art imitating life, and going back to the conversation about statues being taken down, as you said, it's important to have that comparison there for future generations, because already the whole point of this weekender is to inspire a love for our history, which is already kind of lacking. So it's important to have those comparisons. So again, we are in no uncertain terms knowing where we are and what country we're in, because I think it's important to not have a false narrative of the UK, and to understand who the racist people are, as well as who the black presence is and the black contributions. Because the truth of it is, black history is everybody's history. That's the problem.
Right.
That's the ongoing beef. Yeah. But yeah, much appreciated for that. Paul, when you're ready, you can begin your presentation, brother.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sister Avril.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Is my camera on? Or are you putting that on? Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me, brother?
Yeah,
sorry.
I can't see myself on camera anywhere. I see Paul and
no,
green.
You've got a green screen for some reason. I don't know why. Is there something over your camera? Have you turned your camera on?
My camera's on. My camera is on. So
yeah, because it's been showing this. I thought that was on purpose.
Wait a minute. Do you know what it is?
You had a post-it note over it.
Now I'm feeling really, really dumb.
Listen, do me a favor. Give your camera a wipe. You've got the sticky part. That's it. That's all. So we can get you clearly.
Hold on. I've got some. Obiaka, do you see where the spray is? That should be. Hold on. Just let me see if I've got my camera. The camera should be on from my. No, it's still on that. Right. Some little spray. Sorry, brother. After all of that.
That's all right. Listen, people, you know the routine. Hit the like button if you haven't done already. You know why we're here, for the Dr. Llaila Afrika International Rites of Passage International Exchange. That's the purpose of this weekend. So if you haven't donated, go ahead and show your support and donate. If you are coming to Black Eyes TV for the first time, please go and subscribe, like the video, share the link out so other people can benefit from some of these brothers and sisters' time, energy, and due diligence in the study areas of history. Yeah, it's all to edify us as a people and to help us build as a nation. So please go ahead, like, share, and subscribe. You know the routine. Yeah, that's all nice and clear, crystal. That's all. See the smile, see the muscles. It's that
Screen
time.
share.
Right. So
screen
I
share.
believe we've got until about about 3:30 now till the next
45 minutes.
Yeah, about that.
Okay, let me just there's something to ignore. I'm going to go to screen share. Can that be seen now? My entire screen.
It hasn't come up yet. You haven't hasn't shared the screen yet.
Say again?
It hasn't shared the screen.
Cancel that. Screen sharing was cancelled. Make sure you got the share on the modal. Okay. So I go here, screen share, the base.
And then you got either the Chrome or the applications.
Screen sharing 2 monitors, screen sharing good computer. Don't show these tips. Screen share your entire screen application. Well, that's not. Is it not come up again?
I've seen nothing. Yeah, because you haven't accepted any of them.
You've got to highlight the window that you want to screen share.
Highlight the window that I want. So highlight.
No, you go to the bottom. You press screen share, then it will have either Chrome, which is on the which is your website, or the application that you've opened up on your desktop, and then you choose what you want.
Sorry, that's not called. All I can see, it says screen share, sharing tips.
Yeah, so you've got mute, start camera, camera and mic, and screen share.
So mute, stop camera, camera mic, screen share. Yes.
Yeah. Click on the screen share.
Boom. Yes.
And then you'll have a square box come up.
Yeah.
And then go to applications.
Applications, is that at the top of the screen? Nothing showing it doesn't say application. It says some screen share audio, checkbox, follow these steps to follow screen share. No, that's a screen share. No. Let me listen. Sorry, go on.
Let me do this. I'm gonna call you on a video call and show me your screen. Richie, entertain them while we're doing this quickly. Rich.
Right. Yeah, I'm here. Let me just see. Screen share. Mine.
No, you're saying the people. I'm doing it. Don't worry.
So this is coming into my phone, not into my.
Yeah. So I need to answer the phone and let me see your screen.
Okay. Gotcha. So at the bottom here.
Yeah. Screen share. Yeah, you've got 2 boxes. Press application.
Which is the 2 boxes?
In that box where it's got the blue bar, you got application or you got application or Chrome.
Tell me again where.
Application or Chrome.
I can't see that. I can't see it.
Hold on. Stop. Close. Make your screen smaller. The StreamYard screen smaller. Okay, so bring it back up.
Yeah.
Go back to screen share, cancel that, and start again.
Right.
Screen share. Screen share on the bottom, yeah.
Yeah.
Then in that box, it should have entry screen, application windows, or Chrome tab.
What, in here?
Yeah.
There's nothing saying that. It says screen sharing with easiest. Screen sharing works best on a good computer. Some screens, some about the sound.
Oh, your sound. Are you on mute?
Yeah. No.
So click on the blue bar.
Right.
Yeah. So now see that screen you got there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go to application windows.
Right.
And then which one is the one that you want?
I want to use the black IC, this one.
Yeah. So then hit that.
Share. Okay.
See there?
You can see that now.
Yeah, I can see that now.
Okay, so if I start the PowerPoint off. PowerPoint.
End the call. End the call.
I start normal.
Yeah, we can see it.
Slideshow. Play from start. You can see this now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm hoping everybody can. No doubt you'll have something going. I'm so sorry about that. I'm going to move very quickly. This is a presentation I did in Rotterdam and Amsterdam back in December on the alchemic structure. I'm going to show you parts of it. I'm very sorry today. It's been a very interesting, it's a family event. I've had some family kind of dramas and traumas from Friday, and then I found out that my godson is close to death. He had an accident this morning around 2 a.m. So there's been a distraction. We've been doing the family thing to try and support my very good friend and colleague with what he's going through. So please forgive me if the little bits of distraction, but this is the presentation I've chosen to do. An introduction to this, I'm going to give you a background and intention, a personal and then a professional orientation on this. A lot of the work I do, history is vital, is central to it. I try to pull a different kind of approach, though, one which is based in psychohistory. But I'm going to explain this with the presentation. This is the interface model. The interface model I base all my activities off. It's the work of Dr. Ulrich Johnson and a lady called Patty DeRosa. And what we're actually looking at is what I call the agenda awareness. Agenda A, which is a professional, agenda B, which is personal. Now, if we're going to put in a scholastic setting for your children or yourself, agenda A becomes the academics, agenda B becomes the behavior. Being a career teacher, school teacher, then education consultant dealing with culture and culture and behavior, I many times have come across young people whose brightness on an academic level is undermined by their personal behavior. And the fact that our children in general, children of African descent, are generally being persuaded that being street smart is more important than being school smart. It's the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air dynamic that I've been going on for years about. I say street smart above school smart. No, you're supposed to be street smart and school smart. You're supposed to be rounded on both of those things. We should be going in and getting the education that we pay for through our taxes. So that's the kind of, it's a business. I always say to young people, when I be giving them a bollocking or something, I said, is it personal? It's business. We're here, take the word learn, take the L off, it says earn. And so every time we recite learn, we talk about earning. And so it's the same thing with the term black. Every time you say black, you're saying lack. And generally, a lot of black children move away from whatever education is being provided and don't be in there milling, be in there going to get their education by any means necessary. This year, Dame Jocelyn Barrow left us. She traveled, and she was a stalwart in trying to get the idea of achievement, no matter what, in spite of whatever. And so I personally, I'll tell you a little bit later about the context of my life. But what goes on here, you see person one or student one will come in. This happens to be an image of my son who's sat right in front of me. And he will bring with him his history and sense of cultural capital. The history is that which is external, which is known. It's what is taught. So if, like me, you went to school and were taught very, very little of African history or black history, anything which was going to be of a respectful nature, I say that we really do need to build up that sense of self and sense of external knowledge about ourselves as a people. Sorry, I've just done something stupid. I was trying to take something off the page, and I have reduced this again. stop screen, go like this. And so I go to share screen again. And they said, go to, where was it I went to before?
Applications.
Share screen. And it was to go to, not to this one. I want to go to that one. Application window. I go to here. Hopefully I'm sharing again. Yeah, we're back in there. So there's an image of my boy. He's backed up with his history and his cultural capital. But then we bring with him the 5 C's of awareness, which are his color, which will be the first thing people will see, his culture, which is the way he does what he does, the influences on him, etc. His class background, which will be the way, the access he has to education, housing, etc., etc. His social position and the support that he will have, the expectations he will have in a learning environment. Then he'll have his character coming in there. His basic nature. Is he quiet? Is he withdrawn? Is he gregarious? Is he argumentative? Is he a fighter, etc.? Whatever his character is. And then finally, the context he is in. Is it the professional context or is it the personal context? Need to tell you something very quickly. One time I was doing some work with a brother called Mike Midas and a good sister. Oh, gosh. Oh, he's NHS. I'm sorry, the sister's name has just slipped me. And anyway, they asked me to come and do some work with people, black and minority ethnic people who had just fallen short of their management level within the NHS. Mike asked me to do some work. So what we did, we at Warwick University, there was one white French guy, there's about maybe 8 Asian people and maybe 12 people of African descent. What happened was, Mike, we set up a camera in a room, and then when they arrived, they came into the room. Mike asked them a question, to like, which trust do you work with? What is your role? What is your name, etc. To take them onto Agenda A, onto this Agenda A. Once they told us that basic information, we then passed to me, and I was to go on to Agenda B, the personal dynamic. And what I did, I said, good morning. I said, I gave my name. I said, I'm meeting you at London Bridge. I don't have a camera phone with me. Could you please explain, please describe who I'm looking for? The white French guy says, I'm a white Frenchman, right about 5'10", medium build, blonde hair, blah, 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 blah. The Asian people all said, I'm an Asian woman, Asian man, whatever. Out of the 12 African descent people, only one said that they were black. That was one of the sisters. She said, I'm a bubbly black woman. It's like she had to disarm herself with a characteristic which was non-threatening within the working environment. It's a bit like our good brothers, Richie Blackwood and sorry, I'm not in London a lot. You see, Eddie Nestor, etc. The good brothers who were on the given radio shows. All of them were highly gifted comedians. So there's a kind of safety net that's put there. That's not to decry. All of them are serious brothers and sisters like Angela Marr, etc. goes on. What I'm trying to put you is, it's like a more non-threatening presence. So these people, 12 of them, only one said they were black because they were in the professional format. Does your color culture belong in the professional agenda? Obviously, with these people, at first, no. We worked for them for 2 days. We talked about the interface model, the 5 C's of awareness, of making sure that you're bringing what's called fully PC, personally confident and professionally competent. That's the only PC I deal with. So what happens is, after 2 days in the afternoon, I said, how do you feel now about your presence in the workplace, your 5 C's, being on your right agenda? And they said, yeah, we feel good about it. I said, that's good, because the first morning I said, you said, sir, a Frenchman said you were a white Frenchman. You said you were Asian. I said, but out of you all, there's only one of you said that you were black. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. I said, no. Yes, we did. Roll camera. And they went, wow. And it's like that. What for your children? Because we're talking family day today. What is your psychological preparation for your children putting them into institutions which are European-led. What role does your child's color, culture, and maybe class have in there? And then when their character kicks off and challenges, it becomes a problem. You see, I'm a teacher. Don't get things that I'm a teacher. I'm on that side of the fence. I've had to go into combat with children and parents regarding some of the behaviors that go on. And I'll be backing them off at cutting eye, kissing teeth, mutton under the breath. That's a no-go. Yeah, don't even go there. Don't think about it. But I'm applying the C of culture in my teaching. And that's what I'm doing. I'm applying my culture for the betterment of the achievement of our children going in there. Our history should be an ongoing nurturance we have paid for. The national curriculum. If a school says to you that their school can't teach Black history because of the national curriculum, that is a lie. You are being misled. The only reason you're being misled is because you don't know. And so that's why you need to be getting into the national curriculum and what it does say. So it's about teaching the skills of history, not about teaching historical data. And so one of the things that one of the things that's actually said with history is that it should be giving us an insight into the data and factual things about people's and cultures and incidents from the past. So what I'm trying to say to you is this. There's a sense of status that your child will have, that you will have, even when you're going into the school. Because if you had a bad time in school, you're going to repeat that, your state of not knowing, the sense of having a clash with teachers or whatever, the state of, oh, well, it wasn't fair. Teacher, I failed in school or whatever. You got to get over that. You got to get over it. You got to go to school with your child. And please, I'm saying seriously, I always love reciting this one. Pablo Gad, Hard Times. Was it when I was a youth? I used to live a 9 mile. My mama sent me shop a fico back of liver oil. I make a mistake by coconut oil. She went to kill me in a hard time style. That's a going and getting coconut oil instead of cod liver. You got a licking for it. How many times have your children come back from school having learned nothing? Except how to be avoiding information or whatever. I hope you know about the DSG, by the way, for your children when you're going to school. The DSG is a designated school grant. Please find out how much your child is worth to that school. And usually you'll find it, if you're in London, it's usually around about £7,500 to £8,500 per head per year. That pulls it down that every time that bell rings, the bell rings for each of the lessons, that's around about £6 to £7 per lesson per day. And so what happens is the children shouldn't be hearing the bell ring. They should be in ching, 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 cash money. Oh, that's what you should be hearing. And they should be going in and getting what that you have paid for and they have paid for in taxes. Yesterday I was walking in Hume by Moss Side in Manchester with my son. There was ironically a guy sitting on the edge of a wall 3 stories up. And my son kind of said, look dangerous. And he sort of said, oh. And I said, yeah, if he falls down, it's going to cost. And he said, but my son said, but I don't know him. So what I had to break down was the structure of the national health system. That fool jumps off there, falls down, smashes down. It means that the ambulance drivers, the police who come and investigate, then the treatment from the nurses and the doctors and all the things everybody's being paid for through the national health. So I'm afraid the guy who is falling down across the road is my brother, is my sister. We are related through the national health system, through finance. So please learn, earn. What goes on when you've got the designated school grant? Every single time the bell rings, it's costing maybe £7 per lesson. Yeah. So what I've actually got to say to people is get financially literate. People think school's free. It is not. And the more we know our history, the more we're aware of our cultural capital, the more we're aware of what our role and significance of our presence in that school is, the more that we'll get involved in our children's education successfully. And then those of you who wish to home educate, do so. That's what the rule says, that the child must receive an education. But do it seriously, not something that's done in protest because your child was messing around in school and then had to be took out and transferred somewhere else. No, look at some of the great people in history who have not had a chance to have an education, and then get those basic skills. Check those things out. It's a serious thing I'm talking. The history cultural capital, the census status is there. Because guess what? Person 2 is going to come in. They too are going to have their history and cultural capital, and they're going to bring their color, culture, class, character into the context, and they will have that census status too. At that interface, who's being nurtured the most in that thing you can see there? The white child or the African child? The European child or the African child? The European child all the time is in school, is being nurtured because we're in Europe. When I went, my son he was going to an excellent school 2 years ago. He's going to return there in September. All they had about Black history was a picture of a slave ship on a notice board in Black History Month. But thankfully, he's around history to get to nurture that positive sense of self. Going beyond that, there's the idea of history and lineage. History and lineage is what lies inside of us. My son sits down and looks in front of the face of a European child. He has to be confident and know that his genetic line goes all the way back to the beginning of all humanity. How do we celebrate that? We celebrate that because his Mother's Day is not just Mother's Day, the general one. His Mother's Day is his birthday. That's the day he came into being, into this life. The life started with the conception point of his life. But then he had 9 months in his mother's womb. And I always stress this to people. Chinese people in their tradition class the duration inside the mother's womb as a year. So what we have is this pull-up. So my job has been to provide information about lineage, hence the lineage timeline, which is a 9,000-year continuum only. But it's taken us way past this idea of European or white supremacy through colonization and enslavement. We're talking about not dehumanization, we're talking rehumanization. Agenda awareness, therefore, I repeat, agenda awareness, professional and personal or academic and behavior. But there's another level, is agenda C. And agenda C is healing. We have been through a 400-year trauma, a 400-year trauma which needs to be healed. And so therefore, what I'm putting to you, having the clarity of healing, not repeating the damage that's been done through enslavement and colonization, getting onto the healing level is vital to us all. That's to the perpetrators and the victims. And please remember, 400 years of it is 1,400 years if we include the Arab and Turkish enslavement of Africans, which was going on. And also we need to consider the Arab and Turkish, the Moorish enslavement of Europeans, which was happening as well in the time in the times of the 1300s through to the 1700s. Hence the song Rule Britannia, Britons never, never shall be slaves, because they're talking about the time that they were enslaved during that period. So that's another thing to look into. So this idea of that Europe's always been running things and always been in, no, sir, please start to get some accurate history and look into what some of the peoples of color have done, which have been erroneous. But we need to keep it right there. Like I said, become fully PC, professionally competent, personally confident. And remember, confidence, as Marcus Messiah Garvey said, that if you have no confidence in self, you are twice defeated in the race that is life. With confidence, you have won even before you have started. And the term confidence or confidence is based on the word fidelity, fidelius, meaning truth. And truth is another word, is one of the aspects of ma'at. So please, all around, I always remember, and this is a thing, I put together a conference in 1997. A brother called Hunter Adams Hunter, I gave this wonderful title. I gave this really beautiful title, fantastic title, like something like Heru rises from the dawn times or something like that. Then he's going to talk on that. So when he stood up to do his presentation, he said, Brother Paul's giving me this title, but what I'm going to do is talk about my art, because my art is all there is. And I smiled. I walked out the lecture theatre because I was on business footing. And then, let him get on with it, because that's the truth. On this level here, we're talking about becoming rehumanized. Please try this. I'm telling everybody this. Write the word dehumanization on either in your phone or on a notebook, whatever. And you'll find you can write dehumanization. It will come up. He goes, okay. Then write the word rehumanization. And you'll get the red underlined, because it don't exist. Because they want to keep, I'm saying certain people with mischief want to keep people in a state of dehumanized mindset, etc. And let me say this to you as well. I've worked with many, many difficult people in the prison estate over the last 31 years. I know, for instance, certain abusers love to have the abuse. They love to have it described. They love to go through it again. And so that it's like reliving their power that they had over the person they were abusing. When we keep going on and on and on about Black Lives Matter, when that's going on, and then we're looking at enslavement and colonization, and we're not going back before all of this mess, well, we're not tabling all the stuff that's been going on, it means we're being reminded. All we've had is a 3-month reminder after 5 months of fear that we've been given, 5 months of fear of coronavirus, 5 months of fear of COVID-19, 5 months of fear of all those. And those who've lost family during that period, my heart goes out to you, of course. But what I'm saying is there's a game being played. 600,000 deaths are recorded every year in the UK. 600,000. The Welsh alone, not NHS, prepare for 28,000 deaths per year through flu. We're not saying coronavirus don't exist. I'm not saying that the COVID-19 don't exist. What I'm saying is be careful, because we're getting played. Check your diet for heart attacks. Check all the stress that we're under. That's why I love Dr. Naim Akbar when he says the judgment seen in my art is an IQ test for Africans. Check the stress we're under. Stress alone reduces your resistance to disease. So please check all of these things out. Check them. Get on this tip of the rehumanization. Please, I beg all. Life cycle, the life cycle context. What we see here on the golden side here, this is what we call the spiritual realm. Then across into the green is the material realm. This is called evolving consciousness. Throughout our lives, we've been evolving ourselves. We learn more. But like you say, as we learn more, we can learn good stuff that makes us feel good, or bad stuff that makes us feel bad. But like any addiction, we can be addicted to bad foods, bad drink, bad sexual practices, bad driving, bad lifestyle choices. So this format I did back in around 1993. And what we've got here, it says Irondu, which is an Igbo name. It says plan for life. Pierre de Teilhard de Chardin, he said, we are spiritual beings having a human experience. Spiritual beings have a human experience, i.e., we come from this realm here in the gold, and we come into the green, and we travel through the green, and then eventually we're going to be returning to the gold. That's if you have that belief system with you. Here's parental intention. What does this word say? Who said recreation and who said recreation? Was the child who was conceived, was it conceived through a plan to have a child and become a parent, or was it you doing the hoochie-wally and got caught out? Recreation, hoochie-wally. Recreation, planned. So here we have conception, pregnancy, the period I talked about before, classed by the Chinese as a year. Then we have the birth. And then we go through here. to childhood. The childhood is supposed to finish around 12 to 13 years old. The formative period, I was truly blessed because the final half of my son's formative period, I was able to be with him every day when we were down in Brazil. Every day, 10 days away when I was up with Browder in DC. So every day I was with him. One of the best times of my life. And so I was blessed for that. Return back, his puberty and adolescence preparation. Then we go here to age 13, where we get this idea that we can now reproduce ourselves right across the board. Some children, of course, eat enough chicken, you'll go through puberty early. Yeah? And so my own son went through from 9 years old through to 10. And so he's here now. Then we have to teach about self-governance and social literacy. Sometimes that can be about freedom from parental conditions and scenarios. So in the adulthood preparation, we go through here through to 25 years old to get the status of junior adulthood. Then to senior adulthood at 37, to 49, junior eldership, 61, which is where I'm at now, which is senior eldership. So I'm having to prepare myself for this journey now. Thankfully, I'm being confronted with all kinds of stuff, which is going to help me to get through to wise eldership. And then we're talking, if we live this long, healthy life that hopefully we're going to have, that eventually we know that all we're certain of is death and taxes. Well, we're certain of is death. We cross back into the boundary of the spirit. And then in some cases, we believe that we reincarnate and come back. Some of these old souls that are coming through now that we call babies, that seem to just know stuff. It's very, very interesting to me because we need to catch up with some of our traditional moves, like Baba Tunde, Baba Father Tunde reincarnated, Baba Tunde. So the idea of reincarnation. We must remember reincarnation was actually stopped by Theodorus, the wife of Emperor Constantine? Somebody that's to remind me of that, Constantine, I think it is. And she was the person who stopped the teaching of reincarnation through the Christian church, the one that came through and started to dominate. Got to say this one as well. That remember that John the Baptist was a reincarnation of Elijah. So they did teach this kind of stuff. But we really need to get rid of this idea of fear. We need to get rid of that. This is the only time you've got. And so therefore, you'd be frightened of losing it. We've got to be responsible for it, but we can't be frightened of it. Next part here, Evolving Consciousness Story. Wednesday, April 3rd, 1963. I asked you to go and look at Birmingham, Alabama, because that was the time that the Birmingham uprisings took place over there. But Wednesday, April 3rd, 1963 was my first day in school. That's the day I became black. I was actually raised in a white family, officially adopted. But then my first day in school, my first break time, I was threatened to be stabbed by a Scottish boy. He said, "I'll stab you with my penknife, you black bastard." And so therefore I was going, black bastard. I knew what a penknife was. I knew what a petty knife was, but a knife was, but I didn't know the black bastard thing. I wasn't too clear on. When I went home, my mom said that I was half English and half African. She said that I was golden brown, not black. She tried her best. But then half English and half African. So from that point, if you called me black, I would fight you. If you called me African, I had no problems whatsoever. But then what happened is that when I met Africans from the Caribbean who were denying being African, when I was 15 years old and I started moving around and then girlfriends, etc., I could never, ever, ever understand it or accept it. Aged 11, 12, my mom told me that my natural father had sent a name back for me, but unfortunately she told me that there were negative circumstances to my birth. Felt a bit like Samuel Coleridge Taylor, Hiawatha's. Sorry, sister was just talking about him. I was left with my mom and the circumstances. And so it's only when I was 22, I actually asked what the name was, because I wanted to find out was a Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo, because I learned that it wasn't just Nigerians. And so therefore I found out I was Igbo descent. So the Blessed Heart Father who acts is what the name, Blessed Benedict, Roman Catholic, of course, but Heart Father, Heart Father, and then M.A. means to act. So This is my family, as you can see there. These are my half brothers and sisters and two foster sisters, and you see me down at the front there, little podgy guy. And so I grew up in these circumstances. Do you know something? I keep mentioning this to people, that I had a young blood turn around to me during the time a friend of mine was being attacked in the media, and he turned around and said I was too light-skinned to know what racism was, and that I had so therefore I think it was this entitlement and whatever, a light-skinned entitlement and whatever. I said I wish you could time travel back to the 1960s on the streets of Blackburn and tell the guys who were spitting on me, beating me up and everything else, that I was too light-skinned to be called a nigger and a black bastard and all that business. You should have. I wish you could have come back. In fact, that brother could actually stand up and take the blows and go and fight the way I did, because I became a fighter. Me and a guy, Seymour Marsden, who was one of my, God rest his soul, was one of my mentors. And so, yeah, we were the fighters. We weren't the schmoozers. We weren't the comedians. Me and him were the fighters. And so we used to get into rucks. I used to get into rucks and got into the martial arts and everything else. But now I've got some little guys turning around who've been protected by race relations and got weight in numbers as well. When there were 4 of us on the streets of Blackburn in a town of 155,000. And so, and he wants to tell me I don't know about racism. Some people just got to become very, very arrogant. They need to know this recent history 2 generations back. Or as I always say, I don't mind stepping out on the cobbles with him, because they want to insult me, we can fight. I still got a bit left in me, but I sooner be I'm a child of Ogun, you see. Sorry, I've got that kind of principle. But what I want to say to you is we need to have this enrichment of the recent history so we understand the context we're in now. The brother man there might just be seeing shade and that's it, but then he doesn't actually know about the certain contexts around the country where people have had to go and get into the rucks and fight really heavily. Sorry about that. My name, Igbo language from Eastern Nigeria, the meanings of the word Obi is heart, wish, home, kindred, chief, lineage, soul, spirit, mind, and the shrine house. I always stress the lineage and the mind. These are the 2 that I work a lot with, those 2 interpretations. Please bear in mind as well, if you take, this is where you cats who are from the Caribbean, in Jamaica, places, what happens is you call an Obia man a heart man. Can you see it there? It's there. The Obia man's called a heart man. Obia, according to Orlando Patterson, in his book, The Sociology of Slavery, he was actually looking for the etymological root, the linguistic root to the term Obia in the Caribbean. So he set off to West Africa looking for words that meant witchcraft. And he spelt the word O-B-I-A, O-B-E-A-H, or O-B-I, Obi. And so what he did, because he was looking for witchcraft, he went into he closed off the wider meanings. And so eventually he went to Ghana, I believe, and he found out a word there that meant witchcraft that was aligned. And so he said it's that one. But he missed out on all of this. You can also, by looking at this, you can look at the actual attack upon the holistic being of the African. You can look at lineage. Don't say history, say lineage, because that's the external and the internal. The lineage is what's carried through the mother. And that's what we've been from the beginning of all time. No matter what you can turn around and tell me, external historical facts and whatever, lineage does not lie. And our mothers have carried that DNA right the way through. 3 questions. These are when I was doing the workshop. I asked people this: when did you become black? What were the circumstances? How did it make you feel? I ask people to know that, because when you're teaching your children, if you're not aware of your own sentiments and feelings about the day, is what in Negrescence, the work of William Cross, the psychologist William Cross, who's mentioned as being part of the reformist school by Maulana Karenga in his book in Introduction to Black Studies. It means that you have a pre-encounter state and then an encounter state when you're dealing with race. So when did you become black? What made you realize you were black? I talk to people who were raised in black countries they didn't become black until they contacted the white world or they saw media or whatever. That before that, they might have been known by their national status or just as a human being. Anyway, I want to bypass that. Carter G. Woodson, father of black history, because when what happens is the psychological lacking that we have of our information about ourselves, our external self. It was Carter G. Woodson, this beautiful statue here. I was with Tony Browder when he showed me this in Washington, D.C. Beautiful statue. And so what happened was, this is what he said: when you control a human's thinking, you don't have to worry about their actions. You don't have to tell them not to stand here or go yonder. They will find their proper place and will stay in it. You do not have to send them to the back door. They will go there without being told. In fact, if there is no back door, they will cut one for their special benefit. Their education makes it necessary. So this is a well-known quote now. We have to keep looking at it because the dehumanization process really needs to be done. So history becomes a fantastic tool for removing that whole that lack in black, as I call it, the lack in black. Look at the word white. And if you say, are we white, the word we, are we white, remove the word white, we, from white, and it left you with the three central letters that say hit. And if you lack a defense, you're going to get knocked unconscious. And as Marcus Garvey said, the aim of his UNIA was to make the African world conscious, or I might say the African world conscious. That's what I call world citizenship. It's something I put on the timeline. This is from 1933, the book Introduction to Black. Sorry, not Introduction to Black Studies. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I've just gone blank. Sorry, I've got other things on my mind. It's Carter G. Woodson's. Someone will fill it in. I'll find it in a minute. Van Sertima. Late great Van Sertima. Let no one say, well, you're looking back to the architecture, ships, and the metallurgy and achievements of the old world. Surely these things happened thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago. No, no, no. This is a universe, space-time continuum. What happened 10,000 years ago and 10 minutes ago have the same relevance as they occupy the same space and time in consciousness. Nobody who thinks that the oldest traceable ancestor they can point to was a slave, nobody who thinks that can be anything but a sick man or woman. This is from a speech he did for Dr. Amun Sabasakana in North London in the early 1980s. Fantastic speech. It's online. The speech is online. So have a look for the whole dynamic. I believe it was They Came Before Columbus, which was his seminal work. Need for Black History. And this is where I'll be finishing. This, once again, Black History Month becomes Black History Month. Black History Month becomes Black History Month. Now, let me see this. We have been conditioned with Christianity, the Judeo-Christianic faith. That as an alternative to that, some people go to Islam, al-Islam. Both of those faiths have been used to condition our minds to be non-threatening towards those who are dominating us, i.e. Arabs, Turks, and Europeans. So you have to please consider the political element of the faith, not just the belief in the faith. Hebrew itself has no word for history. Let me say again, Hebrew has no word for history. Sorry, Hebrew has no word for history. It says here, the term zakah means memory. Active and experiential, it also means to think, mention, and record results from purposeful action. A lack of history is a form of amnesia, right? So all the drive to resurrect the African identity, the self-pride, the healing, the rehumanizing elements, and many people have served that. They served that process. Like I took Marcus Garvey's picture down from above my shrine one day, not out of disrespect, but Garvey, as Sister was saying before, he died in very poor circumstances in London, having been hounded. No one can doubt Garvey's legacy, but I don't want to make those mistakes. I want to stand on his shoulder. Who would I put there? Malcolm X, one of my favorites? Hell no, right? Malcolm got took out. So what can I do? So what I did, I put the image, the symbol of Khepra on there. The symbol of Khepra that represents resurrection. The ongoing process that millions of Africans, from small part to big part, not kings and queens, but people who are just doing their everyday life, putting food on the table, working God knows how many hours, doing the best for their family. And doing the best for your family is a piece of activism which has to be acknowledged. But if we start looking for just these individuals and bypass their mistakes, that's a mistake. So the principle of Kepra, the dung beetle, the symbol of resurrection, to me is vital. To overcome amnesia, forgetfulness, it says here, loss of memory due to brain injury, shock, fatigue, repression, or illness, or 2, a gap in one's memory, or 3, the selective overlook or ignore of events or acts that are not favorable or useful to one's purpose or position. I'm putting to you, lineage is part of Kepra. It's an acknowledgement of our mother principle, that which lies within us naturally, our mitochondrial DNA. It is key to rehumanization. And I ask you, those of you who are there with your families, those of you there with your friends, please get the idea that we need to have the healing done. And it is vital. I apologize, I've gone 45 seconds over. Thanks very much.
That's okay, Paul. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. Introduction.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the next person to come on, actually, Paul. So you done beautifully with the time management. So if there is anybody who has any questions or who has any comments that they want to make, feel free. Much appreciated, brother, under the circumstances of what you're personally going through. A lot of people have sent their sentiments out to you, so big up for that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Tell me something. Let me ask a question. When you are confronted, as I know you are, with the people that want to say, you know, it's ancient history, what's the point? What's the point of talking about Kemet? What's the point of talking about pyramids and those kinds of things? What's your response?
Just awareness. It's I always mention Chuck D about awareness. Can't get careless. My beloved, let's get down to business, mental self-defensive fitness. We need to have know where we are in history, where we are in geography. It was what John Henrik Clarke said. So I remember doing a session down in Greenwich, and a brother said, Miseducation of the Negro is the book by Carter G. Woodson. I was doing a session in Greenwich, and what was funny, when I went down there, I had to make a decision. Was I going to wear a European business suit or was I going to put an African business suit on? And I decided to wear my African business suit. And many of the people down there were in actual fact from Nigeria or the West African countries. And there's a brother, oh my God, he had some threads, Monk. I like threads. He had some threads on. And he said that studying of history, it's no good. It's, whatever. And I said, I totally agree with you. Unless you know how to apply it totally in the present for your future needs. So studying history alone is no good. Absolutely no good. What are you going to do? Live in the past or whatever? But what you are going to do is look at it, apply it, understand the power of it, and how we can even if it's just for making you feel good in the current climate. Damn, and then. If you have the capability of doing those things back then, think about what you can do in the future.
Oh, most definitely.
It's a psychological. It's a psychological tool. It's psychohistory, psychology and history combined. I didn't get to that plate, but please look up the discipline of psychohistory, and then check out Dr. Amos Wilson, The Falsification of African Consciousness.
Most definitely. When it comes to moral systems, I know inherently when you look at Kemet as a society in history, you can't help but look at their moral compass and their spiritual systems. What jumps out at you? What is the first thing that you try to show people when it comes to analyzing our historical moral compass and spiritual systems?
Unity with nature, which is the first of the 5 principles highlighted by the work of Schwaller de Lubitz and popularized by Asa Hilliard, Dr. Asa G. Hilliard. Unity with nature, I always say to people laughingly, go look at the traffic light, because when you see the traffic light, it's red, green, gold, and black and white. The unity with nature, we say Amen Ra, we have the idea of the sun being the center of the universe, which is our yellow or gold. It shines down onto the 2 colors of melanin, black, and then chlorophyll, green. Our relationship there in nature is that we breathe in the oxygen from the plants and breathe out carbon dioxide, which the plants breathe in and then breathe back out the oxygen. So that's called the symbiotic cycle. Then we've got diets going straight across. We either eat the plants directly or we eat the animals that eat the plants. And so that's why different cultures give different warnings about not eating certain animals because they don't process certain enzymes, etc. Well, so what happens is, that's our second thing. What happens is the energy from the plant and the food goes into our 4th color, which is blood, which is red. And so therefore what happens is the heart pumps the blood around the body. And the heart, of course, is the symbol of the consciousness, the deep consciousness of the Kemites. And as I mentioned there in West Africa with the Obi, the heart as well. And that's what is judged in the judgment scene of Ma'at. It's not the brain, it's the heart is weighed against the feather of truth and justice. And the heart must be in balance with the feather, not lighter than. It's got to be or heavier than. It's got to be in balance with the feather. So we go on about balance, work, things like work-life balance, balanced diet, etc., etc. So that's the thing that always jumps out for me. If you're not down with African spirituality, don't breathe, because that's what spirit means. It's a basic fundamental thing like that.
That's all, most definitely. I do believe the person's coming in shortly. People, remember, if you have any questions, people are commending and like what you're saying.
Brother Paul, I got a question. What's the state of your new edition of the timeline? Is it available now in England? Can we get it? And how can we get it?
I'm still putting my because of certain things, I'm still putting my own website together. I know that Michael and Manning has got copies for sale. I've got copies for sale. So if you direct for my lineage innovations at gmail.com, or my mobile phone, which is 07392 982 802. By any of these means, I've got copies right here. I've got different sized copies. I've got small A6 size that roll out. Oh, sorry, I'm talking all this. I forgot there's a camera technology.
That's it. Let's see it.
I've got the small size scroll here, and then I've got the larger size. This is A5. This is A6. That's it. And these roll out. This is about 2 meters long when you roll it out. This is gone to nearly 2.5 meters, 3 meters long. Then if you get the ones that I made on vinyl, on a vinyl, hard durable versions, we go A6, A5, A4, so even bigger. And then we do ones which are as high as 1 meter tall as well. They're quite expensive. The brothers in the Netherlands who have a copy there told me the other day it's over 12 meters long. So so there are different sizes available. There are different. Then I'm actually developing the fold out these lineage timeline structure. This is like little manuals that fold out, and it gives the breakdown. It gives the breakdown of the timeline, the structure, what you're looking at there, and then on the other side here, some of the 3 key issues that we talk about. The bottom one's my favorite. This one's called The Flow of Ancient Knowledge, showing how basically the knowledge from Kemet went into Egypt, because I'd always differentiate these days between Kemet and Egypt. The Greeks took it over. The Greeks then dropped it down into their swag house, their place of stolen goods, which is Alexandrian Library. Then they took it into Rome. The Romans accessed it. Then they went to then the Romans got to the Arabs. The Arabs then took it into North Africa and around, and then the Moors took it into Spain. And the translation schools of the Greco-Roman text fueled the Renaissance in Europe. So basically, all this is borrowed knowledge. And what I keep smiling because in Holland they have this character called Zwarte Piet or Black Peter, and he's a Moor. He's clearly a Moor, but the people there protest about Black Peter, saying about him, because the white people there black up like minstrels, and then they cavort about, fool around and whatever. But they don't what they don't get is that they should be looking about who this character is, because they don't look at him, and they protest about slavery and enslavement and slavery and racism. So they're constantly going about slavery and racism. And like I said, it's just talking over and over and over about the power of white people over black people, not saying about this guy's actually representing the education of Europe, of Europeans, especially in Holland. And I find so. For instance, I've been one word I found out about a year ago was cordwainer. And people say, "What's a cordwainer?" I said, "Someone who makes shoes." And they said, "I thought that's a cobbler." I said, "No, that's not a cobbler. A cobbler repairs shoes. A cordwainer is a guy who makes shoes, a person who makes shoes." Right. And it's actually named for Cordoba in Spain, where the Moorish art, the leather crafts. So today, this is just a madness. All this history is there today.
Yeah. The etymology of words.
60 years old, and I didn't know what a shoemaker was.
No, I think that's the beauty of just language and the etymology of words. When you really start to get into it, and that comes with its own history and timeline, as you're saying, and usually ties to some interesting different events. It's like the other day I was talking to somebody about the origin of the word black as far as white people are concerned. Right. And they tied it back to a Germanic tribe that were known for being blacksmiths, craftsmen. So again, this is where this reference of being black, because obviously they're working with fire, they're dark and they're burned, so their look was what inspired this conversation. But again, it's this etymology, because obviously we've heard of the word smithy before. So the blacksmith is added onto it, and it was just an interesting conversation, just in the sense of, again, etymology of words, the references, the connotations, historical connotations, because obviously when we're talking about white people, we're talking about a much younger race than black people. So their connotations and references for certain things, again, are going to come from things that we've long since broken down in multiple different ways. So I always find that interesting myself.
Well, when I said before about I'm a child of Ogun, which is from your people, what happened is the Ogun is like when I was down in Brazil, he was a warrior. He just always had a warrior is fighting, but of course he was fighting. He always has a machete, so he's fighting a shield. So those had to be made. And what they don't tell you is that Ogun is not just the warrior, which is what is restricted to in Brazil. Is also the blacksmith.
Creative one. Yep, the creative one.
That's it. So, but it's also to do with technology.
Yep.
So being a craftsman. Craftsman.
Iron Man.
Yeah. That's Iron Man. That's exactly where they borrowed the concept from. So he's Tony Stark. When my son's of a Shango, so he's Thor. So it's like if I was in the European tradition, it's Vulcan, the blacksmith. So yeah, there's all of these. I don't know, man. I just laugh because to understand those dynamics, you go and link to nature and all of these so-called gods, goddesses, and whatever, all natural phenomenon. So today's day of the sun. Tomorrow is Monday, day of the moon. Then you got the Norse god of war is Tuesday, which is why in French you say Mardi, which is Mars Day. Then you got Wednesday, Odin's Day. Then Thor's Day, Thursday, Thor's Day. Freya's Day, the goddess of marriage, and then Saturn's Day, the god of agriculture, Roman god of agriculture. All these things are around all over the place, but we don't put our mind. We don't know the background to them. You don't know what. You just walk around. Oh, yeah, today's whatever.
Yeah. Well, they don't want you to participate in the natural energy forces that are flowing at all times. They want you to give off this, where you would complete the circuit. I say, they usually will supplant the name Jesus, Allah, some other, man-made, more physical, more divine type of situation. And then that takes away from you now being and getting naturally charged from being a part of this natural cycle.
I digress. I disagree with one thing there is about Islam. Islam is highly scientific and actually does align you if you practice it. The part that I always remember there were some boys in school and there was an argument because they actually believed that men had one less rib than women, and they believe in this thing of Adam. And so I challenged them on it, and then I said to them about having respect for the female, the feminine, and I just said to them, do you fast the white nights? And they said, white nights, what are those? I said, do you fast the 3 nights of the full moon? And they said, oh, well, what's that? We don't know about that. And I said, aha. And then about 5 minutes after the end of the session, the maths teacher, Mr. Hamza, came down and Mr. Emmy, you were talking to them about the white nights. And I said, yeah. I said, it's part of Islam, yeah? Yes. Well, we generally we don't have to fast that. We fast it so they stick with the sun cycle.
Right.
He said the Prophet's people are going, he did it, but we did. So it's the science behind it is absolutely. In actual fact, I was told, I'll have to dig out the source. I was told that in private, many business people in the USA practice Islam as in praying 5 times a day, that 5 times a day discipline in the track of the sun. So it's so I can't say Christianity. Well, they supplanted Christmas Day on the first day after the solstice in December. So the sun, S-U-N, was reborn. Easter's got nothing to do with the crucifixion and resurrection. That was also supplanted on the day because it's named for goddess Oestra, a German fertility goddess, and that's all about the female, hence the Easter egg. Women have the eggs, men don't. So the all the way through these displacements and adding on and whatever.
Misnomers.
Yeah. So look to the. I don't look for the. I look for the similarities, not for the differences, and through that try to understand. Like I said, becoming a world citizen means that we all have to get together. Oh, let me just drop this. My book of Dom is getting thicker and thicker. Like I said, I didn't know what a shoemaker was. For instance, I was watching Enter the Dragon, a film I've been watching around about 42 years. I was watching it with my son, and every time it comes on TV, I watch it. But on this particular occasion, I'm watching Bruce Lee go into the boat, and he was being paddled by Ip Man, his teacher. Yeah. And I was like, what? I said, that's Ip Man. So I've been watching that and never saw it for how many years? And so when I get into things like this, I'm open to learn, because you find you got something totally wrong, and I'll just go like, I don't know, but if I go like this is a symbol of spirit, the car. That's so. That's a symbol. There I'm open to embrace and connect with. If I'm like this, unfortunately, those who like doing that's your symbol of the Assyrian position, where the heart is closed here. I don't know. find out.
That's it. You will not be open to the suggestion.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. So my book of dumb's getting thicker all the time because I know some real dumb shit. Sorry, I know some real dumb shit.
No. Listen, the truth of it is there's so many subtle nuances in life and in culture. And again, because one culture's flowing into the next and, you know, different cultures are stealing from our original position and whatever, there's always things I think you can go back and look at, even, you know, within other people's cultures, and notice, even after watching something over and over again, a new subtle nuance to how something is connected, how they've used one person to the next. You know what I'm saying? I think that is the beauty of learning. And that's where it's a continuous cycle and journey where you can continually go back as well as move forward and read and take in new things, but you can forever go back and find new bits that you may have not noticed to just not have known outright. I wanted to ask you one last question as well. What's your definition of spirituality? Because you kind of mentioned it quickly earlier. You did allude to it, but I want you to just double down. When you hear somebody say black people need spirituality, to you, what does that mean?
I find that really funny because you can't not have it. This is because if you take that the word spirit or breath means breath, and it's about spirit is about connectivity. If you want to see a good example of spirit, watch the Chicago Bulls team. You know, when they were mashing things up in the 1990s, because that was team spirit. That one of the greatest pieces of spirit I've seen was I think it was one of the first I acknowledged was 1970 Brazil side in the final against Italy when they won 4-1. And it was the final goal scored by the captain, Carlos Alberto. And I always remember to this day, I was 11 years old, and I watched Pele receive the ball after one of the fullbacks had dribbled the ball all around the place, and the ball was knocked into Jairzinho. Jair knocked the ball over to Pele, I think it was. And then Pele just kicked the ball to the side. And in the split second, he said, "What's he done that for?" Giddy bum. And it went into the corner. Carlos Alberto, perfectly in his pass, perfectly weighted, nonchalant, knocked to the side. When you've got good spirit, you sometimes don't have to talk. You just know what's going on because you're connected with that person. It's like you're breathing with them. And that's what, you know, the practices that have that. For instance, I was chasing Tony Browder down for, he said that Asa Hilliard had told him that, you know, in Kemet, the same word for front is the same word for south, the same word for back is the same word for north, for left hand is east and the right hand is west. So I was wanting that information from him for, oh God, I've been chasing it for years. And then I woke up one morning, maybe 5 weeks ago, and I woke up, went online. There's a brother done a beautiful breakdown of it with all the terms, with the meta nature, and what happened was I just said I've got to change my shrine because my shrine was facing east, and I was thinking to myself, you know something, if I'm going to orientate with this thing properly, I need to orientate the way that the Kemites did in the ancient times that we had. So that was a new kind of pickup, a new beginning.
Greetings, Charmaine.
How you doing, Charmaine? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That's all. Listen, before we bring you in, Charmaine, Paul, it's been a pleasure having you on. It's been a pleasure building with you. As always, enjoying the information. I know the people in the chat have been enjoying it. If you haven't hit the like button already, go ahead and hit it. If you don't know why we're doing all of this Black history, it is for the Dr. Llaila Afrika Rites of Passage International Youth Exchange Program. This is not a one-time trip. This is an institution that we're trying to initiate an ongoing program for our young people to get rites of passage, to understand what it is to be young Black women and men as they go into adultcy. Yeah, big up to you, Paul, again for that presentation. Rick's just playing a quick ad, and then we'll
Okay then, sir. See you later. Charmaine, have a good one.
Thank you. Take care, Paul.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Paul.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did yourself wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs. For my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did yourself wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
We're back in the house again. Once again, we are with the beautiful Charmaine from the Black History Studies. Introduce yourself to the public so they can get to know who you are.
So, greetings, everybody. Apologies for the late start. There was a confusion with the link, so I was thrown out of the other link, and now we're here. So, welcome. So, my name is Charmaine Simpson. I am one of the directors of Black History Studies. I run Black History Studies for the past 13 years with my husband, Mark Simpson. And we also run a sister company called Black History Study Tours, where we take groups internationally abroad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get started into my presentation, and I'm going to start with a video just telling you who we are. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. All right, stand up. Let's share.
Yeah, so we are a great people. But until the story of the hunt is told by the lion, the tale of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. Sure, Black people, we're in a serious situation. I know it's time for us to rebuild our nation. We can do it, yes we can, with real education. Let me introduce you to my organization. Black History Studies, knowledge is our wealth. Educating the community to educate themselves. We're doing what we can to rebuild our nation. www.blackhistorystudies.com. Black History Studies, knowledge is our wealth. Educating the community to educate themselves. We're doing what we can to unite our nation. www.blackhistorystudies.com. We come to tell you about your history to make sure it doesn't remain a mystery. And anything they have hidden, we will try to reveal. No more legacies will we allow them to steal. And what they have stolen, we're taking it back. We history, we culture, we land on all that. We're gonna make you proud to be Black. We're gonna put Africa back on top. Say forward ever and never turn back. And gather all the youths and put them back on track. By any means necessary, foolishness have to stop at the truth. Me a talk, me not take back no chat. And that's real talk for a real situation. Mentally we still dep on the plantation. We can change that with real education. Make I introduce you to my organization. Black History Studies, knowledge is our wealth. Educating the community to educate themselves. We're doing what we can to rebuild our nation. www.blackhistorystudies.com. Black History Studies. studies. Knowledge is our wealth, educating the community to educate themselves. We're doing what we can to unite our nation. www.blackhistorystudies.com. Museum tours, and we do tours abroad so we can highlight the people's world contribution. Educating the community to educate themselves. And knowledge of self is our destination, because the journey with the pan is not about his story, it's about our story and our emancipation. And when you find out that they have always lied to you, that alone should be enough inspiration to do go up on a learning journey and learn as much as you can about your history, and then you bring it right up to the contemporary so that your third eye can see more clearly. And those who know should tell those who don't know. You have to know where you are come from, if you know where you are go. You have to know thyself in order to grow. You want knowledge of self, make I tell you how. Black history studies, knowledge is our wealth, educating the community to educate themselves. We're doing what we can to rebuild our nation. www.blackhistorystudies.com. Black history studies, knowledge is our wealth, educating the community to educate themselves. We're doing what we can to unite our nation. www.blackhistorystudies.com. The right education will bring emancipation, and knowledge of self will end oppression. We know want no revenge, we want retribution, cause someone has to pay for the wrongs that's been done. The right education will bring reparation, but don't think it's all about compensation. We not beg you nothing, we have we own a plan, and if you leave us, we will put it into action. So just leave us alone so we can grow on our own, and through education we'll get our reparation. And if you think that we're done, how come we just come with knowledge, wisdom and determination? Black history studies, knowledge is our wealth, educating the community to educate themselves. We're doing what we can to rebuild our nation. www.blackhistorystudies.com. Black history studies, knowledge is our wealth, educating the community to educate themselves. We're doing what we can to unite our nation. www.blackhistorystudies.com. We come to tell you about your history to make sure it doesn't remain a mystery. And anything they have hidden, we will try to reveal. No more legacies will we allow them to steal. And what they have stolen, we're taking it back. Our history, our culture, Holland and all that. We're gonna make you proud to be black. We're gonna put Africa back on the top. Forward ever and never turn back. And gather up the youth and put them back on track. By any means necessary, foolishness have to stop. And the truth, me attack, me not take back no chat. And that's real talk for a real situation. Mentally we still depend on the plantation. We can change that with real education. Make I introduce you to my organization. Black history studies, knowledge is our wealth, educating the community to educate themselves. We're doing what we can to rebuild our nation. www.blackhistorystudies.com. Black history studies, knowledge is our wealth, educating the community to educate themselves. We're doing what we can to unite our nation. www.blackhistorystudies.com.
Okay, greetings, everybody. Welcome. So my name is Charmaine Simpson. The video that we just showed you here was a video that we did 10 years into our journey. We have been operating as a business for 13 years. And when our 10-year anniversary came up, we thought, you know what, let's do something different. Most people go and do a dinner and dance and sit down and eat food and dance before. You know what, let's do something more creative. So my husband, Mark Simpson, there came out of musical retirement and decided to put together that video. And you can see various people involved in the journey of Black History Studies. You saw the late, great Ty, who passed away recently due to complications for coronavirus. You see other people that have interacted with us over the years. And we always show our presentation and this video before we do our presentation. So this is a second rerun of the presentation I delivered yesterday with some extra bits. I had less time yesterday, I've got more time today. My presentation I'm going to be talking about is Black is Beautiful, and looking at beauty and what we can learn from our great history. So like I said earlier, my name is Charmaine Simpson. I'm the CEO of Black History Studies, and I also run Black History Studies with my husband, Mark Simpson, and we have been married for 13 years, as long as we have run our business, and we are truly a family business. And our mission is to inform and inspire and empower people through Black history and Black studies by educating them, by educating the community to educate themselves, thereby creating a self-sustaining circle, learning circle, okay? And what our mission is, not to spoon-feed people. We want you to go out and go and do your own research and learning and come back and share what you've come across, and we can have a discussion. and this is what I'm trying to encourage through the work that we do at Black History Studies, is creating a whole generation of new historians and leaders that want to spearhead and champion our history and make this as their life purpose to share our great story. And as we speak, we're making history. So this morning, I woke up and I was delivering a presentation or children's workshop focusing on the British Black Power movement and focus on the British Black Panther Party, because August of 2020 is the 50th anniversary of the British Black Power movement and also 50th anniversary of the Mangrove 9 trial. And it's very important that we educate and inspire our young people to learn about our journey in this country, not just from an American perspective, looking at what we did over here. And I'm a type of person that when we set up Black History Studies, there's members in the community complaining about, oh, the school system don't teach Black history in school. And I said, you know what? I don't do complaining. I do solutions. So instead of us complaining about, oh, they don't teach Black history in school and standing on the shoulders of people like Erica Jessica Huntley and the Black Parents Movement, let's create an organization where we can spearhead and teach our history from our perspective. That's literally what we did. And never looked back. So this morning we did a workshop. We had over 30 young people from England, the Netherlands, and the United States on that workshop. Yeah, we can do this now. And I often say to people that we are Garveyites. We follow the Garveyite philosophy, and we can't live Garveyite and do Garveyite works if we're not educating people from all around the world. Okay, and it also starts in the home. It's the reason why I say to people, nation building starts in the home. So if you have a strong family, a strong partner beside you, that can also trickle out into the community, then that goes into nation, and then that goes global. Okay, we got to be thinking about having strong families. That's part of our legacy. So some of the services that we offer at Black History Studies, and this is a very brief list. So, for example, we do presentations on Black history and Black studies. Now, with the coronavirus, we are doing webinars. We do short courses on Black history and Black studies. We've got two short courses starting in September. We do a beginners and advanced Black studies course, and that's going to be online for next year. So if you're interested, go to our website, www.blackhistorystudies.com. We also do international study tours because Mark and I like travel. When we travel, we go to places looking for Black history and Black studies in these places. And many of our students say, when you're going on a next door tour, can we come with you? And I thought, why don't we create an organization where we can go as a group and collectively go around the world to look at our presence all around the world. So we do a 10-day Kemet tour. We do European tours as well. So we've got a Black history tour of Amsterdam. We was meant to do one this year of Black history tour of Brussels, because I wanted to highlight and commemorate the 95th birthday of Patrice Lumumba. And looking at the Congolese, I'm a Congolese advocate. I've been speaking about the ongoing genocide in Congo for a number of years now. Also, we do Lisbon, we do Paris. We're trying to do every different country because we want to look at and make links with our cousins in Europe so that we can make more links. And because we are Garveyites, Marcus Garvey didn't have Facebook, Twitter, Zoom, and streaming services. We should be using these services to actually reach out to our brothers and sisters on the continent. We have our own community cinema program where we do numerous film screenings around the country, internationally as well. We also have launched various DVDs in this country, like the Hidden Colors series. Black History Studies was the organization that launched that in the UK and Europe, and we've been the European distributor of many of those type of documentaries over the years. We do a museum tour of the British Museum. So we do a Black History tour of the British Museum. And we've been doing that for a number of years. And we also do a Arthur Liverpool tour, which involves us traveling from London. We're based in London, traveling up from London to Liverpool, doing a tour of the International Slavery Museum, then also doing a walking tour of Liverpool. Okay. And fulfilling the footsteps of people that have done that tour before and continuing that works. Okay. Also, we publish our own books. We've published numerous books, and we're publishing another book this year. And we also do film distribution. We also work with other film exhibitors. I used to be the chair of the New Black Film Collective, and we work with different Black exhibitors, film exhibitors all over the UK to put on films and screenings. And at the moment, we have the Windrush Windrush Caribbean Film Festival, which we're a partner of, and we've been sharing that information through our networks and social media. And we have our own radio show on the Colourful Radio, the award-winning Colourful Radio. Every Monday at 10 o'clock, we do a message in the music show, which is delivered by my husband, where we talk about use music as a way of educating people and sending a message. Now, I have a first-class degree in economics. I'm a businesswoman. I'm always thinking about using money as a tool to advance what we do, because we are a self-funded organization, and we deliberately set out to be a self-funded organization because we know that once you're funded by other people, they can control you, and we want it to be able to do what we're doing without having restrictions. So as part of our program, we talk about economics. We also have an event that we run called the Black Market and Film Festival, which we've been running since October of 2012. So recently people are talking about the Black Pound Day. We have been doing that since October 2012, where it's an event. We try to do it 3 times a year, where we bring all different Black businesses under one roof and support them. And as part of that event, we also teach financial education and financial literacy. And also we support independent filmmakers, giving them a platform to launch their films in these countries. And we've been doing that for a number of years. This was the most recent flyer for the event, which we had to cancel, unfortunately, due to coronavirus, but we are looking to do that again. And we work with amazing partners such as Asa Jack Radio and also Colourful Radio to get the message out there. And the reason why we did that event was because I remember speaking to somebody and they were saying they don't know how to support Black businesses. And I thought, you know what, let's create an event where we can get all these Black businesses under one roof and we support them. And everything that we do at Black History Studies, we try and support our own. So flyer design, printing, design work, our website is all created by a person from the Black community. And we want to circulate that Black pound. Also, like I said, I've got a first-class degree in economics. I also am a passionate personal financial coach and financial educator. And I believe it's very important that we combine the two, because we can't talk about Black history and not talk about how we've been affected economically. And what I do is help clients achieve financial well-being by teaching, empowering, inspiring clients to identify their goals and help them find practical solutions to money challenges and ultimately live the life they want to live. And also I work with clients on a regular basis, helping them put together financial plans, helping them pay off their mortgage much sooner, helping them pay their debts, help them with their saving goals. This is what I've been doing through my other sister company, the other company that I run, and my website is there, charmainesimpson.com. And the next event that we're doing on Wednesday is looking at financially savvy sisters, where we focus on financial education focused on women. Okay. So in this presentation, and we've been often asked, why do we use the word Black instead of African? Okay. So when we teach our history, not just focusing on Africa, we're focusing on melanated people from all around the world. Okay, we are global African people, we know this, but there's also not just people in Africa, there's people outside of Africa that are melanated, and we should include those in that story. Okay, so you can see this image here where I put what is Black. You can see different representations of people in Australia, Andaman Islands, India, Pacific Islands, Malaysia, Russia, China, and Africa. Yeah, we have a Black history in Russia. A lot of people don't know about this, and I did a Black European Film Festival about a year and a half ago, where we looked at the story and our contributions in Russia. And we must tell our story. Yeah, our history is not just focused in Africa. We are global African people. We must talk about our story in a global perspective. So the reason why we use Black is because, unfortunately, there are some African people who do not see themselves as Black, or there's some African people that don't see themselves as African. Yeah, and some Black people who do not see themselves as African. Yeah, so we want to capture, I'm using it as a political term, we want to capture enough people so we can educate them about their history and speak to them from an African perspective. Okay, so let's look at cultural identity. So culture refers to the customs, practices, and languages, values, and worldviews that define social groups, such as based on nationality, region, or even common interests. Okay, so cultural identity is important for people's sense of self and how they relate to others. And a strong cultural identity can contribute to people's overall well-being. And the desired outcomes recognize the importance of a shared national identity and a sense of belonging, and the value of cultural, social, and group diversity, because we are a very diverse group. Yeah, I'm sure the people that are listening to this live stream today are coming from a very diverse group. Okay. And cultural identity is very important to person's well-being. And one of the reasons why we love doing our public event is because we love to come together as a collective, come together as a group and sit down and speak and reason. And one of the reasons why we set up Black History Studies, because I used to be a youth worker for many years in Brent, and I wanted to use a way of bringing the community together. Okay. And I wanted to use my passion for Black history and Black studies to bring community together. And we have seen so much positivity over the 13 years. We have seen groups come together and people come together, haven't met each other before in one of our events, and start speaking to each other. Because every event that we do, we always start with a meet and greet. Yeah, we always say to you, turn to the person that's next to you and greet them and say hello. Because oftentimes we get into this European notion that we don't talk to people and interact with people, and that's very un-African. We need to start talking to each other. So we always start our events with a meet and greet, and that has led on to people forming friendships. There's leading people to set up their own businesses. That's led to people setting up their own companies and doing their own events. We've also had weddings. So we've had 2 couples get married since through meeting at our Black History Studies events, and we've had at least 4 babies. Yeah, and one set of babies were twins. Yeah, so we are bringing the community together by any means necessary. Okay, and identifying with a particular culture helps people feel they belong and give them a sense of security. And sometimes it's beneficial for people just to come and be. Sometimes you just want to be around your people and laugh loud and relax, eat a patty, eat some sorrel, drink a sorrel with us, eat some good food that Mark cooks at usually when we do our events, and just relax and talk to people. And sometimes you need to be immersed in that melanin just to reset yourself and make you feel good sometimes. And it's very important as part of our health and well-being. Because oftentimes, through the years of doing Black History Studies, I recognize that a lot of loneliness in the community. You can be surrounded by lots of people, but you are lonely. Yeah. And there are a lot of lonely people in our community that we're not recognizing. So one of the ways that people can meet each other, they can come to our event, talk to somebody, maybe walk on with the person to the bus stop and form friendships as well and look after each other. And we have helped people talk to each other and made friends. And this is one of the reasons why I love doing Black History Studies. I'm very passionate about and serious about the work that we do. So an established cultural identity has been linked with positive outcomes in areas such as health, education, access to social networks, which provide support and shared values and aspirations. They often say that a child grounded in their culture and heritage usually do better at school. Hence the reason why a lot of young people who are homeschooled, where their parents are taking an active role in sharing their history, their family history, not just world history, family history, do tend to do very better in school. Because if you have a higher racial esteem, that will also reflect in your self-esteem, which will help reflect in your day-to-day activities. Now, I know I came into my consciousness at a very early age because my father instilled in us the learning. Also, he was very involved in the Rastafari community, and they also speaking about learning your history. And I was reading books like Walter Rodney and listening to songs like Bob Marley and Gregory Isaac talking about this. I want to go over the border, and all these songs, and listening to the words and thinking, what are they talking about Africa and Euro and all these people like Dennis Brown? All of these people I grew up on, and I got my awakening through listening to those songs and music. And music is very powerful. Okay. The person's understanding of their own and others' cultural identity develops from birth and is shaped by the values and attitudes prevalent at home and in the surrounding community. So I'm the mother of 3 daughters, all under the age of 12. And I said, when I made the decision to start my family, is I don't want to be waiting for my children to be in their 20s for them to learn their history, which most people get into their 20s, and that's when their immersion, their encounter stage. What I say to people is that it should be reflected in the home. So this morning, I was doing my workshops. My children was in the other room listening to that workshop and interacting. Okay. I also take my children to events. I've been known to take my double buggy to university lectures, and my children will go and listen. My children has grown up in Black History Studies, so they don't know anything else. Some of their favorite uncles are Professor Les Henry and people like Andrew Mohammed. because they grow up in this environment. So you can't tell my children that the Black community ain't wonderful, because they've grown up with influential, amazing people in the community. Okay. So why is it important to know your history? Okay. So according to Malana Karenga, history is a collective record of a people shaping the world around them in their interests and images. And there is a need to study our history to develop self-knowledge and identity through history. And we must value our contribution to world history. And I often say that Black history or African history is the missing pages of world history. Okay. And often people talk about decolonizing the curriculum and changing the curriculum. There's a lot of people talking about creating a curriculum and bringing Black history into schools. Black history can be in schools, but they don't choose to put it into the schools. Okay, anything they cover in school, we can be in there in that curriculum because we were there. So if you're talking about students, you can talk about us because we were there. We don't have to be an other. We can just be included and mentioned within the history. And this is what I often say to people, is if the school system is not willing to do it, we do it ourselves. Okay. And allowing Black people to understand that their culture is something to be valued and worth celebrating is vital to their self and racial esteem, and also their sense of identity. So Black History Studies, an organization that just pops out in February or October and disappears for the rest of the year. We do this 365 days a year. 24 hours a day. If you follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, Facebook, you know that I'm posting throughout the whole night. This morning I was posting at 6 o'clock this morning about Angela Davis. So we do this throughout the whole day and throughout the whole year. And I think it's very important because our history is too vast to be squeezed into 4 weeks, and we can spread it out over the whole year. Okay. So it's also important to illustrate the richness of our history, and as a result of contributions from different cultures, communities, and people, or communities of people. We are making history as we speak. The Black Eyes TV is making history as we speak because they've got together various different intellectuals and scholars and individuals from the community to contribute to this webinar. I hope people are donating as well, because we're actually giving and donating our time actually help raise funds for Black Eyes TV and the program that they're trying to deliver. So please donate. Okay. So to challenge ignorance and stereotypical views of the wider community regarding the histories of communities worldwide. So oftentimes people want to teach our history from slavery. And I say to people, our history starts at the origin of humanity. So I don't know where you're coming with the slavery argument. Our history started at the origin of humanity, and that's where we teach. Okay. And as citizens of the 21st century, we have the right to be enlightened about the world in which we live and be taught a balanced view of history. So I often say that Black history, not just for Black people, is for everybody. It's missing pages of world history. And when we do our events and our webinars, it's been very multicultural because other communities have been ignorant and being misled or miseducated about our contribution to world history, and they want to learn. Okay. And it's very important to know our history. So one of the courses that we've got coming up in September is a course that I'm focusing on great Black women in history. And it's going to be an online course starting from Wednesday, the 2nd of September to Wednesday, the 7th of October, online via Zoom from 7 o'clock for 2 hours. Okay. Information is on our website. You can see all the events, all the different subjects that we're going to cover. And as a woman who's leading a Black history organization, when we first started Black History Studies, I looked around and saw all the different organizations in the community and was like, where's all the women speaking about our history? There was only a few. There was a few from our past, but no one was currently doing it when I was looking around. And I said, let me put myself up to actually start teaching our history and talk about the great women that's overlooked in our history. So it's a 6-week course, and we're going to be doing different areas. We're going to look at week 1, we're going to look at the African mother goddess, the birth of civilization, because that's where our history starts. We're going to look at women in ancient Kemet. We're going to go over to queens of ancient Ethiopia, queens and great women of medieval Africa. We're also going to be looking at women resistance to enslavement, and there have been many women in our enslavement that resisted enslavement, and we're going to uncover these hidden histories. And also Black women in Britain. Yeah, we're going to focus, because oftentimes we always look at Africa and America, but we don't look at what is our contributions to this country. And our children will know all about the civil rights movement and Rosa Parks and Harriet Tubman, but what about our story in this country? Okay. So when I was sitting down thinking about what to present today, I said, you know what? Let me focus on some of the contributions of women to our world history. So I'm going to be talking about the Black heroes in the Hall of Fame. Okay. So, like I said, our history starts at the origin of humanity. So let's look at our oldest human ancestor. So our oldest human ancestor lived about 3.5 million years old. On the 24th of November 1974, a nearly complete skeleton of our oldest human ancestor was found in Hadar in Ethiopia. So Professor Donald Johanson, of the United States Institute of Human Origins suggested the name Lucy. Now, these bones were found in Ethiopia. Where are you going with the name Lucy? Yeah. So Ethiopians weren't having that. And having been discovered in Ethiopia, she was given the African name Dinkinesh, which means thou art wonderful. Okay. So what we need to do when we're looking at our history, we need to give names that reflect us. If you found something in Ethiopia, where are you going with the name Lucy? Yeah. So it's trying to give a name that, oh, it's a European name. No, we're not doing that. Okay. And here is an image of Australopithecus afarensis, nicknamed Lucy, but we call her Dinkinesh. Okay, and this can be found in the National Museum of Ethiopia in Addis Ababa. Okay, if you're listening from Ethiopia or you've got plans to travel to Ethiopia, go to the National Museum and see what's in there. And I do encourage people when you're traveling, go to the different museums, document, get the books, bring it information and share it. Okay, so another Shiva we're going to look at, or a deity, or the first known image of a deity, we're going to look at Ta'ut. Okay. And this is the first known image of a deity. And this is also called Great Mother Earth. And it's the first known image of a goddess. A Mother Earth is known as a sustainer of life and a creator of life. Okay. So she is depicted as a pregnant hippopotamus with human breasts, hind legs of a lioness, and a tail of a crocodile. Yeah, and I often laugh at this because we've got similar bellies. Okay, so then let's move on from images of goddesses, and let's look at some of the great female builders in our history. The first person that we're going to speak about is Queen Hatshepsut, and she lived in 1650 to 1600 BC. And Hatshepsut was the first female pharaoh of ancient Egypt. Okay, so within her reign, she didn't want to reign as a woman or rule as a woman. She wanted to take on the male title of pharaoh. And Hatshepsut was the longest reigning female pharaoh in Kemet, ruling for more than 20 years. And she was a great builder. When we do our Best of Egypt tour, which is the 10-day tour, which we're hopefully going to be doing next year, May, if coronavirus doesn't stop us, we actually go to her temples and see her obelisks and all the amazing things that she created. And Hatshepsut built and restored monuments throughout Egypt and Nubia. And she built 2 great big obelisks and also the Da Ebari temple. And we actually go there. And I don't know what it is about that temple, but when you go there at like 8 o'clock in the morning and it's hot like fire. Yeah. And that's what I love about when we go to Kemet, because I love the heat and I love going to that temple. It's an amazing temple. Okay. So then we're moving away from builders, and let's look at some great military women. Okay. So there were some military sisters that fought for our liberation and fought against various different stages of our history. And one of the military women that we're going to speak about is a woman named Queen Nzinga, or Nongola Nzinga. And she lived between 1582 and died in 1663. And she is an example that we fought every stage of enslavement. Yeah. So oftentimes when you look at Hollywood and their depiction of enslavement, they will show you that, okay, we were happy-go-lucky on these plantations. They went to Africa, we didn't resist. We resisted every stage of enslavement. And a great example of a female-led resistance against enslavement in Africa is by this woman. And Queen Nzinga is an amazing person to learn about, because she led the resistance against the Portuguese slave trade in Southwest Africa. Okay. And like I said earlier, me and my husband Mark like to travel. We actually traveled to the area in Portugal called Lagos. Yeah, spelled Lagos. And that is the port. That is the first point where they brought enslaved Africans into Europe. And the Portuguese were the pioneers of European enslavement. And we actually went to that point of when they brought in African people, and there's a walk where there's a museum there. There's a square that you can go to, and we did our own research as well. So we're not just book historians. We actually go to places and do our own independent research, and also link and look for Africans living in these areas and make links with them and sit down and reason with them to hopefully form friendships and bring groups over as well. And yeah, I encourage people to travel and go and see these sites, and the museum there is quite interesting. Okay. So another military woman that we're going to look at, so any Ghanaians listening, is the amazing Yaa Asantewaa. And she lived between 1863 and died in 1923. And she was famous for leading the Ashanti rebellion against the British colonialism with an army of 5,000 people. Okay. And the British, as they do, wanted the resources and gold in Ghana, and they wanted the golden stool of the Ashanti, which is a symbol of the Ashanti nation. Yeah, and it also symbolized the Ashanti kingdom, cultural system, and power. Yeah, and she was elected to guard and make sure she looks to guard this golden stool. And we know that Yaa Asantewa's war was the last major war led by an African woman. Okay, so, and it's amazing history to learn. So I don't go into too much depth about these people because I want you to go out and do your own independent research as well and come back to us. So then we're going to look at some other freedom fighters that fought for our liberation. And we can't not talk about freedom fighters and not mention the Haitian Revolution. Okay. And some of the great women that emerged out of the Haitian Revolution is this woman here. Okay. So Empress Marie Claire Maurice Felicity Bonheur Dessalines is the great wife of Jean-Jacques Dessalines. And if you know about the Haitian Revolution, people like Toussaint Louverture, and then you got Jean-Jacques Dessalines and how they contributed to the Haitian Revolution, you'll know that they were just working by themselves. They also both had wives working together with them. Okay. So she was the first lady of Haiti and indeed the first African empress to rule a country in the Western Hemisphere. Okay. Some of the contributions that we know that she made to world history was that she took care of the soldiers of the prisoners of the Revolutionary War. So she was actually administering medical help and support to people that were wounded in war. She also is known as the first Red woman, as the first Red Cross, because she was doing that work. She also marched to the front line alongside her husband during the War of Independence in 1804. And oftentimes, when we listen to narratives, that they often say that we Black men and Black women are often at war. No, we're not always at war. We've always been together side by side on the battlefield, fighting for our liberation. And we need to be thinking about that and how that can inspire us in terms of our relationships outside of this webinar today. So another freedom fighter that contributed to our history in terms of enslavement and much more is the freedom fighter Harriet Tubman. Yeah, and she lived between 1819 and died in 1913. And she is perhaps one of the most well-known of all of the Underground Railroad conductors. Okay, and Harriet Tubman is a very interesting person to learn about. She was also an example of somebody who had the disabilities that also fought, who also contributed to our history. Because we know that through my research, when she was younger, a enslaver threw a metal weight in it, hit her in her head, and that led her to develop a condition called narcolepsy, where she would black out. And even though she had that disability, she was still able to make during a 10-year span, make over 19 trips into the South to liberate Africans from the plantations and escort them to the North for freedom. And we know that she was able to free over 300 enslaved Africans for freedom. Okay. And during the American Civil War, Tubman became a soldier, spy, and also a nurse.
Harriet Tubman began her life in the bonds of slavery, but lived her life helping others achieve their freedom.
She really helped Black people have a sense of self, a sense of freedom, and a sense that, slavery was not right.
Araminta Harriet Ross was born into slavery around 1820 in Dorchester County, Maryland. As a child, she was loaned out to different plantations. By the time she turned 12, she was working in the fields. When she was a young teen, she suffered a severe injury which would affect her for the rest of her life.
A slave owner threw a metal weight at another slave and accidentally hit her in the head. For the rest of her life, she suffered epilepsy, terrible headaches, but she also had these strange visions, which she ascribed to God communicating to her. And she took these visions as a symbol of her mission, like Moses, to go and free her people.
In 1844, she married John Tubman, who was a free black man, a fairly common occurrence in Maryland. Harriet was determined to escape her life of slavery, and in 1849, she finally did it. She risked her life by making her way from Maryland to Philadelphia. She followed the North Star and used the so-called Underground Railroad to make it to freedom.
Lord, I'm a pilgrim.
The Underground Railroad was an organized group of free blacks, whites, and Christian abolitionists who helped slaves escape to the North. Harriet had made it to the Promised Land. No one would have blamed her if she never returned to the South, but she desperately wanted to free her family. She made perilous trips back to free her 2 brothers, her sister, and her sister's 2 children. When she made a 3rd trip to get her husband, she found he had taken another wife. Instead of returning with her husband, she saved more slaves.
Not only did she escape slavery and achieve freedom for herself, but she went back down into the South to bring freedom to dozens of other slaves.
Harriet was clever as she was brave, figuring out countless tricks to bring many slaves to freedom over the next several years.
The fact that she developed these paths and trails that took people through the country, and they traveled at night, and they used quilts to have secret codes and know the paths, and then to bring people north across the Mason-Dixon line into Ohio to find freedom. So she was a pioneer, and I think a very, very strong woman.
Her legendary status as an Underground Railroad conductor earned her the nickname Moses.
Well, I think Harriet Tubman's name, Moses, comes from Moses from the Bible, leading people to freedom. And it's a very, very proper name, I think, for her, and one that she definitely lived up to.
In 1850, things became more dangerous for Harriet when the Fugitive Slave Act was passed. Instead of being a free woman, she was now a fugitive. She continued to free slaves, but now guiding them to Canada so they could truly be free. From 1851 to 1857, Harriet lived mostly north of the border in St. Catharines, Canada. She continued to make trips to Maryland twice a year to save more slaves. Besides her work as a liberator of slaves, Harriet spoke in support of anti-slavery and women's rights. Her efforts made her a wanted woman with a bounty on her head, but she was never turned in. She aided abolitionist John Brown with his plans for the raid on Harper's Ferry. During the Civil War, the government asked her to help the Union cause by organizing a network of spies among black men in the South.
Not only was she known as the Great Liberator, but she also assisted the Union Army, going down on patrols and advising Union officers on how best to attack the South.
Out in the trenches, she also helped Colonel James Montgomery disrupt Southern supply lines, which resulted in the freedom of hundreds of slaves. After the war, Harriet dedicated herself to establishing schools for freed men in South Carolina. Even though she couldn't read or write, she understood the value of education. In her later years, Tubman worked with her friend Susan B. Anthony to support the cause of women's suffrage.
Harriet Tubman is relevant today, not only for her work in terms of racial justice, but also in terms of women's rights. After the Civil War, she became an outspoken supporter for the suffrage movement, get women the right to vote.
To help make ends meet and continue to help the causes she believed in, she worked on a book called Scenes in the Life of Harriet Tubman. In 1908, she established a home for older poor African Americans in Auburn, New York, which she moved into in 1911. She lived there till her death in 1913 from pneumonia. She was buried with full military honors.
But I remember.
Harriet Tubman, has a lot of significance for Black people, particularly in the age of Obama, because she kind of started the liberation of Black people, in the days of slavery, and really set the path of civil rights in the United States.
Harriet Tubman's bravery and determination allowed her to accomplish incredible things throughout her amazing life.
From Galilee.
She is someone that you cannot forget. She is someone that really kind of changed our perception of what equality and freedom and liberation and civil rights mean.
The hour I first believed.
All right, family. So I love, and people who know me, I love super sisters like Harriet Tubman. And one of the things when I watch these videos, it's all about language. They kept saying slaves, slaves, slaves. Yeah, and language very important. She wasn't a slave; she was enslaved. Yeah, everybody is born free, and you're born into the condition where they're enslaved. So we got to be looking at how words are powerful. So she was enslaved, and there's times when the children, like, they just try to come in, and there's lots of things doing in my life, and I'm thinking I can't go ahead, and I can't go ahead, and then I think, ooh, what would Harriet Tubman do? What would our ancestors do? Yeah. And especially Harriet Tubman, and I love learning about her history and what she achieved, and she was just amazing. And we need to teach our young people about these great leaders. So when we're talking about enslavement, so don't be showing them the picture about, we was on a slave ship and all that kind of stuff. That's European history. Let's talk about these great leaders, heroes and sheroes that fought for our liberation in that period of history. So talk about Harriet Tubman, people like Samuel Sharp. Because if it wasn't for people like Samuel Sharp burning down half of Jamaica and causing economic damage, we'll be still enslaved in some of these European and in the English-speaking Caribbean. Now, they didn't end slavery because, it was a moral thing. We're treating these African people so bad. We need to end slavery. It got too expensive. The trade got economically unviable, and they ended enslavement. But that enslavement physically, but it's still going on mentally. And this is why I love organizations like Westside Young Leaders Academy, people like Julian Hall of Ultra Education, because they're working with the young people and doing some amazing work. So if you don't know who they are, go Google them, find out and follow them, because they're doing the works that I don't have time to. So I'm always supporting them. And sometimes when we're doing our history and doing the movement, we're trying to do everything. If there's somebody that's out there doing what I consider to be amazing, and they're doing it very well, support them. Don't need to replicate. There's enough people doing the work out there, and I'm supporting them all the time. And this is why we do these things. And most people don't know the brilliance of Harriet Tubman. And just as one person, she's just amazing. So yeah, I tell people to learn about her, look at her contributions, what she did, what she was able to manage. And that was that time, and that can inspire you today. So and what I love about Harriet Tubman as well, you'll be on the plantation, and I don't sing, so I'm not even going to, because I just mash up the whole live stream. And you'll hear them singing, somebody starts singing Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. That is a signal that somebody's going to leave that plantation tonight. Okay? And what she would do is gather the people. And if you said you're coming, you better come. But if you don't, and oftentimes you see her pictured with a gun, because if you came with her and you thought, you know what, I don't feel like going, if you turn back, she'll shoot you. Yeah. So there was no procrastination with this sister. You're coming, come. You don't come, you know what? You're gonna get dealt with. And she had to protect the people that was involved in that underground railroad. So it's very important that she was doing it. And a lot of time we find a lot of people procrastinate. They know what they need to do. Oh, I'll put it off. I'll do it tomorrow. And tomorrow never comes. So I say to people, no procrastination, just do it. Okay. So we've looked at freedom fighters. Let's look at some of the great queens. So let's look at Empress Menen. Okay. So Empress Menen, she lived between 1891 and died in 1962. And she's the great wife of Haile Selassie. And they were married for 47 years. Yeah. And oftentimes people don't value marriage, but the strong leaders and the strong families are always married. Yeah. Husband and wife with children. And they create a legacy that way. So anybody that listening that found your king or your queen, come, let's start getting married now. We need to bring that tradition of us getting married. Marriage is not a European concept. That was invented by us. Okay. And this Menen was married to Haile Selassie for 47 years. And the first time in Ethiopian history, Empress Menen was crowned Queen of Queens alongside Emperor Haile Selassie I, who was also called King of Kings, on the 2nd of November 1930 at St. George's Church in Addis Ababa. Okay. And she wasn't just a queen that just sat on the throne and didn't do anything. She was actually active in her community. And she was active in promoting women issues in Ethiopia. She founded the Empress Menen School for Girls. And she also, during the time of the Ethiopian Holocaust, that was between 1935 to 1941, she mobilized Ethiopian women for war and prepared statistical military reports and advised and encouraged the Ethiopian women to persevere, or the Ethiopian people to persevere, and continue to contribute funds to the families of Ethiopian patriots of war. Okay, and that's Empress Menen. So then we're going to move away from Africa, and we're going to go to Europe, and we're going to talk about this lady. Okay, Queen Charlotte Sophia. So we know that she lived between 1744 and died in 1818. And she's one of the well-known examples of a member of the royal family in this country with African heritage. Okay. And what I love about Queen Charlotte Sophia, there's not one image that's alike of this woman. There are so much different images. And because of her African heritage, and depending on who painted her image, some of them had less African features than others. And that was deliberate. Okay. Because she was against slavery at the time and spoke out against it, and because she's got African heritage, you don't want to tell the wider public that she got African heritage, so they kind of whitewashed her image. Okay, and Queen Charlotte Sophia married King George III of England on the 8th of September 1761 at the age of 17 years of age, becoming the Queen of England and Ireland. And King George III was the famous king that went insane. Or the Mad King George, that was that same King George. They had 15 children. Yes, family, 15 children. Yeah. And their fourth eldest son was Edward Augustus, Duke of Kent, who later fathered Queen Victoria, who is the longest reigning monarch in British history. Okay. So we're talking about Queen Charlotte. What was her contributions to Britain? So she was an amateur botanist, and she helped to establish Kew Gardens. So a lot of people don't know that Kew Garden is actually created by this queen. Yeah. And also within establishing Kew Garden, she brought various different flowering pots from around the world. And one of the ones she introduced was a Strelitzia reginae, which is also called the bird of paradise, which is a flowering pot from South Africa, which is there. Okay. So all my green finger family, especially our Caribbean folks, we know these pictures, these plants, very beautiful and very colorful. Okay, like us. And did you know that she also introduced the Christmas tree? Yeah. So she introduced the Christmas tree to England, who had the first indoor tree to mark the festive season at Queen's Lodge in Windsor in December 1800. Yeah. And if you have 15 children, you're going to need some maternity care. Okay. So the Queen Charlotte Maternity Hospital is in London and has been there since 1739 and was set up as a charitable institution, and it's the oldest maternity care institution in England. Okay. So then we move away from great queens. Let's go and look at some great wives. Okay. And they weren't just wives to various leaders, they also contributed to world history in their own right. Okay. So one of the queens we're going to mention is Amy Yates Garvey. Yeah. So Amy Yates Garvey is the second wife of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who was devoted to national liberation struggles of African people. Okay, and we know that Marcus Garvey organized one of the largest Black nationalist movements ever. Yeah, and Amy Jakes Garvey was the Secretary General of the UNIA, and she became the first lady of the Interim Provisional Government of Africa and the Universal Negro Improvement Association, African Community Leagues, in August of 1920. And Amy Jakes Garvey is best known as a publicist of Garveyism. So a lot of the books and information you know about Garvey is because she was his publicist, and she was one of the editors of the Negro World newspaper. Okay, also working as a husband and wife team like myself and Mark. We know that in 1923 she edited and published Volume 1 of the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, which is recommended reading. Also, between 1968 and 1973, she had written and published Garvey and Garveyism, and a collection of essays on Black power in America and the impact of Garvey in Africa and Jamaica. Yeah, and we know tomorrow, the 17th of August, is the 133rd birthday of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and we can't let that day go uncelebrated. So in the evening at 7 o'clock, we're doing a free quiz. Yeah, we're doing it via a free Kahoot quiz, so you can get your young people involved. They'll teach you how to use Kahoot. If you want to take part in that quiz, please go to our website, www.blackhistorystudies.com, sign up, and you'll get to do this quiz, and we'll have some fun tomorrow. Another great queen or great wife we talk about, who contributed in her own right, is the wife of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and her name is Coretta Scott King, and she lived between 1927 and died in 2006. And she continued the work of Martin after his assassination while raising their 4 children. So in 1968, she founded the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change in Atlanta as a living memorial to her husband's life and dream. Yeah, oftentimes people say that Dr. Martin Luther King was a dreamer. He was not a dreamer. Yeah, and in 1986, she was successful in getting her husband's birthday observed as a national holiday. And she also guided the creation and housing of the largest archives of documents from the civil rights movement, which is very important. We must start documenting our history, because if we don't take charge in documenting our history, somebody else will tell our story. And anything that you have, any leaflets and things like that, we need to start creating our own archives. And even using these archives that are available to us for our historical research. Okay. So, in addition, she sought to bring out the truth of her husband's assassination by establishing that James Earl Ray did not act alone in the commission of his murder, but was instead part of a larger conspiracy because of the material she had gathered over the years. And then, in 1999, Tennessee jury found that the assassination was a result of a conspiracy, not the action of a lone killer. And we know that was definitely true. Yeah. So if you want to learn about the counterintelligence program, they will talk about all the assassination of Black leaders. Okay. So another great queen that I always big up and talk about in my presentations, because I'm actually standing on the legacy on their shoulders, is Jessica Huntley. And she lived between 1927 and died in 2013. And Jessica Huntley was born in Guyana and came to Britain in 1958 joining her husband, Eric Huntley. And in 1969, Erica and Jessica Huntley founded the groundbreaking publishing house Bogle Overture Limited, and later opened a bookshop under the same name. And this is very important. Yeah, knowledge is power with action. Yeah, control the information, you control the narrative, you control the people. And them opening up in the bookshop at that time was powerful. They were attacked by racists. They had dog mess put through their letterbox, graffiti sprayed on their shop, but that never stopped them. Okay. They used that shop as a meeting place for Black intellectuals at the time. They used that bookshop to publish books by the late great Walter Rodney in his book How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and various other books, and introduced those to the UK public. They were also a pioneer of the Black supplementary school movement of the 1960s and 70s. So I often say to people that our parents are quite innovative at the time, and they still are. During the time when they came over in the second wave in Windrush, they noticed that their children weren't being educated right. They didn't complain. They got active and got together, and they put together supplementary schools. And she was one of the pioneers of the supplementary school movement. And she also organized legal defense for Black and Asian people arrested during the Southall riots of 1979. And also, she was also part of the New Cross Massacre Action Committee, an organizer of the 1981 Black People's Day of Action March, which is the largest protest march of Black Britons to take place in Britain. So in 1981, 13 African children were killed in a house fire in New Cross, and later 14 another young person, so it's 14 in total, died in this fire. And because of and that really hurt the Black community of the time, and people felt that the police weren't taking this case seriously. They didn't get the same support that other people got support. That's when somebody passed away, the Prime Minister would send a letter. They didn't get no letter, and people came together and organized the Black People's Action March. You had people in prisons raising money to support the campaign. Yeah, and she was involved in that. So I always big up in my presentations. Okay, we're going to look at some women who are activists. So we can't talk about activism and not mention the great Queen Winnie Mandela, who lived between 1936 and 2018. Yeah. So this is Winnie Mandela. He was married to Nelson Mandela for 38 years, including the 27 years during which he was imprisoned. And while he was imprisoned due to his activities, she continued to fight for freedom while he was in prison. Yeah, mobilizing people, continuing the fight. Okay, she is South Africa's first Black professional social welfare worker. Also, during the 1976 youth uprising, she established the Black Women's Federation and Black Parents Association. Yeah, and when you learn about her story and what all the treatment that she that she was experienced, and the horrible treatment and persecution that she was treated by the apartheid government of South Africa at the time, you'll learn that this sister was a strong sister. Yeah. As part of their victimization of Winnie Mandela, she was banished to Brandfort in the Orange Free State. And while she was there, she didn't stop her activism. She helped set up a creche and a clinic with Dr. Abu Baker Asvat. Okay. And here is an image that I like to show. We know that Winnie Mandela stayed devoted to Nelson Mandela throughout much of his 27-year prison sentence, but the couple separated in 1992. They couldn't have this strong sister beside Nelson Mandela when they gave him the South African presidency, so they broke up. And then 2 years later, he became president of South Africa. Okay. So let's look at women of the revolution. Okay, so let's look at the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. So the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense was a militant and revolutionary group that fought for the empowerment of the Black community. They inspired various different factions all around the world. So this morning I was talking about the British Black Panther movement in the UK, and you had various people such as Olive Morris, you had Linton Kwesi Johnson, Darcus Howe, you had Barbara Beese and Althea Jones LeCointe, all these people that was involved in this British Black Panther movement in the UK. You had also the British Black Panther Party in places such as Australia, and we also had we had Black Panther Party movement in India with the Dalit community. Okay, and in 1970, approximately 40 to 70% of party members were women, and several chapters were headed by women as well. Okay, and there's Kathleen Taylor there in her brilliant afro. But we can't talk about women of the revolution and not talk about our revolutionary sisters in the UK. Okay, but there's many unsung heroes and activists that not highlighted, and I love to give love to people while they're still alive. Okay, so you may already know some of these ladies. So on the left is Janet Older, and she's the sister of Christopher Older, and Christopher Older was killed in police custody. He was they arrested him, had him lying on the floor. He was there literally choking to death while they were making monkey sounds around him. And he died. And his sister said he's not going to die in silence. And she was campaigning out there, telling people about the case so she can get some justice. And she's still getting justice now. And when you learn about the Christopher Older case, they disrespected him in life and in death, because she actually buried Christopher Older thinking that they was burying his body. And then years later, they found out that his body wasn't buried. His body was still in the morgue. And then it was a Nigerian woman that they buried instead of Christopher Older, and he was still in the morgue. Yeah. See how this system worked? And they said, oh, it was a mistake. No, you can't make mistakes like that. Okay. And another super sister that I saw recently at the Reparation Day in Brixton is Marcia Rigg. Now, Marcia Rigg's brother was killed in Brixton Police Station. and she has been campaigning relentlessly for the justice for her brother, Sean Rigg. Okay, mobilizing with other people. They're also part of the United Friends and Family, which they have a march every October to highlight all the deaths in police custody. Okay, and she's still alive, still kicking and still fighting and seeking justice for others. Then you got Temi Moale. She's director of the Forefront Project. Recently, she and members of her organization were campaigning about young people being arrested by the police outside Collindale police station, and they arrested a number of activists at that police station. And she's been also speaking about youth violence and police brutality. So if you don't know these ladies, go Google them, follow Temi on Instagram and social media. Also look at the Forefront Project. They need our support. Okay. Then another two super sisters from UK. Cannot talk about these super sisters. I've worked with them personally myself. And got to talk about Sister Stanford and Sister Jenda Serwa. So when it comes to reparations in this country, the leading authority on that is Esther Stanford. Yeah. She throws it down. She's amazing. I learned so much from her. And Sister Esther Stanford, and she's been a campaigner for a number of years. And then you have also Sister Jenda Serwa, who's doing some amazing work in Bristol with the Malcolm X Centre and different organizations and groups doing tours, raising their family, being amazing and both of them are involved in the reparation march and the different movements that we have on the 1st of August. Yeah, so if you don't know who they are, seek them out, support them as well. Okay. Then we're going to move away from activist women and women of the revolution and look at an example of a woman in business. So the woman in business that I like to speak about, as I'm a businesswoman, I love economics, is Annie Malone. Yeah, there was that disgusting documentary that was on Netflix, but I won't go into that, and didn't put her in the right light. And there's lots of historical inaccuracies in that documentary, but that's Netflix and Hollywood. So Annie Malone, she lived between 1869 and died in 1957. And oftentimes when people talk about who was the first Black female millionaire in America, they always talk about Madam C.J. Walker, but she was not. And the first Black female millionaire, that distinction goes to Madam C.J. Walker's boss, Annie Malone. And Annie Malone built a very successful business creating hair care products for the African-American women beginning in 1889. Madam C.J. Walker was one of her employees. And in 1918, Malone established Powell College in North St. Louis, a trade school, trained beauticians and barbers, as well as secretaries and bookkeepers to work the marketing side of the business. Anybody that's in business knows that marketing is very important. And by 1920, she totaled $14 million in assets. 1920, $14 million. And Powell was so successful that by 1930s, Malone was one of the wealthiest African-American women in the world. Okay.
On August 9th, 1869, Annie Minerva Turnbull was born in Metropolis, Minnesota, to parents Robert and Isabella Turnbull, the 10th of 11 children of former slaves. She and her family lived on them until her parents died. She was then raised by an older sister in the nearby city of Peoria, Illinois. As a child, Annie endured a lot of mistakes, causing her to miss many days of school. As a result, she did not complete high school. Despite her setbacks, Annie's spirit was not broken. Little did she know she was about to change the world one hair follicle at a time. She became interested in hair care while becoming the stylist for herself and her sisters. She learned that different people can have different textures of hair. Particularly, she became interested in the different textures of hair that African-American women possess. She learned that African-American women at the time were interested in straightening their hair. While living in Brooklyn, Illinois, Annie used her knowledge of chemistry and natural herbs to create a straightening product for African-Americans that did not damage their hair and scalp. Before she created her product, people used various harmful chemicals and animal fats to straighten their hair. Because of the success of the straightening solution, she was able to open a storefront in Brooklyn, Illinois, and continue to build her brand. Her next move was to introduce her new product, the Great Wonderful Hair Grower. She also developed and introduced the straightening comb to the hair care industry, something she is rarely credited for. Annie would move her business to St. Louis, Missouri in 1902, where she would begin hiring and training assistants to work with her. Because of their race, Annie and her assistants did not have access to the traditional distribution systems of the day. That did not deter Miss Annie. She began selling her products door to door, providing demonstrations and educating her clients about her products. Because of her efforts, Annie and her product found success, and the legend was born. Her Poirot hairstyling method was in demand and becoming a thriving business. She named her products and her enterprise Poirot after a West African devotional society dedicated to health and spiritual growth through discipline. She would copyright her Poirot brand to protect her name as her product became more and more popular amongst African Americans in St. Louis. Annie was very ambitious and confident in her products, so she decided to sell her product nationally. She traveled throughout the South, stopping at Black churches and community centers, holding demonstrations and gaining customers. She would also hold press conferences and take out ads in Black newspapers to promote her Poirot brand. A part of her strategy was to recruit and train Poirot agents throughout the country to help promote her brand and grow her industry. A little known fact is that Madam J. Walker was one of Annie's recruits, who later became very successful in the hair care industry. It is said that Annie was upset that Walker developed products very similar to hers after learning from her as an agent. Walker's products led Annie to copyright her Poirot brand and products. Madam C.J. Walker is often credited with being the pioneer of the Black hair care industry and the creator of the pressing comb. But it was Annie Malone who first created the industry and the pressing comb, which gave Walker the knowledge and the platform to create her products. In 1914, Annie married Mr. Aaron Malone, a school principal and ex-Bible salesman who would help her realize her dreams even further. The Malones dedicated themselves to empowering the people in their community. In 1918, they opened Poirot College, a place where African Americans can gain an education and skills to build an industry for themselves. The college served as a meeting center for the Black community, and it also provided a thorough education in the hair care industry. Both males and females were allowed to learn at the college, which was valued to be worth over $1 million. Annie was a very generous person. Her success meant others would benefit from her blessings. Her college employed 175 people. Her industry employed 75,000 women internationally. Her net worth was valued at $14 million in the 1920s. She was known for living a modest life and giving away large sums of her money. Annie was known for supporting the college fund for 2 students at every historically Black college and university in the country. She donated $25,000 to Howard Medical School during the 1920s, and she also donated money to the Tuskegee Institute. She gave $25,000 to help build a YMCA for Black children in St. Louis, Missouri. She would give her employees and family gifts of money and assets to help them buy land and build wealth. She raised money for the reconstruction of an orphanage for Black children, which was renamed the Annie Malone Home. Despite her generosity, Annie was a victim of financial ruin. The inexperience of her financial team led to a loss of money and assets and a legal fight to retain her Poirot enterprise. During the turmoil, Aaron Malone filed for divorce and demanded half of the business. Annie received support from her workers, customers, the press, and Madam C.J. Walker, which helped to retain her business. Annie moved to Chicago in 1930, but continued to face financial troubles, lawsuits, and tax problems. The Poirot enterprise eventually folded, and the legend of Annie Malone faded with her business. Annie died at the age of 87 in 1957, having lost the legacy that she built. Madam C.J. Walker would go on to become known as the pioneer of the Black hair care industry and the first African-American female millionaire. Truth be told, if it were not for Annie Malone, the Black hair care industry would not exist. Annie Malone used her God-given abilities and the skills she acquired from her aunt and her chemistry background to create a hair straightening product that literally changed her life. Poirot College was a training ground for many successful African Americans who were able to guide the world with their talents. Miss Annie Minerva Turnbull Malone, we proudly stand on your shoulders.
So, greetings, family. So, I like to look at Annie Malone and look at, especially as a businesswoman, the do's and don'ts. Also, we have got to look at Annie Malone in the context of time. So, beauty at that time was having straight hair, pressed hair. I can't sit here and say that my hair's never been pressed. I have bum length style. And when you know more, you do better. Yeah. So, and I love the fact that nowadays you see a lot of people embracing their natural hair and their natural beauty, which hasn't been a common thing. Yeah. And I don't fight my weave wearing perm hair sisters. Everybody's on their journey, just that my journey is not that. Okay. So why I always talk about when I do in this presentation, why have I called it Black is Beautiful? Yeah. We need to recognize that we are beautiful. No matter what the media is telling us, we are beautiful people. We're abundant people. not sufferer people. We bring the energy, the life, the pizzazz, the creativity to life. Yeah. When you look at England and our contributions to England, before our elders came over in the Windrush, England was dry. But we brought over music, we created music, we had different movements, the sound system movement, all of these things we brought over. So why are we not looking at ourselves in a positive light? Even though other people with their agendas want to look at us and tell us that we're inferior and this, that, we don't have to believe that. Once we know it in ourselves, that's better. And I think I read in a comment somebody mentioned about reparations. Now, reparations, what we do at Blackish Studies is repairing the damage caused by the lack of knowledge of self. And people have different notions on reparation. Reparation is not about money, getting resources and things like that. That will be beneficial, but we need to know knowledge of self. Because if they was to give us reparations now, a lot of that money will go back to them if they was to give money. I don't want the money. Yeah, there's other things I'll be demanding. So what we're doing here at Black History Studies is repairing the damage that has been caused by not knowing ourselves, not knowing our history, and loving our blackness and loving our Africanness. Okay. So why is black beautiful? Because it is. Yeah. So Black people are a very diverse group of people. Even though people that are listening on this live stream today, we are very diverse. We don't all look the same. We are the oldest people on the planet. We come in all shades of skin tone, and we can go from being black, blue, black to albino. Yeah. We have broad noses and straight noses. Okay. We also have all types of hair, from straight to curly. Yeah. And we'll use the word nappy and all those different words. We have we have different knowledge words that we use, and words are powerful. Yeah. And speak abundance into our life. And make no apology for loving my blackness. No apology at all. And I celebrate the range of blackness and black beauty that I see in the community as well. Okay. And I often say that you can be any of these skin tones in or between and still be black and beautiful as well. So a legacy of the enslavement period is the notion of colorism, where people of a lighter skin is treated better than a darker skin. And we can have another discussion about how that affects us to this day, where people believe that they have to bleach their skin, put these harmful chemicals that are causing cancer onto our skin to get a beauty ideal, because the media are telling us that having a light skin and long hair is beautiful. And oftentimes, especially myself, I had to challenge my grandparents, my grandmother and her long hair obsession. You don't have to have long hair to be beautiful. You can have short hair be beautiful. And I love sisters with the perfect round head so they can have their short hair. I'm always loving it. And when I was growing up in Wembley, I used to love the little Nigerian children that used to thread their hair. I don't see it as often. I love those creative, beautiful hairstyles of African architecture where they used to thread their hair, and I used to love it. And I remember obsessing over this girl. She thought I was crazy, like, oh my God, your hair is so wonderful. And she thought that we was going to bully her. And she often got bullied for her hair being threaded. And then when I came across, I was like, your hair is so beautiful. She just be like, oh my God, nobody's ever said that to me. We must tell our children that they're beautiful and to love their skin. Yeah. And even the big people listening, you must love your skin too. So beauty is a combination of qualities such as shape, color, or form that pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight. Okay. And ideas of what is beautiful vary across cultures and change over time. So like I said earlier, back in the days of Annie Malone, having straight hair was seen as beautiful, but now people are embracing their natural hair and expect they're from the 4Bs and the 4Cs and all kind of stuff, the co-washing and all that. It's a whole industry there, and putting natural hair products as well. They're moving away from the Dax hair oils and putting the shea butters and the Jamaica castor oil in their hair now. So you can see that over time, with more knowledge, we've actually changed the way we we manage our hair, and also changing the ideas of what is beautiful. So let's look at blackness and beauty. The beauty ideas are created and maintained by society's elite, and the media is a powerful tool to use to promote this ideal. Okay? And racism is reflected in current beauty standards. And we know that, and that's a whole nother presentation. So blackness becomes synonymous with ugliness, evil, inferiority, and anything undesirable. While that is to be approached in whiteness, in values, manners, taste, and aesthetics was considered superior. They're going to do it because it's their media. So we have to become our own media and share our own positive images. And this has resulted in feelings of guilt, shame, anger, resentment about skin color, hair texture, facial features, body size, and shape. Okay. And I've also had my issues with my self-esteem and looking at people that are taller than me. I'm only 5'2". I wish I was taller. I wish my hair was longer. I wish my hair was this. I wish I had the perfect peanut head and all kind of stuff. And you just have to learn to love yourself. Yeah. God didn't give me height because there's a reason why he didn't want to give me extra height. So I'm just gonna have to love my little 5'2" and 5'2" frame and love that. Okay. And I love my skin color, love all my stretch marks that I got from all my children. You just gotta love yourself. Because I know those stretch marks are there for a reason, because I've got three beautiful children. Okay. And I say to people, self-love is key. Yeah. Let me read this image that I quote from Tony A. Gaskin Jr. So self-love, it doesn't mean that everyone will treat you the way you deserve to be treated. It means that you won't let them change the way you see yourself, nor will it stick around for them to destroy you. Yeah. So words hurt. Words only hurt if you allow them to hurt. Yeah. So sometimes when people come with their negativity, let it just bounce off your shoulder and go to the atmosphere. Okay. Don't take on people's limiting beliefs. Don't take on people's hang-ups. Don't take on people's isms and schisms. Just do you. Okay. So let's look at hair story, culture, and identity. And especially in the Black community, hair has always been an important part of endowment in African cultures. It denoted class, status, and wealth. And over the years, it's become intricately linked with identity, beauty, and politics. And the multitudes of hairstyles, sorry, in he's getting too hot. So the multitudes of hairstyles that are as diverse as the Black community itself. Naturals, weaves, chemical relaxed styles, braids, dreadlocks, or locks, I should say, to name a few. Okay? Far from being superficial, Black hair and its care goes well beyond the multi-billion-dollar industry it's become and is rooted in our identity and culture. So let's look at how hair has been represented, used as style to communicate, okay, various different things throughout our history.
Hair. It's just 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 hair. It's culture, it's heritage, it's socially significant, it's powerful, it links us to our people, it gives us strength and holds us steady. It's important, and I'm going to tell you why. It's probably a good guess that African people have been braiding, manipulating, styling, loving, locking their hair since before recorded history. You can assume so because even in our most ancient of recorded history, we show mastery of our hair. Images on the walls of our ancient cities of Kemet, Ta-Nehisi or Nubia, Kush, and sculptures depict scenes of great rejoice when it came to taking care of one's hair. In sculptures, great detail was given to the intricate, significant hairstyles along with other physical aspects that were considered significant. After all, if you're an artist representing your people, wouldn't you accentuate the highest aspects of your culture?
There was reference made in the book Hair in African Art and Culture to Boris de Reichwel's Black Eros, as it makes numerous references to parallels among hairstyles in sub-Saharan Africa and pharaonic Egypt. It goes on to say that, quote, unfortunately, little evidence exists to link the provocative examples observable in ancient Egypt and Nubia with many of the more recent coiffures recorded in the photographs and sculptures to be seen in the exhibition, end quote. However, my surface research revealed several very noticeable styling similarities that continues across ethnic and cultural lines of modern-day Africa. If we're going to start with Kemet and Kush, let's find correlations of hair similarities that continue today. Granted, my knowledge of ancient symbolism is elementary at best, but I don't think I need to know the inner workings of symbols to draw correlations to the images seen here with the images seen here. But I digress. This video isn't going to be about trying to prove the obvious connection to ancient Africa. In many African cultures, hair is seen as a pathway to the soul because it's the highest point on the body and therefore it's the closest to the Most High. Because of this, care of one's hair is usually only trusted to a particular family member or a close friend for the rest of your life. The reason being is that if your hair gets into the wrong person's hands, they could essentially cause you harm. It is because of this spiritual significance that great care was given to the maintenance of one's hair. Hair could be groomed for special ceremonies. In traditional African spiritualities, ceremonies and rituals are done to recognize deities, ancestors, the Most High, and are even done for special times in one's lives. During rites of passage ceremonies, hair would sometimes be shaved or cut into designs, braided, twisted, or structured. Our hair is considered as the proof, the mark of God's design, and thus is always integral in spiritual life. And it is something that is instilled from birth. Fontanel hair, for example, or patch of hair that is left on the softest part of the baby's head, serves as protection against bad spirits. Throughout sub-Saharan Africa, the cutting of a child's hair for the first time demands ritual. The baby's mother carefully keeps the cut hair in a basket, which is justified by the fear that hair, likened to the soul, may fall into the wrong hands. However, design isn't always singular. In many cases, it serves a dual purpose that straddles spirituality and ethnic identification. In many cases, hair would tell the onlooker information about what people you belong to, your stature in the community, and if you are unmarried or married. For instance, young Pule or Fulani girls wear very tight longitudinal braids going from forehead to nape, falling down the shoulders and the back, while transversal braids emerge from the side of the head. Adolescent Fulani girls have tight braids separated by symmetrical partings and a coiled tuft on either side of the head. Unmarried Wolof girls partially shave their heads while leaving a little tuft of hair on the top. In other instances, some warriors cut their hair off before going to battle to be left with their mothers or wives. Chiefs or elders in the community would usually cover their heads to signify their importance. So as you can tell, hair is an important identifier, not just to outside people, but also within the communities. Next, let us examine the quote-unquote stuff that is used to obtain the optimal appearance of many of today's hairstyles. Ochre is used to color the hair as well as to protect one's style. The most recognizable people who use this are the Maasai. However, the Himba, Kavango, Banza, as well as other groups use this as a hair aid. Beads, shells, stones, gold, silver, shea butter, palm oil, butterfat, and vegetable fibers are some of the other things used as well. Vegetable fibers are used to extend the hair. And when we talk about this, it's important to know that hair extensions aren't a product of white colonial rule of Africa. Even the most ancient of our ancestors wore wigs and extensions. However, back in those days, the use of false hair was to obtain a different African hairstyle because some of the styles defied even real hair capabilities. Before the advent of plastic hair you can buy from beauty supply stores, African people use human hair and vegetable fibers. Men would weave the hair of their wife into their own hair to create long flowing locks. Vegetable fibers were used to extend and wrap around the hair, as seen with the Himba people. False hair was used to extend the hair over structures and was used in addition to human hair to create the okuku wigs, as seen with these Benin queens. However, the one theme I have noticed hair extensions are used for is to create long, flowing, lock-like hairstyles like the Mbalantu of Namibia. It is a popular belief that locks originated with the Rastafarians of Jamaica. This is untrue. However, it is important to note that the Rastafarians should be given credit for reintroducing the daughters and sons of the diaspora back to the beauty of African hair. I have heard different reasonings for the lock aesthetic of Rastafarians. One is that hair is an extension of God and the soul and should not be manipulated. It needs to grow as does the roots of a tree in its natural form. Another view is that it is used to represent the mane of the Lion of Judah. In either case, it is seen as a spiritual connectiveness to the Most High. This theme is echoed in many cultures of Africa. Within the Asante culture, Priests' hair was allowed to grow into long, matted locks called mpese. Priests or priestesses in anyone's culture are spiritual forces in their community. Again, the theme of hair connecting to the soul and the Most High is continued here. In Benin Yoruba religion, Ihiaga or dreadlocks signify you as a devotee of Olokun, the deity of water. However, being born with Ihiaga or that special curl requires a life as a priest or priestess. More manicured looks can be seen on the Maasai and Himba peoples. Less notable groups with locks are the Fang of Gabon, the Turkana, the Mende, the Pokot, and let's not forget the Africans in the diaspora. Remember earlier when I said there was a similarity that carried across different ethnic and cultural boundaries? Well, this style seems to be the one connective fiber. As seen in the images on the ancient walls, the style of hair has continued till today. The importance of the head in African culture is seen through our love of hairstyles. The inner head is the most important part of culture and spirituality. However, I think that the design details that we give to the outer head is the one that we make manifest from the inside. According to Yoruba theology, although the physical head is highly valued because of its social and biological importance as a site of perception, communication, and identity, it is regarded as no more than the outer shell for the inner head. It is also called orioje, or external head. The desire for the harmony between the two aspects of the head is expressed in the popular prayer, Orienu mi komabati odejin. May my inner head not spoil my outer one. It is my belief that this style is an attempt to reach the Most High, an antenna, if you will. Maybe if the people who wear it have lost the original meaning, the soul has not. As African people, we have continued to cultivate the art of hair, even if we don't know why we do it. As Africans in a diaspora whose history and culture has been stripped, stolen, raped, it's a wonder that any of us know anything about who we are. It is even more amazing that something so simple as hairstyling was non-existent in our diaspora culture for many hundreds of years. But when given the freedom to explore identity through hair, we have continued a legacy, a history, a culture. It is my belief that we should never discredit hair in our culture as something insignificant. It's an identity that I am proud of, and you should be too. For my ancestors and for the future generations, I will be the continued legacy. It's not just hair. Ashe.
Excellent. So what can we do to promote a positive cultural identity? So create a solid base of African pride. So for example, gain knowledge of your history and where you come from, learn about your family history as well as your community history and world history and your history. Watch films, read books, engage in different ways. Yeah. Also stress the beauty of all people regardless of the shade, hair texture, race, etc., etc. We're all beautiful in our own way, and there's no real hierarchy of beauty, nor should there be one, since no one's beauty is inherently better than another's. And what I say to people is love every shade, complexion, and hair texture of my people. We should love our people, love people in our community. And we must start spreading love, yeah, and less hate. Okay. So love every shade, complexion, and hair texture of our people. And in conclusion, we believe that black is beautiful and beauty is appreciating and loving what you have and what you are. And we have an amazing history to share and share with the world. So embrace, love, and be proud of your culture and your heritage. So what I say to people is make Black history every day. Be proud of your culture and history every day of the year, not just in Black History Month. Remember that you too are making history today. So you can follow us on social media. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. Follow us, go to our website, www.blackhistorystudies.com. Join our mailing list and you hear about all the amazing works that we're doing at the moment, and book onto our course. We're doing African history, hidden history of Africa before the slave trade. We're doing that course. In September, we have our Introduction to Black Studies course that we're showing in a few years. In September, we're doing in January. We're doing African history of slavery, hidden history of Africa before the slave trade. We're doing that in September. I need to eat because I haven't eaten for a morning. That's why I'm doing all of these things. But yeah, follow us. Follow us. Get some information. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Where have you gone?
Beautiful, Charmaine.
Oh, she's still there. I was wondering that's going on over.
Yeah, I'm there. That was a beautiful presentation. You know, all about that hair, because I always used to read a lot of books about it. And you know, when some people we used to have a discussion, who did the hair, who had the dreadlocks first? Was it the African people? Was it the Rasta movement?
Yeah, I know that's an ongoing debate.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not even about who comes first. It just knows that is us in general.
Yes,
you know.
Exactly.
But yes, that was a fantastic presentation. Brother Rich, are you there?
Yeah, that's all. Beautiful presentation once again, Charmaine. Appreciated for coming on, as always, and sharing the knowledge and information.
Yeah.
Me. Much appreciated. Please make sure you go and check out Black History Studies. All right, you lot. Hold down the noise, please. Sorry, I got a house full of people here.
Yeah.
Much appreciated, though, for your presentation. And I cannot wait to see other things and work you're doing and have you and your husband back on to do a special show.
Most definitely. He's doing some music project at the moment. So yeah, we're always busy doing things. Excellent. So
Good.
Thank you very much, everybody, and hope you enjoyed the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We should be having Manhood Academy in the house. We're just waiting for them to come in. And they should be in the house in due time. But yes, how have you felt about the whole situation so far, Mr. Rich?
Today has been going lively, mate. Nice interactions from the people. We've had some good donations from the people to show their support. The likes is up. That's what I like to see. There was one unlike, whoever that was, slap. You get me? But yeah, I've been really pleased with the turnout today, and I can't wait for this evening's festivities, because the big names are coming in and some real deep, nice conversations should be occurring very soon.
Yep, 100%. As we always say.
Okay.
It's like they're having a party at your house.
Yeah, discussions on discussions here.
Yep.
If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation. I've been gone for the while.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, for my leaders ass gone. All my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
Yes, people, we're still waiting on the Manhood Academy. Before we do that, I'm asking everyone to please, as I always say, spend black, believe in black, always be black, move black. You are black people. We need to help ourselves to able to make a foundation for our children so that they can carry our legacy. I'm asking you to able to donate to the GoFundMe, which will be put into the chat room. Please donate, because this is a foundation, the Dr. Llaila Afrika International Exchange Program. This is for our youth to able to connect with other youth across the globe. And once they get used to each other, then it'll be time for them to do a rites of passage one time for themselves somewhere within an African kingdom. So this is the opportunity that we're trying to make for our children as future tenses, future foundation, so that our children can think internationally, not in a postcode area or whatsoever. Brother Rich. Brother Rich, are you there? Yes. So people, please, please, please donate as we put it into there. And we're waiting for the Manhood Academy. As I'm waiting for them to come in.
I got a quick 9-minute interview that if you want me to show, we could do that in the meanwhile.
Okay.
How long are they going to be before they come on?
I don't know. I've been waiting for them, so we'll see how long they're going to take. As they've got their outlook. As soon as they come into the house, we will able to know what they're doing.
Yeah. Can you see that?
Hold on. Yeah, I can see that. When you're ready.
Oh, what the hell is this? Nothing wants to play on time.
Okay.
Hold on. Bear with me. Hold up, people. We're just trying to sort out 2 and 2 people coming back on. Manhood Academy should be up next. I'm trying to play a video, but bear with us, people. You know the routine. Keep hitting the like button. You know why we're here to support the Dr. Llaila Afrika International Rites of Passage Youth Exchange Program. So maintain. We're just sorting this out. We'll be right back with you.
Worries everybody. Seems like everyone's letting us down. People are possibly on the station live. People are waiting for them to come and just introduce themselves.
I might find a form in my melanin. Great state I'm in all states I'm in. I might find a form in my melanin. Great state I'm in all states I'm in. I might find a form in my melanin. Great state I'm in all states I'm in. I might find a form in my melanin. Black power. Black power. Black power. Black power. I hate to say my feelings, but you really say it.
Hello, I am Queen Diambi Kabatuswila Chiyomwata. I am Queen of the Order of the Leopard of the Bakwaluntu people of Kasai in the Democratic Republic of Congo in Africa, and also Queen Mother of the African descendants. For me, friendship is an essential value for bringing peace in this world. And we all have friends. We all have friends. We grew up with friends from school, from our neighborhoods, from our families, and we know how important it is to have people around you who not only value you, but also understand you. And understanding is not something that just comes up and, you know, we just, because we like each other, we understand each other. The understanding process is really something that needs work every single day. So the friends that we have are people who are really open to accept you unconditionally with all, you know, your ways and all your values, and are also there in your life to improve, you know, your outlook on life, and also to help you improve yourself in domains where you need improvements. So a lot of my mission in the world, ever since I've been crowned queen of my people, has been really to go out there in the world and to seek friendship, meaning to seek to connect with different types of people who are, you know, seemingly very different than I am and very different than my people are, because they have different languages, different cultures, different appearances, you know, different likes and dislikes. And then to see how we can either share, you know, our differences, and so we can gain in wealth and in experience, or we can also find out all the things that are so common to us. And I've traveled all over the world to seek such friendships. And it's been just an amazing journey to realize that, all of us are really fundamentally, in the core, we are fundamentally the same. We are fundamentally, seeking to have a decent, life, and to be living in peace, and to do what we need to do in order to meet our, basic needs, and also to have a space where we can express ourselves and, develop our passions, and, do all kinds of activities that are going to be activities to, link up the communities together. So I have had the opportunities to, live in Europe, many, many years, to live in Africa and grow up in Africa, basically. And I've had also the opportunity to live in the Americas, many, many years in the United States. And everywhere I've been, besides those three major continents, I've also managed to, meet a lot of friends. I think my journey for meeting people of all kinds of, horizon in life is really because my own father was a diplomat. So my father was a diplomat when I was born. So we were at the time in Belgium, and then I moved to Congo when he finished his diplomatic mission in Belgium, and then we moved to Germany, and then we traveled across the world when I was very young. So I've always been by luck in contact with many people who were just so much different than I was initially, and then just creating those very special bonds, and coming to a space with respect and reverence for the other, and for the diversity that the other brings with him or her, is really an essential element of how we can start about developing friendship. Friendship is also a lot to do with being non-judgmental, and being very eager to always see in what way
Greetings, family. Greetings, family. Greetings, family. As we have our brother Candy in the house, on the behalf of Manhood Academy. Still awaiting for the other brothers. Candy, can you hear us?
It's frozen. There you are.
Can you hear us, Candy? We're having a technical problem.
You hearing us?
We can't hear him.
No. And it's saying your mic is unmuted. I don't know why. Try your mic.
Can't hear you. Go out to come back in.
I just tried to phone Konsu.
Not answering, is he?
Nope. I'm not sure where these guys are.
People, I hope you've enjoyed so far, as we're having technical problems. Greetings, scattered minds. Greetings, God of Jacob. Greetings, melanated goddess. Greetings for all the people in the chat. As we are, you know what this is about. This is Black History Weekender, and we are trying to raise funds for the International Rites of Passage. And this International Rites of Passage is to able for the children from the African diaspora to the African people on land to interact, and then interact together as one family, to doing a rites of passage together, so that we get to understand and build a foundation of family. This is why we're talking about Black family first. Brother Rich.
I just posted up these links so everybody knows exactly where to go. We've been putting it out continuously, but again, I don't want people to forget what this is all about, because we do shows normally everybody who you've seen pretty much has been on before, so I ask you to go and check that out in the back catalog. But don't forget, it is about supporting the cause of the Dr. Llaila Afrika International Exchange Program, yeah, for our young people 15 to 21, taking youths across the diaspora, not on a one-time trip, but trying to set up an institution here. So again, it cannot be done without your support, without your donations, which you've been giving. So again, thank you for that. Kende, can you hear us, brother? But
you can hear us, but we can't hear him.
Can't hear you. Yeah, but we can't hear you. It's silent on our end.
It might be your Bluetooth.
Yeah, you're silent on this end. Still silent. Still not picking up anything. We're seeing your lips move, but we are not hearing you.
No, we can't hear you. But we can only see your lips move. I know you can hear us, but we can't hear you. I don't know. I don't know if it's your Bluetooth, but the conversation can't be heard. What are we gonna do?
I'm gonna make a phone call. Give me a second.
All right, Kaylee. What I might do is I might call you on my speaker box. Hold on.
Say something, Kende. Can you hear us? No. Still quiet on your side. Still no sound on this side.
Answer your phone. Answer your phone. Sorry about this, family, as we are having some technical problems. We'll keep on trying. And do
Still not hearing you, brother. Still not hearing you.
He can hear now. I've done a solution. Yes, brother Candy, how are you?
I'm well, brother. How are you, man?
Okay. This is about, today is about Manhood Academy. We will find ways of communicating no matter what.
Hey, brother.
Yeah. Can the people hear? Can you hear, Richie? Richie, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Say something again, Candy. Oh,
yes,
wait.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Candy. Yes. So yes. Let's quickly go because we've got about half an hour, and some of the people are tied up. But we're gonna talk. Just get straight to the point. What is Manhood Academy?
Okay. Well, Manhood Academy is a urban rites of passage program for boys from 8 to 12 and 13 to 19. We take them through elements like earth, water, fire, air, and we deal with a range of different emotions. And it's a program to help young boys travel that difficult route from boyhood to manhood. That's it in a nutshell.
Okay. And we want to go right to the beginning. How did the Manhood Academy come about? Because as I know, it was celebrated with certain amount of brothers that came together, and we wanted you to describe the nature of each character in the facts of what they did and how they applied their creativity to what created Manhood Academy.
Yeah, that's a brilliant question. Well, Manhood Academy was actually birthed in 2016 by 8 brothers. Myself, Kende Ogalabi, Konsi Sankofa, Daniel Thomas, Rio McLaren, Albert Johnson, Huey Rose, and Davis J. Williams. All of us came together in 2016 for a year of planning, thrashing, brainstorming, actually real creative minds to plan out, map out what exactly we were going to actually do. When we came together, it was we had an idea in our head that it is going to be something that's going to help our young boys on the streets, because at that time in 2016, that was the time when we heard nearly every other day that there was this nice crime or that nice crime, and really it was just getting out of control. So we came together because we wanted to do something. We didn't know exactly what, but all of us had extensive, no, apart from Huey Rose. Huey Rose didn't work with young people, but the 7 of us, myself, Albert, David, Konsu, Danielle, Darren, and Rio, I believe that's Rio.
Yeah.
We had extensive experience working with children and young people. So yeah, we wanted to come together to do something for these young boys, because we know it's a difficult route from boyhood to manhood. In fact, Brother Rio was the first member of the group to travel to Gambia.
Oh.
Yeah, and him and Huey went to Gambia, and then he came back and he told Brother Davis, myself, and Huey went to Gambia in 2014, 2016. We all came together with the other brothers, and yeah, we created Melanin Academy. Who did what? That's a brilliant question. Well, it was when we came together, we didn't actually know what it was going to be called. We put our ideas in the hat, and it was going to be a Rites of Passage program. We went to meet our bigger brothers, bigger Origin in South London, to talk about what we actually wanted to do. We spoke with, I spoke with the Nation of Islam about what we wanted to do. All of this is taking place in that year. And we used to be meeting every single week in a building called the Corey Building, Corey House in Turnpike Lane, late into the night, about 1, 2 o'clock into the night. Every Wednesday, we used to meet. And then when we came up with the fact that we wanted to do this kind of like mentoring coaches in right, came up with a Manhood Academy, and we came up with the curriculum. In fact, was put together Brother Dennis, Brother Ponsu, Brother Daniel, and Brother Darren. Darren Osborne, in fact, was the one who branded. So all of this lovely, the hats and the t-shirts and the actual sweatshirt, that was all Brother Darren. The Man of the Academy chant, which you can hear when you watch our BBC One documentary, was put together by Rio McCarran. And I actually done the safeguarding and the enrichment. And Brother Davis was the one who, because he was on social media the most, because he loved social media. So he really went on and he pushed the brand, and that was how we got started. And we done what?
Okay, so now we're looking at the aspects of now that it's been established. Now it's been expanded to what? How many places it expanded so far? Has it been a project, and has it been a home?
Right. So we started off in the COVID house, like I said. And we started there. We started doing sessions there from January 2017. We then moved to the Edge building in Manor House. We then set up a branch in Latimer Road in West London, and we've done a project in Brixton, South London, in the heart of Brixton, around the corner, in fact, from the tube station. We've done sessions all over the place. We do a program in Broadwater Farm as well. And in the time that we've been going, because it's about 5 years now, we have taken the boys to Gambia, Amsterdam, and also the residential trip in the UK, which is like, Devon and Cornwall.
Okay.
So,
So I want you to kind of, that's what I want you to explain in forms of the exchange program of the children from Suriname in Amsterdam coming over to England, and our children from the UK going to Suriname and interacting. How good is that for our youth?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. Yes, it was was it last year? I think it was last year.
Yeah.
Last year, we had a program where the boys from Amsterdam, African Caribbean boys who live in Amsterdam, and came here, and then we went over there. We took the boys over there. It was amazing because then they can actually see how the boys live. Same type of boys. See if
Sorry, we're having a bit of another technical problem. Seems to be that we're having a big technical problem today. Brother Rich.
Yeah, it hasn't been too bad so far, I got to lie. Bear with us. Huh?
Was it clear?
It was a bit low. I was having trouble hearing. I know Melanin Goddess was asking him to speak louder. It's the best we can do at the end of the day with what we got, but you know, I'm still trying to reach the other members to see if we're.
Hold on. You sound very low. Hold on. Can you hear? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So we was talking about the Amsterdam.
Yes, the Amsterdam. Yeah, it was a brilliant program. Big up to Untold and all the brothers and sisters from Amsterdam boys over here, and bring up all our boys here because we took the older boys over there, and it's just really fantastic. It was a good learning curve for both of the boys, and yeah, they explored everything from music, food, to history.
Okay, so how, how did the parents receive it when you did a review over the children when we finished the project?
Oh, they absolutely loved it. Anytime we take the boys away, whether it's a residential, whether it's exchange program overseas, we actually set up a parents' evening to talk to them about how their son has performed different areas of their attitude towards learning new things, whether it's their general behavior, their social skills, all that type of thing, their personality, and just talk to their parents and also get parents to feedback to us what they like and what they dislike about the program. It's a real chance to break down how both the young men got on. But yeah, they loved it.
Okay, so in forms of talking about the future of Manhood Academy, but at this present, isn't there a boot camp going on at the moment?
Yes, there is a boot camp going on at the moment for 8 to 12-year-olds at the Curve building in Latimer Road, just about 5 minutes away from Latimer Road Tube Station, which is running at the moment on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 10:30. And if anybody wants more details on that, they can go to our website, Manhood Academy Official, or they can go to our Instagram page, Manhood Academy Official, because they're only one.
Okay. So, let's go just a little bit deeper in forms of what can parents receive if they put their child through Manhood Academy?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, what they can receive is good quality teaching. We're teaching from an Afrocentric and really dealing with the core of the young boy or the young man, and for their child to come out of their shell, as it were. Because we don't just deal with young people on the fringes of whatever the trouble they might be, or children who've got behavior difficulties. We also deal with those young boys and those young children who may be very introvert, so they might be very quiet. So we try to bring them out their shell, boost their self-esteem, get them to socialize, make new friends, and explore who they are as a young boy about to become a young man. We had a number of boys last week in our summer camp, in our boot camp last week. One of the boys didn't really want to be there on the Thursday that was there. Kept going on about he wanted to go home. And then at the end of the day, he said, "Yeah, I'll see you next week." So these are the type of results that we get with our young boys when they come there, and that's what the parents can expect. One thing we have to understand is all of us have extensive background in school and youth club or dealing one-to-one with young people. So yeah, it's something where these CRB trained staff members do great work. So we're just transferring our skills that we've learned in the schools to the community.
Okay. So yeah, I was going to expand on this. Since we've had the first 8, can you go through the expansion of our fellow guys that are now volunteering and go on to the extent of recruitment?
Yes. So with the expansion, so our first branch was our main branch was in Turnpike Lane. Then we moved to Turnpike. When that building shut down, we moved our main to Manor House, and then we had our extension to West London. Then we had Woodwater. Then we done a small project at Brixton and in Birmingham. And for those who actually joined us on our journey was Brother Bradley, Brother O, Brother Amos, Brother yourself as well, Terry, who else? Brother Reg, who just come to join us on. And yeah, they came and joined us on our journey to actually volunteer and assist us build. And if people want to all get involved and volunteer, that's fantastic. We're always open to volunteer as long as you are past your CRB check or your list 99. So just once again, log on to our website, manedacademyofficial.com, or our Instagram page, Maned Academy Official.
Okay. So, in the future tenses, where would you like to see the Manhood Academy reach? What is your goals to where you want Manhood Academy to reach?
Well, fantastic. That's a fantastic question. Basically, we want Manhood Academy all over England and have a regular exchange programs abroad, not just to the Africa, but also the Caribbean and European organizations as well. We're at the moment in talks with a organization in Nigeria that does similar work to what I get excited about what each can bring as we actually move forward. So they want to also be in the of it as well. So yeah, we want to have Manhood Academy all over the place. It's important for us as well to bring on the youngsters as well, so we can pass the baton on to them, so they can actually take the mantle and run forth with it. So we don't want it just to be just us older folk. We want the younger people on as well. So yeah, we're definitely open to anybody who wants to come on, and then we can see how we can set up something in their part of London or their part of England, and they can be running it too.
Okay. So yes, Mr. Kendi, if there was some words that you wanted to speak to the parents and in them coming on board on bringing their sons, and as we're planning to do the extension of the sister, what they call it, the Womanhood Academy, what advice would you give to the parents at this moment?
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. Also, at Manhood Academy, we actually do Manhood Academy, and we do Womanhood Academy, and we do Parenthood Academy. The Womanhood Academy is our sister company, where they actually do similar work with our young girls and our teenage girls, and take them through different, cycles of a girl going to be a woman, and also looking at how they see themselves in relation to how society sees them or the media sees them. So big up Woman in the Academy out there as well. And we also do Parents in the Academy workshops as well. So when the boys come or the girls come to do their session, 11 o'clock on a Saturday morning or in the evening around 7 o'clock, the parents can have the option to stay and, really exciting, fun, enlightening, intriguing and interesting sessions about parents with other parents who are going through similar things that they're doing. Yeah. So it's really for those parents to actually and they be a part of the whole Man of the Academy village as well, and making sure that they also believe in their ways for their girls' lives. So yeah, it's an amazing journey, and yeah, the parents will love it as well.
Okay.
And I think when it comes to doing work like this, I'm always amazed at what actually, because I got to mention the graduations that we have, and we've had numerous amount of graduations all over the place. They had it in Tottenham, we've had it in Brentford, in Mouse, in Orwing. It's just been really amazing, and it's fantastic when you see those boys graduating at the end, and the parents actually also seeing how their boys have got.
Okay. Can you hear me, Kenny?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Candy. I will take it from here on the Manhood Academy. So I'm asking all the family, register your boys as soon as possible. And yes, we will be expanding into the US. We will be expanding into the Caribbean. And yes, we will be expanding into Europe. Whether we expand as a program or we expand as having an in-house, we are going to expand as big as possible, because this is what's going to work with the rites of passage that we are trying to deliver. So in the fact of that, we're looking for people who already have rites of passage, and we're looking for people that have establishments that are working with our young girls and our young boys, so that we can apply the program, or we can able to create some form of franchise in opening up another academy within your vicinity. So we work with you, we able to get the training, and we can start to maneuver and creating a beautiful foundation, because this is our children here. And if we don't create or put some form of foundation for our children, where are our children going to be? We're going to keep on starting all over again. We need to break that cycle, that psychological ancestral trauma, and break it and able to push our narrative as Black family first. And this is what I'm talking about. Manhood Academy, Womanhood Academy, the DLR, Dr. Llaila Afrika International Exchange Program. This is what this weekend is for. And this is what this weekend is about. We're looking to create a foundation to able for them to carry our legacy. You have to ask yourself a question. Do you have a legacy? Have you got someone to carry your legacy? If you want to think five generations back, where you can't even remember your forefather's first name, would you like to be in the future 5 generations forward and they say they don't remember your name? So ask yourself, what am I going to do for a legacy? So we need to take charge of our children ASAP. It takes a village to raising a child. So thank you, Kende, for speaking.
No problem, King.
And we will continue to build, and we'll keep on doing that work within the community. So anybody that wants to join us, please go to www.manhoodacademyofficial.com and, you know, apply. Even if you don't have children, come and join us as a volunteer. You know, it's only 1 day a week, a couple hours. Come and join. If I can do it in my hectic life, you can surely do it. And I work 24 hours. Like as you see me on this thing today, and you saw me on it yesterday, I have not stopped being on that phone. I've not stopped working. I've not stopped putting in the work. So if I can do it, you can just take that 1 or 2 hours for our youth. So come along, apply, go to www.manhoodacademy.com official. Remember, manhoodacademyofficial.com. Bring your children to the boot camp. Bring your children to the academy. Or find some form of rites of passage, because there's many out there. But as I said, we're asking for donations for this exchange program. This is what this is for. We're giving you our history as much as possible. And we're not asking you for a penny, because all these people are volunteering to put on some display for you. You can rewind and come back to it. And we're going to even chop it up into small sectors for you to able to come back to it and listen. As I said, this is for our foundation. It is time for us to make moves. Let's stop the talking and do the do's. As in Sankofa, bringing the past to the future and upgrading it. Brother Rich.
Yeah, I'm here. Big up, people. Still with us. Big up to George, just joining us. Talking about people who have organizations. George Macon, our brother from Philly, just started his organization, Urban Nerds Worldwide, which again is dealing with rites of passage, is dealing with educational perspectives, making sure that our kids want to achieve high and know that it's cool to achieve high as well. So at some point, we're going to get our brother on to talk about his organization, and hopefully he'll be somebody who will be working with us in regards to the Dr. Llaila Afrika International Youth Exchange Program for 15 to 21-year-olds. Yeah. So how long till we've got our next person coming? We've still got about 10 minutes or so. Make sure that you hit that like button if you haven't. Share it out if you haven't. Let me see. Any questions?
We've got someone in the house at the moment. One of the main guys in the house. We're going to introduce him in, but there's more of them to come. We're just waiting. So let's bring the brother in. Greetings, my brother.
Greetings, brothers. How you doing, sir?
How you doing?
Good. Hello.
Can you hear us fine?
Yes, sir. I can hear you very well, my brothers.
Perfect. All right. So if you haven't guessed, this is the Nation of Islam time. This is our first representation from the NOI. So peace and blessings to you, my brother. Do you want to introduce yourself to the people and tell them a bit about you?
Absolutely, yes, sir. Well, thank you, brothers, for inviting us on Black House TV7. Excellent platform, and thank you for allowing us to be part of this wonderful event over these 2 days. My name is Brother Jeffrey Mohammed, and I'm a member of the Nation of Islam. I'm also by profession a criminal defense solicitor of over 19 years, solely working in the majority with our young people. My practice generally deals with our young people and our people in general, but it's something that I've been doing for over the last 19 years. I also work with the brothers in the Nation of Islam, helping regarding the teaching and the training under the provision of the Student Regional Minister for the Honourable Minister Louis Farrakhan, Brother Minister Abdul Hakim Mohammed.
Yes. So as this Black History Weekender, and we're talking about Black families, I want you to give us your perspective on Black families.
Well, in the Nation of Islam, my brother, we're taught that family is the cornerstone of nation. And without family, you know, we have no nation. So family is integral and very, very important to us in the Nation of Islam and to us as a community. And it's based on the fact that others have come and started to destroy the Black family, while we see we're in some of the problems that we're suffering as a community and as a people. But we have a lot of beautiful families within our community. They may not be understood by those who feel that the Black family has been destroyed, but you know, we have a lot of our brothers and our sisters that love themselves, loves their family, loves their community, and are trying to build a better nation for us as a people.
Okay. So, you know, as some of your brothers are going to be coming in,
yes,
while we're waiting, in forms of the history of Nation of Islam, I want you to give us a little bit of information of your understanding of your growth and how you got to where you are, because you're a lawyer and you know we're going through a lot of pandemics and a lot of things have been happening lately, so you must have been seeing certain things to making you a lawyer for you to able to even say you're going to join the Nation of Islam.
Well, to be fair, my brother, you know, I was 18-90 when I first heard the teachings of the Honourable Minister Farrakhan in a meeting in Brixton in 1991. And now it was the summer of 1991. I was heading out to university in Leicester to go and study, to do law, to do my law degree. During that meeting, the Honourable Minister Farrakhan, they showed an excerpt of the Honourable Minister Farrakhan, and he was speaking to a college campus. And one of the things he said, which I thought he was speaking to me, is that he said that many of us as a people, we go to university, we get degrees, but we don't come back and represent our people. We don't come back and we don't represent our community. We go get a degree and then go and look for a job to earn money. And that was something that I took with me when I went to university, 3 years in Leicester, and came back. I studied law. I did, for my A-levels, I did accounts and economics. And at that time, my mind was to go to university to get a degree so that I can come and work in the city or go and work, you know, doing commercial law or something like that. But that was something that the minister said in 91 of the summer that stayed with me. And I looked to see where we were suffering as a people, and we were suffering in unjust laws and unjust representation in the criminal justice system. And then based on that, that was the reason that I chose to go into criminal defense work. So this is from 1991, and over the last 19 years, unfortunately, there's been an increase in the number of people that I've had to deal with from our community. And my practice, the ages of them are going, it's becoming younger and younger. Just last week, I was in the police station with a 12-year-old, you know, that had been arrested for an allegation, you know, which was a very serious allegation, to be fair. But, you know, I've been seeing an increase in the level of persecution and criminalization of our community, especially our young Black boys. This was a young Black boy that I was dealing with at the time. So I believe that that message, you know, there were several people, there was over 100 people in that room, but that message from the Honourable Minister Farrakhan is that which guided me to go into criminal defense practice, come back with my degree and help my people. So that's what I've been trying to do, brother, over the last 19 to 20 years.
Yes, Brother Rich.
Yeah, brother. And again, I know you brothers take responsibility very seriously in the Nation of Islam, and you work as a family unit. Talk to the importance of the Black family, because one of the things here at Black Eyes TV, that's what we promote as the cornerstone of nation building. So, you know, obviously we know you operate as a family, but talk to your understanding and how you feel about the Black family today.
Well, let's say this. When I, you know, growing up in South London, you know, in that time, I had no, obviously I grew up with my parents and my siblings, But 19 years of age, my vibe was I'm just going to ramp. I didn't really deal with the issue of responsibility. But coming into the Nation of Islam, I looked and I saw the value of family, and it was based on that transition of belief and determination that I said to myself that I need to have a family myself. So, by being in the Nation of Islam, I put down some of the ways that we have, having partners and boyfriends and girlfriends. If I think I'm a man, I shouldn't be letting somebody call me their boyfriend. So I've been married. I got married. The student regional minister, Minister Abdul Hakim Mohammed, performed my marriage ceremony in 2000, December 2000, and I'm proud to say that I've been married now. This is coming on 20 years. So I don't take lightly, we don't take lightly the concept of family. As I said before, that family is the cornerstone of our community and the cornerstone of nation, and we don't take it for granted. And I've got a daughter and two teenage sons, and I try to strive and teach them the value of family and to be respectful to other members of our community's family, with regards to dealing with one another in an environment and in a way which is set up for us to be against one another as family. So it is very important that we look at the principles of family and also taking responsibility as Black men and as being the stewards of our community. And this is why, brother, we've been working over the last few weeks on going onto some of our estates in South London and trying to be an example and show our young people, for example, how to deal with the police, how to deal with stop and search, and how to handle themselves in certain environments. Because we need to know that if we are responsible, then it's difficult for other people to come and start making mischief amongst the Black family and amongst our community.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Again, this is the Black History Weekender. So, I want to ask you, what's your take on history? How important is history to Black people in regards to, again, becoming free and achieving our goals in today's society?
Thank you, brother. That's a beautiful question. The Honourable Minister Louis Farrakhan teaches us that history is best qualified to reward our research. Now, there's a terrible saying that they say, if there's anything you want to hide from us as a people, you just need to put it in a book. Now, we have got to become studious. We've got to become, it's not his story, it's our history, and we've got to know what it is. And that's what one of the benefits I would submit of having our own schools and having our own curriculum where we can teach our babies about themselves and about their great history. Because there's a lot of conversation now with regards to the school curriculum and the fact that they only speak into our history from slavery and coming up to date, whereas there's nothing about our great history from the past, and that we were once a free, productive, proud people. We weren't born slaves. You didn't come over here. Our history doesn't start from the transatlantic slave trade, although that was a very important part of our history. So we have got to really understand the benefit of history and the purpose of history. And we have got to stand on the shoulders of our greats and move our community and our nation forward, as opposed to just saying, well, I'm going to tell you about history, about what somebody else done. I want to stand on the shoulders of our greats and move our community forward.
Yes. All right. That was definitely the one that we needed to hear. I think people need to double down on the fact that history is needed to make up a clear pathway of your future and where you're going. Hopefully the other brothers will be in here shortly to support the people. If you haven't already, as always, hit that like button. Come in, ask any questions that you may have. The reason why we're here for the Dr. Llaila Afrika Rites of Passage International Exchange Program for youths aged between 15 and 21. This is what we are doing for this. You know, so again, please donate. That's the point of everybody donating their time and effort to coming on and teaching and laying down some information. So let's not make it a folly. Look, brothers are starting to join us now. Brother Wayne, I believe. What's good, brother? Unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Greetings, brother.
How you doing, Elder? How you doing? Introduce yourself to the family and let them know who you are, and then I can get you to answer some questions. Obviously, you know this is a Black History Weekender, so speak to
Yes,
why
sir.
you're here to support the cause.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. My name is Brother Wayne Muhammad, and I am an active member of the Nation of Islam, covering the European regional under the leadership of our great brother, Minister Abdul Hakim Mohammed, European regional representative. And in that capacity, I actually act as an assistant to Brother Minister and working out of the spiritual ministry, among other things. I've been active in the nation for just about 20 odd years now. And, you know, the importance of history is what Brother Jeffrey just said so beautifully. You know, we have to understand who we are and where we're coming from. And so I would just like to thank you, all the other speakers, as well as those in the listening audience for inviting me along today, sir.
Yes, sorry. Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I can hear you, brother.
Oh, sorry. Okay. My apologies. Sorry, that just threw me. Let me start by asking you again, based on the history angle, because our brother talked about the importance of history. From your perspective, and in the teachings of the Nation of Islam, how important does history factor in when you're talking to your own people as well as to the wider community?
It's a question for myself, sir?
Yes, this is a question for you.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're the focus.
Well, bear with me. It was just that I was just putting those earpieces in, but we have to recognize the importance of this. And Brother Jeffrey alluded to it quite beautifully just then in his last response. We have to understand the impact the transatlantic slave trade has had on us as a people. Every Black woman and child has been taken from the shores of Africa and dispersed in the West. So when you actually consider what was, in order for that to happen, what was done to us, where we look with the knowledge of our original names, knowledge of our traditions, our values, our beliefs, you know, even our God, you know, was taken away from us. And then the process of making us into slaves was to give us the mind, the heart, and the spirit of our slave master. That during that process, we were literally cut off from our past and our heritage. And to this very day, we still struggle with that. So, for example, we, due to that lack of knowledge, send our children the same schools set up by our former slave masters' children. They are taught his history. So our children are being taught about Henry VIII, the Tudors and the Stuarts, the Bayeux Tapestry, William the Conqueror, Harold getting an arrow in his eye. Things that are far removed from them, that they cannot connect and relate to when they're not being given history that involves pharaonic dynasties, ancient Benin empires, Kushites, etc., etc. So, you know, our rich history, the knowledge of who we actually are and where we come from, because that propels every man, woman, and child on the planet towards their own destiny. You with me? We as a people struggle with that. And it's not a day-to-day to be happy with just that kind of information. and regurgitating it. We have to break that cycle.
Most definitely. Again, we was talking earlier about the importance of family. We always in the community talk about Black excellence, but we don't talk about the circumstances that are needed to create Black excellence, which to me is tied directly into your family and the circumstances in which you enter the world. Speak to that point. How do you feel on that?
It just so happens our great brother, Minister Abdul Hakim Mohammed, recently spoke on a series of lectures titled Male. Because if we want to break the cycle, brother, and move into a new paradigm, then we have to understand that to build a nation, we need healthy men and women who understand and know themselves and have the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to take us where we need to get to. So within that, the minister went into lots of, and I haven't got the time to go into everything, but I'll share with you some of what the minister shared with us. And it's just still resonating with me. I'm still going over my notes because it's such powerful information. And the minister talked about when we as men, particularly as men, are desirous of committing to a sister, we must ensure certain things are in place. We have to break that mental cycle where we're just looking at women on a physical level, because we've tried that one and it's not worked, clearly not worked for us. So he was talking to us about the need. So for example, in the nation, we have, if a brother is interested in a sister, we have a procedure and a process titled courtship that they must engage in. And that courtship allows time and space for them to get to know each other properly, to ask the right questions, see if they are compatible. And so when a brother is, for example, is desirous of a woman, a brother should be looking today not just at physical attributes, and we know how beautiful the Black woman looks in terms of her aesthetic beauty. He's got to go deeper today. Oh, is that sister spiritually aware? She developed, she understand the concept of God, you with me, and divinity. And he made a comment which made me laugh at the time. He said, she must see God in her head, not just a man in her bed, So likewise, a sister's job is to inspire a man, to be creative, to inspire him to the degree where he gets ideas and he runs them by her. And then her job is to help him make those ideas, where they agree, become a reality. And they go forward and they build together, So there's an emphasis on the importance of the woman, because in the nation, there's an oft repeated mantra where we say, no nation can rise no higher than its woman. Woman is extremely valuable in our community, brothers. So that's another reason why we have to learn how to elevate, honor, and give her the due respect that she deserves. Because even over these last 400 and odd years that we've under the tutelage of our open enemy, it's the Black woman who's carried our community for the most part. So she deserves a lot better than us as men. And it's that time that we actually begin to manifest what a real man is today. So in the nation, as I was saying, we have this process where before any conjugal or physical intimacy takes place, there must be a period where those individuals get to know each other, will meet at, in a neutral setting or venue. They'll ask questions. You have a plan. What are you bringing to the table? We might need to get references from immediate and extended families members. Satisfy each other. There has been some level of achievement. You know, what have you done in the past? You know, and checking, as I said earlier, that there is not just spiritual death. I don't mean to say death, I mean depth, D-E-P-T-H, checking in each other that there is spiritual depth and emotional intelligence. Yes, because our nature is of God, the supreme divine being. It says in the Bible, ye are all gods, children of the most high God. So that's in our DNA. This is the day when we have to regain that understanding and ultimately understand what power there is in that. You know, so all that to say, brother, that a man must be taught how to properly attract a woman. It's not just about buffing up biceps and being out there in a string vest. You know, it's not good for our men in our community to go around giving our women babies, you know, and then walk away. Then those sisters end up handing our babies over to the enemy to be taught, prop up his world. We've got to stop all of that and break that cycle. So the minister said so much more, and it was such powerful information, you know, that really needs to be bottled and sold to our community because it's just so on time.
No doubt, no doubt. Again, I think talking about the fundamentals of the community, another fundamental is economics. And I'll ask the two of you to answer. We'll start with you, brother Wayne, and then brother Free can come in afterwards.
Yes, sir.
You know, how does everything we've talked about, how does it relate to economics when it comes to, again, establishing a strong economic community, which is something, again, as a Black nation would need?
Absolutely. Well, again, I will make reference to the impact of chattel slavery on us as a people. Three key areas that the slave master kept from the slave ever knowing about was the art of war, the art of mating, i.e. relationships, and the art of the science of economics. And we struggle this very day with the lack of knowledge of all three. And it's no accident, again, that you ask. It shows you that there's a higher force and power at play here, because on the back of the male-female series of lectures the minister has been teaching us, he has now started a series of lectures titled Spiritual Economics. And he is actually about to focus, and Jeffrey will bear me witness that he will, you know, he's now going into a 4-week program on importance of land acquisition, property and real estate. Yes, because 90% of our problems as a people are economically based. And if we're going to break the cycle of poverty and not condemning our children to future generations to that kind of living where they're dependent on council flats, you with me? The only idea of, you know, that's the aspiration of our children, to get a council flat, you know, not to own their own home, with me. So we've got to start breaking that mindset, brother, and start teaching our children how to acquire generational wealth, and not just talk about, I want to be rich. It's about understanding the economics and then the power that comes with that economics when we pool our resources and build. And that's the only way we're going to ultimately become a nation.
And Brother Jeffrey.
Yes, sir, Brother Richie. Brother Student Regional Minister Abdul Hakim shared with us during a recent lecture series. He said that business is life's activity. And if we're not in business, then we're not living. And we've got to understand that, as Brother Wayne said, 90% of the problems that we face, especially in male-female relationships, is based on economics. So if we get the economics out of the way, we can work on the 10%. The reason why sometimes we don't take our responsibilities as men is because we don't have the financial or the finances to look after that which we produce. So if we're in a position whereby we can look after our children financially, we can support our children. And you know, sometimes, my brother, we get into positions and situations where things just don't work out with the sister that we've had the children with. But as men, we shouldn't run away from our responsibility to provide for the mother and the children of that seed which we are responsible for. So it's very important for us to go into business, but they don't teach us the science of business in college. You can go to university, you can get a degree, but that which we had been given by Student Regional Minister Abdul Hakim Mohammed, you won't get that in London School of Economics or LSE. They teach you to go in that degree and go and beg someone for a job. They don't teach you even how to make a job for yourself. And it's interesting that in this recent pandemic and lockdown, our wisdom, our ingenuity has got busy. And people who never in their life thought that they would go into business went into business and started doing things and designing things and selling things and doing things that they may have been working and were furloughed or were laid off, but they had to kick in with a different level of understanding and science and realize that, you know what, I can do something for myself. I can actually earn more money doing what I want to do than going to do something that I have to do in order to pay bills. Now, that's not the reason why you should go to work. You shouldn't go to work just to pay bills. You should go to work because you enjoy the vocation that you're studying and which you've chosen to do, and the benefit should be a reward where you get income as a result of it. But we have to know that business is warfare. This is why they don't teach us business. Business is warfare, and you've got to be able, once you develop your business, to be able to protect that which you have developed. So business is very important to family. The term home economics. Think about the term home economics. And when we were teaching home economics, they were teaching us how to cook, but they weren't teaching us about the science of budgeting, the science of finances, the science of saving. This, you know, and we sometimes as a people spend more than we should on things that are not really important, to be fair, or we live outside of our means. So what we have to do is understand that this is just a trick for the enemy to keep us in the same position as they've always done, living outside of our means. But business is one of the most important things that if we did as a community, have family businesses, you know, we can hand those down to our children, but we can't hand a job to anybody. And there's nothing secure in this day and time. We're seeing people now, millions of people who thought they had a secure job or a job for life, being found that they've got no job. They've got nothing to go back to after this national pandemic situation that we find ourselves in. So we got to rely on ourselves as opposed to begging our former slave master and their children to secure us and our family.
Absolutely, absolutely. Brother Richie?
Yeah.
Add to a point. Could I add to a point Brother Jeffrey was making there?
Most definitely. Flow.
Yes, sir. Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, constantly reminds us of the need to do for self or suffer the consequences. And just last week, I believe, Britain announced it's entering a recession. So even from a common sense point of view, it's important that we start understanding the importance of getting knowledge and the wisdom and the understanding of how to pool our resources. Prime Minister Abdul Hakim Mohammed many times over reminds us of when our parents came here in the 60s, and we actually had our own banking system called Partner. Our parents used to put their money into a collective, you with me? And then it would rotate, and every so often, everybody would make a draw with me and have a cash lump sum, our own banking system. And that caused many to actually purchase their own homes at that time. Yes. And so we have to understand that we're in a race against time. And the Jewish community, the Asian community, the Chinese community, all understand science, the intricacies, the ins and outs of wealth building and how to make money. And we're still struggling And again, that's another cycle we must break. We need a generation, yes, of spiritual giants with the knowledge of economics who can take us to the next level we need to get to in order to be truly free and justified.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. When we had the elder Rakim on Hillary, sorry, he was talking about the importance of relationships with our brothers and sisters on the continent, in the Caribbean. Speak to again, how important is that? You know, how important is solidarity? We hear a lot of, you know, people talk about black unity, and it's kind of like a throwaway phrase now in situations. But again, how important is it for us to understand and to relate to each other's experiences and to have relationships with people from different countries who are obviously all black? And I would like you both to answer that in turn, please. Yeah, me.
Okay, brother Richard, can I go?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, fantastic. It's interesting because, you know, we are in Europe now, and most of us have roots back either in Africa or the Caribbean that we are familiar with, as opposed to our brothers and sisters that you see in the US, where they've got 4, 5, 6 generations and they still take them back to the US. You know, most of us, our parents came over here in the 50s and in the 60s. So we can reach back to Africa or the Caribbean. And it's very, very important that we have that communication with our brothers and our sisters on the motherland and in the Caribbean. Europe is the gateway. Europe is the gateway to Africa and the Caribbean. And one of the things that I love what Minister Abdul Hakim Mohammed shared with us, he said that we have been living with our enemy. So we know our enemy. We know his ways. We know his dispositions. So it's our duty as those in the diaspora to go back to the Caribbean, to go back to Africa, and to help teach our people the ways of the enemy, and to let them know, you know, the Bible said that we'll return with great substance. We're not going back to just get a little house in a little village somewhere. We're going back to be in government. We're going back to let our people know what we've learned and what has been done to us, and really try to transform what it is and how it is that they're living. But what we have to understand is that we can't. Back in the day, I'm going to play like this by Richie. There was beef between those from the Caribbean, those from Africa. You know, back in the day, if you called somebody from the Caribbean African, man, you get a smack in the face. But now with the knowledge of self, we're actually understanding the reason why we're in the Caribbean. The reason why we were taken out of Africa and the journey that we went on based on this wicked slave master and their children, and based on what they've done to us. That's why that question of history, Brother Richie, is so important. And once we facilitate and understand how we got to where we are, you know, even in the Caribbean, there's beef. You know, someone from this place is calling that one a small island, someone from that one is calling them something like that. Likewise, you got beef between Nigerian people and people from this is the work of the enemy. And we've got to know that we're all people, that we're all children of God. And we have to understand that we're all family. That's why what you're doing this weekend, brother, with regard to Black Family First is so important. We got to put down labels. You know, we got to, you know, we can't say that we're from a landmass. The whole earth belongs to the original man and the original woman. We can't say, I'm from Ghana and I'm going to put myself to that piece of dirt or that landmass. That dirt or that landmass is too small to represent me. I am an original man and the whole earth belongs to me and our people. So it's very important that we have to go back and break down some of these ideas and these ideologies that have been put into our mindset by those who are still in that part of the world. Because, you know, when I traveled back to Ghana, brother, in 2011, where my father passed away, and what I saw was disturbing. They had like the white Jesus in the church, and you know, they seem to be more English than the English. You know, so we've got to let them know that, you know, it's not that time, it's not that day for us to be looking at our enemy as our salvation. We've got to look at ourselves and start to love ourselves and trust ourselves and believe in ourselves for all that we need. And everything that we need is in Africa and in the Caribbean. Trust me, everything that we need. We don't have to go outside of ourselves to get what we need. We just got to be organized and we just got to be focused for that objective to be reached and maintained.
Most definitely, Brother Wayne.
Yes, sir. In the Nation of Islam, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan teaches us, asking a question first. He says, who is the original man? The answer to that question is this. The original man is the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, God of the universe. One of the things the Caucasian banks on, and you can see it manifest in Willie Lynch's speech, is divide on, he uses the principle of divide and rule. Now, there is also a saying that travel broadens the mind, and I've been blessed to travel to South, East, and North Africa. No, West. I haven't been to the South just yet. And what I found is when I engage and speak to my brothers and my sisters there, they're hungry for knowledge of who they are, because it's almost as if their minds are shut to what's going on across the planet. I mean, it's changing now with the advent of smartphones and internet, etc. I was in Gambia. I'll give you an example. I was in Gambia a couple of years ago, and sitting on a hot summer's day, drinking fruit juice with some brothers who were sellers of juices on the beach. And brother, do you know that their aspirations, most of there may be about 10 of them, at least 6 or 7, their aspirations were to get into a rubber dinghy and cross the Mediterranean to get into Europe. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I said, do you know what is awaiting you if you get there? You know what I'm saying? Why would you want to leave paradise? This is your country. Your country needs your brains, your talents, your gifts. With me, build it up. And you're talking about endangering the life of you and your families to rush to a place that's designed to destroy you. And it made me realize, brother, just how successful, insidiously successful this Caucasian is in dividing us from our brothers and sisters. I said, no, brother, it's best that you stay here and build and develop your country who needs you more. And the other point that Jeffrey alluded to triggered a thought for me as well. From a solutions point of view, talked about beefs and some of the negative notions that have traveled through our generations. And our children are now involved in beefs, postcode wars, and that kind of madness where they're willing to take each other's lives, injure and maim each other. Think about this. If travel broadens the mind, what chance do our children have if they're even afraid to cross the road to go to another estate for fear of being attacked? You with me? So what kind of children are we bringing into the world under this kind of mindset? Yes, this postcode madness. Children who are not even willing to travel across the road, let alone go and see the world out there. So it's incumbent on us, brothers, especially the men. We've got to take charge and take responsibility to come together and make sure that we plan and organize so that we can take our youth out of this place and show them there's something else that's going on with me, bigger than your little mindless activity. So I just wanted to make that point, brother. You know, we've got to take our children off this estate mentality, this gang warfare madness. And that's, I believe, a good way of doing it. We've got to have the commitment and we've got to have the love. It's not going to happen. There's too many armchair revolutionaries in our community, too many gassing, brother. When you ask our people to put their money where their mouth is, all of a sudden it goes quiet. Just wanted to make that point.
No, you're right and exact. And again, that leads into Rites of Passage, which again, Dr. Llaila Afrika, Rites of Passage International Youth Exchange. That's the purpose. Again. So again,
yes,
both let's speak to, because you've already touched on it now, the young people, what they're being scripted into. So now let's look at the, as you said, the solution to that, which is a proper rites of passage. Why is that so important? Why is it a necessary thing that we need for our young people? Why are you here? And when you know, I know when Brother Terry contacted you and told you what today was going to be about and what the cause was, why did your ears prick up for this particular cause? You know what I'm saying? What does rites of passage mean to the two of you? That's the core of the question, really.
Now, can I say, Brother Richie, it's interesting because every time I think of rites of passage, as soon as I hear that phrase, you will know, and Brother Way will know, my mind goes back to the film Roots.
Yes, sir.
Where there was a rites of passage and it helped young Kunta move from being a boy to being a man. Now, there is a traditional rites of passage, but there also has to be a rites of passage based on the time in which we're living in now. See, so we have to get young boys to be men. And we've got to teach and we've got to train them to be responsible members of our community. That is a rites of passage in itself. And we will find that once we, as Brother Wayne says, show our people love, you know, we don't have no fear of our young people because we love them and we understand what the enemy has set up for them. So all we need to do is go to them, approach them, and share with them what we've been blessed to be a part of. You know, some of us got this information when we were in our 20s or 30s. We can take this to the babies. We can take this to the teenagers. We can take this to the young people. We can give them the science of business. We can give them the science of mating. We can give them the science of responsibility. And we can give them the science of love of self, love of knowledge, love of wisdom, love of understanding. That is a rites of passage. And that is something that we've got to be found doing and not just talking about it, putting ourselves forward to be instrumental in making sure it happens. That's why, Brother Richie, when I said on a Monday night, the brothers in the Nation of Islam go to different estates, you know, we're not getting paid, but we just go in to teach our young people discipline, teach our young people how to handle police, teach our young people responsibility, show our young people love. Because at the end of the day, they don't think we love them as their elders. They don't think we've got time for them. Some of our people see our young people and criticize and are fearful of them. We've got to let them know that they are, as the Honorable Minister Farrakhan has said, the best generation that we have ever produced. The only thing that they're lacking is right guidance. And with right guidance, there is nothing that those young men and women could achieve. So the rites of passage is to turn boys into men, turn girls into women.
There you go.
Facts. Big facts, big facts, big facts. Just take a moment there. Facts. Yeah, people, because people are agreeing in the chat room. But yeah, brother, please flow from
Yes,
that.
sir. Yes, sir. Just to add on to what our great brother Jeffrey was just rolling out there, you spoke into what I was going to do myself, because that's the nation. We don't know any other way. We don't talk about love in a mushy sense. Our love is demonstrated by doing something constructive that contributes towards the greater good. And we're also taught that this teaching is to give us knowledge of the true and living God, knowledge of our history, knowledge of who Satan is, knowledge of the time and what must be done. And in this time, and in terms of what must be done, brother, we recognize the damage done by the system to our young, the damage done by ourselves and our lack of taking responsibility, for the minds and hearts of our children, and that within that, elements of repair need to take place. And so Robert Jeffries talked about how we're now going out into the community with the easing in terms of lockdown restrictions to try and, we've been doing this, it's not just a sudden thing, we've been doing this over the years where we've gone across London and beyond, with this program where we teach men how to be real men. And so not a man based on an idea constructed from the streets. So as a fruit of Islam, and we have a mantra where we say, what is a fruit? And the answer is, a fruit is the best. Why is he the best? He's best because he is constantly training and conditioning himself to meet and overcome all obstacles in his path. Yes? And so one of the things our youth struggle with is how to deal with conflict. Yes? So we teach how to deal with conflict resolution. And where it is deemed to be necessary, we actually, have done and will continue to do, setting up mediation opportunities so that issues can be discussed and resolved. Yes, because at the moment, I mentioned emotional intelligence. Our youth just act on raw emotion and then, end up dying bars or dead. We've got to break that cycle and show them there is another way. Yes, so it's about that level of teaching, how to discipline yourself, organize yourself, leadership skills, all comprise part of the leadership, the outreach programs that we're delivering at the moment, currently in the South London area.
I'm also, and you said something interesting about love, because whenever people in the normal world use the word love, it's airy fairy. It means I'm gonna allow you to do whatever you want, but actually love is structured. Love comes with boundaries. So again, if we love our young people, like you're saying, we will redirect them. And when we're talking about our own kids, it means setting boundaries. It means instructing them and saying no, as well as saying yes. Because again,
absolutely,
in today's society, there's way too much just say yes, and by giving, that is your sign.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
and
right.
Again, I always say no spoiled child has ever come back to their parent and said, thanks for giving me everything.
Exactly.
That's never happened. Well,
good point. Good point.
Come back and say, thank you for beating me. Thank you for having rules. Thank you. Realize that I have never seen an adult who has had everything handed to them have a realization and say to that parent, thanks for that. Thanks for never saying no. You know what I'm saying? That just doesn't happen. So,
that's right.
I think it's an important point.
Absolutely.
Brother Richie, with regard to that point, that's very interesting, because love is not a noun, it's a verb, and it means action has to come behind it. And on reflection of my own upbringing, I never heard my dad tell me too tough regularly that I love you, son. I didn't hear those words, but he used to go out with my mum and they used to work 2-3 jobs to provide for the family. I never went to bed hungry. I never had to wear the same pair of underwear twice. They looked out for us, and there was 5 of us in our family, siblings wise. So they were prepared to do whatever it took to provide for us as their children and to give us an opportunity that they may not have had. They showed their love in actions. Whereas today, people think that we need to show love by buying things or giving things that are really ultimately there to help destroy our young people's minds.
There you go. And
I reflected that if my the structure in my life wasn't as rigid, and as I was more scared of my dad than anybody on the planet. Police, anybody. My father was the person I was most scared of. And even when I was at school, the teachers were aware, because my dad showed love by following me to school certain days. And he would tell the teachers if I misbehaved, they should cane me. I'm like, you know, but that's his love. And they said, well, we can't do that. But they knew my dad wasn't a joker. So all they would say to me to get my attention is, do you want me to call your father? And that was it. That was enough for me to be straight. And based on me being straight, I was able now to get through the traps that the enemy sets for us as young people. And 20 years down the road, I can now, through my profession, help young people stay out of the criminal justice system.
Absolutely.
I wasn't the smartest person in my class, by far from it. But I was probably the most fearful of my pops than anybody else in my class.
That's right. And it's interesting, Brother Richie, what Brother Jeffrey's just saying there, because I came up, although I'm a little bit younger, you know, I came up under that generation who were into spare the rod and spoil the child, you know. And what I realized as I got older, even though I did have at the time a sense of resentment, you know, you go in the bedroom with your brothers and sisters and you start, you know, dog your mum and dad for being so wicked. You're going to run to social services and all the rest of it. I want to be put in care, you know, that kind of talk. As I've grown and become more matured, I've understood my parents within the context of how they were brought up. And I mentioned values. And values is important because one of the things we've lost and we've not tried to regain is, what do we value in our children, in our community, in terms of parenting? What are our values? And so we just adopt cliches like, oh, no, they need unconditional love. Really? With me? When you're loving someone unconditionally and you're not teaching them boundaries, when you're not teaching them right and wrong, when you're not teaching them what's acceptable and unacceptable behavior, and there are some lines that are totally red and you do not cross. You with me? Children are not getting that. That's why when you are spiritual, and that's why it has to be on the nation's program, because that's what we are as Black, original people by nature. When we are spiritual, you develop a moral compass, and your sense of right and wrong, good and bad, wicked and good and evil, you know, is sharpened. You with me? And you grow up with that. So you have your conscience starts to then guide you, you know, and that's, some of our children just don't have none of that. You with me? So it's easy for them to see someone who looks like them and run a knife, the trigger, with me, and want to just take them out. That's got to stop. You with me? Unless we get to the root of that, anything else we do will count for nothing.
No doubt, no doubt. Most powerful. The last thing, I need to, or I want to ask you to talk about is the need for institutions. Obviously, today we're trying to set up this Dr. Llaila Afrika Rites of Passage International Youth Exchange Program for 15 to 21 years old.
Fantastic.
So, again, we need the community to support. We're asking people to donate and
yes,
donate
sir.
to me. But again, speak to the need for us to build institutions and for us to financially support these causes. Because again, you know, we know about mismanagement, we know about the pitfalls of those areas. But again, without institutions, can we really move forward? So speak to that, my brothers.
Can I say, Brother Richie, it's beautiful that you are doing this in the name of Dr. Llaila Afrika, because the first time I actually heard him speak was when he came and spoke at our building at 1 to 5 Hinton Road in Brixton a couple of years ago. And once we knew he was here, an invitation was sent out immediately, I think within 2 days or maybe even 24 hours.
I think it was a 24-hour, you know, brother.
Hours to say to brother, we're going to open up our door to host one of our greats.
Yes.
You know, and
Yes,
irrespective of whether we in the nation agree with every single thing he says, he's one of our greats and one of our champions. And
Absolutely.
Student Regional Minister Abdul Hakim Mohammed opened up the whole mosque and the whole building to have a community meeting to allow our beautiful brother and his wife and those who traveled with him to come and spend the evening with us. And
That's
because of the institution of the Nation of Islam, we were blessed and our community were blessed to experience Dr. Llaila Afrika.
It was a
So you
roadblock.
doing this in his name is absolutely commendable and beautiful. And his spirit will live on in the work that we are doing in his name. But that goes on to show that we have to support what you're doing, Brother Richie. We have to make donations. We have to give. You know, at the end of the day, you know, everybody likes to complain about, you know, we don't trust this or the pitfalls of mismanagement. But at the end of the day, right takes care of itself.
Indeed.
So we don't have to speak into that. But this is an excellent opportunity for the 1 year program that you're doing for our young people. And absolutely, you'll be supported by Student Minister Abdul Hakim Mohammed in the Nation of Islam.
That's right.
Because we love what you're doing. He loves what you're doing. And he, as you know, has been on your show several times and supports what you're doing. So he's looking at any avenue to unify our community, unify our brothers and our sisters, and unify our programs. And it's what we do in the Nation of Islam. We open up our doors for everybody. Every different type of community have come to the Nation of Islam doors 1 to 5 Hinton Road, and he has shared that space, our community, our people, with them. So this is an excellent opportunity, Brother Richie. We know you're going to be successful. We know it's going to be successful. We will definitely help in the Nation of Islam. I personally, once I finish, I will make my pledge and my donation. And I'm sure members of the Nation of Islam will do likewise. But it is an excellent thing that you're doing in our great brother's name. And as I said, if it wasn't for the nation, I would not even have seen him live. Been blessed to hear his wisdom. And within 24 hours, brother, we had over nearly 200 odd people in our building.
Yes, we
There was
did.
standing room only.
Roadblock.
As soon as our student regional minister was aware he was in the country, we opened up our institution to the community for him and his family. So what you're doing is absolutely necessary. We have to have our own institutions. We have to have our own schools. But more importantly, just not have them. We must support them with our wealth and in truth defend them with our lives.
Absolutely. Beautifully put. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brother Jeffries he's summed it up beautifully. And it is great reverence to our late champion and leader, Dr. Llaila Afrika, you know, that we give ultimate respect. And I remember reading that book, Nutricide, he wrote, and there was so much in there that just stopped me in my tracks in terms of the type of diet I was on, you know. So his word was life-giving and life-saving, you know, so he's not to be forgotten. And the principles that those books were written in the spirit of is those that we have to extract, as well as the practical, but the principles and the values are those that we must extract and impart to our young, my brother. Institutions are important. In the nation, we have a program titled Self-Improvement, the basis for community development. And we run study guide sessions on every Friday, where we come together and we sit in a circle and we share, we crack open the words of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and there's 21 modules of that program. And we again, work on we work on the knowledge, the wisdom, understanding of the principles that are rooted in those teachings. And in addition, you know, we recognize that the first community, the first institution is self. You with me? That's what needs to be built. That's what needs to be shored up, strengthened, and maintained. You with me? Because if you build your house on sand, as it says in the scripture, it's not wise, and it's designed to fall. So principles are important. So any institution that we're building, physical or spiritual, must have firm foundations on which to build. But Jeffrey said the rest. I'm sure Minister Abdul Hakim will be chomping at the bit to see how we can assist. We ourselves are also building an institution, and I don't know if Jeffrey's mentioned it already. We have entity called New Mind New Mind School of Business
School of
Excellence.
Excellence. That's right.
Business School of Excellence. Thank you, brother. Situated in Brixton at our HQ, where it's been refurbished, and we're going to open it up to the community once more. And it's going to be a teaching entity for business, rites of passage, for the teachings. But we also, as Brother Jeffrey said, Minister Abdul Hakim's mind is wherever the idea is of good, that will lead to the ultimate upliftment of our community. He hasn't got a problem with that. So step up, brother, with any ideas you may have, and share them with us. And I'm sure the minister will welcome them.
Okay, all right, most definitely. I know we got at least 5 minutes left till the next segment, roughly. People, if you've enjoyed this conversation that I have enjoyed with these brothers from the NOI, Nation of Islam, go ahead and hit that like button. Go ahead and donate, which is why we're here to the International Youth Exchange Program, and go ahead and share this video out, because again, the brothers have come with their perspectives on family, economics, moral systems, our young people. So there's definitely some stuff there for you to rewind the tape and hear what they're saying. And again, for those who don't know, we have had other Nation of Islam shows on Black Eyes TV before. So again, I implore you, go back. When Honorable Minister Farrakhan was doing his speech, we was blessed to have the head of Europe come and speak some more with us before and after. So that was beautiful, and we appreciate you for that. Always showing love to Black Eyes TV. So yeah, definitely your support, the words of wisdom is needed. And again, I think it's important for you to be seen, as for us to be seen with entities that don't necessarily, as you said, share 100% ideology perhaps, but again, there's a black solidarity that is shown amongst us, between us, and people, because this is the only way we can move forward. And there's definitely giants and movers and shakers in the community that come from all corners, and trying to keep them in a title, in a box, is sometimes does our people a disservice. So sometimes we just have to recognize greatness and go with know when to work together. So again, I appreciate, I implore you for your time and effort that you've given us today. This is the first time I believe I've met you before, Brother Jeffrey, when I've come and done some filming down at the building. But this is my first time meeting you, I think, Brother Wayne. So yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Well, Richie, yes, sir. The pleasure was all, and the honor was all mine, brother.
No, definitely. I mean, next time you'll probably get to speak with Terry if we do another show. At the moment, he's behind the scenes, frantically phoning people, making sure they're adhering to their timelines. So don't worry, you will hear from him. But it was much appreciated. Come on. And is there any final words you want to say to the people before we move into the next segment? For both of you, feel free, sign out, say what you need to say, and any contact details.
Yeah, well, brother, on behalf of Student Media Minister Abdul Hakim, I'd like to thank yourself, Brother Richie, and Black Eyes TV for allowing us to be a part of your wonderful weekend. And we don't take this lightly, as you said. We are striving to be in unity with all of those who are doing good within our community. And for you to have this platform to speak to our people is absolutely beautiful. And for you to invite us to be a part of your show this week, and is absolutely wonderful. And we thank you, brother, for the invitation on behalf of our student regional representative, Minister Abdul Hakim Mohammed.
Jeffrey's more or less summed it up. On behalf of the European Regional Minister, Abdul Hakim Mohammed, who is a great brother, hardworking, courageous, soldier who's flown the flag for 30 odd years in the UK, and now appointed as the European Regional Minister. You with me? And to be honest, he's not even limited by that, because the brother talks in Africa and even in the Caribbean. That's how much the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan loves this brother. And we love him because of his commitment, his dedication, and courage. Because, who in our history has ever taken the UK government to court over the unjust ban I'm talking about specifically, and won? You with me? That's the brother going into his own pocket. You can imagine the finance, the top lawyers that took to employ. You with me? And the brother didn't ask for any money. His passion and his love for the minister was that. And when I look at that and I reflect on that, I'm thinking I have to check myself. And we need more brothers. And I say the men in particular, we need to stand up and be real men today, brothers, because, it's not a time to be playing half-stepping or showcasing. If we're real in terms of what we're saying, we're going to have to back it with some action today. So we're not here to say join the nation. We're saying step up and be the man that God brought you into existence to be. So on behalf of the Honorable Minister Abdul Hakim Mohammed, and he is that, I would just like to say to you, Brother Richie, and to those listening in, thank you for your time. Thank you for your invitation, and keep up the love, brother, because that's what we need today. The root of all of this is the love we have for self and our kind.
And Brother Richie, can I just say also, if any of your viewers would like us to go to where they are and teach young people on maybe estates which is local to them or where they live, and they would like us to come to where you are, then we will be happy to do so. And they can email us at noi.org.uk and just send us the request, and we'll be found wherever our people want us to be with regards to teaching our young people discipline, structure, military deportment, and how to handle themselves when they're dealt with unjustly, for the most part, by the police.
That's right. Or I had another one here to send out, at the Nation of Islam UK. At the Nation of Islam UK. Contact us via that, any of those, and we'll be in touch.
All right, that's perfect. Appreciate again, gentlemen. Yeah, much love for the conversation.
Yes, sir,
people, all of people that have tuned in specifically to see your Nation of Islam brothers, talk. Please support us. And if you are the first time to Black Ice TV, subscribe to the channel so you get those alerts when we come up with our regular shows. I think you'll be surprised if you haven't been here before at some of the world-class teachers that we've spoken to and had the privilege to be around. So there's definitely something for all. I encourage you, go ahead, subscribe. Terry, are you there, brother? Riggsy, where you at, brother? Where you at? It's advert time, I do believe. At this point, usually, there we go. Activation. Thank you, brothers.
Thank you, Brother Richie.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. That's it.
You're muted, Terry. You're muted.
All my leaders, let's go. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs for my leaders, let's go. All my leaders, let's go. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs. For my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
Greetings, greetings.
Greetings.
Wellness. Greetings, Victorious.
Victoria. Hallelujah.
Oh.
How are you? Hallelujah, man.
I'm feeling wonderful. Relatively glowing right now.
You know, it's been a fantastic day as this Black History Weekender for the family, about the family. It's all about Black family first. And we're trying to raise money for the international exchange program, which is in the name of Dr. Llaila Afrika, so that the young youth can able to have an exchange program across the globe and do a rites of passage next year, in which I was inviting our warrior brothers, you know, from across the pond in Man Heal Thyself. So I want you to give the public what Man Heal Thyself stands for and what it's about.
Well, you may hear in the future, family out there, you may start to hear the phrase Wellness Warrior Salute. You may hear the phrase Greetings Victorious. Wellness Warriors. Wellness Warriors are the men who have ascended through the program, the Wellness Warrior Rites of Passage program, as dictated in the text by Queen Afua, Man Heal Thyself. I was fortunate to have Brother Terry with us, as he is a wellness warrior. Brother Terry, wellness warrior, Ashe, salute. It is a 12-week rites of passage program in which men from all over the globe, all backgrounds, socioeconomic, geographical age, race, there's no divisions. It's all about men learning to reinstill the value within themselves, so that way they can then share that value with those around them in their community at large. There's a common affliction as a man. We're told that to be a good man, a successful man, you put everyone around you first. And you're taught to do this and without complaining. Put everyone first. You need to make sure you got to go to work, family's taken care of, children are good, everyone has to get it first. And so then that leaves you with such a small, if any, amount of time where you truly feel you can take care of yourself. So then what happens? I've got 15 minutes tonight before I got to go to bed and it starts all over. You know what? Let me just indulge in something because I only have this much. Let me smoke this cigarette. Let me have this drink. Let me watch this video. Whatever it may be. It's typically not something that's healthy, healthful, or empowering, enriching, because we have such limited time and we want to feel good about ourselves as well. So we end up doing something. With this program, one of the biggest things that it taught me was that being able to recognize the value and taking the time to do the things that will reinstill the value for myself will give me even more time and opportunity and energy to take care of the ones around me. So that means, you know what? Yeah, let me get up this morning early and sit at my altar and take that time to speak with the ancestors and give my affirmations. Because when I come out of that space, I am so much better than if I just spent that extra 30 minutes in bed. Let me take the time to really be conscious about what am I going to eat this morning? Let me make a smoothie. Let me make a juice. Let me make this breakfast fruit salad. Let me touch it with my hands. Let me ingest what I made for myself and feel it. So my body gets revitalized in a way that makes me feel good. Let me get my kitchen alchemy going. As Professor Kansu says, he's an alchemist with it. Get my herbs right, get my tonics right, and really create my recipe that gives me Hallelujah's wellness recipe, Brother Terry's wellness recipe, I love that everyone's recipes can be different, but the goal is all the same. We're revitalizing ourselves and our cells, and it's powerful because then we're able to attack the day as a true wellness warrior. It's these tenets, along with affirmations and wellness baths and prayers, and in the community that we built within our fraternity of wellness. It's something incredible, something so special that I'm so proud to be a part of. And I urge and encourage any brothers out there to please come check us out. You can find the link for the Man Heal Thyself Rites of Passage program on the Queen website. That's Queen of Islam. And you'll be able to check us out. We have our info sessions. Our next semester is coming up. That's coming up next month. And so we'll start the next group so we can have our new wellness warriors joining the party, along with our Vanguard alumni, such as yourself. I love that we have people from all over the world. I love that we can introduce this to the youth. I love that we're going to be a part of building this Rites of Passage on a global scale, not just the Man Heal Thyself Rites of Passage, but the one that we're trying to build as well in honor of Dr. Llaila Afrika, because we're all connected. And if that's one thing I learned, we're all connected, and we need to be there for each other as brothers in this.
Yeah, 100%. So in looking at the future of the Man Heal Thyself, how are you seeing it projected in that future? Because, you know, we're always looking to build our foundation.
Always looking to build. So first and foremost, we're looking to build the program itself. We have our Wellness Warrior Rites of Passage, build that. Then we have our Wellness Warrior Vanguard alumni, which we're gonna build that fraternity of wellness. Our fraternity of wellness is for the brothers who are about that wellness and want to share with their brothers their tips, their goals, their strategies, their work. We're gonna use as a group so that way we can further build the spirit of wellness worldwide. Means let's form some small companies together within the fraternity of wellness. We've got ideas. There's men who do all kinds of things, and Brother Terry, you know this. So we have men who have multimedia experience. We have men who have writing experience, construction, technology. Brothers, let's come together. That's what the fraternity of wellness is about. What can we build together within our circle? So that's going to grow. We're going to implement programs for people who want to just not take the wellness for themselves, but learn how to administer and share that wellness with others around them. And so we're going to start a program revolving around that. And organizes those aspects. So we're really grow and be a resource for men worldwide. And it's feeling good, very optimistic. I'm very excited about what the future brings. Every time I think about our program, I get excited, and it makes me feel like this is purpose. And that's something that not every experience, but we're trying to get them all there.
Okay, so what have you been up to lately? Because I know you've been filming and you've been putting in that work. What has Hallelujah been up to?
Right now, honestly, as we have this interview, I was actually just sitting in a conference with the Queen. Personally, my daughter's lying on an amethyst energy mat, taking a nap. I mean, we're bringing this wellness 100% all the way around. Spending time with the family, just trying to show the youth, my youth in particular, but just youth in general, giving them a good example about what life is, and really just taking time right now before the fall hits and everything starts going. Enjoy where it's a little peaceful, and really trying to just focus inward on my self-mastery, because there's waves of time and things go in different spaces, right? So we had our session and then it calmed down for a little bit, trying to use that time to really just reset my center, refocus, because I know September here to be.
Yeah. And as you've got a newborn, I want to ask you, how has it given you that transition of family?
Which transition?
I said, as you've got a newborn into your family, how has the transition changed, and how strong the bondage of your family has become? How strong has it become?
it's actually interesting because I have to, and I know a lot of people are looking at this time that we're all living in right now as a, oh wow, I can't believe this is a crazy time that we're living in. I'm looking at this time as like, wow, I'm really thriving. I'm looking at the fact that I'm not required to be anywhere except home with my family. And this is such a special time. Like you said, I have a 3-month-old daughter now, and I have a 2-year-old son, and we're home. My wife is home from work, so we're all together and truly say Black family first. We're actually getting that ideal. We're home together, building that family up, letting them see how my wife and I can communicate and cooperate and work together, letting my son spend time with both of us and learning different things. And that is such a, and so with our daughter, it was just like the final piece of the puzzle, like a perfect click. And I would just need routine, recognize and realize that this is actually priority. And so caught up in, oh, I got to be there for 10 hours, I got to be there for 8 hours, I'm supposed to do this and this. And no, that's secondary. Family is the priority, and being able to now it really reshifted my focus and my wife's focus, and so our relationship has become a space to talk and not just in passing because she's going here and I'm going here, but okay, let's sit. What do we want to do today? We've been cooking more together, coming up with recipes. We've been really our diets, our exercise regime, spending time coming up with curriculum. Children, we have the time together. So we're thriving right now, King. It's really good.
All right, as we're waiting for our beautiful queen to come in, one more thing to ask in the fact of finding out where we're gonna be and how we're going to able to maneuver, in forms of people in the new show. Blessed Queen, as she's in the house. You're on mute.
Greetings to our African family. It's good to be here. Hallelujah, still on?
I
am. Wonderful. Well, that's thank you. Thank you for inviting us.
We're all family, and this is what we're trying to show the world, that we are one big global family.
You have to use one phone.
Yeah, someone has to, because it's echoing.
Mute your mic.
Yes, could you
mute your mic.
Yes, could you repeat? Thank you, Brother Terry. Could you repeat the question?
It's the interference with the two phones. Yeah, I said, as we all come together, I appreciate you coming on, and as to show the community and the world how we are one global family.
Oh. Well, for one thing, I actually took about 8 trips to the UK. And when I came into any room at any point, there was at least 5 to 8 different countries represented in one room from Africa. In one room in the UK, I'm doing a workshop class or a seminar. There were Africans from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Senegal. And so I said, wow, so Africa is here in this space. So knowing that, being born in America, I'm an African still. And so with that unity, I felt the spirit, they felt the love. And many of them already have the book. Some have the book already, Man Heal Thyself. They have the book Sacred Woman. Many of my family, I said, look at my family, already had the book Heal Thyself for Health and Longevity, the City of Wellness, and all of that. And so when I went there, they were quoting me. They were letting me know what they knew and how the families were transforming on this wellness through the writings, through the teachings. So I know for sure I am living one world, Africa, a global transformation. So I'm glad to be a part of our building, our nation building, through healing, through natural living.
Okay. In forms of like what we're doing this for It's an exchange program in the name of Dr. Llaila Afrika, informed of the rites of passage for our youth exchange program. I wanted to tap into the things that you do in forms of your courses and the products you sell, in that you have your Sacred Woman Circle and Sacred Woman Village.
Well, I'm not hearing everything you said. So I'm actually gonna feel your words. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna feel what I think you're saying, and I'm gonna go there for Black family unity. How I offer the unity is through our school. We have the City of Wellness School, and their trainings that we give. Because once you are aware of how to heal yourself, then you get a chance to have healthy family. And a healthy family creates a healthy community, a healthy country, and a healthy world. And so many of in our community, there's health disparities globally. We have a high incidence of diabetes and high blood pressure, and women with fibroid tumors, and men with prostate cancer, and premature aging, and all of that trauma. But when we learn through my school how to heal ourselves, then we come out of that equation of disease. So we have the school, Sacred Woman. It's a rites of passage to heal the emotional, mental, and relationship body of a woman. And that's what's missing. You don't have rites of passage. You don't even know how to be a woman. You don't know how to be strong. You don't know how to be resilient. You don't know how to take care of yourself and your family. But when you learn the principles from gateway to gateway, you are fully empowered as a woman. And you wake up that inner medicine woman to heal her family and herself. We also have partnered with Sacred Woman is Sacred Man. Man heal thyself. Wellness warriors training and for self-mastery. So that also, and they start together. So you in the UK can join us. Sacred Woman, Man Heal Thyself. It's going to be September the 13th. A real powerful way to come together. And we go for the entire season. And we come together every week, twice a week in both trainings, and you are strengthened, you are empowered. And then I know that how you spoke about Man Heal Thyself and continuing education of that, and how we can now start to get the foundation. We now pour that into our communities, and then we'll start raising up our men and our women, which then helps to raise our children up. We have also the holistic immigrant practitioner. For those who want to literally do the clinical work that I do, I cover 103 diseases. So whatever the issues are, in nature, food is medicine is my specialty. Knowing how to use food, knowing how to use air, fire, water, earth, from healing baths to movement, to breath work, to just meditation, affirmations, using this is all as a form of medicine. So whether you're suffering from high blood pressure, diabetes, or stress, anxiety, obesity, take the training, the Immigrant Holistic Practitioner training, and you'll be able to run 21-day groups in your city, in your town, in your spiritual house. You'll be able to do one-on-one holistic wellness consultations, and it's co-ed. So both women and men can take that, and that's coming up also in fall in September. Then we have the womb yoga dance as well. You can do it virtually. I'm teaching how to really master your body temple. I'm an older woman, but I feel like I'm 25 because I work out a little bit every day, and I live the path, and I take the live foods that support the body and the breath work and all that together. So that's womb yoga dance. And then it's coming up actually next week, Black Girls Rock. I know you've been following me. And with that, we're going to be having our Sacred Womb Awaken 2-day virtual retreat. So please get on our website right now, www.queenoffour.com, and learn this information. As we grow, my vision is by the time we reach the spring, summer, and so many of you already living the lifestyle, we're going to now open it up to our book, Planet Heal. I have 76 healers who have mastered their craft. We have naturopaths, we have midwives and acupuncturists and vegan chefs and all that. They're going to be in our school. We're building a university up. They're going to be in our school, and you're going to be able to take those various trainings and workshops. So let's get our foundation. Man Heal Thyself, we're calling all the men to come into that journey and get into the brotherhood, the Man Heal Thyself fraternity of wellness. And for the sisters, for the healing and getting those womb issues and that womb pain and that emotional heart trauma and that mental stress, take Sacred Woman. You have the book. If you don't have the book, get on Amazon.com or come on our website, www.critical.com, and order your books now. Now, for Man Heal Thyself, yes, you know, some of you already have the book, Man Heal Thyself, this green book. Well, we are coming out with another book. So just hold up, okay? And we're going to come out with that book. That's going to be self-published. We don't have to wait, but only the first 500 people. We're going to make 500 exclusive copies. And you're going to come to a party. We're going to have a wellness seminar based on Man Heal Thyself. You're going to see Man Heal Thyself, the form of Supernova Song, and Hallelujah. And we're going to have some of our healing juggernauts show up. And we're going to do we're going to welcome that. And I know that they're about to do a Man Heal Thyself retreat, a one-day introduction. So you'll be able to register with that. We're going to work on that, develop that. So just keep connected with us, www.queenaford.com. And we are here to help and support you right now. I love the fact that, Terry, you invited us in because this Black family, love, Black wellness, our lives do matter. But it's not going to stay in the box or container because once we get well, it spreads out into the global community because we need a well world. Right now, it's not one country or one people that's impacted by this coronavirus. It's global. The only place it's not getting devastated from is Africa. Wow, isn't that amazing? So the world has been impacted. That means the world needs to wake up. The world needs to start to heal thyself. My sister friend says the world, Queen Esther says the world is going holistic. Hello, we're there for you. We want to support you, so come out and support yourself. Thank you, Brother Terry.
And I suppose you're enjoying LA at the moment in the nice sun.
Thank you.
You're still looking as young as ever and doing in the work because we appreciate you every day for all the work that you do. You know, and we need to push that work as much as we can, you know, to get it into the society that needs it. Because, you know,
it would be wonderful, you know, Brother Terry, that they need to actually register through you directly. And, you know, you get points for that, you know, and then they all have, you know, it's a hub, it's a UK hub. And you laid out this platform for us to talk about the trainings. Let's make that a reality. And they go right to you, come right to us, and we work together to heal our communities. And this is my solution for global transformation, global family healing, getting rid of all of the mental, emotional trauma, just going to nature for our health.
Brother Rich, is there any questions you'd like to ask Queen?
No questions. I just want to say thanks for coming on. Appreciate it as always. You had me, you know, and again, I don't think people so.
Well, thank you to Winter. Thank you for having us.
No problem.
No, most definitely.
Black family love, Black family wellness.
Okay. Brother Ali. Brother Ali. Anyone for the family out there? As your mother has a little speech, is there anything you want to pay after? Or anything you would like to say?
Yeah, send me the link so I can watch the rest of the show. I'm behind the scenes. I want to see the rest of your network today. To close out. But what I will say is what you're doing is both of y'all are doing. Peace, Brother Rich. I spoke to you in a minute. Love goes to you and your family and your boys. What you're doing as a father, raising your boys, is we need to do a documentary on just that. That's a film by itself. So salute to you for being a great father raising your boys, man. And we don't exalt our fathers that are doing the work, and we take it for granted. And the fact that the way you clock into your sons that needs to be a project. We need to discuss how we can document and capture that. So salute to you, Brother Rich. Terry, you organizing the this weekend of, both of y'all organizing this weekend of International Family Unity and Harmony is very amazing. And being able to unify our people that are devastated through coronavirus. A lot of people have been impacted. Okay. So to bring us together, for people to come on to be uplifted, encouraged, motivated, feel unified is very timely. I'm grateful that you brothers in the community out in the UK, we were able to form a family alliance with my family, Queen Afua, my brother, Supernova and Queen, over the years. And so us coming together, doing the work, we have a bigger mission that we're trying to embark on. We've been working behind the scenes to get your partnership tight, but you just heard Queen. She further put her stamp on it about the infrastructure of the enrollment for those that want to join the school, those that want to sell products. We definitely want there to be a international currency being established between organizations. So Queen has further blessed that, so that we give thanks for that. All those that are tuning in, we appreciate you all, and we're going to continue to uplift our people and elevate the consciousness of our people globally. So for those that don't know, I'm the youngest son of Queen Afua, and I'll do more behind the scenes management and setting up of partnerships and relationships. And I was in the queue listening in, and I'm going to now join with everybody else shortly so I can see the rest of the show. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
And let's just keep rocking, brother. Okay?
Peace, Ali.
Okay, peace and blessings, brother.
Peace, bro.
If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation. I've been gone for a while.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs. For my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
Greetings, family. As we have two of our family in the house, and as we're going to introduce one of the big, I can't even say, I don't even know what to say. I'm so shy introducing two powerhouses in the house. First of all, I'll introduce Dr. Tony Luck. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you so much. How are you?
I'm good.
Hello. How are you, both?
Mama. How you doing? Good to see your face again. Pleasure to have you. I enjoyed the last time so much. Yeah, me definitely.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to introduce Professor Bello as well. Greetings. I'm well obliged for you to come on our platform today.
Greetings to you, and thank you for having me.
Again, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. I did enjoy our last time as well. Very insightful. Yeah, me. So I'm looking forward to the two powerhouses now together supporting the movement. Before we start, to remind the people, like, subscribe, you know the usual. Sorry, go on, Terry. What was you gonna say?
Make the conversation. I've just got to make one phone call, and I'll come back in.
All right, cool. That's fine. All right, Pete, before we begin the conversation with the two elder sisters, you know the routine. Like, share, subscribe, donate. We are here to support the Dr. Llaila Afrika Youth Exchange Program. 15 to 21-year-olds on rites of passage. This is something we feel very passionate about, and we believe in the Black family first motto here at Black Eyes TV. And again, this is a Black History Weekender. So again, we've got two sisters who have oodles of history knowledge between them and experience as well as life and book knowledge. So again, thank you again for both joining us. And let's just start off with a nice simple one of Black family and the importance of the female role within that dynamic. How important is that to nation building and us achieving our goals as a collective group? I'll start with you, Dr. Tony, and then we'll go to Sister Bella, if that's okay.
Well, first of all, good evening to you guys and to everybody around the world. I know some places it's morning. Great blessings to have seen Queen Afua, who has done just amazing work over the last, I don't want to date you, sis, but as long as I can remember, things happening that were important, Queen Afua was there. This is an amazing opportunity. So Richie, I want to thank you and Terry once again for pulling this together to even have this conversation. It's been a long time since we've had this kind of conversation about the family, the Black family, the role of Black women, the role of holistic health, the role of the impact of Africa on all of our lives. And so I just thank you guys for putting this together. I'm excited about Black Eyes TV, and we've certainly shared with everyone to like you and join and subscribe. So you've asked about the Black woman. This is kind of touchy for me because I almost feel like I'm trying to take Black women to before, cavemen. But I think that we are the linchpin of the world, and we're the linchpin of the family. I grew up in a multi-generational home with 4 generations of Black women who went to work, traveled for hours to go clean white women's houses. My great-grandmother came over on the slave ship, and my grandmother was born in slavery. And so I'm not far removed from that Holocaust. But those women I grew up with and around, my mother was very late having her first child, which was me. They were always home. There was something about the home being, excuse me, a solid place. And so even if your mother worked, there was someone at home, auntie, a great aunt, a sister. We always had a cohesive place for our children to come home to. And that is really missing. Modernity has done some things to our families that we really at least need to talk about, that doesn't denigrate women having equity or justice. But we must admit at this point that the woman being so absent, or the family cohesive, not just the woman, but we used to have, like I said, multi-generational homes. So even if mom had to work, there was someone at home, and the home was a central place where the family felt safe. And I think we've missed that and we've lost that. What do you think, Professor? Do you think that's kind of where we are?
Yes, but if you would allow me, greetings to everyone. And I would like to start with what we call that again? Bearing witness. Dr. Llaila Afrika, when the earthquake happened in Haiti, 2010, I also have to give greetings to Inuni, who's transitioned also, Brother Inuni. He's the one who called Dr. Llaila Afrika and told him when I came to the States and had 5 broken ribs, my collarbone in 3 pieces. And Dr. Llaila Afrika spoke to me on the phone for about an hour. He asked questions like, where did your hair first start turning gray? And, question that I felt was kind of odd. But then he would say, oh, you started in the front, so that means you have to watch out for your kidneys. You need to drink more water. What happened to this? He would have questions. And on the phone, within an hour, he had diagnosed and told me exactly what to do to be well. And today I am well, and I have to, it's important for me that I say this publicly, that, and I looked at this whole, ask me, Adon, I looked at the whole situation as, we're talking about family. Yes, there is the immediate family in the home, but then we also have that larger family that when you can call on someone and say, oh, hey, listen, here's what happened to our sister in IT, and say, oh, yeah, let me talk to her. Let me see what I can do. That too is family. So thank you, Dr. Llaila Afrika. Thank you, Brother Inuni from New Jersey, for bringing us together. So now to go back to what my sister was talking about. Yes, indeed. We have always had, if we go back, like we look at in Africa, the family is a huge thing. The family is not mother, father, children. It's a huge structure. So it enabled us to do whatever each person had to do to accomplish your mission in life without worrying about somebody missing out on something. For example, I remember when I was in Nigeria, most children did not know of the 3 wives of their father who was their mother, because that was not important to the society, because what was important is that whoever was there, that was the mother. And the person had to do whatever had to be done for all the children. In fact, in Hausa, they have a saying, a saying that says, if the house is on fire, make sure you save the other wives' children first. No woman would go after her own child first. That would be looked at something, somebody with no upbringing, no value of life. So if we take from there, then we've come here, we know, under the Ma'afa, horrible situation, horrible structure, and a structure that was determined to make us forget who we are and what we knew. So then they bring us here. At first, the family was forbidden. We could not marry. Men and women did not marry. You could not have a family. You would be a thing of some evil something that I'm not sure is human, but this thing could take you and do whatever it wanted to. And it split up our families into smitters. If we just take a boat, carrying loads of us, they could drop the brother in Cuba, the sister in Saint Domingue, the auntie in Puerto Rico, and the mother in the United States. So we have very little chance of being able to trace back and reconnect. So they think, but there are ways. So now when we come to the family structure in slavery or colonial situations, it's obvious they did everything. So the word family shouldn't even exist for us. But yet, our resilience enabled us to reconnect and recreate. If I take Haiti as an example, in the maroon villages, when you got away from the plantation and created your own world situation, everything was about competence. We didn't care if the warrior person was female or male. That's the warrior person. She can have babies. There will be somebody to take care of the baby. And that baby will not be missing a mother. If it is the older man who was best teacher, then he would be teaching the children whatever they had to know. So we created a new family. And in Haiti, we have this saying, neighbors are family members. Neighbors are sheets to cover yourself with. So it brings the neighbor, family, as we call a lot of people auntie, uncle, have nothing to do with blood structure. But if they live close to us for our daily activity, then that's family. So we create every time new definitions as to where's the family and who is family and how the family will can survive. Unfortunately, in more recent times, I'm not sure I will call those times modern, because modern is supposed to be an improvement from what was. So, different maybe, but modern, I don't know. So, anyway, what we have now is a structure where the Black family tends not to adhere so much to her own worldview and her own structure. And we're sort of keeping up with, I can't even call them the Joneses, because I'm not sure they, the things we're following are not us, and I'm not certain they're human. So we need to really check that out. But in spite of it all, in spite of all their television, in spite of all the everything, the Black family does find ways to recreate itself every time in every situation. And I applaud us in that way.
Most definitely. We're joined now by two more special guests. Much blessings and respect. Riggsy, introduce, please.
I'm going to first introduce the king, the king of the Ga people from Ghana, and allow him to present himself, his title, and what he does, and how he maneuvers, and how his people, and give the public the information about who your people are and where they're from. King.
Okay. My royal greetings to all of you.
Yeah.
And I humbly greet you from the Gan Adangbe state of Ghana. My name is Nene Tete Ayiku Abodono IV of the Adan state, head of the Kabiawechu clan of Adan, the kingmakers of Adan. I humbly greet you in the name of the Creator and also in the name of our ancestors. My presence here is to contribute to the lost links that is being experienced by Black people all over the world. So, I'm very honored that I'm on this August platform. And I'm so delightful that Black people are trying to come together so that we can all trace our origin, which we call in Ghana, Sankofa. Let's go back to our origin. Because we Black people, they uprooted us from our origin. And as we are being uprooted, taken somewhere all over the world, and any tree without solid roots can never flourish. So last year was the return of the royals. And I think we should continue so that the biblical saying of 400 years in slavery that came last year, which people of Israel now think they are, no, it's us. We are the original Israelites. And we have to go back home. So this meeting is a great thing starting for us, we Black people. And I always say that the kings and the queens of Africa, we were there when the Black people came and took our brothers away. And an adage in Africa says that wherever you climb the tree to the top, when you are descending the tree, you have to take the same route. So I say that the politicians has failed us because they were not there when all these atrocities happened. So it's time for African royals or monarchies to come together, synergy with political leaders, so that we can heal the wounds. So in effect, I wouldn't go long. This is the time, and this is our time. Before I tell every Black person that if you happen to find yourself born in this time in history, then you have an assignment for the world. What I mean by saying that is posterity will never forgive us if we fail, because we've been placed in a very crucial time in history that what we do now will give liberation to our ancestors and will give liberation to us present, and will give liberation to the future. So we are in a very sensitive time in history that we have to act. Black people all over the world, we have to act so that we go back to our roots, because our names have been changed. Our whole personality and everything has been taken away. So we, as Black people, have to come together and make sure we return to our roots. We go back for our names, because in creation, the connection with God is first the family. That's the first stage of humanity. And if your name is taken away, then which means you, the person as a whole being, has been destroyed. So this is a short introduction I have. Thank you very much.
And we have this special guest, our beautiful queen, as she is coming on board with that beautiful smile. I don't know how to start with our queen, but I said, you're on mute.
Oh, okay. How is now?
Fine, we can hear.
We can hear you.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you all. Peace and blessings, everyone. It's such a marvelous experience to see these 2 days of just a lineup of amazing people. And among those amazing people, I have my mothers there. I have my fathers there, sons and daughters who are shining their best light. And it's just absolutely amazing. And it's also give us an idea of the diversity of the African experience, because when we talk about unity, we have to be careful not to talk about unicity. Unity in diversity. So we are all diverse. We have had so many different experiences. We come just as the continent with all flying different colors and different vibes. And it's a great thing to see that we are all reunited in this beautiful platform. So really today, my message, after seeing this emphasis on a lot of the family, just highlighting the importance of the African family, the importance of the core values, that what makes us, Africans, is really to see that the family is now put in the honor back to where she belongs, because this is really the Ubuntu principle that we talk about. I am because you are, starts with the family and starts with the cell. And from the family, we can go to the community, then from the community, we can go outward to the world. So I am very happy At the same time, of course, I've heard a lot of concerns about the things that are going on for the African people, but I want to always go and look at the path ahead of us, but also see what we have already accomplished. When we talk about African history, it's essential to know who we are, but it's also essential to rediscover who we are by ourselves, because a lot of the history that we have been told about who we are is the history that other people have written. And so we have taken a lot of this information in, and we have never questioned a lot of these information. So today it's the time where we can start questioning every single piece of information that was put into our brain, into our mind, into our understanding of the world. And we have the right to question everything. We have the right to put everything without fear and to analyze with our own minds, with our own world vision, and to start analyzing the pieces and taking out the pieces of all that we have, so we can see what is it that we want to keep for ourselves to move us forward, and what are the things that we prefer not to keep for ourselves, that we think that they are causing us, harm, and they're causing us difficulty. Of course, we're not always going to see, in the same light, and that's fine. Like I said, diversity is the key. Diversity is our wealth, and our unity is our strength. But for me, it's important to take a look at the entire African experience as a whole, and not just talk about only, the 400 years. We understand that, the Assyrian started attacking Africa over 3,000 years ago. I mean, although there were other attacks, but one of the most successful attacks of the African continent and the African people happened about a little bit over 3,000 years ago. So from then, we can start seeing that the Africans start to lose the historic initiative. And it's like from then that we can start looking at the slow progress of the decay of certain civilization, like the Kemetic civilization, that is an African civilization after many, many fights to even have that recognized, thanks to Professor Shekanta Diop, finally the truth was made about our history as being, the people of Kemet and, called by the Greek Egypt. And we can own that, but then we also see the progression of all the other civilizations that came after, Kemet, but now we even learning about the civilization that came before Kemet, and that's only show a great testimony of our ability to always reinvent ourselves in a way where life flourishes. So today, the circumstances are, of hardship indeed, but we have gone through other hardships before. We have gone through a lot of time. We had to reorganize ourselves in so many different ways and reinvent ourselves as African people in the world. And we have always succeeded. So my message, it's a message of saying we are doing it. It's not that, the situation is bleak, but we've lived much worse. I cannot only think about the times where our ancestors were being kidnapped and we were being, put on the boats and raped and shoved into, the bottom of boats and beaten and killed and abused in so many ways for generation after generation, to see their own children being abused. I cannot imagine myself being even in Congo, only before the independence, because my father was born during colonization. And my father could not walk around Congo. He had to have a special, pass. He had to have a special, stamp that say he can go visit his aunt and only go for 2 days. And that was his own country. I don't want to see myself in the time where they used to cut my ancestors' hands because they didn't produce enough rubber. Not to say that this situation today is, that we don't have hardship today, because I still deal with children in the street in the Congo, 40,000 only in Kinshasa alone. So if we even look at Africa as a whole, how many children sleep on the street without food? We can talk about all the different armed conflicts that are happening. We can talk about the injustice for African people all over the world. And I'm speaking for my people in Brazil, who are really, I hear from them every day, and they complain about the injustice, they complain about the abuse, they complain about, the systematic killing of Black men and Black women in Brazil. And we can see what's going on in the United States with the prison system, industrial prison complex system and what an injustice system. We can see all these things, and we have to remain, resilient, and we have to remain strong. And the more we are together, the more we realize that we are part of one family, the more we make a decision to be part of a family, because unity is a decision. Unity is not just, doesn't appear from thin air. Unity is a process, is a practice. It's something that we have to do every day. And we have to understand that we have a challenge ahead, because we are indeed so different. Some of us don't, this is not my native language. My native language is French, because, I was born from a history of a Belgian colony that spoke French. Some of you speak English, some of you speak Spanish, Portuguese, all these languages already, all these dividers already, are coming through. All these borders that were not invented by my great-grandfather, the King Chiamwata, or all the kings that preceded him and all the other kings of Africa. All these lines that we put between us, it's not of our making. So today, when we make a decision of talking about unity, we have to start understanding that it's a process, and it's a commitment that we have to take every single day. When we rise up, we have to make that commitment to say, in what way I can work with my brother, in what way I can work with my sister, in what way I can work with my community, so I can add into the process of uniting the African people across the world. Because this is the new concept. We talk about Africa sometimes as this monolith, entity. The concept of this, Pan-Africa is a very new concept. It's a concept that our forefathers from outside of Africa actually thought about, before even the Africans of the continent understood the necessity for us to move towards, a unity. We have to start making sure that it's a practice that we teach our children from a young age, just like other people have done. Some people of different parts of the world, they have taught their children from the very young age that they are part of a unit, they are part of a people. And this is something that is so important to tackle or talk about education. So unity is a practice. Unity is a practice, and when you say practice, that means challenge. That means that we will hit our heads, we will bump each other, we will try to find commonalities, we will note the differences, and it will require of us a lot of courage sometimes to step back and to be humble and to realize that we don't always have the unique worldview. We don't have the chance to know better than everybody, and just like everybody, we are working our way to solving the problem. But one thing for sure, for me, I represent a lot of history. This is all what this symbolism is about. It's about not letting go of the immaterial heritage of our forefathers, because our true history is really the matrix that set our minds. And on that matrix, we imprint then all the other things that we learn during our life experience. So we have to understand how, that the worldview we will develop will come to lay itself on top of an initial matrix. When our initial matrix is being so damaged that only the 400 years past encompass for filling the whole space of what is our identity, indeed a serious problem. So I give a lot of credit and a lot of credence to our elders who are doing tremendous work in uncovering and working to preserve our history, our traditions, our understanding of the world, our understanding of our place in the universe and in the creation, our understanding of our ancestors understood what God is, because all of our tradition only talks about one God, one Vidye Mukulu, like in my language. And so we have to, go back to that Sankofa, go back, remember who we are. Because only the day we are able to look at our true identity past, then we can add on to that all the experiences that we have accumulated all throughout the remaining of our history, including the fights that we are in today. So for me, the role of a traditional ruler, traditional leader, is not only to lead her people, like my people, the Bakwaluntu people of Kasai and the African descendants of Brazil, but it's a symbol to say we are hanging on tight to what is valuable to us as a people, because over 200,000 years of world experience, of life experience on this planet cannot just be dismissed and concentrate and focus in only 400 years of life experience. We have such a great, potential based on the long experience that we've had. 3,000 years in our human history is a blip, but it's a blip that requires us to now mobilize ourselves, because we have a lot to bring about to have more balance, more equity, more prosperity in this world. We know now that the world of this civilization is coming in front of a major wall, because we see the results of a lot of the choices that have been made in order for us to have this manifestation right here. And the inconsistencies are so humongous that life on this planet itself is being threatened for the first time by our human activity. So that alone shows us that we are going on the wrong path. But for African people to be able to participate and to be able to steer, the human experience in another direction, we have to retake ownership of our historical initiative, and we have to start rethinking ourselves in terms of a global citizenship with the connection and with the different experience that Africa has had over these couple of centuries, and what we have gained from this experience, the strength, the knowledge, and we can all bring it back so we can consolidate this new African identity. So I hope that we're going to continue to have discussions like this. We're going to continue to have a place for elders to come and teach us, to come and speak and explain to us about the experience, explain to us about what they know, what they've learned, their worldview, because we need to make sure that we encompass everybody, and we need to make sure that we integrate all these life experiences so that we can be wealthy in terms of our ability to provide for a better future for ourselves, for our children, and for this planet. Thank you so much.
That's greetings. So, it's a topic that we got to talk about, and we're talking about the family, and we're trying to say the Black families first by us cleaning out our own house, not letting someone else clean out our house for us, and able to unify as we are all different families coming together as becoming one Voltron family. So, Brother Rich, is there anything you want to interject before we go into our dialogue of families?
No, we can begin. Thank you, Queen, again for blessing the platform. Thank you to the King for blessing the platform. It's the first time I'm speaking with the King personally. Queen, the Ambi, we've spoken many times, so it's always a blessing to have you on. But yeah, let's begin the dialogue, because we've got a lot of powerful people on, so I know there's going to be a lot of powerful viewpoints. Hit that like button, people. You know what time it is.
Okay. So, Rich, open it up for us. You have the opportunity.
Again, we've already started off with the importance of family, and Sister Bello and Sister Tony already started off about talking about the role of the Black woman in that structure. But I wanted to ask the King, what words do you have for the Black males? Because again, we're here for the rites of passage. That's what we're trying to encourage for our young Black males. So I wanted to start by asking you, rites of passage, why is it important? And why is it key to our young males?
Yeah, thank you so much. As a matter of fact, when you capture the youth, you capture the future. And if you neglect the youth, you neglect the future. And even if we know now, those people who claim themselves as Israelites now, every year from the United States, they send their kids to Israel so they can learn the culture and learn things about Israel. So now, I'm really, really, really impressed that we're tackling the youth. Now, if we tackle the youth and we can empower them, give them the necessary education, and take them back to the roots of our history. As Queen Dambi said, not 400 years, but the ancient histories, the histories that teaches us who we are. Like things like we hear a Muslim word, Kaaba. Kaaba, where they say the temptation, Abraham, according to biblical context, Abraham had this temptation. It's an African word. In Ghana, it means Kaaba. Kaaba, temptation comes. So who are we? We created all these things. We were there before then. We created all, we had the history. But then, everything was taken away from us. And we lost our identity. As the royals, as the laws of genetics said, dark skin is dominant and other skins are recessive. So we are the original people. Right from the tip of the Congo, spread into the Mediterranean, we were all there before the Assyrians started chasing us. And all these histories must be told to our young ones. And that will lead to empowerment. Now, even when they did us so much harm that they went into the history of even our names. In Ghana, we have names like Ashile. They changed it to Ashley. We have names like Kwatele. They changed it to Quatri, and so forth. They deciphered the language. The original language is for us. We, out of our languages, came all other languages. So the right to passage is just hitting it on the top of the nail. Let's get out and teach them the history. Because if you know your history, like Bob Nestamali will say, if you know your history, then you know where you are coming from. And that empowerment is what will revolutionize the African continent. So I say this, we are on the right direction. And let's always synergize like this. That as we are synergizing, we have to come together and put plans together. Like as the Right to Passage is doing, we have to organize, build the structures that will be sending our kids to visit Africa, interact with Africa, give them homes where anytime they go, they'll say, this is my home. All right. Give them names. That is their real names, not names that slave masters were given to them. So, I mean, this is a great thing. And I will put my weight behind and encourage it and let it grow. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you again, coming from the Haitian Revolution side, which is what you special in, and you're on Haiti. Speak to us about the importance and the connection of our Black family, and whatever you wanted to say. If you had something to add on to the point before, please flow and what you need to say.
The key element in Haiti's history, which is not in the books, by the way. Okay, as you know, none of the women are mentioned. If they are mentioned, it's just maybe a first name, unattached to anything, no family connection, etc., etc. So, one great woman in our history, among the many, Tontoya, and she did this work. And this is, to me, she is the best teacher in the world. because this is a woman who was captured from Dahomey. She was part of the Dahomean female army, because at the time, Dahomey had two armies, a female army and a male army. So she was captured, brought to Saint-Domingue, and there she wanted to raise a new army in Saint-Domingue, but did not meet the right people. So then she decided that since their motive, their late motive is conquer or die. So she started to collect plants so she would take herself off the planet. But as she was doing this work, she met a pregnant woman about to deliver. So she stayed to help her deliver. She gave birth to a boy. And a few days later, that woman felt death coming. So she gave the baby to the woman who helped her and asked her to please raise this child so he will know freedom. Now, Tontoya is going to take this baby after burying the mother and taking care of things that she had to take care of. And she's going to take this child and she's going to make a very difficult decision to go back into the plantation, because she was a Maroon at the time, to go back into the plantation because she felt unless this child knew slavery well, the child would not be able to bring freedom. So she brought the child back into the plantation with her. And she's going to raise this child, teaching him, as she herself mentioned, she taught him the history of great kings of Africa, the history of different structures in Africa that she knew. And indeed, the boy was initiated. And initiate means what? Besides the historical knowledge, besides the training, military training, she started training him at 5, giving him, because in their structure, when you enter the female army, you have to go in before you're 10. So when she took the boy, she started training him at 5, teaching him how to fight. But initiation is what makes the connect between your visible self and your invisible self. You could be the greatest, if there are two great military person, the one who is better connected to their inner self, to their invisible self, will certainly win over the one who only has great physical tactics. So she trained this young man, raised him, and we came to know him as Jean-Jacques Dessalines, who became a general in the army of Toussaint Louverture. And after Toussaint was kidnapped and taken away from Saint-Domingue and to France, he took over, he continued. And as we say in Vodun, life is a thread. It's a continued thread. This thread is made of engagement and responsibilities. Anytime you enter life, you will have to engage to whatever it is that you're going to be doing. And then you are responsible to accomplish what you have engaged yourself into. So in that light, Dessalines told us in 1802, our fight, the entire universe will be part of it. At some point, nature will bring the rains. The rains will bring fever. Yellow fever will diminish the number of French soldiers across from us. I promise you, sometime we will fight, sometimes we will hide. But the last time we will come down the mountain, like thunder, we will smash the French army. They will have to give us the island. The island will be ours. He said that March 22, 1802. And on November 18, 1803, we were free. The last battle was made. Yes, people talk about, Dessalines is a great general. Of course he is. But more than that, he's a great visionary. Yes, he is. He's a great strategist. Yes, he is. But what we never talk about, he's also a highly spiritual man. He's an initiated man who is in touch with his inner self, and with his inner self is in touch with the cosmos. And that's what gave us the edge over a lot of other things. So the initiated child, the initiated gentleman, because I'm sure initiation doesn't happen just once in your life. At different points in your life, you have to be initiated into the next step of higher knowledge, higher understanding of your inner self, your outer self, the cosmos, and the body. The body is just like a uniform. You wear it whenever you need to. But if you don't know more than the body, you don't know very much. So it is through the knowledge. By the way, I must also, what they never mentioned, Dessalines speaks several African languages, at least 3 of them. He speaks French, he speaks Spanish, he speaks Haitian, but publicly, he never speaks French. He always speaks in Haitian language and have a translator. But when he's with his friends talking, he just talk, whatever they have to say in whatever language everybody else is comfortable with. But the key thing, he wasn't just a man who knew how to kick and shoot and make strategies. He was a highly spiritual man. And he has his true biography is not yet written, because whatever we have, the bits of information we have about him are just about little bits of who he was. And we must do the work. But the 2 things we must keep in mind as we raise our children today, they're never too young to be clear, to teach them what you want them to know and not what is brought to them. They're never too young for you to tell them the facts of life. I remember my first son, who's 50 now, he was maybe 5 or 4. We went to the doctor, and we had been doing a lot of history and whatnot. The doctor, we didn't have much money, so we went to a clinic, and the doctor was a white man. And my son said to me, he turned around and says, "Mommy, you really gonna let that devil put a needle in your child's body?" Well, I had no choice but to say, well, not today. I don't know for another day, but today we're going to go think about that. So we did not do what we came for, because the child's argument was, in line with what he had been taught. So I could not now just contradict myself in doing this. So then we'll learn how to make better choice of doctors when the children had to have shots and other things that they did not want to, because they had good arguments and you couldn't take them. You couldn't just say, no, well, today you have to. No, we couldn't do this. So when you make a stand, when you teach your child something, you have to be true to it too. So initiation is the connect between our physical self and our spiritual self. And no matter what profession, if you are an initiated person, then you can be better at what you do than the next person.
Bars, gems and bars. Thank you for that. And I like the way that tied back with your child, the very things that you've instilled in your child coming back to teach you again when you're in a situation. That's the beautiful thing. That's the circular nature of information, and as you said, being initiated. So I love that. We've been joined now by another giant of Black community, Professor James Smalls. How you doing, Elder? How you doing? Can you hear us? Let's see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're hearing you now.
Yeah. Very good. Well, it's good.
We're all very pleased that you're joining us.
I'm sorry I'm a bit late, but I have all my
Go ahead.
I'm sorry I'm a bit late. All my grandkids, first time I've seen them in 6 or 8 months, so the house is full of children, and I had to attend to that.
Yes.
Of course.
That's Black family first. That is the theme, so we hold it against you not.
Very good.
Definitely. We're just, you've come to join us, and support the cause. Before we get into the conversation and Terry starts that, again, people, you know why you're here. The Dr. Llaila Afrika Rites of Passage International Youth Exchange Program for 15 to 21-year-olds. This is the institute we're trying to initiate, and this is why all of these powerful brothers and sisters, elders, have come together to lend their support, lend their wisdom, and talk about our history and the importance of Black family. So, Riggsy, go on to the next question. Here off, brother.
Okay, as we know, our elder and brother, and the one and only Professor James Smalls, who I class as one of my top teachers, and I appreciate all the work that he has given over the years, from the beginning to right now. And the one thing that he's always talked about is the rites of passage. And in honor of the rites of passage that we're doing in forms of Dr. Llaila Afrika, as we called it, the DLA, International Rites of Passage body, into interacting with all the rites of passages and bringing them back home for them to have a place to do at least a 7 days rites of passage, in that they at least get some form of experience internationally. But Professor James Smalls, I want you to give your understanding of the rites of passage and why is it so needed within the family?
Well, I was listening to my younger sister, Baina, and she was just so on point, talking about initiation and rites of passage. What Dr. Hilliard taught us was that what the Europeans in this war against African peoples of all of these centuries had been successful in doing is taking away our human beingness. To be African is to be the human being. To be the human being is to be the God being. And so they've interfered in the process by which we teach our children to be God beings again. In almost every African language, the word for person, people, place, or thing, either the suffix or the prefix, have the word for God in it. And so we need to understand that when we look back at our culture, because our ancestors are most extraordinary teachers. They are primary teachers. And that culture is the university that the ancestors created to do intergenerational transmission of the wisdom of the ancestors before them. And so anytime we are talking about rites of passage, we're talking about restoring the African to being an African again before the contamination of the outsiders. And so any process we engage in, the ancestors must be central in that, because we are our ancestors. When our parents gave birth to us, they gave birth to themselves. They in turn had been given birth to by their parents, who gave birth to themselves. If you go backwards on that chain, you will get to the totality of the universe when it first gave birth to itself as a human being, the thing we call God, our greatest ancestor. It gave birth to itself. And so we are just the continuum of that. Excuse me. And so when we talk about the rites of passage, we have to begin to restore the qualities and the attributes of the ancestors' understanding on how to build the God person, the human character. We got the physical self, we've got the soul self, and then we've got that extraordinary energy vibration, which is the divine, the spiritual self. And sometimes we deal in the Western world, they can get to the soul self to some degree, and definitely to that physical self, but they don't have the capacity to contain the spiritual self. But they fooled us with religion into thinking they have that capacity. So when we are beginning to restore our children we have to let them know from the beginning, you are God having a human experience. You are an expression of an aspect of the divine essence having this experience as you. You know, and when we talk about the Netters, we talk about the Orishas, we talk about the Obosum, we talk about the Loas, we talk about the quality and the attributes of the divine in the form of symbolic imagery or bebes that explains that energy. And we try to make that a part of ourselves. When I did, and I've been initiated in a lot of systems, but say the Yoruba system, where I was initiated into the house of Oya, or the school of Oya. And there's the symbol of Oya is this beautiful woman with the locks running around, but that's the symbol that we use to explain a concept and ideas and sets of principles. So to really be a teacher of Oya, I've got to learn the concepts, ideas, and principles, adapt them to my character, and then practice that as my daily behavior to help transform others, because that house is called the house of change and transformation. And so when we think of how we're going to initiate these children in the short period of times we have with them, let's come up with a set of qualities that we know they need to go forward. Then come up with a methodology to have them learn those qualities so that they can begin to practice them in their daily habits, and that those qualities become a part of who they are as they go forward into the world. And all of those qualities should be traced back in the discussion to our ancestors and to our cultural systems, because we don't really need anybody else's systems. We don't need to innovate on their systems. We don't need their system. All of their systems are fragments from our system's periphery. We don't need fragments or to become holograms of fragments of ourselves. We need to return to ourselves. To be the African human being again is to be that aspect of God that's doing what needs to be done. And I'll end with this one thing that I've been trying to use to explain this. No babies float down out of the sky. There's no stork that come in with a basket. When that woman gives birth to that child, she is an aspect of God as the creator. The only way creation takes place among human beings is from the womb of that woman after the intercourse with that man. So we are that part of God that creates and bring life forth. So we're not separate from the thing. We're a part of that thing. And that's something we have to teach to our children. And then as they grow, they learn more about how to be a greater part of that greater thing. And that's where the force of spirit comes alive in you. Because when you find the universe in you, when you find the God in you, when you learn the divine in you, you'll recognize it at any stage of its growth in anyone else. And you know who to bond with and who to union with, or who to stay away from. So I hope that kind of give a little bit to that. Yeah. I don't know, make it sound complex.
Well appreciated. As Mama T has to do certain things and she has to go shortly. But Mama T, I just want you to give a short word to the general public and to talk about the family unification in that Black family first.
Well, again, Professor Small, good to see you. And
it's good to see you, Doctor.
How are you, dear?
I'm good.
And then to hear from my daughter, the great queen, on the historical aspects. I do want to just take a minute to add to what she said. We didn't just get here. You know, I'm a Hebrew biblical scholar, and I just opened my Bible to Numbers, and there's a map there. I'm using the Schofield Bible, and there we are sitting with Egypt. We have had the ins and outs of family development, war, peace, since beginning of time. You know, sometimes we act like this is a new idea, but it is a new idea. We are the original people of the book. This is not nationalistic, it's anthropological, it's geographical. the ideas of what we have has started in Africa. I mean, we can't put Egypt somewhere. We can't put Ethiopia somewhere else. We can't put the Nile River in New York. We can't put the Euphrates in England. We have to come to an understanding of who the people who started all of this, or why did God even pick us to start all of this behavior and all of this life on earth. And I think we've missed a lot of that because we've, instead of becoming universally, as Professor just said, we are spirits having a human experience. And we can keep acting like we're humans with a spirit. And so it caused us to be in soul sleep so deep that we continue to fight and argue and miss the point of what God was doing originally with us. What is our role and our purpose? I think Dr. Llaila asked that question earlier. Why are we here? And so we keep having these conversations. I saw today an amazing biography on Muhammad Ali. And while we think of him as a fighter, he spent so much time being a revolutionary. I mean, if you really get deep into his conversations, not only with Malcolm X, but with Martin Luther King, and his whole purpose centered around freedom. Someone asked him what would he do if he stopped being a boxer. He said, I'd continue working on the most important thing in the world, and that's freedom. So I'm saying there's a long, long history. 1920, Marcus Garvey wrote the Freedom Charter for the Negro. You should really, the manifesto of how we should live was written by Marcus Garvey, and who never got to Africa, but kept pointing us to Africa. So I think there's a long history of continuity that we keep forgetting. And because we keep forgetting it, we keep repeating it. And so now we're in a stage where, yes, we have extended family. We should have extended family. I believe clearly that the family of the heart is stronger for me than the family of the blood, because, of course, the blood could be a crapshoot. You don't know who you're getting and when you come into a family. But the ones you pick, the ones who pick you heart to heart and breast to breast, sometimes have a stronger affinity to you. And so I think we're asking the right questions, but I think these questions have been asked before. And I think these questions are going to continue to be asked until, I think Queen Diambi talked about unity and Ubuntu. And I just wonder constantly why we find ourselves in the same place over and over again. And I think that's an important conversation we need to have. Why are we here again? You know, why are we in the place of racism hitting us all over again? Why are we constantly finding ourselves with our Black men in prison, unwed mothers, levels of abortion? Why are we here again? And I think that we've missed our spiritual connectivity. And I think that all of us who understand are saying the same kind of thing, that we're missing the God factor in such a way that's not religious, but that's relational. And I think we have to unpack this deeply, deeper than, we have to have a deep dive into that, because I'm 70 years old and I've been in this conversation at least 10 times over the years. Everyone's talking about, I mean, I remember, I don't know, 30 years ago, we had the Black Family March in Washington. I mean, we keep coming back to some things that I'm not battle fatigued, but I'm curious as to what are we missing that we don't fix it when we have it. You understand what I'm asking? Professor, I don't know about you, but I've been here before. We keep being here, and the smartest elders, the brightest thinkers, we've had them. We literally have the best and the brightest in every field, which I'm sure is what drives white people crazy, because they think they, I mean, the more you hurt us, the bigger we become, the more you kill us, the more we become, the more you keep us from education and different areas, the better we are. I mean, Black people in tennis, Black people in golf, Black people playing chess, Black people, every time you put us anywhere, we excel over and above. I mean, John Glenn would not go into a spaceship unless a Black woman did his calculations by hand. I mean, our history is so full, whether we're talking about Songhai, whether we're talking about Mali, whether we're talking about Egypt, Himtek, Hotep, wherever we talk, we are always doing the best. And yet we are still finding ourselves plagued by poverty, plagued by underdevelopment, plagued by, as Diambi mentioned, 40,000 children and just in the streets of Kinshasa. You can find them everywhere, street children in Nigeria. We have them here in Johannesburg. So I'm just saying, as smart as we are, we keep coming to this dumb place.
Well,
as brilliant as we are, we keep coming to the same conversation. I've just been in this conversation just a lot. And for myself, I'm asking, what can I do? What have I done? What do I need to do to advance us to the next level? Because somehow we get stuck at these certain levels. So that's just my query. I don't even have an answer for it because it's one I ask myself.
Let me, if you don't mind, it's like I'm in the Masonic Lodge, and I hear a lot of stuff about that, but it's just another school of thought to study our way. And they have a parable about the stone that the builders rejected, and that stone would become the head of the corner. That stone is Africa. See, Africa is the only stone that can build the building we're talking about. The same sun shines in Nigeria and does the same thing in Nigeria that it does in Palestine, that it does in South Africa, that it does in Mali. The same constellations move all over the world. I see that same constellation in Haiti, in South Carolina. I see the same moon wherever I'm at. There's a law of nature that our ancestors call into what we call culture, their understanding of the laws of nature. There's a law of cosmology that our ancestors understood, and they made those things into their school called culture. Now, culture is how you do your intergenerational transmission of the wisdom of the generation before. Where we're failing at is creating institutions around these ideas that we're talking about. And then we have to be the light in the darkness. Live what we say we know, no matter how many forces come against you. Live that light, and they have to come towards you. Our people will come. They're in the darkness. Someone has blocked them from this body of information. And this body of information is what we're all talking about. Whether we bring it through the vessels of Udun, or bring it through the vessels of the Ogosun, of the Akan, or through the deities of the Ga, or through the Hebrew tradition. I can take any Hebrew set of qualities and every name in the Hebrew book for a deity, and I can match it up with a Loa. I can match it up with a Ogosun. We are trying to do the same thing. We're trying to say there's a set of rules that should govern the human behavior and character building such that they become the human being that we were originally created to be. But the only format for that is African. Africa has to be the center of everything. I think you gave me that piece that Dr. Hilliard said, that freedom is to be shackled to your identity.
Yes.
Let's find out, what is that identity? That identity is to be God-like in character. The only thing we know about God is what our minds have explained to us. Nothing that's dropped down out of the sky other than the ideas and our observation, but we have described it. We wrote all those books. we created all those sculptors. Even when we walk through a museum or we go to Africa, we see all these carvings and sculptors, and we think from the Western minimum mind, oh, what beautiful art. But the sculptor was saying, I am giving a message. I am telling a story with a face, with lines, with niches. I'm giving you a parable. I'm giving you a set of ideas. We have to learn to read the carvings again. We have to learn to read the paintings again. The ancestors left us all the tools we need, but we won't study their book, you know.
Professor, that's my point. Okay, that's my point. Okay, the first thing is we do have a guide. The nature is our guide. We don't need to, we didn't have to make up a book. You can look at nature never fails us. So our first understanding of God, we can see it in nature. I'm not questioning whether we have the information. I'm asking another deeper question. We've had this information before. We had this information in the 1800s, in the 1850s, in the 1900s. We've had great and amazing minds who have told us so many things and have left us so many markers. We have so many markers that have been left. And yet, for some reason, we remain in the same state of emergency that we're in. I'm not suggesting that we don't have all the things you just said, all the understandings. We have books, we have Egyptology, you can name it. We have explored it, we've discussed it, we've had it, and then we've had great minds, including those ones on this call today, who have expressed it, but our people worldwide. You can say Africa is the center, yes, but we have immense issues in Africa. I mean, Queen Diami mentioned the street children. We just signed, Zimbabwe just signed to give white people $3.5 billion for the land they stole if they got a building on it. I mean, we are stuck somewhere. I think I know where we're stuck. But
let me tell you why I think this.
Again and again is what I'm saying. And what I'm asking now, Terry and Richie particularly, because of this Black Ice TV, is let's put some hard questions to us so-called intellectuals, thinkers, leaders about where are we going from here? You know, Martin King wrote a book, Why We Can't Wait. Then he asked the question, where do we go from here? Because otherwise, we're going to be here again in 20 years.
Right. Here's one thing that we really refuse to consider. The laws of nature deals with cause and effects. Dr. Ben tried to explain us as the laws of opposites. Something is at war with something.
Yes,
and in our situation, we are not aware that something is at war with us, and we must be at war with it. And that's the piece that's really missing. We are at war with a force of nature, which is at war with a force of nature, which we are. When we realize that we are at war with this other force, then we'll know how to do what to do. But we keep assuming that we can absorb that other force into us. The way nature is created, you cannot bring negative to positive or positive to negative. They have their own place, and we need to leave them in their place, and we need to secure our place. That is the war of nature that's going every second of the day in nature. But we don't move like that. We think we can make Chinese people good Africans, white people good Africans. That's never going to happen. Creation didn't create them to be good Africans. They created them to do exactly what they're doing to us. We have not come back to realizing that we have to do what we must do to them by doing something for ourselves.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mama T, let me interject. We are at a deadlock. The reason being that we are naive of the spirituality we have. If I say the spirituality we have, there are deeper things. You see, during the dawn of creation, some of the angels were cast down on earth, and they occupy sensitive things in this world, even our mountains, our rivers, and even our resources. For these angels to have liberation depend on we humanity. Well, we have the key to appeal to the infinite creator for liberation for them. And in Africa as a whole, we've neglected it. Okay, before I go into details on that, when I was installed about 3 years ago, the Okanse family was like a magnet. They brought cinema to Ghana. They brought commercial banking to Ghana. They brought the first newspaper to Ghana. They brought Nnamdi Azikiwe and Wallace Johnson to open the Evening Post. And the wealth of the creator of the Okanse family was so enormous. Even during slave trade, they owned ships that was trading in commodity. All of a sudden, this wealth diminished. It diminished because the kings that came professed they are Christians. So what belongs to Caesar that has to go to Caesar was neglected. And when all those things were neglected, those spirits that we have to do things for, that through us, God will accept them. Instead of the positivity they had, they were using to help us, it all went into negativity. When Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was the first president of Ghana, people think he was just a revolutionary. He talked about Pan-Africanism and brought things to Africa. No. Before he built the dam in Ghana, he has to fast for 21 days, spirituality. Invoke the spirit of the Volta and ask the spirit of the Volta, you are here. What service do you have for these people who live here? And he said, okay, this is damn me here and I'll provide electricity for them. But this is what I want. Give what I want to me. And I'll give that liberation. And when that was done, he built that dam. When Nkrumah came to power, and that year, 9 years he stayed, any African country he went to, it's not a physical liberation, but a spiritual liberation. The spiritual liberation, he planted leaves in countries and liberation. White people couldn't stay and they started moving plants. You know, when George Washington was fighting for the War of Independence, what happened? The spirit of the Delaware, a beautiful lady, approached him about 4 p.m. when the sun was going down. He said, "Son of the Republic, awake, open your eyes and see the future of this nation." In a trance, he saw beautiful things. I'm a Mason too. He was a grandmaster of the Mason. He saw beautiful things, nations, a beautiful nation. And he said, if you can give me a virgin, then they were almost defeated at the War of Independence. He said, if you can give me a virgin, I will give you liberation. He told him that he was a wise man. He said, I haven't created a human being. How can I give you a virgin? But if you can stand for us to achieve this liberation you are talking about, I will immortalize you and show the world that you gave us liberty. And with connived France, we could see the connection with France. And the Statue of Liberty donated to France. So, these white people have their rituals, things they do to make those negative spirits calm down. And instead of negativity, they project positivity to them. Here they came with the Bible, that they've taken everything from it and handed it over to us. And back to the Okanses, when some of the kings and queens came, they said, oh, these things are fetish. We don't want to touch these things. And the our homes, the kingdom started crumbling. Everything left us. All the wealth went away. Could you believe that? In Adan, we have a room, a sacred room, which we call the ancestors' room, which the Jewish call the tabernacle. And there we have seats for our great prophet and kings that passed. And whenever they install you, they take you to that room. And when they take you to that room, things have been done for you. But most of the kings that came, they don't, this fetish we don't want. Even the herbs that is growing on the earth that you are using, you call it fetish. So everything started going down. I said, no, we are not going to do this. We are going to do the rituals of our ancestors. We have to invoke the spirits of our ancestors. We have to call them, tell them where we went wrong and what we will do to install the past glory. They told me for 50 years, they never even touched those things. I made them, they brought all the seeds out of the ancestors. They bathed them, they purified them, cleaned them. And now, if not of the COVID, next year I'm taking them to the sea for them to do the utmost rituals for them. In Africa, sorry I'm being too long. In Africa, we have presidents who doesn't even know the spirit of the nation. Where we are occupying, they don't know the spirit of the nation. They don't know how to govern. Because when you want to govern a nation and people, you have to govern them spiritually before you can govern them physically. But the spiritual aspect has been left in Africa. So these spirits, they are there. Instead of them creating prosperity for us, they are creating confusions, war. And the white people know that with the Bible, they can put us in that corner. And there they do it. The Queen of England, they kept him there for what? Every year at the Britannia, they have rituals they do. Every year in America, inside the Statue of Liberty, there are rituals they do. When you go to Germany, they have the great oak tree. They cover it with calico. They don't, some time of the year, they don't wear slippers. And they say, we are celebrating our ancestors' day. What do we do in Africa? We don't. Our leaders don't know anything. So it's time. That's why we are stuck. We cannot move forward. It's time we find the spirit of our nations or the spirit of Africa and invoke the spirit of Africa. And the spirit will tell us what to do to have liberation and freedom in Africa. So that is why we have all the intelligent people. We have all of them doing everything, but still we are stuck in one place because we left the spirituality and we are pursuing the physical. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But remember, a lot of this, though, is the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. See, so we have to, like I'm saying, that's a perfect answer. We have lost our way with God. We have so many different gods, and all due respect to being Masons, my father was a 33-degree Mason. I was an ISIS, but again, it's off the track of being, I'm an African Hebrew Israelite, and I'm kind of stuck in the text. And as I learn more of the text and the spirit and the nature, it drives me more back to a peaceful, authentic relationship with God. Because we have embraced so many false gods and so many false ideologies that we really don't know who we are and whose we are. And everybody's right. So, everybody says their way is right. They have the only God. They have the only way. All of that's happening in the context of trying to build our people. So that's another issue. How do we bring it all down to the Creator God and not all these bifurcated understandings of who God is? I think Bella has an idea of the institutions that need to come again. And how do we have institutions? It's a terrible thing, this New World Order word, the New World Order word. But in God's mind, he thought we would all have unity. We would have diversity and unity, and we would be one people. But it's very difficult in modernity when everybody says they're the people and their God is the God and their way is the way. So we are also, I guess, strapped down by all these idolatry. I mean, I don't even know any other word. We're one of the great things about this COVID is we've closed so many places of idolatry because we've made men idolatry, we've made women idolatry idols, we've made the buildings idols, and we've gotten away from the true and living God. And the true and living God has made himself known or herself known. We know, but our brains are so bifurcated with so many ideologies of other people. And we've picked up so many bad habits from the pink people. We have to admit, we join things, we're part of things, we're this group, we're that group, we're Skull and Bones, we're Masons, we're ISIS. Where does that fit in with the one true and living God? We don't want to discuss it because we get entrenched in ideologies that are not ours.
Let's discuss it. First of all, Freemasonry existed even before the ascension of the Hebrews.
That's true.
I'm a good scholar on it. I can take it all the way back to Kemet and down into Congo where it came from. What we're not doing, we're not going back to Africa because we've made the things in Africa idols.
Idols.
And they're not. You know, like Nana, I'm Kofi Mpansa II. Well, I've been to that schoolhouse and spent my 3 days. And I've let those elders ascend upon me, and the one that has chose me as Nana Kofi Mpansa II. The Africa, everything else we know is an innovation on the core Africa. The Ewe word for the divine is Sobe Lisa. It means the totality of creation itself, not an individual him or her or thing. The totality of creation itself. It's omnipotent, omnipresent, omnipotent, and supreme. Nothing can exist but it. All of the rest of its existence is an aspect of it. There isn't a single African indigenous culture that doesn't speak to the divine in its oneness and its totality. It looks at the divine as one that comes and gives off its light into pieces. The West look at the divine in the pieces and try to make it the one. And we're caught up in that. I believe that I am nothing more than an expression of an aspect of Sobelisa, the totality of creation, having this experience with my peculiar responsibility to the repairing and the perfecting of the divine itself. The core of what we need to do, and we have not done it, is go back to the most indigenous African expression of the divine and go back to the core of our ancestors' body of knowledge that they've left us. Now, everybody has a little piece of it, but nobody go back to the whole. Go back to the Akanadi shrine, but Nana Parabia, up in Latte, and see, what are they talking about? What are they trying to tell us? And we're not going to know if we're trying to take halfway markers back to the ancestors. No, we got to go back to them. I don't exist unless I'm restored in my authenticity and my originality before being contaminated by anything else. And that means we must go back to the indigenous people who created the Nile Valley. They came out of Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, Ghana, Cameroon, and they came by their boats. And they got to this beautiful Nile Valley, and they combined their understanding, and they built that phenomena. When that phenomena was crashed and set upon, those who held the core escaped, and we call them the Hebrew Israelites, because they didn't get crashed by that. But there were still millions and millions of us still there in Africa who did not go to the east, to Canaan. We went back to Ghana. We went back to Nigeria. We went back to Congo. We went back to Cameroon with the same body understanding that our ancestors is our eternal rope that we lead back to the divine creator itself.
That's right.
And we are afraid to really go into the depth of Africa's belly, in her womb.
That's exactly right.
Her
That's right.
to go forward.
And remember, before 1844, there was no Cameroon, there was no Nigeria. There was
those names for now. I'm talking about location. Yeah.
If we go back, we have to go back to when we were really one people. I mean, we really
throw all the names out. All the families that came from those geographical locations, we use them now. But those geographical locations were there. And we came from all over and created a phenomena through unity.
Right.
The only thing that makes Egypt of any significance is that it was a unified Africa that came and created a phenomena based on God.
Yes.
When we got attacked and destroyed, we went back home, but we didn't leave our knowledge behind. It went in our brain, it was in our head, it was in our action, it was in our language. Language right now is the greatest encyclopedia and gatekeeper of what we are looking for.
Yes, I think the etymology of what we're saying is critical, but you hit on the biggest answer you hit on, Professor, is going back to the authentic, unadulterated relationship with the Creator, the Creator God, if you will. We had that, and as many attacks on us, whether it's Christianity, Islam, whatever the religions or the organizations, they have pulled us away from the relationship with the one true God. And I believe because of that, we can't fix the things that ail us. We keep talking about the things that ail us, and we keep coming up with solutions for the symptoms. But I think we're in a place now, and I think Queen Diambi hit on it the first beginning of this conversation. We have to go back to get to the root of the issues, not just the symptoms. We spend a lot of time on the symptoms. We live a lot of conversation, a lot of money, a lot of effort. But what is the root of our problem in Africa? It's our relationship or lack thereof with the Creator, a real authentic relationship.
Yes, but everything is a process. Therefore, even when we are aiming to get to that root, we have to have systematic steps. And we have to understand that the so-called education that we have received in our enemy's school is a number one block to even when we see a picture, even if we saw it written in full fire, that this is the original creators. Well, we would still have our mind twisted with all the other stuff that we have had in this mind and make us take it upside down.
Of course.
So that's why I say we have to look at have a methodology to decolonize our minds. We cannot be going about saying, yeah, I'm Professor Baina Bello of philosophy. You know, the great Frederick Ingold said, I'm a professor of history, and I'm naming all my enemies as references to my students. So when you do this, you've been told, no matter how much you say you believe in this, that, and the other, but the whole process, on top of it, we're doing this in his language, in the colonial language. We are expressing their thoughts and ideas that they gave us in school. So we have to do an entire different process to decolonize our minds before we can get to decolonizing our soul. And in the soul, that's where you're going to deal with the Creator. But if you already have your mind and your language, then we're not gonna, we have to take it. It's a process. We have to establish the methodology.
But we have some people who have done that. Marcus Garvey did it in 1920. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad has laid out a whole program, whether we believe in the Black Muslims or not. He laid out a program of the way forward. Marcus Garvey wrote a a universal declaration of Negro rights in 1920. We've had these.
I taught at the University of Muhammad University of Islam for a number of years. I worked in some of their, but it still did not touch what we're talking about right now. There's some things that we're not touched. We're talking about the fundamentals. I mean, you have to establish references in philosophy. For example, when I always, in all my classes, I give my students texts from Amunhotep, Ethiopian philosopher of 5,000 years ago. Now, okay, those who went through my class have that, but the others in the same university, how do they look at the ones who say, wait, Amunhotep, what's that? Nobody ever seen this. Nobody ever heard of it. Okay, so the fact that one small school or one small teacher or one something did, that's not it. We need to build the whole methodology and then to have school systems that are taking it. That's when you're going to start to do the change. I look at even just at Fondation Félicité in Haiti. I was told when I first started 20 years ago